How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here, and we're going to have Tom Zenk up in about a half an hour as well. We'll be taking your phone calls as well as your emails, and we got a lot of wrestling news to talk about. And I guess we will start with SmackDown last night, and I thought that was a tremendous television show and an awesome main event. And, I guess that it's better to have a good show than a bad show. And when the rating came in, I was kind of depressed because even though it's too soon for these ratings to turn around, I mean, it took them, I don't know, they went down 7 straight weeks. And there's a lot of momentum in that direction. The fact is no matter how anybody slices this, there was no competition on TV last night. And, the reason that the numbers of SmackDown went down was because of Survivor and Friends. And there is no Survivor anymore. And Friends is in reruns and only did like an 8.0 rating, and nobody did a big rating. So there is no reason why WWF did a 3.9 last night other than it's a very cold product. So anyway, Brian, what's going on?
That's really depressing, actually. We should do a poll one of these days and ask fans, when you're a big wrestling fan and the product is really hot and there's something on another channel, say Survivor, that runs head-to-head with wrestling, what do you do? Do you tape wrestling and watch the other show? Do you watch wrestling and tape the other show? Or how exactly do you do it? I just really want to know how much the competition really affects the wrestling shows.
Okay, but this is the absolute wrong audience to do that for. The audience you do that for is for the people that watch wrestling every now and then. You know what I mean? It's like we're the 3.9. Okay, it's the people who were the 5.0. It's that 1.1 that used to be the 3.9 that made a 5. Those are the people you got to poll for all of these questions on why they're not watching. I mean, like, polling us on why people aren't watching, you can't ask us. We're still watching. Although, I mean, I could say that I probably would have gotten...
we do have a lot of people, I think, that listen to this show that have kind of... they've given up on watching every single show.
True. No, you're right. And if people... I want to... This is a good question. Email in. If you were someone who religiously watched, if you were part of the 4.5 to 5.0 that watched SmackDown and the 5.0 that watched Raw, and you did not watch Monday or Thursday, what will it take to get you back, or are you just out of the habit, or... Yeah, that's actually a really good question.
And there's a lot of good feedback on the site, by the way, because we did ask the question yesterday, what can wrestling do differently? Actually, Dave can probably tell you what the question was better than I could because he wrote it, but we have a lot of responses in the feedback section today.
Yeah, the question that I asked was, on the feedback section on the website was, for WCW, if you were a WCW fan, what would it take to get you to watch this relaunch, and are you going to watch it? And I tell you what, when I read a lot of the letters, the thing that was bad is that, this is my thought on most of it, is that the people who watched WCW were a dwindling number of people who longed for the past and wanted it to go backwards to the past, like Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat. And unfortunately, while there is probably a lot of people of a certain age group that would like that, they're kind of set in their ways and it's hard to get them back. They've kind of given up on wrestling. And in the new age group, it's just... It's hard to go... Do you know what I'm saying?
To go backwards.
I looked at those WCW responses, and the sense I got was the people that were watching WCW and not WWF at the end were the people that were just so loyal, and they kept bringing up Jim Crockett, okay? Like the Jim Crockett days and Ric Flair, and it was like, that was like 13 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It'd be like if... It's like a TV show that passed its peak and everything like that. And there was so much mention of Ric Flair, and you can't. Ric Flair always meant a big deal in the ratings for WCW when he was a babyface and pushed. But you can't rely on Ric Flair at his age for anything other than like garnish. I mean, believe me, Ric Flair, Bill Goldberg. I like that combination. I like that whole chemistry. But the odds are they're not going to have Ric Flair, and if you can't make it without Ric Flair in the long run, you can't make it because how much longer can Ric Flair be out there?
Yeah. Well, he could actually be out there a long, long time, but as an active competitor, not very long.
But how long will this dwindling number of people want to watch wrestling to see an aging Ric Flair before their eyes. I mean, you know how many people were so depressed at that angle with Kevin Nash, which was pure stupidity when it happened. But it's like, but sooner or later, when Ric Flair gets to be 55, 56, I mean, you know, it's like Dick the Bruiser. You know what I mean? It's like sooner or later, Dick the Bruiser drew even when he was in his 52, but by the time he was like 56, it was kind of like even those Dick the Bruiser fans were like, yeah, goddamn, Dick's old. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you were seeing him in the ring, you know, in his underwear, as opposed to, you know, Ric Flair looking stately in his suit, being a television performer. He can go for another 10, 15 years. He really can. 15?
You want to see Ric Flair when he's 65 out there cutting promos?
You know what? I do. I really do.
Okay. You know what? After watching the promos last night, you know, one of the things, as great as Steve Austin's promo was, the one thing I was thinking was, you know what? That was a very good promo, but it was not as good as a Ric Flair promo. I don't know why that thought came into my head, but when it was over, it was like, that's what it was. It was like, wow, he's just not... You know, like when Ric Flair would have those promos and you just go, man, that was awesome, and you just call up your friends and go, what an awesome promo. I mean, Steve Austin's promo that's a pretty damn good promo.
Yeah.
So, now Kurt Angle, with that line about, what is the Saved by the Bell? Whoever wrote that deserves some sort of an award this week for
I am the biggest Kurt Angle fan in the entire world. Don't even bother writing emails saying that you're bigger, because we're not going to read them here on the air. He was so awesome last night, and every single thing that he did, from his promo to the match, just everything.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable.
That was good. And then that tape...
You know, I have a friend, in fact, it's Shoulders Torelli, and young Shoulders broke into the business at the same time as Kurt Angle, and he usually comes over to watch SmackDown with me, and every Thursday night without fail, I just have to say, Vince, you know that Kurt Angle's been in the business as long as you, and he gets very depressed. But it's true.
Yeah, he's been in the business basically shorter than you, right, Brian?
Yes, he has. It's quite depressing.
It's not depressing. He's just a freak. What can we say? The poll we had here, by the way, on who should move to the WWF number 2 heel slot, even though this poll was tampered with, as they all are, unfortunately, even if it wasn't, everybody still voted for Kurt Angle, so I'll just say that. What's today's poll? Well, before I get on that, that's what's the best TV match of the year, I think it was. Let me see. I don't have it in front of me. I don't have it in front of me. Anyways, it was the best TV match of the year for WWF. We have the tables, ladders, and chairs match.
Guys, I have the poll right here. It's Benoit.
Go ahead.
Benoit versus Jericho ladder match. Rock versus Triple H, 2 out of 3 falls. Benoit versus Angle.
No, not Rock. It's Austin versus Triple H.
Triple H.
Austin Triple H, 2 out of 3 falls.
All right, you have Rock versus Triple H. So
okay, I made a mistake.
I will change that then.
Okay, the 2 out of 3 fall match from the pay-per-view, yeah.
Okay, Benoit versus Angle at WrestleMania. Benoit Jericho versus Austin and Triple H. And TLC from SmackDown.
Okay, so those are the 5 choices. What other stuff do we got here?
You know, I think that was the scariest TLC match that I've ever seen last night.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, they didn't fly over the top rope, off a ladder, through a table, or anything like that, but just some of the stuff they did was so scary. That twist of fate that Devon took off the ladder, that dude almost landed head first, like vertically. He would have been done for. I couldn't believe Bubba Ray took a snap suplex onto a ladder. A ladder!
I've seen that one done. Sandman used to take that on guardrails.
Oh, my God. A guardrail is one thing. This is a ladder. Sharp edges and everything.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
I thought that was an excellent match. I don't know. Do you think it was better than the WrestleMania match? I thought it was as good. Maybe he told a better story.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to watch the WrestleMania match again. There was kind of something about the finish there. I mean, it really was a great story, but it was like they did the spear off the ladder, and it took so long from that spot for having Benoit get up to the top that they kind of lost the crowd for a minute. But they got back into it when Benoit got the belts. But I don't know. I'd have to watch that WrestleMania one again.
There's a lot of stuff going on for Monday night in Calgary, and I'm not aware of all of it, other than I know that a lot of the Hearts are pining to be on television Monday, and I think Stu's going to end up on TV Monday night. So, which means some sort of an angle. I mean, I don't know what it means. I just got a feeling Stu's... I've been told, and I'll know more... We'll have more stuff. I have a feeling we'll have a lot more on the Calgary show on the website by Monday. But, yeah, I think Stu's going to be on TV Monday night. And
that's very weird. You know what I mean? For some reason, I just never thought I would see Stu Hart on WWF TV again. Ever. Nothing to do with his age. Just, never thought I'd see it.
I think the deal is that it's time to make amends. And I also think that Stu, if he has any mixed feelings about it, it's that if it can do anything to help Bruce get a job or get in better standing with the WWF, because the Stampede guys, they want to be that developmental territory, and if WWF asks Bruce, hey, can we have this favor in exchange for any favor, your firstborn, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bruce is going to do everything he can to get it, and the lawsuit is over, and strange things. Hey, I never thought they were going to call up Scott Hall and ask him to be a Judgment Day. You know what I mean? When ratings go down, strange things happen, and enemies become friends. And anything that can draw money becomes an option, even if 7 weeks ago it was something that in a million years could never happen. So.
How about that for the new WWF catchphrase? Anything can happen in the WWF when the ratings plummet. You think they put that on TV?
The first half.
I was surprised
I don't know if they're going to go in there.
On TV last night.
What? The signs on TV last night?
Some of the signs that got on TV last night.
You know what I didn't like about and this has happened the last time I went to SmackDown. You know what I find and I guess when you're a fan and you go there, a lot of people complain about hating to go to TV tapings because of the signs. And when I was watching, it's one thing like at the opportune time or between matches you hold up your sign or something, but it got to this point watching that thing where everybody, they weren't there to watch matches, although the crowd response was very good in L.A. It was one of those crowds they were there so their friends can see them on TV and they can watch themselves on TV Thursday night, because every time the camera would go, you'd see everyone hold up their sign, and then as soon as the camera would pan away from them, they put their sign down and watch the matches. I've seen that on many TVs before, but it was, for some reason, it was more so in L.A. or Anaheim, actually, than usual. Very weird. I want to make a couple of things. First of all, the June 30th San Francisco show was canceled due to low ticket sales. And there's a bunch of reasons, but, that was basically... Now, the July 1st show in Spokane that a lot of sites are listing as canceled is not canceled, according to the WWF. And that's as of, 5 minutes before the show started. So that July 1st Spokane is still on, but June 30th in San Francisco is off. Yesterday, Judge Jenny Chin, in a U.S. District Court in New York, refused to dismiss the WWF's lawsuit against the PTC, James Lewis, and everybody else. Basically, PTC tried to... What?
He had not read the lawsuit.
Who hasn't read? What do you mean?
The judge.
The judge hasn't read the lawsuit? He must have read the lawsuit.
I was just looking at that lawsuit, and we were talking about it as, how could this lawsuit have even gotten to court? Some of the things they were alleging in there. And the fact that he did not dismiss it, I think, is kind of strange.
Well, basically there's a couple of key points in there that, kept it going. And it's like, they've got, you have freedom of speech in this world, especially when it has to do with, public figures, and WWF is a public company, Vince McMahon is a public figure, that are pretty broad. But you can't lie. There's no protection against outright lying. And what the judge saw in the two points I think that the judge saw was the claim of 35 to 40 sponsors having pulled out, which is just not an accurate number. It's an inflated number. And I know that usually, in most cases, they were pretty careful saying that these companies had agreed not to sponsor and not actually say. It's the misleading thing.
Yeah.
But I guess there must have been spots here and there where they forgot that they were misleading and actually made a statement, and you can't really do that. And the other one is any kind of attribution of certain deaths to SmackDown when the deaths of those kids occurred before SmackDown had ever aired its first episode. That's a pretty tough one. And I think that those were the two. If it wasn't for those 2 points, I think he would have thrown the whole thing out. And the other point that he made was that a lot of these statements were made by Bozell for fundraising purposes, so they were commercial statements. They were not, it's one thing if you're like a political group and you're protesting abortions, okay? It's another if you are out there and you are using certain facts to raise, basically to raise money for yourself. And, you know what I mean? There's a commercial, it's both. Is it a moral cause or a commercial cause? And the judge felt that because they were doing it in fundraising videos and the nature of what they were doing it constituted a commercial venture. So some of the libel protection of a commercial venture is not as strong as as a non-commercial venture. So, anyway, the lawsuit's going to keep going. WWF sent out press releases on that. And what other stuff do we got here? Let's see, we got the ratings. Mark Coleman.
Hunter is out 6 months.
Hunter's out. That's right. Hunter's surgery. He's going to be out. He's going to be out 6 months. And
in wrestling, that is 6 years.
Yeah, Brian, do you think he should be off TV the whole 6 months? I kind of have my mental picture of what they should do, especially after watching TV.
I don't know. See, the thing is, they're kind of building towards a Steve Austin turn right now, and if they wait 6 months to put him back on TV, people are going to totally forget.
I thought they were building, Brian. I think they're building towards a Hunter turn, not a Steve Austin
that's
turn.
what I mean. Austin turning on Hunter. I think.
Okay.
What they should probably do, why not put him on TV for a little while now, and then just have Austin absolutely decimate him, and he's off TV till he comes back.
I could see him coming back. I think that they need to get a report on Raw Monday, showing like the operation, showing all this, so we establish
showing an X-ray of Paraguay's neck.
Yeah. I mean, I think that he has to be on TV, not live in the building, but tapes, for a couple of weeks. I think the idea of him coming to the building once and then just getting destroyed is a great idea. But then he can't be around for a while. Because if he's there after recuperation and he's like doing, he's there like in 4 to 6 weeks and he's part of the storyline, but he can't wrestle, I think it'll really dilute his return. And then keep him away and have the people just want him to come back and get Stephanie. I think that it's time for them to do an angle where Stephanie ends up with Kurt Angle. And, it's just got to be a strong thing. So when Hunter comes back, to me, where I see this is that, you get Kurt Angle to feud with someone and Shamrock's name's out there. I think that's actually, if Shamrock is ready and can do it, I think that's a pretty natural program because he's new and he's fresh. I got a feeling it may be someone from WCW, just being what they did on Monday, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some WCW. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a WCW person or two on Monday night, or certainly within a few weeks. We know we're going to see him. But I would like to see, some new guy feuding. I could see that. Okay, let's say it's, how's this one? I mean, because if it's a WCW guy with Shane in the corner against Angle with Stephanie, you got the family thing. I almost don't like that because they've done so much of the family that I almost don't want to see it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if that was in a booking meeting, I think that would have a better chance of.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not going to have Stephanie. They're going to build it up if she ends up with Kurt Angle. And if they're they're already building up Shane and Angle right now, and they can't hold that off 3 months while they get Stephanie ready. And if they rush Stephanie to Kurt Angle, it's going to make no sense. She's been married to Hunter for a year and a half now.
No, I think that they should do it
pretty 1 week thing.
I think that they should do it. No, not a 1 week thing, but I think they should do it and get it there and establish those two together and establish that she double crossed Hunter because they got to break up that thing anyway. And it's overdue for breaking up. And with him not being there, it's the perfect time to do it for her to be a heel because, everyone will now have sympathy. Like before it'd be like, pussy, you lost your wife. That's why neither of them would ever break up. You know what I'm saying? Now he's gone. I think that people would have great sympathy for it if she dumped him then. And they would
hurt
really.
His leg, he lost his girl.
Yep. And then he's ready to come back, and people will feel it when he comes back on Kurt. And then you still got the Kurt, Triple H Angle when he comes back. Let's say in October, November, and you can do that for a couple of.
Again.
This time he has to though, because you're building up to Mania. Because the timing's going to work for Mania, where you go with that's provided Rock's not around and all that. Hunter and Austin, but that's okay if it's the right thing with Hunter as a babyface, and you can hold off that match, for a long, long time. One of our first emails is going to be about OV Wrestling, Ohio Valley. I want to make mention Saturday night it's actually Sunday technically, but Saturday night our time is the Pride Show, and it's quite an interesting lineup. You got any thoughts on the lineup? Any predictions? We can actually predict this because
I just haven't watched enough.
Okay, well, I'm going to go and make a fool of myself. Fujita Takayama, gonna go with Fujita. Igor Vovchanchin, Gilbert Ibel.
Igor.
Yeah, you know what? That one could go either way, but yeah. Vanderlei Silva against Shingo Oyama. I'm gonna take the easy way, which is say Vanderlei Silva. Dan Henderson against Akira Shoji. Dan Henderson. Vitor Belfort, Heath Herring. Valentin Overeem against Gary Goodridge. Valentin Overeem. Guy Metzger versus Chuck Liddell. I've been going back and forth on this one. You have seen these two guys.
Chuck Liddell.
Chuck Liddell? Guy Metzger. Pele versus Daijiro Matsui Pele, and Johil de Oliveira against Antonio Schembri. I'll go with Schembri on this one. So anyway, there was another thing having to do with that. Mark Coleman showed up for the Pride show, and he had his two belts. It's so weird. You know, how come we talk about Pride being pro wrestling? It's reasons like this. He shows up with his Pride World Heavyweight title belt and his WWF World Martial Arts title belt, which has nothing to do with the WWF, although it did in 1978, and when the belt first came up and Antonio Inoki held it. And he challenged Kazuyuki Fujita, who's on the main event of Pride, to a match for Fujita's 2 IWGP title belts, which will take place.
What a shocker.
Yeah. We've been talking about this. This was like how this whole thing's going to go together. Now, the thing is, if Fujita first is wrestling Yuji Nagata on June 6th at Budokan Hall. So basically, Coleman did not challenge Fujita as much as he challenged the winner of the Fujita-Nagata match, which makes sense in that Coleman and Nagata worked on New Year's Eve in a pro wrestling style tag team match and actually had a match that would be a miracle, I guess, except that Yuji Nagata's in it, so it probably wasn't a miracle because, hell, Mark Coleman's better than Vince Russo, and, you know, Yuji Nagata's probably better than Ric Flair, so we've seen better, you know, more examples of, better examples of miracles than that. But they're looking at doing that either July at the Sapporo Dome or October at the Tokyo Dome. The Coleman match with either Fujita and Nagata, where the winner will be the world champion not only of the shoot world but the worked world all at the same time, which is quite a coup.
You want to know my prediction?
Yes.
Dissecting Antonio Inoki's brain.
Can you do that?
Fujita is going to have the titles going to his match with Coleman, and they will have a real fight for those belts. Why?
No.
Because I don't think Inoki even cares which guy wins all the titles. But I think that he wants a real fight with all those belts on the line for a real world champion.
Not on a New Japan card.
Doesn't matter where.
I mean, if it was on a Pride show, I would be skeptical, but not on a New Japan show. If it's on a New Japan show, it's going to be a work match.
I will stand by my prediction.
Okay, but what's really weird...
Seriously, I really think that'll happen.
Well, in its own way, that would be Inoki's ultimate dream, wouldn't it?
Yep.
That he turned pro wrestling, he turned this pro wrestling into real sport. And he made that world title real. Which if Coleman were to beat either Fujita... Okay, put it this way. If it's Nagata, there's no way. They're not going to put Nagata in a shoot. Not that he's not a tough... Win. Okay. But if it's Fujita... Boy. Okay, Coleman and Fujita, and Coleman wins. Does that make the IWGP belt real? It sort of does, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Coleman would have...
And then who cares what he does from there, but he'll just have that.
But then Coleman has to lose to who? Like Nagata or somebody, or Nakanishi or somebody like that. Eventually that IWGP belt's got to go back to New Japan, and it's got to be in work matches again.
Yeah.
I think they give Coleman a win.
This is a perfect opportunity. He can do his dream. He can get it over with and get it out of his system, and go back to wrestling. No,
he'll never get it out of his... If it works, he'll never get it out of his system. He'll keep trying to repeat it. You know how that goes in wrestling.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if there's any other notes here as far as news go. Let's go to some emails. Do you know how ticket sales are going for UFC 32? The last I checked, they were not doing very well. This is from Jason Campbell, who went to Ohio Valley the last couple of days. He goes, I had the opportunity to attend the OVW shows on Tuesday and Wednesday. After watching their TV for the past 10 months, it was nice to see a couple of live shows. Tuesday night was a weekly show at St. Teresa's Gym. I was disappointed that there were only about 50 fans there, but if 300 people had showed up, you would have had to have parked a mile away. The guys all worked hard. I never heard one guy calling spots. The Wednesday show was the TV taping from the Davis Arena, which should be called the Davis Warehouse. I mean, that place is tiny. He goes, it was another entertaining evening. I think they have a few guys who were definitely going to make it. Shelton Benjamin and Randy Orton for sure. I'm pretty sure about Rico Constantino, Leviathan, Ron Waterman, John Cena, and Mike Hard. Really? I just watched Ohio Valley last night, and I am not... Mike Hard lacks charisma. He goes, I'm not sure about Brock Lesnar. He seemed to be missing something, but he did look great. I enjoyed the local guys, too. Rob Conway, Nick Dinsmore, Flash, Damager, Jason Lee, Johnny Spade, and especially Doug Basham are all good wrestlers. The only negative on these guys is size. Conway and Basham have good physiques, but there is a very distinct difference between the guys with the big WWF deals and the ones with the smaller WWF deals, or none at all when it comes to the physiques. What is he trying to say? I think we know what that is. If WCW was still around as a distinct entity, some of the guys would have a much better shot at making it. If you compared this promotion to other indies I've seen, it blows them away. There weren't any matches where you couldn't wait for the match to be over. If you're looking for a lot of spectacular moves and a lot of brawling in the crowd, this is not the promotion for you. Big Show and Mark Henry must not have been on that card. Big Show wasn't. Yeah, I know. Some of those Mark Henry. I watched it. Oh, both of those. The Mark Henry. Did you ever see the Mark Henry match with Russ McCullough, the loser leave town? No. That match was horrible. I mean, by any standard. I'm so not sold on Russ McCullough. And the funny thing is he may be in the WWF before any of them just because he's 6'10". The TV tapings are free and the house shows are reasonably priced. Some of the baby faces are available for autographs and pictures during intermission. And I guess if you hung around a while after the show, the heels would be too. I recommend that anyone in the area attend their shows on a regular basis. If you're a few hours away, it's still a good road trip. You could see shows on Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, all in Louisville, and hit Six Flags on Monday. Okay. Got a lot of compliments. I'm not going to read them all, but about the show yesterday, I thought Max Payne was tremendous yesterday. That was awesome. A really awesome, really entertaining show. Someone who was asking about if we could get Steve Regal on, we will. Oh, we already got Tom Zenk on the line. Let me just go through one more, and then we'll get to Tom. Do you think the WF will go get Rob Van Dam? Yeah. Rob Van Dam will almost for sure be in. I guess we can answer that one simply. Tom, how are you doing today?
Wonderful. Who's booking in the WWF? This is the first time the guys at work have even started talking about wrestling again.
Wow. What, Monday and Thursday?
You got it. I heard from my boss today. He's a big mark, and he likes wrestling. And they said about Benoit, he dove off into a table and stuff. It was great stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Awesome main event last night, yeah.
That's what I heard. Now, they're turning the corner? Is that what they're doing?
I don't know what they're. It's in a state of flux. I'm always someone
if you have friends talking, that's a good thing. But as far as the rating, it hasn't turned around yet.
Yeah,
the rating didn't turn around.
5?
3.9.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Holy smokes! He's in trouble, huh?
It just depends on. I tell you what, the whole future depends on if he makes a hit out of the relaunch of WCW. Mm-hmm. Because interpromotional, interpromotional almost always works real big. Mm-hmm. But if he blows it, they're in trouble. And if he doesn't blow it, then they may have another NWO on their hands if it's done right. So, I see this one going either way. It's going to either be a big hit or it's going to be a big flop. I don't know which it'll be, but I think that we're going to know in 6 to 8 weeks a lot about the next year of the business.
I read something that Linda said it was going to start in 2 or 3 weeks. Is that just a swerve for their investors? Because the way I look at it, he didn't broaden his base with the XFL, right? The booking's getting a bit stale, except for this last week. So why doesn't he just bite the bullet? Everyone wants to see Goldberg against Austin. Austin doesn't have all that much time left. Triple H, how serious is that injury? Now, that to the bone.
Torn quad. He had big surgery yesterday, and he's out 6 months.
Oh, my goodness. But in a positive way.
Tom, because you've been around. Yeah. How familiar are you with a fully torn quad? Because that's a rare injury. Fully torn. I've heard of partial tears, but a fully torn quad?
Well, some guys, when they're so big like that and you get older, your muscle gets brittle. When you're older.
He's only 31.
He's only 31 or 32.
Does he take anabolic steroids? That might have something to do with it.
Oh, come on now.
I don't know. Well, what I'm saying is I know guys that have been on the juice, and I'm not saying he is, but I know that they tend to blow tendons and rip biceps, and that's one of the bad things that it does do.
Oh, yeah,
yeah. Well, talking about that the other day.
Huh?
Well, I think that, in most cases, there's certain injuries, like torn abdominals, torn pecs, and torn quads. And torn triceps.
Yep.
That almost always are inherent. Go with the steroid guys. Whereas I've seen guys that never did steroids. In fact, almost every friend of mine that hasn't done steroids has at one point or another had partially torn biceps. I think that you just tend to, because of ego, to overload them, and then and it's small muscle.
Yep.
But the quad, the torn quad. And that's a bad one. That's a hard one to recover from.
I think he'll be out quite a while like that, and then you have to rehab it, and then you're going to have to put that size. It's a big deal, like not as bad as Austin with the neck, but maybe he can come back. But that's not for sure. So I say, bite the bullet. Vince is a risk taker. Get Goldberg. Sign up everyone. Get DDP. Sign them all. He pissed away $76 million. He's got to do something fast. So NBC, as big shareholders, don't dump him. He's got to grow the business. Bite the bullet. That's what made him big anyway. He took risks. Take a risk and get these guys. Jack it. There's no competition. So you send Heyman and you send Shane down there, and you let them go nuts. And if it fails in WCW, you write it off. It's WCW, and you try and have two companies, and like Pepsi and Coke. It both grows. The other one gets a rating. There's two things. There's not just one target, the WWF. Let Heyman go mental down there. Let him go nuts. Electrocute someone, hang by their thumbs.
No, you can't go that far because you don't want to kill your advertisers because the advertisers will pull out a boat.
You know what I'm saying? Is you have Shock TV. Look what he's in the ECW like product, but have it a little crazy, and then you have an invasion. You have crossover. You have two shows. That's what I do.
You know what would be the greatest thing that could possibly happen to wrestling right now is if Vince were sitting in a meeting and he was trying to negotiate a time slot for WCW, and they just said, look, if you don't have Goldberg and you don't have Ric Flair, we're not going to talk. Then Vince would be, Vince would be able to say, look, guys, I got to pay this guy $6 million. I have no choice or we have no TV. And he'd have a scapegoat right there.
Bite the bullet. That's right. He doesn't have to. He runs over people. What's he afraid of his locker room? They work for him. Who signs a paycheck? Vince is the boss, right?
I'll tell you the other thing. I don't know.
You need him.
7 weeks ago things would have been different, but I think right now a lot of those guys would welcome Bill Goldberg because I think they would know that it means, in the long run, it means money for everyone.
Of course.
I think they would think that. I could be wrong because I haven't discussed that with anyone there, but.
Well, they can't be that stupid, can they? I mean, come on. I mean, the Chris's and I would think they didn't have any fresh ideas. So the internet people, they want to see Chris, Benoit, Jericho, push them. He doesn't have a strong next tier to come up. He hasn't grown anyone. They're going to be fighting for a spot, so broaden it out. Have Paul Lee. Change is good. Competition is good. That's what he ought to do. Just bite the bullet. So what? He runs the show. He's got his crew up there. And then you send Shane and them. They come up with some different ideas, a totally different product. And if he fails, he just puts it on WCW, closes it down. But you got to make back that money that you lost, right? You know what? One thing, I do like the idea of a different concept rather than like having both groups do WWF style wrestling. No, you can't. No. So I think I agree with you. You really want to do a different form. I mean, it's pro wrestling. You're still in the ring, but you want it to look different. And then when you do the interpromotional, it's like you're fighting styles. You're going like our style is better than your style when we're mixing. Yeah. It adds an element rather than like. What made me mad is Vince has given away those WCW rings, which means the WCW show is going to have the WWF rings. I think it's a mistake. I do too, because then it's because you want that different look, don't you think? Yeah, you need a totally different look, a new set, different lighting, a different Titantron, a different ramp, everything. Well, I mean, they've got the show. I mean, they've always had a better production. You know what I mean? It's always looked better. You probably got a point there. Yeah, but I'm sure they could get it back. Who's got the rings? Wrestlers? I think he gave something like Terry Taylor. Terry Taylor, I heard, yeah. Dusty get one. Terry Taylor's the wrestling all over. Get the rings back. I mean, I'm sure he got something with Terry Taylor. Why doesn't he hire him anyway? He was always a great worker. You can always, the thing is, you can always make a different canvas and different color ropes. Yeah, you can always make new rings and just make them, or even old rings and make them look different, with a different design. So that's not like giving away those rings into the world or anything. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. But I see it more as an indication that he's thinking this needs to be very similar to the WWF product. Well, he was. Of course, I'll tell you, he was. That's what they were thinking 7 weeks ago. Everyone is, I think everyone had a thought process 7 weeks ago of what this was going to be, and now all of a sudden, everyone's got a different thought process, but they're not the same because, it's like, like we said, the big saying, Brian, when the ratings go down, Then they start to squirm. Well, then then everyone's got their thinking caps on what you're going to do. When ratings are great, you just kind of coast, which is probably kind of what happened, is that they coasted. And one thing you can't do is with this audience now is obviously you can't coast, and also, hindsight being 20/20, the Austin turn with Rock being gone, the timing was all wrong, and Undertaker's top babyface it was too aged of a look. It didn't work. Yeah.
And
I think one of the things about the Austin heel turn was, you had this built up for so long. Steve Austin, the babyface, he does his big comeback. He's getting his big match at WrestleMania. You get 1 million people buying this show, and what do they get at the end? Their hero turns bad. I mean, it's got to turn just tons of people off.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the Montreal finish coming for him, huh? I mean, really, what guys at work said they fired it? Oh, God. Oh, geez. They've already seen him be, it's like, and then they did it where? In Texas. He's like, what? Are you giving him the hint? Was there a pink slip in the check? I mean, he's got a bad neck. What's their planning? I don't see it.
Yeah, but, I tell you what, they need him.
I know,
they need him bad.
For 3 years, don't you think it's like one guy, they wanted to see him against Goldberg. That's the whole key. And Flair, too. Flair knows how, come on, brand names. It takes a long time, like the XFL, to build brand names, they said. And I don't know how you guys missed that scoop that they pulled the plug on Vince, right? I said it yesterday. Andrew Lack, the new head of NBC, it was on CBS Market Watch. He dumped him. He came in 2 days later, you're done. He dumped the XFL.
Well, NBC had to dump him. They had no choice.
Of course.
The thing that killed the league was UPN when they dumped him too.
Oh, the media, yeah. Don't you like? Yeah, it's always someone else. Ted Turner's a billionaire.
Hey, what's the deal with how's Jesse handling all this? Because the stuff that I heard Jesse was because Vince didn't blame the media, but Jesse sure did.
Yeah. He blamed the media, but isn't that it? Didn't Jesse? Okay, I like Jesse. He was always nice to me, but he turned the feds on me. That's Tom Zenk. He just quit and left. I mean, he knew him better than me. Sat next to him and talked, all the time. But Jesse was. I'm sure he was just taking the line about the media. The media. What are they going to back some fringe thing when you trash the NFL? I mean, look at the storied history of it. I'm sure he was going along with Vince's line. I'm sure he got paid good money, didn't he?
Jesse was the highest paid guy in that company by far.
Exactly, but what I'm wondering is, he got over $1 million. He had a lawsuit about a contract dispute because of all the tapes and stuff, right? And then
just over $1 million, yeah.
And then with interest in that, and then all of a sudden he's working for him again. So I mean, who's signing the checks? Why didn't he go out and get some other governor, right?
Well, you don't know why. Well, first of all, the other governors would not have done it.
Of course, that's the whole point. I'm just ribbing, but I mean, we got to help Vince. I think he needs our help. And the listeners, too, come up with some ideas, because I don't think he has a plan.
Yes, please.
Linda, really, it's desperate, okay? He almost killed the child, the payoffs, I bet we're getting worse, right? Didn't the guys say the payoffs? I think Marek told me that the payoffs were going down, right? When he started the XFL?
I think that's what I've heard, and I think that was sort of inevitable that was going to happen. What happened during the bodybuilding?
Exactly. That's what I heard, too. That's the whole point. He's been a failure at everything except the business Daddy gave him. But the point is, he needs help to get the money back, to get the ball rolling. What's his plans? What, is he going to have some TV show, or does he have some kind of stuff for TV? Got
that TV show with John Cena.
A reality
Manhunt.
TV show, right?
Tough Enough.
Yeah, and he's talking about movies, correct?
Talking about movies.
Oh,
yep.
That's pretty desperate stuff to me, right? You think it's
the movie scares me to death.
Exactly. Now, do you think that the big institutional investors are marks? I don't think so. Look at
they are. And 2 years ago, when wrestling was through the roof, I think they would have really been behind it. But the problem is that wrestling is not perceived as being through the roof. And
when's General Electric going to dump their shares, huh? They got
they probably
they got a couple million, $2 million.
$30 million worth of stock there, roughly.
Yeah.
This one I got to read. It's from Jeff O'Farrell, who said, in response to Max Payne's suggestion last night that pro wrestling should be incorporated in high schools, here are the 10 reasons why it will never happen. Number 10, when anyone gets in trouble and sent to the principal's office, they now have an excuse. They can always say, it's just a work. That sounds like something Pillman would do. Everything he did, it's just a work.
Pillman, you had to bring him up. Okay, go on.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Kids would sign loser-leave school matches and then actually follow the stipulation. Titantrons are too expensive for the athletic department budget. Administrators would get concerned when the average weight of the males goes up 30 pounds per person. The faculty would fear that the misspelled signs in the crowd would hurt the image of the credibility of the school. The phone calls about my kid's not doing a job for your kid would get counterproductive. This is great.
Yeah, he's a sick guy. You got to have this guy on or have some comedy stuff.
Yeah, it's too hard on students to worry about selling an entry all day long in lunch at class and walking the halls. 3, students don't want to be referred to as either jobbers or ring rats. Number 2, since the teachers would naturally have to be the heels in all teacher versus student feuds, the teachers would have to fail everyone in class to keep kayfabe going.
Oh, my.
And number 1, can you imagine 30 kids in a classroom all speaking Carney? That was brilliant. Let's see. This is someone who says, Hunter should come back within the next couple of weeks in a wheelchair. Some of the mid-card wrestlers should inquire about the extent of his injury and wish him well. Austin should come out, pretending to be his friends, and suddenly start beating the hell out of him. Stephanie should be there to witness it, but before she can react one way or another, Kurt Angle grabs her and escorts her away. I like that. You like that? Nobody likes that. Okay.
No.
Since Austin already said he hated him, so...
Who said he hated him?
Yes. Austin.
Said he hated who? Oh.
He said he hated Hunter.
Oh. Well, I think they ought to go with... Didn't you... I read you say something one time, Dave, that timing is everything? I think the timing is right now. They ought to start the battle plan. It's summer months coming. No one goes indoors to arenas. So you're pushing the Chris's, right? And they're going with that. But Vince is eventually going to go back to the big guys on top. They'll have their little run here, right? That's to satisfy the net people. That then, Rock's making movies, right? Austin's got a bad neck. Undertaker, he's pretty banged up, right? Triple H is injured. So just go with the flow. But get all these guys from WCW. Who cares? He's a billionaire. What's $6 million? Flair?
The thing is with the...
Flair, he just wants to be around the business. What, you want to work for Dusty down at the double wide down there? Well, what
he
is
would
it?
still have $244 million remaining if he just got Goldberg.
Exactly, Brian. Yeah, that's spend the money. He's taking risk on the XFL. How about on wrestling? I want to see it. 2 shows are better than 1 show. Okay?
Yep.
Get them battling against. Competition is good. Now, who do we have to criticize? 1 show. So they need our help. All right? 2 shows. Let Heyman just go nuts. Shock TV. Have it just cutting edge. It's just, no, it's not the WWF. It's just like, he has his wife representing WWF, right? Not Vince. We saw what Costas made him lose his cool. Little Bobby Costas, right? I mean, yeah. Have Heyman or whoever's been booking. I read it was Heyman now. Is that correct?
Heyman's got the most influence right now because he convinced everyone to do the thing on Monday, and Monday got such a great reaction that he won a lot of points right now. So
yeah.
he seems to have the most. I know the last night's show was very Heyman-oriented because you could see Spike Dudley, in a prominent role. You got Tajiri on there. The tables, ladders, and chairs was clearly Heyman's idea, and they came through. The guys gave him a great match.
That's right. So take that down in WCW, or just let Heyman go run wild down there, and then he can keep it. Vince can keep his little clique of Patterson and all those other guys. They got it running. I'm sure those agents are going, hey, listen, we had this thing running before you, and you know how they backbite. It's the competition. The backstabbing's got to be worse than ever, right? I would guess.
It will be now, especially with business going down. Yes.
Of course, they're all insecure guys. They're insecure about their job. What are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Start a union.
Huh? Yeah. Well,
start a union.
Oh yeah, like wrestlers stick together, right?
Yeah.
No. I mean, what's the other options? You seen a stock? Would you buy it?
Nah, I've already made stock recommendations, and they're always wrong, so I don't talk about the stock.
Yeah, but I mean,
stock.
I wouldn't buy that. You look at the graph; it's a slippery slope. It seems to be hanging around 13, 14.
Yeah,
well, the way that stock reacts, now that business is going down, that stock will probably skyrocket.
I don't think so. What's their plan?
It always does the opposite of what you would expect.
The WWF stock?
Yeah.
WWF stock. Yeah, when news is good, we remember whenever there's really big news, it always goes down, right?
Yeah.
And whenever there's no news or bad, like leading into the XFL, that thing was going way up. And we all knew XFL was going to be a failure. It made no sense, right? So then the first week of the XFL was this giant success, and the stock went down. And then after that, the stock continued to go down. So I guess,
it's never made
handwriting was on the wall there.
Yeah.
Al, are you around?
I'm right here.
Al, do you know how to read these odds? Somebody sent me the odds for the Pride. What does plus 150 minus 190 mean? I mean, I know how to read Vegas odds, but I don't think that's what these are.
I think it's the same. Wait a minute. I'm looking for the email.
It's the MVP Sportsbook odds for the Pride.
Oh, somebody sent it to you? Oh, it's you.
What,
read it again for me.
Okay, I'll just give you an example. It's like Igor Vovchanchin says minus 190 and Gilbert Yvel is plus 150. So obviously that means Igor Vovchanchin's the favorite.
Right.
But what does that mean?
So you have to. It's if I'm not mistaken, you have to bet 190 on Vovchanchin to win back 150, something like that. It's the way they work the odds is screwy. I can actually give me a few minutes.
Okay, so if you bet 150 on Yvel and he wins, you win 190.
I think so. Don't quote me on that though, because I'm not the greatest.
Okay, so I am sure that if that's wrong, that we will get emails because there's people who I'm sure there's some gamblers out here. So anyway, so let me look at this just to see if my okay. So Igor Vovchanchin is the favorite over Gilbert Yvel. Valentin Overeem is the favorite over Gary Goodrich. Fujita is a giant favorite, it looks like, over Takayama. Guy Metzger and Chuck Liddell looks like it's about an even pick. Henderson's the favorite over Shoji. Joe de Oliveira is the favorite over Nino Schembri. And Vitor Belfort's the favorite over Heath Herring. Pele over Daijiro Matsui. And Vanderlei Silva over Shingo Oyama. So anyway, that's the actual odds at the MVP Sportsbook. We're talking about that. Let's see. Let me go through this one. Before the Muhammad Ali-Antonio Inoki match, were there any famous pro wrestler versus pro boxer matches? There were like a lot of them going back through time. I think Frank Gotch even fought like a boxer and got knocked out in like the early 1900s. So yeah, there've been a lot of them, but Ali Inoki was the most high-profile one. Let's go to Brandon. Brandon, your first up.
Hi, Dave. Hi, Brian.
Hey.
Yeah, I have an idea on what they should do with Triple H in the next month or so. I think they should probably try and get him over his face pretty hardcore. They obviously started it with the whole Austin calling him out last night on SmackDown. And what they should probably do is cut some promos with maybe him and Stephanie on how, like, maybe he's feeling bad for himself and so on and so forth. And Stephanie's kind of getting sick of it. And then at King of the Ring...
No, because that makes him a heel and a whiner. You don't want to do that.
What?
That makes him a heel and a whiner if he's complaining. He can't complain.
Or,
he can't
not
sell.
Not complaining per se, but maybe... Geez.
She can complain.
Yeah,
she should complain.
Well, here's the way I see it. He can be as big a heel as you want until Austin just totally lays him out. And then if he's off TV after being laid out by Austin for 6 months and makes his big return, he'll be so over.
Okay, but why continue to make him a heel now when there's no purpose to it?
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying it really doesn't matter as long as
No, you're right. It doesn't matter. But I'm saying, like, why he shouldn't whine or complain. That should be Kurt Angle and Stephanie's role.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then Stephanie complains.
Stephanie can complain. Stephanie should be a total bitch, personally.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Making Triple H feel bad. Maybe making Triple H feel bad for himself a little, and then
so how could you, like, Stephanie's like, how could you do this to me? We had all the belts, and you did this to me right when I was at my peak. She's like, me. That would be awesome, because then all the guys would go, oh, God, I've heard this from my girlfriend, and it's like, and he's hurt, and he worked so hard, and God, I feel sorry for him. That's good.
She's got to do the guilt trips, too, where she asks him, like, to go get her, coffee or something, and he can't even walk.
She starts getting mad at him, yeah.
And like, the
make yourself useful. You're lazy, right?
Yeah, you're not doing anything. You can give me some coffee.
It's not like you got to rest up. You're not wrestling tonight or nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
And then,
that's the McMahon way. Yes.
Yeah.
He needs to be in rehab on their anniversary. She yells at him for it.
That's a good one.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And then, like, maybe the combination of that with Austin trashing him in the ring, saying, oh, it's all your fault, we lost the belts, blah, blah, blah. And then at King of the Ring, when Austin apparently is going to be fighting Jericho, I don't know if Triple H will agree to this, but maybe Triple H comes out and tries to help Jericho, or maybe to a further extent
too soon to show your hand.
What?
I think it's too soon to show your hand. He shouldn't be helping Jericho. I don't like, because that's...
Well, maybe not helping Jericho, but if he's trying to screw Austin more.
I think Austin should do something to him unprovoked, rather than he, like, screw Austin first. That should be, like, down the line when he comes... That should be when he comes back. Because then Austin would have a justification for getting him. You don't want any justification for Austin beating him up and laying him out, like that he did something to Austin first.
Right. Well, I thought maybe that would give an excuse, though, for the whole Angle and Stephanie thing. Because then maybe at the same time you could bring Angle out to take him out. I mean, like, all the fans supposedly want to see Jericho win, I would think, over Austin. And so if you bring Angle out, and then maybe Stephanie comes out.
Angle and Stephanie screw Jericho.
Save her husband, but then actually slaps Triple H. Then, like, it seems like everybody's against Triple H. So when he does come back, I mean, he'll be, like, really thick.
You want everyone against him. In fact,
should you kind of kick him when he's down, kick the guy when he's down, and have her change her look? She should dress better, but not that daddy. Don't do that. Not daddy. Change her look. She can look better than she does, right? Don't you think? Or am I wrong?
I don't know.
I would say change your look. Don't go daddy. Not daddies. That sounds like daddy's little girl. Not like that. Change her look, and then he's of no use to her. And he's not, how could you do this? That's the right angle, the psychology bit.
I like the idea of everyone being against him, because one of the things also is when Austin trashes him, one of the things that Ross and Heyman should get over is he has no friends. None of the baby faces are going to save him, and none of the heels are going to save him either. So he just takes like this horrific beating, and then we don't see him for a long time.
But keep him away though too. But then they could
keep him off TV for a long time.
Deal.
Yeah, you got to keep him off TV. Go to the WCW deal, and not let people know. Don't throw all these hints that he's coming back. I mean, there's some big match that Austin's in, and he costs Austin that match out of nowhere with he's going to be there ahead of time. And I like, and then you can go. Or actually, you know what? He should come back and screw not Austin, screw Angle. Maybe Angle's the one who should lay him out. You know what? Angle may need it. Angle may need it more. Or maybe Angle and Austin together.
And then
because Angle needs that little killer instinct thing with him, and maybe Angle and Austin. Plus, you got a lot of Angle and Austin tag teams.
2-on-1 on a crippled guy.
2-on-1 on a crippled guy. Plus, you want Austin involved in it, but Angle should be like Angle puts him in the ankle lock. Austin maybe jumps him and beats him up and lays him down. He's gone. And then Angle comes in and puts him in the ankle lock when everyone thinks the beating's over.
Yeah. And Stephanie can get with Kurt Angle.
And Stephanie ends up with Kurt Angle, which is the final insult. Exactly.
Yep. That would be good. And then change her look. Change her look and then have her be a real bitch.
I know, man. We should be in those booking meetings.
No. We got to help them. That's our duty. I know what I said before. I didn't mean to criticize, but I like to watch wrestling.
You know what's so funny is when they were doing good, I had no motivation to do this, and now that they're doing bad, I have all these ideas. Everyone's got ideas. You should see the emails. Anyway, I was just thinking about something. I've got a couple of emails about the Fujita thing. Do you realize that there's a match? Tom, think about this.
Yes.
There's a match between two pro wrestlers on Sunday in Japan, and they're taking odds on it. On who's going to win.
On two pro wrestlers?
Yeah, Kazuyuki Fujita and Yoshihiro Takayama. It's the main event on the Pride show.
Oh my God.
when we were reading the odds, they have they're not Vegas. I think it's wherever MVP Sportsbook is. I think it's where is that, Al? MVP Sportsbook, you know?
But it's based in Costa Rica.
The Costa Rican people are taking odds on two pro wrestlers.
Oh.
The least they could do is have odds on whether it's a work or a shoot as opposed to who's going to win. At least then it would be.
And by the way, guys, I do have a breakdown of the odds things. Minus 190 means that you need to bet 190 to win $100. And then you would go up to...
What a deal.
Yeah, you go up and put it down at $190, and when that guy wins...
So when Igor wins, you can get another 100.
Right, you collect 290, and then...
Okay, now, so now if you bet... So now if you're betting on Gilbert Ivell and you bet 100, that means you collect 150 extra, so you'll win 250 back, right?
Right, if the person is plus 150, you're betting 100 to win 150 back. That's what it is.
That's a good bet. The Gilbert Ivell bet's not bad. On that
Where's your money going on, Al?
Okay, let's see.
I don't know. I would take Ivell.
Yeah.
In that, yeah.
How about you, Dave?
On those odds, I mean, that's close. It's close. Okay. Now, Fujita and Takayama, so that means that if you bet $600 on Fujita and he wins, you get $700. I mean, why even bet? Because, I mean, there's always that chance he could...
It's the action.
Much of a chance he could lose.
It's the action.
Yeah, I know. So now Guy Metz from Chuck Liddell are even money, okay? So now I totally understand. So now with Vitor Belfort and Heath Herring, if you bet $135 on Vitor and he wins, you get $100 profit. And in Heath Herring, if you bet $100, you get $105 profit. So that's a close one. So the big blowout is Fujita Takayama and Henderson Shoji and Silva and Oyama. Actually, and Pele and Matsui. Okay. All right. I got it. Okay. This is from Hellion, who goes, I thought that the funniest part of SmackDown was when Steve Regal said, we do not allow stereotypes in the WWF, so you have to stop the bowing. And then he said, no, go get me some tea and crumpets. That was the second funniest thing on the show. The funniest was when Kurt Angle asked by the Bell. Oh, that was so good.
Take surprise.
Yes. This is, I used to always watch...
This is not the prom. That was another good one.
Yeah, there was... After all of that bad writing, there was some damn good writing last night. This is from Lewis, who goes, I used to always watch Raw and SmackDown, even when Steve Austin was gone. What makes me not watch or care is to see Steve Austin as a heel. He's not only a heel, but a wimpy heel. I'm sick and tired of seeing the same thing in the main event. There's been no new storylines for many months. Great. They had Benoit and Jericho win. Who cares? Their writers suck. They didn't last night. Good for a few weeks there. And that includes Paul Heyman. Hey, No.
Heyman's a good guy. No. Heyman's
I don't know. I'm not in the meetings either. I don't know. Okay, I think they either suffer from non-creative angles or misogynistic angles. Well, we're always going to have misogynistic angles in a male-oriented business. Yeah. I agree with Brian that Kurt Angle's cool, and he's the only one I look forward to watching. This is someone who goes, I'm very confused. Last year, Triple H got dropped 50 feet inside of a car, and he came back a week later. Now all he did was take one step, and he's out for 6 months. Man, that's interesting.
Oh, wow.
We got a couple of emails, and I got to address this, which is so weird that this happens every single week, and we never get an email, and everyone seems to know. And now this week, we got 2 emails asking the same thing. People reading that SmackDown got a 5.0, and I just said it did a 3.9. It got a 5.0 on the overnight. The overnight is the first rating that comes in the morning.
Yeah.
But the final rating, which usually comes in at about 4 o'clock, which is the final, that did a 3.9. And everyone talks about the overnight, but the minute the final rating comes in, nobody cares about the overnight number. And the overnight number of 5.0 was up slightly from a 4.9 the week before, and even then that was a disappointment because that's going against the big wedding on Friends that did a 22. And they, so they should have, and plus they still had, a first run CSI, the season finale of CSI, which is a monster number as well. So, however you slice it, I mean, you can say it's too soon, and you're probably right, but the rating was not good news.
Hell no, it's not good news. That's what I thought, 5.0. I thought, oh, good, and then you corrected me. That's what I got off the net, too. I guess it was the overnight.
It's a 3.9. It's not good news.
No, it's not good news. That's what he's got to act now. Look at the timing, and if he's not smart enough to know that now, look at Hunter. They throw you lemons, make lemonade. There's something good, use this to his advantage. My God. He's not cheap.
He has to act now because, he should have acted earlier.
Well,
he should have acted when
they were doing. Do you think we'll ever get to the point where Vince finally goes, when business is good, why don't I start acting now for the future instead of waiting until it goes down?
When business is good, that's when you create new stars because you can.
But when
business is bad and you create new stars, it's like all those guys in the Hogan era.
Yep.
People still remember a lot of them today, but all those guys in that Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels era, that were on top, like the Mabels and stuff, nobody remembers them because, you know what I mean? They were created during that bad period.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you would think that he'd learn by his mistakes, or it's like I read something the other day. Now, Brian, you wrestled. How many years you wrestled, Brian?
2, 3.
Okay, I've been out of it for how many? 5, 6, 10, whatever. You think you don't know. You never laced up the boots, and that mentality. They're retards. I don't care what worker. Oh, you don't know. Pain.
Here we go.
I've read it. Okay. Yeah. Big, macho, tough guy. Suck it up. No. You can get injured and this and that, but, you can't criticize. You guys love the business. You're doing the show how many days a week? You're obviously fans and you love the business. Okay? Their alibi and where guys are, they ranked me 25th. They're marks. Working marks. I met more working marks than I did real people. Don't you find that in the business, Brian?
That the wrestlers are bigger marks than the fans?
Yeah, they just want to be on TV and you can pay them nothing. I mean, promoters, I made you a star on my TV.
Hey, believe me, there's a reason the independent guys work for free, and there's a reason they work for $25.
Oh, I never work for free, I'll tell you that. And I don't think I ever worked for $25.
Brian does every week.
Me.
What? You do? What? I mean, what is it?
Plenty of free shows.
What is it? Just
and
the
$25.
Is it the exercise, or how much you weigh?
Me, 170.
Okay. So you're up in the Pacific Northwest, right?
Yeah.
That's great country. That was one of the best times I ever had. It was Don Owens. Geez, always complaining. Geez, another mill shut down. God, I don't know if we can pay you this week. Always complaining about.
Don had a rep for being a good payoff guy, though.
He was a good payoff guy, but he'd bring in news clippings. Ask Steve Pardee, Moondog Moretti. I mean, he'd bring in. They'd go, that old turtle-faced bastard, that cheap son, because they'd been in and out so many times. But he was nice to me. He was very good with me. You know?
Yeah, he built the thing
Ed
around
Moretti's
you
still
for a while.
working up here.
Huh?
Ed Moretti's still working up here.
I heard that he works at a hotel or the caretaker.
Is he still working at the hotel in Canby?
No. Yeah, that's it.
He was working in Canby for a long time. Ed Moretti, I used to, I knew Ed Moretti when I was, a very, really, really young.
He told me he used to sneak into the matches at the Cow Palace and hide under the ring or just hide in the seats or something. Is that true?
No, he was always in the front row, but he was at every show. I mean, this was a guy, Ed Moretti, and there was a group, Roland Alexander was with him. Those guys, they loved wrestling so much. And it was like, Ed Moretti, he just loves wrestling. I mean, more than, almost anyone.
Still does.
And listen,
and he always will. Yeah.
And you know what he told me? He used to be just frustrated and kind of a fat kid, and he used to gaff himself, cut his forehead with a compass.
He had gig marks when he was 14 years old or 15 years old.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm exaggerating. He might have been 17, but, when I remember seeing Ed Moretti with the gig marks when I was a little kid.
Yeah,
he was not a wrestler then. He was he would wrestle in his backyard we're encouraging backyard wrestling.
No, let's not do that.
No, everyone does it.
Oh, God.
I'm going to wrestle myself. I might small package myself and lose again.
You'd get a win, though.
Yes, I would, and I've been, geez. Yeah, I had a bad career, I'm a quitter, Yeah, Moondog, he really was. He loved it. A lot of guys love the business, but it doesn't love them back. It's like your job, You love the business, but it won't love you back.
I don't think the business loves anyone back.
Exactly.
I really don't.
So that, you got to be realistic about it, and, they put a spin on things, and they just, trash you. It's too bad. It doesn't need to be that way. I can turn the other cheek. I'm just trying to help because I don't think they have a clue. Linda said, 2-3 weeks, WCW. How many guys do you know, Dave, and you talked to a lot of guys, how many guys have been contacted when the startup date? Wouldn't you know something by now?
Well, as far as, the few guys, if they're going to bring them in Monday, because they'll be told to keep it quiet, but it's only going to be 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But, basically, as far as, the people who were all interviewed in Atlanta and Florida and all that, I think most of them have not heard anything since their interview. And, everyone's, they're, I don't want to say scared, but they're kind of hoping to hear something. But, there's nothing to hear. What can you say?
Because they don't have a plan. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
they have no plan.
They actually had a plan. They just couldn't get the TV. So now they've got to restructure and make a plan that works. And I don't know that they have the plan that works yet. They say that they got 4 different plans, and they're going to go with one of them. So we'll find out. And then, I think it's going to be starting to be evident Monday, if not a couple of weeks from now. I think Monday's going to be an interesting show.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, but I don't know. WCW seems to lose the war when Nash beat Goldberg, right?
A lot of people say that was the beginning of the end, but you know what? They did so many things that were the beginning of the end. It's hard to point to any one of them. That was a bad move, and there were 500 bad moves, So
yeah, but don't you feed a fire? Like if you're gambling or whatever, you just put, you win, then you double your bet, and then you snuff a drought.
I remember when that was going on. I thought that was the stupidest thing. I was going they can't do this. They can't do this, and then they did it.
Yeah.
The first Nitro, what was the main event? Was Hogan and Luger?
The first, no, that was about 3. Luger walked in. I think that might have been the 2nd or 3rd week. Hogan and Luger.
Well, really, that was almost
Hogan and Boss Man.
They were already hot-shotting. They were already giving huge matches away for free on TV.
Yes.
And, if you really want to look at the beginning of the end, it was really the beginning.
They just lucked into that one hot streak. You're right.
Yeah, they had a great hot streak, but they were already making those little mistakes that became huge mistakes that killed the company at the very beginning.
And the other thing, the 2 things that happened is they lucked into that NWO angle, and they revolutionized the in-ring product by bringing in the small guys. Vince was so far away from the small guys. He was trying to bring in, was it like Rick Bogner as Razor, and it was the Vince mentality, all the big guys, and then the other guys were working rings around him, because they had all the small guys, and it was something new, and that's when it took off.
Okay, and the thing was, when you had the 2 TV products, we've said this so many times, when you watch TV, you really can't tell how much bigger guys are than guys on another TV show. All you saw was an awesome match on Nitro and a horrible match on Raw. Who cares if the 2 guys were 8 feet tall? It doesn't matter. It was just what you saw on TV in the ring. Maybe the fans at ringside went, man, that fake Diesel, that's a real big guy, but that didn't mean anything.
Yeah, but you guys, don't you think that we're looking at it, or we see things that the other people, that the fans, the casual fans, like my boss, he's a mark, and a lot of guys at work are marks, and that's why, I gauge that when I go on your shows, and if they're talking about this week, they talked about it. They haven't for a couple of years. Nothing interesting, you know what I'm saying? And they like
if they liked Monday and Thursday, then that's definitely a good sign.
It is a good sign. That's what I'm saying. Okay, yeah, let's hope they've turned the corner, but the past is behind. Let's have more of this. What are these guys going to do? How many people can run camps? Their options suck. So Vince owns them all. Bring them back. He's a billionaire. What does $6 million mean for a guy that everyone wants to see? Goldberg, Austin, and then you got Triple H, Goldberg and The Rock versus Triple H, Austin.
Tag matches.
Yeah,
Goldberg and Ric Flair against somebody.
Yeah, and then you build you build the confidence of the company. You build the stock. You get it rocking and rolling. The only people that are pushing it are the people that own the stock, right? The investors, I
don't think the investors have a clue what's going on.
No, if you really think about those matches you just mentioned with Goldberg and Austin and Goldberg and Rock and the tag matches and Flair, just think about that, and then think about the 24 guys they have now and some developmental guys, and what a gigantic difference that really is.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what though? I think deep down we all know that they're gonna have to bite the bullet and sign him. I think.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get the point across. They should sign everyone. Where are these guys going to go? But, I'm not getting any younger.
I don't know about everybody.
Okay, yeah, you guys are closer to it. But what I'm saying is, DDP, you can get him for a song because he's not getting any younger, and he wants to just rationalize that, it wasn't because Eric Bischoff was my neighbor, and that's all it was. So he'll work for free. He'll work for free with Vern Gagne. He just wanted to be on TV. What's he going to do now?
The thing with DDP, though, is that...
I want him to see, like, Dusty. He'll dress him up like Dusty or Dustin.
No, they can't be humiliating people. It's not the time to humiliate anyone.
Well, I think for the boys, they'd like it.
Yeah.
Bring in Goldberg, bring in Flair, bring in some of the top, Scotty Steiner. They're not getting any younger. The point is, with all this stuff going on, don't talk crap. Let's get going with the program here. They got to, let's go. Bite the bullet.
Well,
like you guys.
I think they will. Let's go to Chit in Oklahoma. What's going on?
Hey, guys. I have a couple questions for Tom.
Yes.
My first one is, Tom, if you're the head writer for the new WCW, what would you do with the DDP?
What would I do with DDP?
I think we just heard.
Yeah, maybe he was on time delay.
Any specifics?
With DDP?
Yeah.
He just wants to justify himself. He just, he's somebody because, I've trashed him just unmercifully. He's the case. You don't put a 40-year-old guy and then train him and take a manager in wrestling and then all of a sudden he's a wrestler. You just don't do that, okay? And you think that was a wise investment for Ted Turner to push him there? Yeah, he got to be a good worker. He might have a spot on the card, jerk the curtain open or whatever, but 2 knee braces and all that, it has to put all this spin on it. Leatherface, right? Like Mark Madden said. And they got him fired, No. He'd have to, they're all going to learn a real cruel lesson, but I think reality set in with a lot of the guys. I wouldn't have any plans for DDP other than to dress him up in polka dots. I'd bring Dusty back. I'd bring Dustin back. I'd bring them all back.
No, come on. You can't Dustin. There's nothing there.
I'm kidding. That's what I'm saying.
How about Luger?
Look, I was just saying
there's no upside to Luger.
The point is, you don't think they were corrupt to sign him for $750,000 of Turner's money?
Who, Dustin? Oh, what a great deal that was.
Yeah, corrupt.
But you know what it was? But that was during that period where Eric overspent for anyone in the WWF.
He's a mental. He's a mark.
Kurt Hennig, Rick Rude, all those guys got great money deals that they never should have got.
What? Eric's a mental.
Brian Adams was the best of all.
Eric is just he was Vern's coffee boy. I never had any respect for him. It just what goes around comes around. Now he's probably broke.
Okay, anything else, Chit?
One more question.
Yes.
Thomas, want to know what you thought of DDP saying him and Scotty Steiner are the best friends now after their fight.
Yeah, sure. That's why he came down with 14 security guards and Scotty Steiner. Listen, I'd rather jump out a 10-story window than fight him. I've seen him mad before.
I would too.
Huh? Yeah, he's an animal, and that's the whole thing. Get the Steiner boys. They're your policemen. Like I said, Scotty Steiner, Rob Rick Steiner. The Steiner boys, Scott Norton, Kevin Wackel's nails. The past is the past. Listen, here's the finish. You don't want to do a job? You talk to the 4 boys here. I'll guarantee you.
Those guys around, though.
What? What'd you say?
I don't know.
There's some guys that there's really no upside to them. And I don't even want to mention this because I don't want the idea to get out that those people are wanted, but I've got a lot of emails about Chronic. God knows why.
Okay, but you know what? I do believe there's only one guy, okay, who I do believe, and that really Vince will never call back, and it's Kevin Wackles. I really believe. I really believe he won't call him back.
Yeah, he told me the situation, and I guess he grabbed him or something, Vince, but he was mad about the payoff, right?
Yeah, for that SummerSlam in '92. Yeah.
Just a rumor that I heard. But Barry Darsow said that Vince told him, and I quote, Vince said he was never been so scared in his life. He saw blue, purple, red, green. He was choking him, bashing his head off the ground. Now, he messes with a guy like that? I mean, my God. Yeah. It's a funny story. Can you imagine that? Having a guy like him after you? He used to bounce down at Moby Dick's on Hennepin Avenue.
Who, Wackles?
Yeah, he won a tough man contest in the Twin Cities.
Yeah.
Everyone was afraid of him.
Yeah.
Don't mess with a guy like that.
This is Antonio Inoki crazy? That means the lineage of the now legitimate World Heavyweight Championship will have both Scott Norton and Hulk Hogan as part of its history. It will. And then probably, did Tony Holm ever hold that belt? I don't think he did.
The IWGP?
Yeah, no, he challenged for it. He never won it, thank God.
What was he, a goof? He sucker punched Norton one time in Japan, drinking.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's right.
He blasted him. He had a big ring on his head. He sucker punched him.
Yep.
Yeah, cut him wide open. What's with he? Was he hanging around? Is he hanging around California still? Kind of a goof.
Tony Holm. Last I heard, he was boxing in Europe.
Oh, really? Well,
yeah.
That's where he should be.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Okay. This is, while picking Heath Herring over Vitor, keep in mind Pride has reinstituted the 10-kilo rule difference. If a fighter wants to use it, and no doubt Vitor will use it. Okay, that means that if 10 kilos, which is 22 pounds, if you're fighting a guy and he's more than 22 pounds heavier, then you get a bonus point in the scoring. In case of a draw, you'll get the win. So that's true. Also, fighters will be fined 10% of their purse if they get a yellow card. Man, that's a heavy fine. It's a controversial rule, but it promises to make the fights more exciting. More exciting. Do you think it makes it more exciting? It'll make you follow the rules more. Because that one hurts.
That's exactly exciting.
No, I don't know if it makes it less exciting. This is for Tom.
I don't think it's very controversial. Why not? Just breaking the rules anyway.
Yeah, I like a little cheating.
Yeah. So Robert, who goes, what's your opinion on the Madden DDP situation?
I think DDP had more stroke with Bischoff because they've been buddies, all along. He's the one. DDP bragged to me that he gave Jim Hurd tapes of Bischoff, and that's so I figure it's a favor. He got him in, and then Eric wrote a phony resume. The story goes, and he had con going on with what was his name? The Wonder Year boy,
Jason Hervey.
Yeah, and he said that he wanted to be a game show. He was working at what was his name? The guy that Dusty took him up to his cabin, baby, and said, "Listen, you give me a pencil, I'll draw you a play, baby. You're going to take him up to the cabin and spend a weekend talking about the scheme with WCW, and you put him on TV." He swerved him good. What was that guy's name? Kip Fry? Kip Fry, yeah. Yes. I used to like Kip Fry, but pardon? He was a nice guy, though. Yes, a very nice guy, honest, but those guys have stars in their eyes with these guys. He sold to Dusty. I used to see you on TV, and Dusty knew I had that. That was it. Yeah, I knew I had him, baby, when he sold like that. That's the con. Okay. Now it's an interesting thing because I remember going through that whole period because we went from Jim Hurd, who really didn't know wrestling. Yeah, he didn't even know reality when you talked to him. And Tom Zenk, I had Wayne Coulter bail him out of jail. Well, the wrestling police arrested me. They said that was a phony. So, Wayne Coulter was a nice guy. Yeah, the wrestling police. Those weren't those guys that the indie guys dressed up. No, those weren't indie guys that came in. I remember that night, Tom. That wasn't some raw angle. I don't think. That was no raw angle. When you get arrested like Nash used to get arrested every Monday. But no. So then we then Kip Fry, who nice guy, but didn't know wrestling, and they took advantage. By a lot of the guys. They took advantage, and then they went to the Cowboy, which was a total nightmare. Oh gosh, he had some. He knew how to talk to the guys sternly, But these guys with some stroke like the Stinger or whatever, different guys, I mean, you know, good politician, they played the game. They were not masters of it, but, you know, I mean, however they got locked into $750,000 a year. And, you know, I mean, I guess, you know, he's a wash. We never heard the crowd chanting Sting. No, it was Goldberg, Flair. You know, I think he's done. Isn't it ironic, though? I saw him on Walker, Texas Ranger. And
I heard that. Yeah.
He was a meth. He was a meth dealer. You think any judge in the land is going to give you any love for selling methamphetamine?
Mm.
Well, I mean, and he's a Christian, right? I mean, God, I'd dump that agent. They want a rib on him. He's at a prayer meeting with DiBiase.
It's an actor playing a role. Come on.
I know, but what I'm saying.
You know what?
Listen,
okay,
you're a role model. Don't play both sides. We can't do that here.
Okay, but you know what's weird? Okay, it's like
I wouldn't take. You know, I mean, what's he desperate for money?
If I don't see anything wrong with like a guy who's a Christian playing a role on a television show. But you know what?
Yeah.
At the same time, then there should be nothing wrong with them playing a heel role in wrestling because it is the same thing, right?
It's even worse than methamphetamine. You know, I mean, what do you think they're doing? You know, you broadcast.
It is the same thing, you know. But if you're in wrestling and you got these little children that you want to be a role model for, these little children aren't going to understand that this wrestling character is fake, like the dude on Walker, Texas Ranger that's selling meth.
Well, yeah, I mean, the one thing you're right is that like when those guys go in public, like an actor, they don't pretend that they're a meth dealer. But when wrestlers go in public, they pretend that they're not Steve Borden, they're Sting. And when they sign that autograph, they sign Sting when you know, like Michael J. Fox, whatever his character name was in all the different TV shows he was in, when he signed that autograph was Michael J. Fox, right?
Well, you got his autograph?
No, I'm just throwing a name of you know, some guy.
He does
any autographs.
It's just like you know, Kurt Angle was doing that interview and he said, you know, when I'm out in public, people go, "Are you really an Olympic gold medalist?" And I say yes. And then they assume that I'm really an asshole.
They ask me, they go, "Who are you?" I said, "Nobody." And they go, "You're right." Same thing, I'm the same guy. Yeah, it was just fake, El Faco, you know?
Yeah. Let's go to Ed in Texas. Ed, what's going on?
Dave, what I want to talk about is a SmackDown. I had called last week and I thought it was a good show. And, God, I got to say, last night must have been the greatest SmackDown that they've had. I mean, that main event was so incredible.
That main event was so good.
It had such a good flow to it. I've never seen a TLC match flow that good before.
What a roll.
And you know, and the Spike Dudley angle was pretty good. I really enjoyed that. I'm kind of looking forward to see where that leads to.
It's different. I got a lot of compliments about that one. I think, you know, he's good, and Kurt's great, and
she's campy.
She is so campy.
Last night.
She is so campy. I mean, it's like
she's so campy that it almost makes it work better, you know?
No, it is better. It is better because of it. I agree. Yeah.
Okay. And what else? The other thing I want to talk about is, Tom, I followed you most of your career. I've seen you in the WWF. I saw the Battle Royal in the AWA, and I pretty much followed all your career in WCW.
You're not mad at me because I was a loser, right?
No. In fact, they used to piss me off that they did treat you like that.
Yeah, but
I was a big fan. You know, like 20 minutes into that cage match, I knew it was you under the mask.
How'd you know? Meltzer didn't even know. I called him after the match. I was just hooting and hollering, and they thought it was a good match. Imagine that.
No, I mean, I knew right away. I mean, within a minute, I knew that it was you. I mean,
how'd you know?
The size, and I don't know. I just always had a feeling. I mean, no one ever would say who it
giant
was.
Z on your trunks.
I had a sombrero and I had a mask. Mil mascaras. Yeah, he wore his mask in the shower. Did I ever tell you that one? And he
I knew about it. Yeah. Real Moskowitz was a trip. You know, he still doesn't sell, and he's like 62 years old.
Oh, I can believe that.
Yeah.
I can believe that. Yes. Wow.
He just kind of like lays in the corner, and the guys beat on him, and he just just doesn't react at all.
Yeah. Well, he might have a heart attack if he takes a bump.
Well, I appreciate all the kind words that you watched my career, but it didn't end up, like Will Chamberlain says, you take the bitter with the sweet.
Okay, well, you're kind of not going to like this then, Tom.
Okay, just rail on me.
Okay, I've heard your interviews, and
huh?
I have to say that I've liked most of them.
Yep.
But the last couple, you've turned me off slightly.
Well, what can I do? Don't hurt my feeling.
Well, I know you're not bitter, but sometimes you do come off as being hateful and vindictive.
Oh, my God. You know something? It's entertainment, okay?
Uh-huh.
So don't turn against me for that. Oh, just, I had my fingers crossed, okay? Like Vince McMahon, I learned it there. I had my fingers crossed. Oh, it's like a grade school trick, okay? This is entertainment. It's TV, Like the car crash at the News at 10 or whatever down in Texas, entertainment. They shouldn't be putting that stuff on TV. Don't be angry
I'm
with me.
like totally confused now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, I mean, like, I don't really have anything against you. It's just like I kind of thought you were, attacking people for no reason.
Yeah, but it's entertainment.
But like
I'm
you
trying
say,
to
this
check the
is a
ratings
show,
on
and that's what
show.
people are listening to. They do want to hear you tell your story. So, I mean, I guess I don't really have...
Okay, let me give you this. Okay, you haven't even heard about the good stuff what goes on out of the ring, the nightlife and the fun I had. Okay, I'm just trying to help the business. Not negative. What they did was wrong in WCW, and I think I've proved my point. Okay?
They proved everyone's point. They're not in business.
What?
They proved everyone's point. They're not in business. I mean, you can't get more proof than $62 million in losses in 1 year.
Oh, my. But what I'm saying is, Vince, he lost in the XFL. He should get competition. WCW, and Heyman's the guy. Heyman and Shane. What do you think about that?
I think they should run it totally separate from McMahon if possible.
Yeah, but Paul Heyman, you don't think he's a renegade? You don't think he's got guys that he wants to pay money to? You don't think he's contrite and he wants to do the right thing now, get a second chance? Of course he does.
Yeah,
this guy turned me on to a lot of girls in New York City.
To WCW.
He's a great guy, okay?
now we know that. Now we know this. Okay.
Okay, guys, that's pretty much all I had today. Thanks for taking my call.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Ed. All right, let's go to Tony in Long Island. Tony, you're next up.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good, great. How are you, Tony?
Doing great. I got to agree with that last caller, Tom. I remember that first time you came on the show. You were just hilarious. And what's happened since?
What do you mean what's happened
I mean,
since?
you've done a complete 180. I mean, you were just enlightening and funny, and now it's just, I don't know, the last couple of interviews, it's just you've done a 180, completely changed, not funny anymore. What's going on?
What do you want to know about?
I mean, you were hilarious that first show.
Yeah, but you can't come up with that stuff all the time. I'm on a mission.
You got to get some more material, Tom.
Huh?
You got to get some new material.
WCW died, and a lot of people lost a lot of material.
Yeah.
I know. I know. I lost it about 6 months before they died when I just realized that they were actually going to die rather than just exist forever. And you know what I mean? That was that was a bad point.
Well, the next time I'll try and be better prepared. I'm sorry I let you down, Tony.
You know why? You just set the standard so high, babe. That's all.
Hey, babe.
All right, guys.
Actually, the best time you were on was not the first time, but probably the second or the third.
Yeah, I know. He had it wrong. I knew that too. I just didn't know how far I could go.
I'll tell you what it was. It was the one we did that. We've been doing the show for just about a year. Because it was the voting, and when you got all those votes for the best show, because you were in there, you snuck in there like 2 weeks or a week before, and we were doing that thing for the year, and we go, everyone voted for you for best guest for the whole year. So that was the one. That was
really?
The one. That was the one where we couldn't stop laughing. Remember that show?
Of course I do. But I mean, there's certain things I don't know how. I got a lot of heat from it. Just why are you doing that? It's like, oh, gee, I thought, but I don't know. I don't know how far to go, and I don't talk to you. And just, yeah, I got a lot of funny stuff, but. It just depends what you want. I'm trying to get the point across, and we got to do something about wrestling, okay? You guys are on all the time, all right? And it seems like people, and they're believing the internet. The two Chris's, okay? They're giving them a chance, but they got to do something. He'll go back. He's just going to teach them a lesson, then they'll go back. His timing is good for it. Then he'll go back to big guys. That's what I got to believe, okay? But look through
Dynamite. If the ratings continue to go down, he will go back to big guys.
Remember with Dynamite Kid, he said he was never big enough in the WWF. Okay, as much as I love the Chris's. How long is he going to go with that angle? Triple H is out, Austin. I mean,
he has to. He's got to make new stars now. He's got Triple H out. He's only got one guy in Austin, so he's got to create new stars the next couple weeks and months.
Exactly. Of course, he's got to bite the bullet. He's got to do the right thing. It's like, gosh, how can you be so naive? I'm trying to help. This is more of I got an angle. It's a good. They should bite the bullet. It's not interesting.
The new Ross report is out. He said that recovery time for Triple H is looked to be 3 to 4 months.
Not to the bone. No.
Okay, well, he said the quad tear was worse than indicated. It was a complete tear of one of the 4 quadricep heads. It was reattached by Dr. Jim Andrews yesterday. So that's the deal there. And then, you'll love this one, Brian, because maybe some of Triple H's critics will cut him some slack after the performance he provided us on Raw under extremely extraordinary circumstances. Triple H will be back on TV in a few weeks, and what should be very interesting. I hope he is back in a few weeks, but I hope he's not back for good, because that would be...
Like we've ever made fun of Hunter's work rate or his matches or anything like that.
You guys are tough.
You have to cut him some slack because he had a good match.
I know. After every pay-per-view, what do we say? What an awesome match, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, he goes, I expect our crowds in Calgary and Edmonton to be red hot. I'm looking forward to seeing the Hart family while we were in Calgary and hope we can do something special for Stu Hart, who has made so many significant contributions to our business.
Too little, too late.
Yeah, they're really doing something this weekend. They're really working, what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah.
They're working on healing all wounds very hard.
Wow.
And then he said that Nathan Jones and John Heidenreich may soon be assigned to OVW. Nathan Jones was the guy who we saw when we were down there. That guy's got tons of potential. In fact,
OVW's going to have a bigger roster than the WWF.
They're going to have bigger guys between Brock Lesnar. I mean, Heidenreich's like 6'8", 320. Nathan Jones is like 6'10", I don't know what, 335, I'm guessing. Legit. He's a freak.
He is a monster. And remember, Ross said JR had him cut a promo right in front of him, like standing outside?
Oh, yeah. We were sitting there, and JR just, actually, he went up to me and goes, want to see this guy cut a promo, if he can cut a promo? So he goes up there and goes, cut a promo like you're having a match with Austin. So he cuts a promo, and it's like he's Nathan Jones has done acting before, so he kind of cuts it like an actor, but he was actually quite good. You know, I mean, he didn't stumble over his words or anything. He just was a little bit too actorish. You know, he reminds me of exactly, I guess because they're both from Australia and they sound exactly like his Elvis Sinisic. It's like I was thinking of this giant Elvis Sinisic walking in front of me. But, between that and Brock Lesnar and Leviathan ain't going to be a big monster with Nathan Jones there.
Yeah.
He'll
still be scary.
Well, he's look at those bolts on the side of his neck.
Fangs.
So, yeah, and the fangs, right. I think there's some mention about Tommy Dreamer, too, that they want Tommy Dreamer, and although I didn't see that in that report here. Let's see, did Benoit ever marry Nancy Sullivan? Yeah, they did, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that a great angle? He stole Sullivan's old lady.
And Sullivan booked it.
Benoit was Sullivan.
Huh?
Sullivan's the one that set it up.
I know, isn't that great? It's like, God, how ironic is that? That's just fantastic.
That was the most unbelievable thing.
When I heard it, I thought Joey was lying, and I thought Joey.
I used to think everyone was lying too until they were living together, and I'm going like, oh my God, he really took his divorce.
I thought, God, I could have swore he was married. Not in a bad way or anything, but just how he hooked him up, and they, put an angle, and he had to travel to the gym together. It's like, what? I mean, live the part. It's like, oh my God.
Let's go to Tim in Toronto. Tim, what's going on?
How you doing?
Hey.
Good.
Brian, I'd just like to say I love you. Make me laugh all the time.
Oh, thanks.
And as for, you guys were talking about the best Raw matches the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I emailed Brian about the Rock Austin. That was the day after Survivor Series '98 when the big screw job and Austin had been re-signed by Shane, and then Undertaker came in with a shovel. That was that match. But some of the other good Raw matches I wanted to say was the Austin Benoit they did when Austin first came back from the injury. And the Rock.
That was a really good match, yeah.
Yeah, and the Rock Mankind, the ladder match, and the one where Foley won his first title. The one that Shivani gave away.
I don't even remember the ladder match.
Remember the ladder match where Big Show came in and chokeslammed him off the ladder? It was like right after St. Valentine's Massacre.
This is horrible that I can't even remember that.
Yeah, it is.
I don't either.
It's horrible.
Remember, it was like the day after St. Valentine's Massacre because.
Something else from, speaking of St. Valentine's Day Massacre that I never even remembered until I looked back at it. Remember we were talking about Hunter never doing jobs on pay-per-view and that sort of thing? Mm-hmm. He did a job on that pay-per-view to China.
Oh.
She pinned him in a tag.
That's different. That's for your girlfriend.
Yeah,
you always got to put over your girlfriend. No, you do. There's just no way around it.
Yes, sir.
But not in the angle with Stephanie, right? She should be a bitch.
He never gets the better of Stephanie either.
Yeah.
They're always even.
And for WCW, what is one thing that Vince McMahon has always done? Turns a negative into a positive. Look what happened with Bret Hart. That was supposed to be the death of WWF. He turned it into the biggest angle of all time with him and Austin.
Vince's turned negatives into positives and positives into negatives.
And the biggest downfall of WCW right now is the time slot, right? So why not use it to their advantage? It's 11-1. Turn up the heat. Tom said.
They're not going to get that time slot. I think that's about to fall apart.
But I mean, if it's a late night time slot, I have a more hardcore product.
We're not going to get that time slot. I don't think there's going to be an 11-1 time slot. At least not now.
What time?
I don't think they can get a time slot. The negotiations are kind of.
So wrestling's not hot, right?
Wrestling's not hot, and nobody really wants to add a new show.
How can that be on? I don't understand that on TNN though. Oh, you have to have the Dukes of Hazzard. You have to have the Grand Ole Opry backstage.
TNN doesn't want to be known. You have to have these goofball
TV shows on TNN, and you can't put a wrestling show on there. When wrestling
TNN doesn't want to be known as the
network from averaging a .5.
And TNN
doesn't want to be known as the wrestling channel. No, you're right. It makes absolutely. But Brian, think about like Fox Sports Net. Okay, they have all these shows in primetime doing 0.3s. A bad wrestling show is going to triple that, but they won't put one on anyway. Why? I don't. Well, part of the problem is they can't sell the ads.
They don't want to be the wrestling channel.
But they can't sell
the pop channel.
Well, TNN's. I don't know. But what can I say?
I know what I could say.
They haven't signed that deal. They've been working on that deal. That was supposed to go up in June, and it looks like it's not going to happen.
Well, get Goldberg, get Flair. Things will turn around.
If they got Goldberg and Flair, they'd have a better shot at getting that deal.
There you go.
Because that was the thing that TNN wanted. See, the big stalemate was TNN wanted all the stars of WCW on that show. They didn't want WWF Light, and Vince, didn't want to spend the money for that. So that's where the negotiations fell through.
Well, look at
that's where the negotiations for that slot fell through.
So you can just say Vince lost TV because he wouldn't pay $6 million to bring a guy in.
And they've got a year worth of pay-per-views with Goldberg. The gate on Goldberg Austin alone, make it worth the while.
We all agree, and I hope that they do that. Yeah. I agree.
You brought up Dr. James Andrews and Hunter Hirsomley, right?
Yes.
You ever met him in person? You can meet him June 22nd at 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Terry Taylor's Professional Wrestling Academy. He's got one of the rings, free from Vince. And Big Show is going to be down there, too. Go to the webpage, TomZenk.com. I've even got a special link to it. What did you think of Terry as a wrestler, Dave?
What is James Andrews doing there?
James Andrews? He's
Triple H. Just bring Triple H there. Triple H.
Terry Taylor blew my bicep because they were calling him Rooster in Philly.
Mm-hmm. I always liked Terry Taylor as a wrestler. He was one of those guys, he got a bad gimmick and it killed his career.
Exactly, but why would he do that to him? You know how talented this guy was? Okay, they say about
I know how talented Terry Taylor was. When he came to WWF, I think he was one of the 10 most talented guys in the whole business.
Listen.
But nobody knew it.
I was in the ring with Flair. I was in the ring with Terry Taylor. 2 matches I only had with Flair, okay? Guys who really kiss his ass, and I fought back, and he held me in a front face-off. Flair is the best because he could go out. You know how many kamikazes drinking and partying? He lives the part, okay? He still does. You need him. You need him just for morale for the boys. You know what I'm saying? Like Iron Sheik he used to be. But Terry Taylor, he had a lot
more than you need Iron Sheik.
What?
You need him a lot more than you need Iron Sheik.
Yeah, just kidding. But, hey, baby, you got any game? Tommy Z? Hi, Bubba.
Hey, Z-Man, baby.
Yeah, Z-Man, baby.
They don't know what they're talking about because you're still the funniest on the Dave Meltzer show.
Well, this guy came on and hurt my feelings. I got to work a real job, and I didn't have time to prepare. But
I didn't know what you're talking about. Hey, Tom, I got a T-shirt for you. You could sell on your site.
What is it?
Zinc 911. Try to call me bitter.
Oh my goodness.
Tom, you're not bitter. You're just.
I'm entertaining, but listen. You write down everything you want to know. You send it to Meltzer. He knows my email address, and I'll answer all the questions. You want to hear some funny stuff? I got it. I got some really good stuff about Pillman. All the guys. Okay. I'm out of the business, so I can speak my mind like I didn't anyway. That's probably what buried me. Who cares?
That's why you're out of the business.
That's right. I didn't sell. I played at reserve. I learned it all from Vince McMahon, but now I want to help him because he needs help. But anyway, Terry Taylor, he was one of the best hands I've ever been in the ring with, okay? So if you want to go to camp, you get many guys wanting to go to camp or learn how to be a professional wrestler? Brian?
Do you mean people calling?
Yeah, I mean, well, you get emails.
Yeah, we get calls and letters and that sort of thing.
What?
Yeah.
We get calls and letters and that sort of thing, people wanting to be a wrestler.
Oh, really? Whose camp did you go to?
I didn't go to a camp.
Really?
Buddy Wayne.
I kind of got in the back door.
Oh, really? Yeah. Literally?
Well, he's Jim Barnett's grandson. That gives him some rights.
My God, Brian.
I just dropped a name, and I was in.
Really? No. Oh, my God. Yeah, well, anyway.
With Buddy Wayne.
Buddy Wayne?
Yeah.
I had the best of both worlds. I learned by a con, Ed Sharkey, who came from the carnival, and then I had learned discipline from Vern Gagne and Brad Rangans. So I was prepared.
Okay, let's go to Dan in Chicago. Dan, what's going on?
Hey, Z-Man, what's going on?
Nothing's going on in my life. You're not going to rail on me, too, are you?
No, I'm not. You're doing cool.
Okay.
All right, guys, I got a couple of statements to make.
Yes.
I think it's kind of cool that they're going to put WCW guys on Raw, considering in '96, Memorial Day weekend, Scott Hall appeared on Nitro.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody think of that?
As far as it was Memorial Day weekend? No, I mean, now that you bring it up, yeah. I mean, but I never thought of that. That's
I
an
don't think they
interesting
thought of that
story.
either, but you're right.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You know, I mean, because I actually read up on OneWrestling.com, I don't know if any of you guys did, saying about bringing actually Scott Hall back. What would you think of that to the WWE?
Bring him all back.
They want to bring him. Hey, put it this way: I'm not against bringing him back for one shot, but I am very much against the idea that if they think that that's any kind of a solution, because it's a 43-year-old guy.
6 years later on the day.
Yeah, I mean, because you remember, I mean, the one difference is that, like, you know, I watched the Scott Hall tapes in New Japan, so I know what he's got in the tank.
What do you got?
And he's got a great personality, but you got, you know, they set a standard the last couple of nights as far as what a main event is, and Scott Hall can't do that. So, right. but I mean, as far as bringing him back for a short-term thing, of course they should.
Better or worse than The Undertaker?
A manager.
Oh, not even in the league. Like 1/3 of The Undertaker.
Oh, no.
Really? How can that be?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
He falls down doing moves. He doesn't got it. I mean, he's old.
Oh,
no. I mean, he doesn't stink, like outright stink, but he's well below average.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so the best thing you can say is WWF, they've got to broaden their base, right? Their plan was in 5 years to be 50% wrestling. Now it's 95 or 100% wrestling since the failure of the XFL, right? Vince has to
No, it's not. Their plan is to start branching into TV and radio, and that's just like with the XFL.
Right,
it always scares me when they.
Right now it's 95, but after 5 years, I got this from CBS Market Watch.
Oh, I know. They say that they're going to be in the movies, and half their TV is going to be non-wrestling. Well, you know, hey, we're going to see a lot in the next couple weeks. We're going to see Manhunt. We're going to see Tough Enough. And if those things fly in the ratings, then good. And if they don't fly in the ratings, then, you know, that's his new XFLs.
Tough Enough will fly.
Okay, well, Tough Enough flies good.
You went on record, Brian, right?
Tough Enough is still wrestling, though. Manhunt is not wrestling.
What was that, Tom?
You went on record as saying that you think it'll fly, huh?
Yes, I am saying that.
Okay.
Because I have this incredible desire to see it for some reason, and all my friends are saying the same thing. I can't wait for Tough Enough.
Maybe it'll fly. Although, well, we'll see. I mean, Tough Enough, but Tough Enough's still a wrestling show, though.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
But
the odds are a lot better when Vince stays within the wrestling realm than when he gets out of it.
Yeah, he's not done well in legitimate businesses, okay? And the booking is stale, but this week it's a positive. That's all I'm saying. It's a positive.
This week's a big positive, for sure.
Exactly. So they're turning the corner.
And hopefully they'll follow up. I mean, hey, the WCW invasion done right. You know, I mean, it's a potential big one.
All I'm saying, it's there. It's knocking at the door, and like everyone, and they're picking up on it. You turn lemons into lemonade. It's there. It's wide open for the picking. He can, you know, he's a billionaire. Like Brian, what'd you say? He's got $240 million left of investor money.
If he bought Goldberg, would it be $244 million?
$244. He's got $250 right now.
Bring Goldberg in.
Yeah. Everyone wants to see it. Everyone wanted to see it for the last 3 years.
Yep.
Sting is WCW.
Who?
Not Sting, though. Not Sting.
Why not Sting?
Sting's a waste of money.
Moved back and forth.
Sting's a waste of money, though.
No one cares. They went down, right? He was on top when he went down, right?
Yeah, the only I never hear anyone going, I want to see Sting against Steve Austin. The only one you hear is Goldberg.
Older. What about Flair? You guys want a 55-year-old guy in there?
Not in the ring.
Flair can play a character role and Sting cannot.
Yeah.
The difference is, okay, Flair can do the promos for Bill Goldberg. It's an awesome marquee combination.
That's right.
I mean, if you say Flair managing Sting, I don't get the same vibe.
Nope, you're right. You're dead on. He's got an aura about him. He dresses in a $1,000 suits. You know, he looks good. He looks perfect all the time. He can talk better than anyone else. There's just something
That's
about
the key
him.
right there.
And you know what, guys?
That's the key is he can talk better than anyone else.
That's right.
The other cool thing is, too, you mentioned about the suits, Tom.
Yep.
What about, they could do an angle where you say Flair was managing Goldberg. Flair turns on Goldberg to manage The Rock. Because with The Rock and how he dresses, he wants to go with somebody flashy and everything.
Rock would have to go heel. I mean, if the time's right for Rock to go heel. But, I think the Austin heel turn and the Goldberg heel turn and the Sting heel turn should be a real lesson about not screwing up and making certain guys heels that the fans don't want to be heels. And Rock fits into that category as well.
Right now.
What?
Austin is just a jerk right now. I hate him.
Well, it doesn't matter if they boo him. First of all, in every city, from what I'm gathering, he comes out and they all cheer him and then he turns them, which is always bad when they cheer him first. But the numbers are the numbers are the numbers. If the numbers were through the roof, I would tell you that Austin's working great, even if everybody cheered him.
Yeah,
because the numbers are your answer. Everything else isn't, and the numbers are just very sad, and it's because. Nobody buys tickets to see the heel Steve Austin, and people bought tickets to see the babyface Steve Austin, and so it was a bad turn.
He had his deal listen, they set him up to fail, okay? It was a bad deal. He's got a bad neck. Who's going to want to... I wouldn't want to work with...
They didn't set him up they didn't set him up to fail. He just... they made a bad call.
Yeah, okay.
It was a setup to fail, but it wasn't something that they did.
Okay, but...
They didn't want to kill... They didn't want to kill him with Rock on. They didn't want to... The last thing they want to do is kill Austin. I mean, like, there will be a time...
I couldn't believe when they did that.
Where they will kick Steve Austin out the door, like, as we all know.
Yeah.
There will come that time, but this isn't... Not the week after that The Rock's going to be gone all summer. That wasn't the time.
But how did they... Didn't you guys... and they were, it's good. Okay, WCW's demise. It's like, what, you got to cheer that? I thought it was terrible.
What
and these guys were right to go. It was a great WrestleMania. No. It was
WrestleMania? I thought WrestleMania was awesome.
They could have showcased the WCW if they had a plan. Certain guys are gold, but people. How did they fumble the ball?
They weren't ready.
But what I'm
saying,
they
only had it for a week, and there was no way,
They just weren't ready.
What I'm saying is, isn't there usually a downturn after WrestleMania, and they build angles, and then the summer's kind of slow, and then they build.
Depends on the year. Some years the summers are big. Last summer was huge.
Yeah, but they could sure spark it with the Goldberg return, couldn't they? And Ric Flair.
They could spark it huge with the Goldberg return. We're totally out of time.
Okay, all right, guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks for everybody for calling. Thanks for everyone for emailing. We will be back here Tuesday live. Don't forget, Monday we'll have Bobby Heenan on. Tuesday we'll be live. And good night, Tom.
Good night.
Good night, Brian. And I hope everyone has a real good Memorial Day weekend, and we'll see you all on Tuesday. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours with Brian Alvarez talking pro wrestling. We're also going to have Bruce Mitchell of Pro Wrestling Torch on as our special guest in about a half an hour. We'll be talking about all of the current news in pro wrestling, including last night's SmackDown tapings and just whatever else is going on. Whatever you guys want to talk about, you can phone in at 1-877-392-3299 in about a half an hour. And, of course, you can always send emails, and we have plenty of those. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
It's good. How'd the issue turn out?
Turned out pretty good. I was done early. I did absolutely nothing this weekend except work on the newsletter, so last night was pretty much a breeze. No real big news except for SmackDown tapings, and went well.
Okay. Good for you.
I know that things did not go well for you. I can just tell.
Well, when you're like doing your lead story and you're getting all the information at like midnight, and then it's midnight and you got to start writing it. That's pretty scary. So anyway, it was a long night, and got a lot of raves about the Chris Benoit-Steve Austin match last night from Edmonton, which will air on SmackDown tomorrow night, and we'll talk about that in just a second. First, I wanted to mention that UPW tonight is holding its big show, its monthly show at the Galaxy Theater in Santa Ana. It's actually no big WWF stars, or actually, I shouldn't say that, because actually there are several WWF stars. They just haven't been on WWF television yet. A lot of WWF contracted people on the show, but no, like, whatever. A lot of ex-WCW. Medium names. Anyway, the top match is Samoa Joe, who is the UPW champion, is defending against Sean O'Haire. So that'll be... Is it the first time Sean O'Haire's wrestled since WCW closed down?
I think it is. A lot of these.
I haven't heard his name. Mikey Henderson's wrestling Chuck Palumbo. Chuck Palumbo has wrestled a few matches. I know at least one in Mexico and maybe a couple of indies in that area. Keiji Sakota against Chavo Guerrero Jr., who I think I've seen Chavo's name a few places, but he hasn't wrestled much. Then for the UPW tag team titles, Nova and Frankie Kazarian face the Ballard brothers, which actually is going to be a hell of a match. Josh Wilcox, who's under consideration for the new WCW, if there will be a new WCW, or I shouldn't say, or in whatever form it'll be. Josh Wilcox against Adam Pearce. This is a match that a lot of people are talking to me about, and Super Dragon, who everybody raves about, and I saw Super Dragon when he first broke in, and obviously he's improved a lot since then. I mean, for like 5 matches in, he was very good, but it's been a couple of years, I guess, since I've seen him. But he's wrestling Juventud Guerrera, so that's a very interesting match. And then Nathan Jones and John Heidenreich against Michael Modest and Donovan Morgan. And of course, Nathan Jones and John Heidenreich are going to Japan on the 14th for Shinya Hashimoto's group. Anyway, that's the deal there.
Hashimoto will be there tonight.
Shinya Hashimoto will be there, and Naohiro Hoshikawa will be wrestling. I think they'll probably do some sort of an angle with Hashimoto and Tom Howard, because that's the main event on the June 14th show. And I don't know if that June 14th show is a pay-per-view in Japan or not, but it's a bomb. And I don't mean that in a good way.
I think weren't they having problems with like the last show? It was a last-minute deal whether or not it would be on pay-per-view.
Yeah, and the only reason it got saved was because they had Misawa and Ogawa against each other in the tag match. I mean, without
they
that...
have one hell of a main event that they added last minute, I don't think it'll be on pay-per-view.
Yeah, they got to get Hickson Gracie for Ogawa, don't they? The day before. Or something.
Yeah, nice try.
Yeah.
It takes like 2 years to negotiate that guy into one match. It's not going to happen overnight.
I know. What a businessman, though. You got to admit.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think there's anyone, except for maybe Hogan, who has ever made more money doing less in this business than Hickson Gracie. I mean,
Got to put Sting on that list. He's made a hell of a lot doing not much.
We should have a list. Kevin Nash, too.
Yeah, at least Kevin Nash actually went on the road. Sting did nothing for a full year.
Yeah,
I guess he was on the road standing in the rafters.
He went every Monday. Came from the ceiling. Yeah, and then he came back and drew one gigantic buy rate, and then that was it. It was all downhill from there. But he didn't. He went on the road a little bit. But you're right. I mean, as far as like Sting made a lot of money, not doing a whole heck of a lot. But anyway, yeah, actually a lot more than Hickson Gracie. Hickson Gracie's payoffs. I mean, it's several $100,000 for a match, but it's not like making $1.5 million a year or $2 million a year or what Hogan made, which is considerably more than that. I guess Rodman probably made more money doing less than anyone in wrestling.
Tyson?
Tyson? Yeah. Yeah, those would be the ones, really.
Can't really count those guys, though.
You can't Rodman. I mean, he actually wrestled.
Yeah, but he was a guy that, he was a big name. They brought him in. They gave him his $3 million or whatever they gave him, and he did his thing. Not like a guy like Nash that he was contracted to be an active wrestler and be there all the time, and Sting, and they were there and they didn't do anything, and they made their money.
Yeah.
They were smooth enough to make their millions without doing $1 million worth of work.
Yeah, there's
I guess
definitely
Sting started to do with that buy rate.
Oh, there's always been that discussion about, like, a lot of people in wrestling, and it's one of those things in this country, because of the success of WWF in the last couple of years and the failure of WCW, have said that, the only successful way to promote wrestling is to have guys, to keep guys motivated is to give them, not guaranteed contracts, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, that's like the most fallacious argument that I've ever heard, because the ECW guys, for the most part, were all on salary. I mean, although they didn't always get paid, but they were on salary. I mean, it wasn't like they got bonuses or anything. And those guys worked every bit as hard, if not, and maybe harder than the WWF guys. I mean, it's all the motivation level of the company. Nevertheless, there is something wrong with a company that, pays guys millions of dollars and then lets them get away with that. I mean, there's something screwed up about that. But I guess there is something screwed up because they're not in business anymore. Anyway, let's talk about Edmonton last night, which was the SmackDown tapings. And let's see, they had, as far as the Heat show goes, Test pinned the Big Show. So, Mr. Big Show,
clean.
What?
I think it was clean.
Yeah, high kick to the face.
Sucks to be the Big Show.
Well, that's the deal. When you, I'll tell you one thing. When Jim Ross writes in the Ross Report that, you really need to drop some weight, I mean, you can get away with not doing it for a while, but sooner or later, if you don't, you're in trouble. Don't you? You know what I mean?
Here's the reason I kind of feel sorry for the Big Show. Big Show did a clean job last night, and Jim Ross always tells him he needs to lose some weight. But, in fact, a couple of weeks ago, Big Show was losing like every single night. And then all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, he hadn't lost any weight. He was as unmotivated as ever. They just give him the hardcore title over Rhino.
Yeah, but that hardcore doesn't mean anything. But you're right. And, and in the long run,
but he got a big win, and he beat a guy that was, doing a hell of a job.
Yeah.
How's it supposed to motivate this guy?
Yeah, and it did serve no purpose when you really look back at that, Rhino's got the belt back, and all that happened was the Big Show got a win, and then Jericho beat the Big Show, which forced his loss to Rhino, and he could have beaten the Big Show without the belt, and it would have accomplished exactly the same thing and wouldn't have had to lose to Rhino to get rid of that belt. So the whole purpose of it, if you look back, I mean, it served absolutely no purpose for him getting the belt at all.
Nothing.
No. Steve Blackman beat Perry Saturn.
In fact, if anything, it hurt Rhino and it hurt Jericho.
I don't know that it didn't help Rhino, didn't help Jericho, and didn't help the Big Show either. So you're right. Steve Blackman, a lose-lose-lose situation. That's a good one. Steve Blackman beat Perry Saturn with a high kick, and Perry Saturn did the amnesia thing afterwards. Jerry Lynn beat Steven Richards, and Billy Gunn beat Val Venus. So SmackDown opened with Benoit and Jericho coming out. People were comparing the pop that they got to the pop that Bret Hart got at the Calgary Stampede pay-per-view in 1997. They said they just cheered and they wouldn't stop, and they probably would still be cheering now, except that they started their interview. And they came out and they basically said that they wanted to give Triple H and Steve Austin their rematch for the tag team titles, but with Triple H injured, they challenged Austin to get a new partner, Vince McMahon. And Vince McMahon came out and said that while he would love to go in there and win the tag team titles, he had better things to do or other things to do, and he was busy. So Jericho then he told Jericho that he had to face Kurt Angle, and then he said that then Benoit asked for a match with Steve Austin, a rematch from the Raw match, and Vince said that Steve Austin had a deserved night off, and then Steve Austin came out and said that he didn't want the night off because he was sick and tired of people saying that he didn't beat Benoit clean, and he wanted to beat Benoit in his own hometown clean. So we got another main event.
Did Shawn Michaels ever do that, by the way?
What?
Come out and say, I'm sick of people saying I didn't beat Bret clean.
He didn't have a chance. Bret was gone.
Okay.
He brought out Bret. Remember he brought out Bret, but they dressed up the midget?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Another one of those things. Remember they...
It's kind of sad because I got emails this weekend going, you think they'll bring out a midget for Stu? Everybody remembered that.
Well, it was in Wrestling with Shadows. I mean, it's one of the really compelling scenes that, after they promised they would never, make fun of him, they spent the last 4 years making fun of him.
Yep.
Yeah, boy, oh boy. Yeah, I did about 3 pages on that one last night. Oh boy. Anyway, I'll tell you what, before we get on that, the thing on the Stampede website, it was so, it's really sad. I mean, the whole family is drawn together, and except for, it's all I did was to buy.
Except for Brett and Ellie.
Not Ellie. You mean
Brett and Martha, sorry.
Martha, yeah. So, anyway.
Except for those two, the whole family's just one big happy family.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, let's see. So anyway, Austin and Benoit have a match, and that ends up being the main event, and it goes 24 minutes, the longest match, I believe, in the history of SmackDown, and it may have been the best match in the history of SmackDown, although, I don't know, it'd take a hell of a lot to beat last week's main event. We'll talk about that in just a second. Kane beat Edge to keep the Intercontinental title. Edge came out, and even though Edge, of course, is Canadian and they were in Canada, Edge explained that while he was born in Canada, he now lives in Tampa, Florida, and he basically talked about how horrible Canada is, how the weather's horrible, the women are horrible, and how great life is in Florida. Turn heel.
The border's horrible.
The border. Got a bunch of emails about the border. They, what was it? Going back. Now, Brian, let me see if this is your experience. The basic gist of the border is going back to the United States is fine, but going to Canada is a pain, or no?
Usually, I always bring my Uncle Wayne and his wife Rose, and they wear their biker outfit and the Road Warrior shoulder pads and everything like that, and we almost always get pulled over. And she's deaf mute. And so when he's doing all the signing and everything, I think they assume that she must be an illegal alien that can't speak English, and they're trying to sneak into the country in their biker outfit. So we always get pulled over on the way up. But I've never really had a problem on the way back, and of course, last time on the way back, we got pulled over and the car searched, everything like that, on the way back to the U.S. So it's either side. Mostly, though, going up.
It's just when you get a guy who just thinks he looked the wrong way, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, they profile you and all that. Who used to get that was whenever you leave the country.
Ask you all the stupid questions. You got any guns, knives, fruit? That's my favorite. You bring any fruit up here?
I used to get the fruit one all the time from Mexico. The guy who used to always get stopped at the border. I mean, always. Was Pillman. And the deal with Pillman was, and probably deservedly so, but Pillman, he used to joke to me that there's a certain look that, the border people are told to look out for. It's because it's kind of you fit all these descriptions. And he said that it might as well just be his photo. You know what I mean? Of, a kind of muscular looking guy, with, long hair, looking you know what I mean?
Wearing the tank top, got the bag in the back.
Yeah, fanny pack, the whole bit.
Yep.
Anyway.
Fanny pack.
So let's see. So anyway, Kane ends up beating Edge clean with a power bomb. Kristian, of course, is off this week because of he's on his honeymoon, as a matter of fact. And I was told that Edge really didn't get much reaction. Once Edge did that promo, instead of people booing him, they just kind of didn't care. Then they had the Dudley Boys. They're setting up Bubba Ray Dudley against Hardcore Bob Holly match. And Devon didn't want Spike at ringside. And Spike was trying to explain, like Molly's really nice, but, those brothers just do not listen to poor Spike. At least not yet. And anyway, Hardcore Holly won when Crash Holly tripped Bubba Ray Dudley as he tried to suplex into the ring, so you know that spot. And I actually heard that was a very good match. I heard it was one of the best matches on the show. Regal and Tajiri tell Vince McMahon that there is a limo circling the building with a license plate WCW1, which of course means that Vince tells those Canadian security guards that they better, they better be ready. And then Spike Dudley gets interviewed, and Spike said that it was not Molly's fault what happened on Raw, which of course, as we know, it was not Molly's fault. And he told Molly, I like you very much. Now that's a little too corny. This has been really corny and campy, but that's just a little too much for me. I don't know. Maybe he'll deliver.
I guess we'll have to see how the delivery is.
Yeah, you're right. Vince McMahon, of course, tells the security people. Then Kurt Angle comes out, and this was really weird. I talked to a couple people after the match, and they were all talking about this is so weird if Chris Jericho is getting a title shot, because they had a match with Angle, and Angle has him in the ankle lock, so he basically has him beat. Shane McMahon comes out, and security grabs Shane, so Shane's interference is thwarted. But the referee is busy with Shane, and then Spike Dudley runs in and does the Dudley, what's the Dudley Dong? The acid drop?
That's right.
We can't call the Dudley Dong. Dog? I don't know. Whatever they call that move, which Ross never calls it, and actually since it's on SmackDown, Michael Cole and Taz call all the moves right. Whereas I think Ross just if it's a dumb name for a move, I think he really just doesn't feel like calling it. Have you ever noticed that?
That's exactly what I do in the newsletter. If I think his name's stupid, I don't even write it.
Oh. I just try to keep up on the moves.
Except Dudley Dong, because that's a classic.
Yeah, so anyway, he gives Angle that, and Angle gets pinned by Jericho after a lion salt. So it basically took two guys to help Chris Jericho win a match that he was about to lose. And, Shane didn't even, it wasn't even Shane's interference. It was Spike Dudley. So what the hell? Kurt Angle then gets mad at William Regal, and demands a match at King of the Ring. Kurt Angle and Shane McMahon, which we already talked about, and Shane is training for that big match. And the one thing, it's really weird. How can Regal order a match with the guy from another company, theoretically, right? Shane McMahon.
Well, Shane's still with he's still with the WWF. He's Vince's kid. He just happens to own the other company.
Okay, well, then that's a reason. Okay, Rhino
Vince owns the XFL, and he was still with the WWF. Regal could sign him to matches.
That's true. Okay, Rhino beat Raven in a hardcore title match, and I heard that was better than usual. Probably Raven came up with some innovative spots. I actually heard that was a pretty good match. Then they did another segment. The thing throughout the show is that everybody's trying to tell Austin that he shouldn't wrestle Benoit in his hometown. It's bad news. He's risking too much. And Austin's mad at everyone because they don't have confidence in him. And even Deborah questions him. And he's, your own wife is telling you that you can't beat Chris Benoit. It's pretty sad.
What a heel.
Yeah, I know. Let's see. Then the Hardy Boys are together, and Matt and Lita start kissing, and Eddie Guerrero walks in. And Eddie Guerrero and Matt Hardy start getting into an argument. I don't even remember what about. But anyway, they start arguing. And it leads to a match with X Factor, all three of them, with Albert, and beating Eddie Guerrero and the Hardys. What happens is Eddie Guerrero gets thrown out of the ring somehow, and he's injured. So Lita goes and tends to Eddie. While this is going on, Albert gives the Baldo bomb to Matt Hardy and pins him. And then Matt Hardy is mad at Lita because instead of Lita watching his back, she was tending to Eddie Guerrero, and Eddie Guerrero and Matt Hardy argue some more. So they're still going at it. And then we had Chris Benoit and Steve Austin for the WWF title. 23 minutes and 45 seconds. I've had reports ranging from 4 to 5 stars, mostly in the 4.5 range. So it's a hell of a match. Some people said it was the greatest match they had ever seen in Edmonton. And many, great, one of the best matches ever on SmackDown. It's a match not to be missed. And at one point, Chris Benoit does 10 German suplexes in a row on Steve Austin and puts on the crossface. And I guess the crowd just goes absolutely bonkers at that. And at that point, Vince McMahon is the outside the ring referee. Earl Hebner is the inside the ring referee. Vince McMahon tries to interfere. He tries to hit Chris Benoit with a chair. Benoit gets out of the way. He ends up hitting Earl Hebner with a chair. Benoit ends up getting the chair and hits Vince McMahon 7 times with a chair. And then As it turns out, while that's going on, Austin sneaks up from behind Benoit and schoolboys him, holding the tights, and Earl Hebner recovers and counts the pin. So Steve Austin gets a win over Benoit, and great match. So, anything more to add to any of that?
This is like the first show in a long time that I'm just dying to see. You know?
I was dying to see last week's show because of the TLC.
I was excited to see that one, but I don't know. I want to see this one.
Yeah. Well, they've been putting on great main events and really good television. So, no ratings today.
That Undertaker's a damn hard worker, but ever since he got into the main events, the shows have gotten so much better.
Yep.
And that is no coincidence.
Well, there's two things that have happened. I mean, number one is they started booking main events again. Remember that whole thing where they would book the 1-minute match and the 3-minute match and the DQ? I mean, they're booking real matches. They're having, pretty much, not always clean finishes. Obviously, Monday was anything but they're giving them, even Monday's match was like 12 minutes long. This one's 24. The SmackDown tables, ladders, and chairs was right about 20. The match the previous Monday was, 15, 16? I forget exactly, but something like that. I mean, they're giving the main events time, and they're putting matches in the main event that on paper, when you look at them and go, okay, we're going to put Steve Austin against Chris Benoit and give him 24 minutes. On paper, forgetting like sometimes, you get disappointed, but when you look at that on paper, you go, that's a pretty good bet. Rather than like, we're going to have Undertaker and Steve Austin, we're going to have them go 1 minute and it's going to be a DQ finish. That's not a good bet. So, so they're doing the right thing. Hopefully the ratings will start reflecting it. This was the reaction to Raw on Monday. 30% excellent, 41% good, 7% average, 12% bad, 10% didn't see the show, so it's pretty darn good reviews for that. And then today's poll question has to do with what do you think so far of the push of Benoit and Jericho? A, it's been a huge positive. B, it's made for some good matches, but they're not going to help business. And C, it has made no difference. So you can vote on that.
One of the things is the fact that they had these last two shows in Canada and these guys are getting such incredible pops. I mean, fans are going to see this on TV, and because it's not being portrayed as like a U.S. versus Canada angle, they're just going to see these guys getting this enormous reaction, and it's perceptually, it's like, wow, maybe these guys really are supers. I think it's going to help a lot.
I think it's going to help a lot. I think that they lucked into the scheduling. And you know what? And in hindsight, you got to give them credit because it really was better that they did the move in San Jose, because even though if they had done the match in Calgary, the San Jose match in Calgary, it would have gotten a huge pop, and then Edmonton would have gotten a huge pop. But instead, when these guys came back, they were already conquering heroes, and we're seeing a week of TV where Benoit and Jericho are, as close to The Rock as they had as baby faces in a while. And hopefully, Monday in Minneapolis, the Target Center is going to be a big test. But I think that, put it this way, what else could you do? You've given the fans, those guys, they're getting great reactions on TV, and they're having awesome matches on TV. So, if the fans in Minneapolis don't react, I don't know what to do other than, I don't know what to do. They're doing the best they can. What?
Keep trying.
Yeah, you got to give it. Yeah.
Is perceptually a word, by the way? I had that whole speech, and I think I said a word that wasn't
perceptually. A word. I don't know.
We'll get emails.
It's from Bob Naylor, who goes, the match of the night tonight, and that's going to be on the UPW show, will be Super Dragon versus Juventud Guerrera. Dragon broke in with Blitzkrieg, which I remember that. I remember when they all broke in, American Wild Child and all of them. I feel the match will easily top the Blitzkrieg Juventud Guerrera match from Spring Stampede 99.
Oh, that's saying
easily
something.
Top. Oh boy, that's a tough one. That was one of the best matches WCW had. Have you heard if Paulie is still pushing to get the FBI in WCW? Yes, he is. I heard Tony Mamaluke moved to New York, so the two will be doing more indies, but just wondering for anything new. I've heard nothing new really about WCW at all since, the time I talked to Vince McMahon. There really hasn't been any changes. And he goes, also, have you seen last week's Jay Briscoe versus Mark Briscoe match? I don't have the tape, and I got another email about that just a few minutes ago as well. I saw the tape of the CZW show from the week before, and I saw the Briscoes in a 6-man tag, but I have not seen their singles match. He goes, and then Bob says, I put this match up there not only with any independent match this year, but any match on any WWF television show this year. You need to check it out if you've yet to do so. It's just incredible. In no way is it just a spot fest. Good pacing, transition, and story. I'll tell you what, I watched those guys, Spanish announce team and the Briscoes from the week before, and I was very, very impressed. And I feel that like any knocking of those guys, for what they can't do, is so ungodly unfair because you're talking about guys that are like, teenagers basically. And it's like, they, you know what I mean? There's obviously going to be weaknesses in guys that have only been wrestling for a short period of time, but for the period of time they've been wrestling, they are unbelievably good. I mean, I wouldn't say just good. They are unbelievably good. And, if they don't, and if they don't get hurt, I think the Briscoes are going to make it. The other guys, I mean, they don't have that major league look, you know what I mean? You know how that goes, especially now, and it's more important now than ever because there's only one company and they're looking for that look. But the Briscoe kids, they're 16 and 17, and I think they got a super future. This is from Elliot, who goes, I was wondering how were the Korea shows in 1995 in terms of the quality of the wrestling? I know about the huge crowd, but it would be a good show to pick up otherwise. The wrestling on those shows was nothing. Do you remember the two shows, the Collision and Korea thing, Brian?
I don't remember all the matches on them, no.
As I recall, the matches were nothing great. Antonio Inoki and Ric Flair was like 2.5-star type match. I think that Chris Benoit and Too Cold Scorpio had a pretty good match, and the Steiners may have had a good match, but, I mean, it's nothing, the only thing big was the crowd. I mean, it was nothing like unbelievable. The best matches, actually, now that I think about it, were the two women's matches. The women's matches were very, very good. So, they were good. Let's see. Will WCW be maintaining its relationship with New Japan Pro Wrestling now it's under WF ownership? No. Would you bring in Shelton Benjamin before Brock Lesnar? Probably.
Now?
If they don't bring him in, I wouldn't bring either of them in now, but I mean,
if
the
you had
two
to bring
of them,
one in now, I'd bring in Shelton first, but who knows, 6 months from now.
Brock could, you don't know who's how quick guys are going to improve and everything. But right now, it looks like Shelton Benjamin's on the fast track. Let's see, with Triple H out of the picture, will the Big Show finally get the push he deserves? He's getting the push he deserves. I know. Let's see. Why aren't the Ballards signed to a WWF contract yet? Too short, don't have a major league look. Certainly not their work. They're very good workers. Let's see. Watching Raw got me thinking, with Jericho winning the hardcore title for 1 minute, does that make him the only wrestler to have held every single title in the WWF? I don't consider that he's ever held the world title. So, no. Although both his WWF title and Jericho never held the world title. What
about the light heavyweight title?
Never held that either. Good point. Although both the WWF title and hardcore title reigns were mere moments, asterisk-wise, Jericho is the only man to have held every title available to him, discounting the light heavyweight title. Okay, that's right. I know Triple H won the tag team titles and made mention of his Grand Slam. I'm guessing until Jericho has a real reign as WWF, they won't mention it. And even then, if they may not mention it. Who knows? How are UFC tickets going? As of a couple of days ago, they had sold 2,096 tickets, so that's not good. That the Meadowlands is interesting because they're doing King of the Ring at the Meadowlands on the 24th and then UFC at the Meadowlands on the 29th. So, I don't know if WWF sold out the Meadowlands yet for King of the Ring. I haven't heard. Let's see. With Benoit starting a feud with Austin, has the WWF decided to do a Benoit-Austin King of the Ring main event? No, it's still Jericho last I heard, unless something has changed in the last day.
The way things change, you never know.
Yeah.
Especially lately.
I wouldn't do a 24-minute match on television before the pay-per-view. That would be something you would save for the pay-per-view.
It's just one of those things where, they may not be planning on that right now, and they put the 24 match on TV, and all of a sudden it's like, well, maybe we should go with this. And then they've already put on TV.
They could, because they haven't committed their hand on anything on this pay-per-view, really, except for, Shane and Kurt Angle and Undertaker and the Stalker. So, they could... If Benoit was planned to win King of the Ring, let's just say, we don't know that, and Jericho was planned against Austin, they could flip-flop them, no problem. No one knows the wiser. Bruce Mitchell's on the line, but let me just finish this question really quick. I personally would love to see Benoit keep losing due to Vince and then have the referee ban Vince at King of the Ring and have Benoit finally win the title. Make a story there. Bruce, how are you today?
Doing just fine.
Good.
Doing good.
Bruce Mitchell of Pro Wrestling Torch. And what are your thoughts? God, wrestling, we haven't had you on in a while, and like every new guest, it's entirely new business. What's your thoughts on the business right now?
It's really a scary business to me. I mean, it's all the eggs, to coin the cliche, are in one basket, and that basket doesn't seem to be doing real well. I mean, that just every week you see another sign that the business is going down, and that rating trend is just scary. I mean, that's just, I don't know. I mean, they're freshening up stuff, and maybe it'll turn back, but You wonder whether this is, a couple of years ago, it was a really big, wrestling was a very big fad, and, very big fads go away, and that's kind of the scary part.
Well, wrestling has been a fad many, many times, and it's gone away from being a fad many, many times, but somehow it's been around for 100 or so years.
But it's never been one real, one real company and some offshoot companies, and that's the part that I think is really scary. Plus the fact that internationally it just seems like the next big trend doesn't seem that clear. As usually there seems to be, there's always another trend on the horizon, and this time I don't know what it is.
You're right.
Well, he's trying to start a trend, but
that one won't catch on here.
Yeah,
because really the only one who understands, it's this trend that only Inoki understands.
Yeah, that one would take a long time. I don't know. I mean, it would have to.
It won't happen here
to translate here, and I don't know.
I mean, the one thing, the difference, with Japan is that in Japan, whether they think wrestling is real or not, there has always been a fascination of, like the reality aspects of wrestling. And here, there was a fascination at one point with this. And that Inoki mindset thing, I don't doubt that, like in the 70s and the 80s, that thing could have worked, that type of a thing could work here, like kind of making it more reality based and everything. Because they, a lot of the successful promoters try to make it kind of realistic. But, like now when we've gotten so far to the entertainment thing and people know it's entertainment, when there's something that they know is real, they don't really even necessarily like it. And, Brawl for All was the perfect example. It was like, it was real. Everyone knew it was real, but they didn't care it was real. I mean, they really didn't. It was just like, we just want our fake stuff. Basically, was what it was.
Well, they want their fake, everyone wants their fake stuff, and I understand that, but the problem also is, if there was new fake stuff coming, if there was, if everything hadn't been burned out so fast, that's the other thing that's kind of scary. Is, the only logical place to go is back to the reality-based stuff, and that's too difficult. But the other way, they're having a hard time coming up with new stuff because we've seen all of it, and it doesn't help that they keep trying to replay, one particular pay-per-view main event, and Survivor Series main event. But I mean, we're seeing the same stuff over and over again, even in the storylines, and that's not good. And I don't know where, you can't take it the sex route anymore. We've seen all that. We've seen all the violence. We've seen the hardcore, the stunts, everything else, and it's really hard to ratchet it even further.
What we're seeing now is great main events.
That's true.
Yeah.
For the last
the thing
for 2 weeks.
The Brawl for All is, I just want to go back to that. They didn't have any big names in there, Well,
that's
what did Bradshaw really mean? Why would people care about Bradshaw and the Godfather punching each other?
Or Savio
Vega. And Severn doing takedowns.
If they care
what does Kendo Kashin mean over there? It doesn't mean anything as far as a shoot fight. People don't care. They care about, talking to them.
No, Kendo Kashin over there meant something as far as a shoot fight when he went in.
Until he lost.
One of the things, I think Fujita and Takayama would have showed there, these aren't even necessarily huge. They're named pro wrestlers, but they're not giant name pro wrestlers. The idea of two pro wrestlers from competing organizations, and they don't even have to be big stars, but fighting for real, that's a big ticket seller there. And it wouldn't necessarily be here,
Yeah, because we don't have.
Then again, I don't know. Maybe if you go 3 years ago, if they had done a thing where you had a WWF guy and a WCW guy. What? What'd you say?
How about Bischoff and Vince when Bischoff promised it?
Would have sold pay-per-views. It had that weird thing. If Bischoff, and Zbyszko did a little bit of business, so Bischoff and Vince would have done business if people thought it was in that venue, in like a neutral venue. And that's one of the things that Pride works so well at is because it's neutral grounds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's one that we can just thank God never happened. Because then we would have had to watch it. That would have been rough.
It would have been ugly. It would have been ugly, and it would have been fast.
Yeah.
I don't know what would have happened, but it would not have been good to see those two men in their 40s and 50s getting tired really fast doing a real fight. That would have not have been a pretty sight.
Not at all.
But it would have drawn money. And one of them would have... It would have,
one of those things that it would draw money, and then the people that had paid the money would have been Like, what was I thinking? You know,
those two guys about 20 seconds in, that's what they'd be saying.
Yeah.
Vince would be going like, I'm a billionaire. What am I doing?
Exactly.
But you know what? Now that he bought the company, it would be considered a legend. A legendary fight.
It'd be legendary.
It's like an Ovi and Ali.
Like an Ovi, that's right. Here it is, 25.
Yeah. Legendary.
That one didn't quite reach those levels.
Yeah, okay.
but Andre and Hogan. Andre and Hogan was absolutely horrible, and you know enough time has passed to where, to the people who didn't see it, and even to some people who did, it's like it wasn't that horrible.
Yep.
Oh, let's see what else we got here. This is from Ryan Briggs, who says, seeing as how wrestling is getting a bad rap in the mainstream press today, something is going to be needed to change people's perception of the sport. So in the spirit of being theoretical, what three guys in the wrestling industry would you like to have join you on a wrestling panel discussing the business on a show like Politically Incorrect, and we can immediately disqualify Roddy Piper? And Lou Albano, by the way.
Rock, and...
This includes workers past and present, anyone from the wrestling industry that you think are good representatives. Foley, for sure. I don't know about Rock.
You know,
when I saw Rock with Bozell, he left himself open to some big openings that you don't want a smart guy to give you, whereas Foley's a lot quicker.
Well, someone you guys have on this show a lot, I think could do it. If you had the star, then I'd want Les Thatcher.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I really would. He's a good spokesperson. Who wasn't a star, who's well-spoken, who has been around for a long, long time to do that. Now, you know, I mean, he says wrestling gets a bad rap in the media. Sometimes I think wrestling gets the rap it deserves. I don't necessarily would say there are unfair things that happen. Lionel Tate, you know, the biggest example. You know, really unfair things that happen, but there are also things that they walk right into, and that's more the problem to me. You take care of it.
And many times they get a free pass too because they're wrestling.
Yeah.
You know, so. I don't know if it evens itself out. It's.
I was really impressed with Foley on the clip on the Today Show. To me, they found the guy that they need to send around. It's not Vince. It's Foley. I mean, he was very good.
It's not Vince and it's not Linda either.
Yeah, it's Foley. Linda's okay for those business shows because
she's good. She's very good on those business shows, but not for like the Today Show. She's too dry.
Right. Those business shows, you can be a dry business person. And you look like you're a competent business person, but when they need somebody that is like appealing and likable, it's Foley.
Mick Foley with his poo shirt. I think Mick Foley will probably be tomorrow night on this show wearing that poo shirt for good luck. So. He read the book. He always talks about that. Mike Rubin says, do you think it's possible that Bret Hart and Vince McMahon will ever do a match against each other? Imagine the interest. Is it conceivable or is there still too much heat?
Well, they live on the same planet. So it's conceivable. And they're both alive.
Yeah, you know, you never want to say never. And you know what's funny is like I say no time soon, but you know 6 weeks in wrestling is a lifetime, but no time soon. No time soon. Let's see.
No time in the next 6 weeks.
I hope not. I'll say that.
No. Really, you know what? I really don't. I just don't ever see it happening. I really don't see it happening. I just don't. For one, I just don't see Bret Hart wrestling again. I don't think he wants to. I mean, the thing is, he's not going to be broke because he saved his money, so he doesn't need to come back, and he doesn't have that emotional. You know, when he walked away, I mean, I'm not saying that he didn't look back, but compared to most, you know, a lot of these guys in wrestling, when they retire, they still like work in the business, and then that bug hits them. You know, like Ricky Choshu, who really didn't ever want to come back, but it was kind of like business wants you back, and fans start wanting him back, and you just kind of get dragged back in there, and sometimes it's not a good idea. Or guys who are broke. Well, go ahead.
I mean, he had a bad, that last year or so, starting from, the end of his time in the WWF and all through WCW. I mean, he had a very bad time in the wrestling business, and it can't be. He kind of had his long goodbye in a bad way. So that's got to be still. I can't imagine that he's forgotten all that and wants to go back to the glory. I think he learned a lot.
I want to get to a couple of more emails, and we'll start with the phone calls. This is from John, who goes, I cannot believe I'm admitting this, but at the end of Raw on Monday, I actually thought that Bret Hart was going to make an appearance. Now, there's a reason. I want to bring this up. I'll keep it, because He goes, trust me, I know you're laughing. I'm not laughing because that's what the whole TV show was designed for you to believe. That's the emotion you're supposed to have. And my phone was ringing throughout that entire show. My phone rarely rings during Raw because people know not to call. And it was people going like, I know Brett's coming. You know, the minute they showed Stu on TV and showed that Bret Hart clip from the King of the Ring, everybody was like, I know Brett's coming in. And then they did the Survivor Series thing. So, I mean, the table was set perfectly. And actually, something I want to talk to Bruce and Brian about in just a second, but we'll go finish this email. Was Too Many Small Lives, the King of the Ring clip, was that shown live? Yes, it was. When they came back to Calgary, I thought it would be a deafening pop, but that was not the case. One question before I go. Hogan or Brett, who in your mind would appear on Raw anytime soon? Oh, I would say Hogan for sure. Yeah, no question. Now, here's the thing. For Monday night, so I've been thinking about exactly what they did. There are basically two schools of thought. Probably more than two. But the basic thing is why they did what they did on Monday night. It was either the idea and the atmosphere that they set the table for, and you could just tell even with some comments by Heyman and everything, that show was designed to get the average person thinking that the end of this show is going to have Bret Hart come out and punch Vince McMahon. I mean, it was totally set up for people to think that. Now, was that something that was done purely for ratings, just, with the idea that, there are a lot of people who've waited 4 years for that, for that magic moment, so to speak? Or was that thing just to rub it in Bret Hart's face? Or a little of both?
I think his family was there to rub it in his face. And I don't personally think that Bret Hart coming out now would do as much as it would have done any time in the past, just because it's been so long now.
But in Calgary it would. In Calgary it would.
Yeah, and I think Vince, the fact that Vince did it means that Vince, in his mind, must still believe that if Bret came out of the audience today, they would draw $1 million on pay-per-view or whatever. And I'm sure that's why he did it. He probably figured everyone else thought that too.
Okay. Bruce, you think it's more the latter?
Yeah, I really do. I just think that that Vince still is mad about that. The family was there. He wanted to show them up in Calgary. And I just don't see that, the rating, well, maybe people would think that, maybe they wouldn't. But
I guess we'll find out. We'll find out when we get the quarters on that thing.
Right, and they usually don't build up things that they're not going to have. It never occurred to me.
And it's bad policy to do it too.
Yeah, it is. It's a bad policy to do it, and I don't see where you get your money from it. You get, at the most you get one night's rating and a bunch of disappointed people. What I thought they actually were going to do was, and just knowing the Bret Hart situation, and as you followed it just wasn't possible for Bret Hart to be there. I mean, I can't, like all of a sudden he had that kind of a change of heart, and they had that kind of a change of heart towards him. But I thought what they were going to do was they did the screw job thing in Canada 4 years ago. They were going to turn around and have Vince have Earl Hebner, because I thought that was why they said Earl Hebner at the beginning. Earl Hebner was going to show that he had, integrity, as wrestling officials, usually do, and was going to stop Vince McMahon, and Benoit would win, and they would kind of reverse, in the same market, they would reverse the finish. Instead of doing the exact same finish again, I thought Benoit would win. I thought that's what they were setting up, and I thought that was what Heyman's comments were setting up more than anything.
I thought Earl was going to go in there and hold Vince up for a new raise to be like the first $1 million referee.
He's on his way.
Let's see. This is from Scott Foy, who says, I have the awful feeling that the stalker is going to be, this is an awful feeling, the Big Boss Man.
Oh, my God, no.
Vince has always liked the Big Boss Man. Yeah, he's healthy and he's ready, and they haven't figured out what to do with him. He's been gone long enough that he can be considered a fresh face. So he's only going to be a fresh face for about 2 weeks at most. And despite the fact he's been stale for years, it wouldn't surprise me to see Vince stick him in the semi-main event feud. Would you sign Chris Hamrick? Would you sign Chris Hamrick for the new WCW? I personally would not. No offense to Chris Hamrick, I just don't think that he's what they need. They have a lot of good workers. They got plenty of good workers. They need and they're young, and Chris is not young. Although Chris is a good bump taker. I mean, as far as like a guy to go on TV as an enhancement talent, maybe.
That's what I was kind of thinking. If you're going to have a few jobbers, then I'd want them. If you're not going to, the old style. If you're not going to, I don't know that I'd want them.
I don't think that they're doing that, though.
Yeah.
This is a question for Bruce. He goes, my wife-to-be is a second-grade teacher and has some wrestling fans in her class. Since you're also an elementary school teacher, how do you discuss wrestling with your students, at least those who like wrestling, for example? What do you do when you notice a student does something or says something that obviously was influenced by wrestling?
It depends on the context of it. for instance, if they're on the playground, I discourage them from doing it, and pretty much I know all the moves now from watching it and all that, because it's just not the right place for it. If it's, if they're doing, I mean, this is an outdated thing, but if they were doing the suck it move, then I would discipline them or talk to them or whatever and try to discourage it from them. But unless it's a distraction, then I don't say anything, because the reality is a lot of the kids that I teach are wrestling fans or were wrestling fans, and there are times when I'll use that to my advantage, because if students think that you know what they like or you have some understanding of it, you can use that to strengthen the bond sometimes. But I'll talk to them about it, about is it real? I'll ask them, is it real, and kind of discuss that if I think they're getting too close to it. Sometimes I just tell them they need to go to bed and get up the next morning, not stay up till 11:30. So that's another thing. That's probably.
Does that work?
We had what's called end of grade testing, this big standardized test that they had, and I basically sent a letter home and said, tell your kid, make sure that your children are in bed and aren't watching Monday Night Wrestling. And it worked for some of them, and some of them it didn't, and the ones I wish it worked for could have worked for. But that makes a difference as much as anything. I'm sure I taught second grade last year. Second graders that stayed up till 11:30 on Monday night were jacked up by the Raw main event, or it wasn't the Nitro main event, but the Raw main event.
They quit watching Nitro in '98, like everybody else.
They weren't always that easy to deal with the next day, but it's a matter of what they're doing and in context of what they're doing. But I don't let them demonstrate wrestling holds on the playground just because, not because I think they're in any kind of danger, because I really don't. I just from experience know that fake fights turn into real fights, and I just assume avoid that if I could.
Couldn't you just have a day in class where you teach them all how to program the VCR?
We'll have to teach the parents how to program the VCR. I know.
I got two quick questions. One is,
no one pays any attention to me when I say that.
Okay. When they had like the dog show and stuff, were the kids staying up till 1:30?
You know what? There were some that stayed up
scary.
late. But I mean, didn't they do the show kind of backwards then, like they did the old Saturday Night main events?
The main event. No, not all of them.
No, the main event was at the end of the show on those, wasn't it?
That's right. There was one or two that, because I would ask the next day. I made it, and I was real sneaky about it. I would just ask the kids that I knew watched wrestling, what was the main event last night? And if they told me the main event, I knew they stayed up. And so what happened in the main event last night? Oh, Stone Cold did blah blah. So it's like, I knew that they had stayed up. I mean, it's not. I don't encourage it, and it's not good for them. And I really think it's a teacher's influence and a parent's influence to have some sense about what time, what your kids are watching and when they're watching it, and put it into some context for them.
We're going to go to the phones. We're going to start with Fred in Boston. Fred, what's up?
Hello.
Hey there.
Fred.
Hi, guys. I love the show and the site, and I really appreciate all the work that you guys put into them.
Thank you very much.
My question to you, Dave, concerns WWF developmental territories. I'm looking into some wrestling schools right now, and I think it might be a big advantage to go to a school that has an official WWF affiliation, like an OVW or a UPW. And I've been told that Les Thatcher's HWA is about to become the next WWF developmental territory, and that's a school that's pretty high on my list. However, I since read in the Torch this week, actually, that the WWF is not going to expand their developmental operations, which means no new schools or no new territories are going to be added to the WWF roster. And I was wondering if you could clear that up for me, if you know the scoop on that.
I don't know why they would add any new places right now. I mean, they are talking about overhauling it though, and I don't know what that means. But they don't, between the Memphis and OVW and Puerto Rico, and to a lesser extent UVW, they've got enough. So I don't see them adding Heartland. Although if Les has Les Thatcher, like with Craig Zellner or Ray Steele, if he's got a student that's good, they're going to know about it because, he talks to Jim Ross and he talks to Jim Cornette. And
they do those joint shows too with OVW.
They do exactly. They do joint shows. So, you'll get it, you'll be in the loop, so to speak. If you're good enough, they'll find you. if you train with less Thatcher. But I don't know that they're going to. I mean, I haven't heard anything about them adding Heartland as a developmental territory, and I don't think that I would almost guess that they won't, because I think they've got what they need. I think they've got what they need pretty much now, because they're not running around. One of the things that happened, and one of the reasons that they signed so many developmental guys was also so they could, like, anyone who they thought had potential on the Indies or a good athlete that wanted to get in. I mean, they were rushing to sign them so WCW wouldn't get them. That need is no longer there. So they've really, they haven't really added a lot of guys on developmental deals of late, and it's going to be harder to get a developmental deal now because the WWF doesn't feel the need to sign someone before somebody else gets them.
Right. They can kind of work at their own pace. They're not really facing any competition. Okay, well, thanks for answering my question.
Okay, you're very welcome. Let's see. When the WWF first started, did they say that Buddy Rogers won the title in a tournament in Rio de Janeiro? Yes, they did. It's from Andrew McMahon, who says, who and what was the name of the guy who looked like a pirate wearing a hockey mask in New Japan? Jeez. Let's bring up New Japan's most horrible angles. The Gaspar brothers, which one was Daryl Carolette, and the other was Bob Orton Jr., who was actually a hell of a worker.
God, I totally.
They were in for. Do you remember the Pirates, the Gaspars?
Yeah, I do.
That was
he
like
wasn't a hell of a worker by that time, as I recall, though.
No, Bob was pretty good. Daryl Carolette was pretty terrible. He was what name did Daryl Carolette wrestle in WCW? Nitron, right? Was that his name? Skywalker Nitron?
I thought Nitron was the guy in the X-Men movie.
Yeah. They're all the same guy.
So that was Daryl Carolette. He's Sabretooth in the X-Men movie.
Yeah, Daryl Carolette Sabretooth.
I didn't realize that. I knew it was Nitron.
Yeah, I think he uses the name Tyler Mane now, but that's obviously Tyler Mane is a fake name.
Gosh, who would have thought?
Yep, that was New Japan's version of TL Hopper, I think, as far as one of those gimmicks that about a year later, when they look back and they go, "We did this."
Yeah.
So, Bruce, before we had a break, I want to ask you about something because you, of course, live in Greensboro, which is the heart of the old Jim Crockett territory, and you've been a long-time wrestling fan, and you have a lot of friends who were longtime wrestling fans dating back to, the days of Johnny Valentine and when Ric Flair first broke in Wahoo and all them. And a lot of them, it was always the home team, and then WCW kind of killed the territory as a home team and all that. How do you view, and how do the people view the actual death of the WCW company, and what do you think it's going to take because obviously WCW's lost those people, WWF's lost those people. Do you think it's possible for WWF to do something to get them back?
Yeah, I think it is possible, but I think they'd have to open the bank book, and I think they would really have to make some moves that politically they don't want to make. And specifically, I know that like everyone says this one name, and I think they'd have to have him, Bill Goldberg. They'd have to have Bill Goldberg. They'd have to have Ric Flair. They would have to have some of the people there. And I know the idea going around is Ric Flair managing Bill Goldberg, but my version of that. And you talk about a political nightmare, but it would get people's attention as Eric Bischoff managing Bill Goldberg.
That could do business.
Yeah, and
it really could.
I think that as much as Eric Bischoff and Hulk Hogan and all that really frustrated the home team older fans from this area and from the Mid-Atlantic area that followed Ric Flair the whole way. And a lot of the fans in this area that followed Ric Flair that whole way, and they went out of their way to stick it to them. People still watched to see what Flair was up to, what Flair was doing, and they didn't necessarily like it here, but they would watch it. And when they treated him with some respect and they did it right, they'd go out to see him. But I just think even at the end they would still watch to see him. But that last show when Vince stuck it in their face, when Vince came out and said, hey, I'm on your network. Billionaire Ted, I won, I did, and just, did that over and over again. There are some fans that never really got to Stone Cold Steve Austin as their home team or Rock as their home team. And those fans were still watching WCW, as horrible as it was. And they really stuck it to those fans. I think that was a mistake. And I think saying it's Shane McMahon's WCW, that's no one's idea of WCW. And I don't mean anything bad about Shane McMahon. He's a good performer and a smart guy, but I just think it's a bad mix. They've got to get some people in, but they've got to get some people in who mean WCW, but they've also got to stay away from the cancers. And that's a very tough balance to make.
We're going to go to Chris in Massachusetts. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing really good, Chris.
Good. First of all, I wasn't going to this. Something came to me after the last caller. He was talking about wrestling schools. He's from Boston. I mean, he should look into Kowalski's school, definitely. I went through Kowalski's school a few years ago, and I got hurt, and I had to drop out. And when I went back in between, Mike Hollow, who's the head instructor, is a veteran of a couple of WWF dojos, and he really runs the school very, very well now as far as, they do a lot of the same drills and everything that he learned under Dory Funk through the dojos. So given that the odds of getting, noticed are, the odds are 1,000,000 to 1 against you anyway. Why uproot your entire life? I mean, if he's local, he can go to Kowalski's website, which is, I believe it's killerkowalskis, plural.com. And he can email them, and they'll give him information for the school. So,
how'd you get hurt?
Huh?
How'd you get hurt?
Man, I went into it, and I'm actually going to try to go back. I actually saw Kowalski a few weeks ago. I actually had the honor of driving him to the Hall of Fame, Hall of Fame introduction dinner there in Schenectady. So it was actually
how was that?
Well, first of all, it was a first class. I mean, there were hundreds of people there, Dave. I was very, very. I didn't know what to expect going in, but I went down with a couple of people, one of the referees, Kowalski, and a friend of his, and, we drove down, and I had Kowalski in my front seat, man, and I was just peppering him with questions. 3 hours down, 3 hours back. It was awesome. But you could learn a lot of history talking to a guy like, Kowalski's a super, super guy. And, geez, you should have him on the show sometime, actually. He had some great, great stories, and it was awesome.
Did you ask him about China?
In her book?
You know what? I didn't bring it up out of, I didn't, I asked him about a lot of things, and Rich, one of his referees, who was actually Triple H's first ref and also Kurt Angle's first ref, he's been with Kowalski for a while, and Kowalski asked us if either one of us had read China's book, and I was just like, uh-oh. And I told him no. I said out of respect for him.
You should have said yes, it was horrible.
Oh, you know what? I was so incensed, and I think I called in, Dave, one time and talked to you about that, but let's just say I couldn't repeat what Walter said about China.
Oh?
I could probably repeat it, but I wouldn't want my mother listening. You know, I don't have much respect for her. Let's leave it at that. And I don't know. I think he was hurt by what she said, and he basically, Dave, you had told the story about how Nash called Walter about China. You know, basically you had told that story a long time ago, which he backed up in that Calgary newspaper interview. And I think obviously we know what the real story is as far as that goes, but you know how she got discovered and everything. But it was he's not real.
Imagine taking Nash's word over China's.
What?
Hey, one thing I'll say about Nash is a hell of a lot better writer.
That's true. Hey, that is damn true. If you
know,
read
and
those,
I mean, and she had a ghostwriter. Nash did it himself. I mean, you know, Nash. What was that thing that Nash wrote a couple of weeks ago? I mean, like, you know, no matter what you want to say about Nash, I read that thing and I go, you know, this guy, he's a pretty clever writer.
Yeah,
he's clever and he's a good writer.
Well, that actually segues nicely into my first point. Did you guys see the comments that Nash made regarding Honky Tonk Man?
I haven't seen them, but I actually gotten some emails about them, so I was wondering what were they?
Well,
I guess they must have just come out.
He used, the first thing he did was he talked about, well, he threw in his usual heat-seeking line that he always does about the old-timers, about how, you know, Honky Tonk's obviously one of these guys who didn't save his money, and, you know, I mean, you know, please.
You know what's funny, real quick about that, though? You know, Honky's only a couple years older than Nash.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I mean, it's only like 5-year difference, I think.
Right. Well, the one thing that he said that kind of bothered me was he initially said, I think he was, you know, I agree, too, that Nash is an interesting writer, but one of the things this was one of the 3 things on the list to talk to you about, was that he mentioned how he never really knew Honky Tonk Man, but he had a tremendous amount of respect for him because he showed up unsolicited at a benefit show. And what I wanted to ask you, Dave, is you had put something in the Observer a while back. It was months after, I think, the first Pillman show, where Nash did a big promo in the ring and talked about, I don't know, it was like $10,000 or $20,000. and you had an item in there probably after talking to Thatcher or whatever where you had mentioned that it was like months later and Nash...
yeah, Nash never paid.
Yeah.
I mean, he never
did.
He never did, no.
Yeah, okay. That's one of the things I want to ask you about, because I think it's pretty sleazy to kind of, mention that when, talk about, I respect the guy because he showed up at a tribute show, but now, he's kind of...
He showed up at the tribute show and he drank too much and he said something in the ring that he couldn't believe when he woke up that he actually said.
Yeah. I guess that's one way where Nash has managed to save so much money then, huh? The other thing was...
knocked off those 30 beers a day, right?
That's right.
Yeah, now he's in shape.
Yeah. Well, Anyway, the Sarah Undertaker thing. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is like Russo all over again. I had this like horrible mental image. And I've been really enjoying the shows. I mean, I called in last week, and we've all been talking about how great the shows were. And Brian, I just want to echo your sentiments. I've actually been looking forward to the shows again over the last 2 weeks. That's a great point. I mean, to actually know to read about something that's going to happen tomorrow night and not being able to wait to see it. I mean, is just it's a welcome change from what's been going on recently. But I'm watching the Sarah Undertaker thing, and I'm like, I could just see this. Like next week, they're going to have a 911 call. And she's going to say, "This is Sarah Undertaker. Please, I have a stalker outside my window at 1313 Mockingbird Lane." And I mean, if it was Russo, that's what would happen. I don't even care where this angle goes. I mean, his wife's hot.
Especially, they'll probably end up being Vince too. When if it's not Boss Man or something. I don't know. Maybe. The problem with these type of angles is that it's like there's always everyone's waiting for the payoff, and people start speculating, and they start thinking of names like Shawn Michaels or things like that, and so invariably, the old mystery guy is like 9 times out of 10, it's always a disappointment. It ends up being Billy Gunn or something, and it's like I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Then what do you do?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weak. It's almost like, okay, our shows have been so good, but what can we put on there that will suck just to kind of balance everything?
No, this was Vince's idea. I mean, this was the main event angle.
I know. I'm so glad they didn't go with Austin being the stalker. That would have been so ridiculous. I mean, how do you explain that?
I'll tell you what is on this thing. If you think about it, if they did not elevate Benoit and Jericho the last 2 weeks, and this would have been the main event angle, the TV would have gotten even way worse than it was.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. I want to point out. I know that probably a lot of people that listen don't get the Observer, which they're foolish for not doing. But
tell them.
You had an interesting quote. It's about the ratings a little over a year ago. The Rock and Jericho versus Benoit and Triple H main event.
It did like an 8.6 or something.
Yeah, can I read that real quick just so that people hear that? Because I think
sure, go ahead.
It makes a good point. All right, Dave, when looking back at last year for the business comparisons, on April 24th, 2000, a little over 1 year ago, Raw, opposed by Nitro, did a 7.15 rating, which ended up being its second highest in history, and did an 8.59 rating for Rock and Jericho versus Benoit and Triple H in the main event, which at the time was the third most watched wrestling match in the history of cable television. Tell me Jericho and Benoit weren't ready to headline 13 months ago. I read that, and it just really clarified things. It's like we've been harping for ages about mixing things up, and I'm just afraid that it's too little, too late. I'm encouraged by the fact that they seem to be going 100% full on with this angle, but boy, I'll tell you, talk about a missed opportunity. Obviously the fans were into it, and then it got sabotaged, or it got whatever happened.
I mean, the people who were on top.
I don't think it's too little, too late. I just think it's a lot, a little late.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean to say. I mean, I'm not saying it's too late, but it's entirely conceivable that things could be in a lot better shape right now had they, gone that way. Because, Jericho's kind of like a guy that I think, he's got that weird charisma that he's got a really good charisma that I think, would keep the casual fans, and maybe a lot of the casual fans just got sick of seeing, here's some pretty colorful guys like in the mid card, and they're never going anywhere, So, I don't think it's too late. I'm sure the audience will come back. I mean, they're putting on some killer shows and some killer main events, and WWF's always been about the main events. So, that's their little foray into Nitro land. I hope is over. Bruce, I want to ask you one question real quick.
Sure.
I don't, you know, out of all the, I have every torch going back to like the beginning of '94, and I'm always excited to see, you know, when you've got a new article. I really enjoy.
So am I.
And I really enjoy your writing.
Oh my!
I said so am I.
That really hurts my feelings. All right, go ahead.
I said so am I.
Oh, okay. So am I. Oh, okay. All right.
Yes.
I think overall your best article was the one that it was almost like a tribute to Ric Flair when you went through his whole career and everything. And you were on the show before, and I think I called in and said this, but especially the quote where you said, you know, Ric Flair was the kind of guy that no matter how big, muscular, and tan you were, there was always some wise ass in an airport, you know, that would say, hey, Ric Flair.
That was a brutal line there.
That was one for the ages, but. I don't know how much you talk to Ric Flair or whatever, but being from the same area, do you think that, I mean, I know that what Dave has written, it doesn't look like, purely for money reasons, that it's kind of, you know, it's kind of 50-50 or maybe less that Flair will be in WWF or WCW, but I mean, doesn't everyone agree? I think Vince would give Flair a proper send-off, and I think fans really want to see that, and I think that one of the keys to making WCW successful is to have Flair on board. You know, even as a Mr. McMahon-like character on the other side. You know, I could just imagine when I think of the interaction those two could have, or even the interaction between Shane and Flair. It's like, I mean, it just boggles the mind how you can think
Flair
of
and Rock.
different ways it could go.
Flair and Angle.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah, there's some good potential.
There's a million ways they could go with it, and I really hope that it works out, that Rick does. Because, Dave, if you remember, I called in one time when Rick was on the show, and Rick said that out of all the promoters, Vince McMahon treated him the best. And
he likes Vince McMahon a lot.
Yeah, which I thought was mind-blowing when you consider Flair's history with Crockett and everything else.
Yeah, but him and Crockett had their ups and downs, and Dusty was there, which, you know, Flair and Jim Crockett were very, very tight, and then Dusty kind of weakened the bond, whereas with Vince, you know, before anything happened, and right when the time was when Vince actually was starting to give up on Flair and was going to move him to a mid-card, you know, Flair asked if he could go, and Vince had promised him when he came in that anytime you ask, you can go, which is, you know, very strange for Vince to do, but he did, and then Flair asked him. And
he kept his word.
He kept his word, and he let Flair go. So Flair never had to move into mid-cards, and he left, you know, I mean, he left, unlike a lot of people who left the WWF, you know, with bitter feelings on Vince. I mean, he left with, you know, Vince going, you know, Rick, I promised you could go. All you got to do is lose a loser, you know, leave town match to Kurt Hennig on television. Flair had no problem doing it. He did, you know, and Flair was gone.
Yeah. I just think he's key. I think, you know, and you know what, for the money they'd spend to get Goldberg, they could get Flair, Steiner, DDP, and Booker, and I'd rather see that too, but that's a whole other issue, I guess.
Okay, Chris, we got to get running, okay?
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for calling. Let's go to Carlo in Connecticut. Carlo, you're next up.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Hey,
good.
I enjoy your newsletters and websites, and I enjoy Bruce's columns. And I just want to, my first question, I want to ask about Ric Flair, because I was reading some of Mick Foley's book, and I don't know, maybe this would be a better question to ask him, but he was talking about how some people thought it was unfair about what he said about Ric Flair and his, you know, have a nice day, but then he said that, you know, if he wrote everything he wanted to write about Rick, he said that he had spent.
He edited a lot out to be nice.
Yeah. He said.
Well, you can talk to him about that tomorrow.
About him or
something
like that. I don't know.
We should talk about that issue. As a matter of fact.
Yeah, and I'd seen like a column on Tom Zenk's website where I don't think it was actually Tom Zenk that wrote this, but somebody wrote a column on his website where he said that basically that like the Torch treats Ric Flair with kid gloves, and there's you know, I'd read a few people, including the Honky Tonk Man. Somebody mentioned him before about how, you know, Ric Flair, he doesn't help he doesn't help the younger guys out, and he's, you know, goes behind people's backs and stuff like that. And I've heard that from a few people, and I'm just curious, like, what the real story is on Ric Flair, as far as all of that goes.
The real story is there's a lot of the real story is like a book. You know, there's a little bit of everything. And Ric Flair is not a saint, and nor is he a full-time sinner. I guess is the best way to put it. I mean, he's a very charming guy, and he's, you know, I mean, he's been in the wrestling business for 27 years, and you're in the wrestling business for 27 years, and you stay on top, and it's not just ability. You know, you're part of that game-playing mechanism, and he's learned to play a game a certain way, and you know, I mean, that, you know, I mean, as far as not helping young guys, I don't know. I mean, I've heard people say that. I think that a lot of guys, you know, when Ric Flair turned 40, there were a lot of young guys out there going like, you know, Ric Flair's 40, he doesn't have a great body. What's he doing on top? But the bottom line is that Ric Flair outworked every one of those guys for the next 5 years, and all of those guys that were supposed to be the future, you know, like Luger and Sting, when they were put in that position and every one of them had a chance, they couldn't carry the ball.
And you know, the truth
but they resented Flair for not retiring.
You know, but if you look at Luger and Sting, you know, I know there are wrestlers that can make a much better case that Ric Flair didn't help them than Lex Luger and Sting when
he made them.
I mean, he made them. And he made a lot of wrestlers by being in that feud with them and carrying them to very watchable, to great matches. And, you know, Lex Luger in particular, Lex Luger had some great matches with Ric Flair, and it was Ric Flair. And Sting, you know, the two opponents Sting had that brought out the best in him, you know, first was Flair and the other one was Vader. So, I'm not, you know, I've heard Ric Flair, described as the shallowest man alive, and I think there's some truth in that, but, you know, he says the politically advantageous thing, and he's, you know, his job is to look out for Ric Flair and to make Ric Flair money. I mean, his job is not necessarily to do better, but yeah, I mean, he's, you know,
he's put more guys over than anyone of his caliber in the history of the industry.
So I mean, yeah, I'm kind of like when they say he doesn't help young guys. You know, he can make a case that he helped a lot. I mean, you look at Brian Pillman, there was a lot of guys that
it sort of depends too on what you term helping young guys out. I mean, with Sting, he made Sting's career in one night. What more can you do for the guy?
Yeah.
And then continued to make him right until that very last Nitro match. I mean, every time Sting was in the ring with Ric Flair, Sting, you know, I remember like, what was it? It was a couple of years back, and Flair had been gone for a while, and Sting hadn't had a good match in forever. And Sting went out there with Ric Flair, and they had, you know, like their 9-10 minute usual match on a Nitro. And the crowd went nuts and all this. And Eric Bischoff goes, "That's the Stinger." You know, he went up to Sting, "That's the Stinger," and all this. And it's like, Eric, don't you know that, like, the reason that, you know, he didn't look like he looked with Bryan Adams and everybody else is because Ric Flair knows how to get a good match with Sting, even if Sting's sleepwalking.
Yeah, and certainly Sting and Ric Flair is in the cusp of his career, when he was really the great wrestler. He did that with every guy every night. He did that with a cornucopia.
Nikita. Remember that?
Yeah, Nikita.
People thought Nikita was a world beater. And, I mean, Nikita never, you know, he was terrible.
Yeah, and he did that over and over and over again. Dusty and Nikita and all kinds of people. And, you know, some mediocre guys, some very good ones, and, you know, everything in between. But, you know, there is that other side of Flair. I mean, he's a three-dimensional wrestling personality is what I'd say. You know, as Dave said, to stay on top. You know, he played that game too.
Where I had read where Shane Douglas said, you know, like Ric Flair blew him off, like when he was with the dynamic dudes, like he would ask him like how his matches are, and he would say, yeah, they're all great. And you know, finally he figured out that like he was saying that about all his matches, no matter like how good or bad they were.
Well, that is Ric Flair too.
Yeah, Ric Flair will say what you. I mean, Dave has a lot more experience than I do with him, but I mean, Ric Flair will say what he thinks you want to hear a lot of the time. And, you know, and there's a reason why he doesn't want to make enemies, so he doesn't realize that people compare notes or, you know, Shane Douglas catches on or whoever. So.
But a lot of that also, you know, I mean, that was, again, that bitterness. You know, when Shane was one of those guys in that time period where all the young guys, and I remember because I would talk to all of them, or not all of them, but a lot of them in those days in WCW, and they would always complain about Rick. And the one thing I would always say is, look, he's the one when he gets in the ring who makes all you guys, you know, and you're mad at him for being on top. It's like, he's the best guy. He should be on top. You know, when you take Ric Flair from the top and you put Sting there or anyone there, the first thing the fans do is compare him to Ric Flair, and then they go, oh, God. You know, it's like we want Ric Flair back as champ. And they always, you know, for year after year after Ric Flair's career was over, 6 months later, 9 months later, a year later, he was world champion again because the booker realized that he's the only one who knew how to make the belt mean something.
And the other thing I wanted to ask is about Kevin Nash. I'm not a Nash fan at all, but I was just wondering, like he was.
Hey, by the way, what did Nash say about Honky Tonk Man anyway?
He said, well, I guess Honky Tonk Man had said about him that that he booked himself over Goldberg, and he said that he hadn't been Booker for he wasn't Booker until several months after the thing with Goldberg, and he said
that's not true. He was Booker and he booked himself over Goldberg, so that's just not true. That's absolutely not true. No, I mean, I remember that whole thing when him and Hogan played the game. That was about, it was right before Hogan did the retirement. Him and Hogan played that little game where Nash would be named Booker and Hogan would retire and everybody would get behind, all right, Kevin, you're the guy who made Hulk get out of our hair, when they actually had planned that game for Hogan to get the belt. And Nash would get to beat Goldberg, not Hulk. And then Hulk would do the thing with Nash to get so much heat, and then they would all do the NWO. I mean, that whole thing had been planned from September, and the Goldberg match with Nash was like in Starrcade, so in December. So no. I mean, that's what Nash had been Booker for. I don't know. You'd have to look up the time frame. I guess probably about 6 weeks.
Yeah,
so that's just not true.
He said he had no problems doing jobs. That he did a job to Rey Mysterio, and that.
Oh yeah, well there's a difference between doing a job and putting a guy over, and I don't even want to hear about. That's like, Hunter did a job for the Brooklyn Brawler. Now was the Brooklyn Brawler made into a superstar? No. So who cares? What's the long term? I mean, there's it's not about 1, 2, 3. It's about getting the other guy over, and Rey Mysterio. That whole thing was such a joke. It was so he could go in the locker room and go, look, I did a job for Rey Mysterio Jr., and it's just like, but it meant nothing. I mean, what, like Rey Mysterio was going to be a threat to him? Go ahead.
I guess he was talking about that he was such a small guy that the fact that he jobbed him was like a big deal, but...
Yeah, it really elevated Rey Mysterio. He got main events after that, or did he?
But it's funny.
No, he didn't.
Oh, that's right.
The thing I was going to ask, I think I already know.
But he did get to lose his mask.
The thing I was going to ask, I think I know the answer already, was if you thought that Kevin Nash was, gets a bum rap all the time.
I think that most guys that people say get a bum rap get treated pretty fairly. I think that people I think that most people that people catch on as being manipulative, and everyone in this business is manipulative, and the ones who get the rep for being manipulative are the ones who are good at it. So you could say it's a bum rap in that they're doing what everyone else does, they just do it better. But the bottom line is they are doing what people say they're doing. I mean, they're playing a game. I mean, when Kevin Nash goes in there and goes, I put over Rey Mysterio, that's the biggest game in the world. Because he didn't put over Rey Mysterio Jr. He did this fluke 1, 2, 3 that meant absolutely nothing in the long-term scheme of things.
The other thing with Kevin Nash is he's good at that manipulation. He's still not in the worst position in the world right now.
He's in a great position.
He's in a great position in this company that he did, and we're talking about part of the damage. He did an enormous amount of damage, too. And he's really skating. I mean, he's getting paid a lot of money to sit at home and to wait, and things could very well break that after, when he becomes available, he'll get another big contract. And what has he really done in the last few years to deserve a big contract? Not much. I mean, he's done a lot of damage to the company that he worked for that paid him a lot of money. And, yes, he helped them, during their big run, but he also tore that big run down. So, I mean, there are people in this world I feel sorry for that get a bad rap for whatever reason, but Kevin Nash is not one of them. I think Kevin Nash is really, really reap the rewards of his manipulativeness.
Before we go on, I want to make mention, someone said that the best thing that you ever wrote, Bruce?
Yeah.
I think the best thing you ever wrote, ever, it was like the best thing I think I ever read on wrestling was story on Brian Hildebrand before he died, about when we went to the show in, was it Knoxville?
Yeah.
That was like, when I read that, it was like, that was like the greatest thing I think I ever read on wrestling.
Well, I really appreciate that, and, we talked about Les Thatcher, but I did Les Thatcher's radio show, and unbeknownst to me, he had Brian come on, and that was really quite a moment. You can look at Mick Foley's book, and I'm sure you guys will talk about Brian tomorrow, and Mick Foley certainly knew Brian Hildebrand better than I did, but there's a chapter to him. That guy touched a lot of people, and in a real positive way, and that's not something you can say about a lot of people in the wrestling business, and you could certainly say it about Brian Hildebrand.
Yeah, we talked about a couple days ago on the show that there's a lot of people who love the business, but, and the truth is the business doesn't love anybody back. And that's the reality that you just have to accept. It's just the reality of what wrestling is. But, Brian Hildebrand, a lot of people have selfish love for the wrestling business. Brian Hildebrand probably had, I don't want to say the most unselfish, but he was up there. It was like he would do anything for wrestling, and he really, I don't want to say he didn't care, but he never complained if it was for no money or for decent money. He was happy just to be in it, and happy to rub elbows with the people who were in it, but he had no false illusions about what it was either. It's like, Brian, we used to talk all the time, and, Brian did not live life through rose-colored glasses or anything like that. He knew what wrestling was. And when things were stupid, and, like in WCW, I mean, we would talk, and, he knew they were, and he got as frustrated as anyone else, but, it didn't get him down. And I'll tell you what, if there was ever anyone who had the right to be bitter about life dealing him a bad hand in wrestling, it was him, and not a lot of other people who complain about it. And, boy, he sure never did. I mean, at least never to me.
Yeah, you talk about a guy, he paid all the dues. He did everything in wrestling. I mean, he did everything. And I just remember watching that show and being backstage, and there was definitely a lot of genuine affection for him and a lot of people that went out of their way to, show something for him. And that's not so, a lot of times you see the fake side of that or the, or the political side of that. And there was some of that, but I mean, it was a very touching, thing to see how a lot of people stood up for him. And Mick Foley talks about how there were people that were interested in his life that kind of got to know him just because he was a part of their business. And, he touched a lot of people. And I think even, it's kind of amazing that in a business where, yesterday's star is forgotten, that, people still remember Brian. And, at the height of his fame, he was a referee. I wouldn't even know that you call that fame, but he certainly, within the business, he certainly touched a lot of people.
Before we go to the calls, I just want to read this thing. He goes, this is from Matt DeShong, who goes, the only good conclusion that can come from this Peeping Tom angle is if it's revealed to be La Parka and he does the dance outside the window while staring at Undertaker's wife.
I'm all for that. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't see La Parka getting a contract right now. Let's go to Matt in San Francisco. Matt, what's going on?
Other than fighting the heat, Dave.
Oh, it's so hot out. I know.
It is a hot day, boy.
Yeah,
that's nice. It's raining here.
Oh, lucky you, Brian.
When is it not raining in Seattle, Brian?
Just a comment about Monday's Raw. I didn't get, I didn't take the bait on that whole Bret Hart thing.
Well, good, you're smart. I didn't either, but if I was like a fan and didn't know what was going on, I probably would have.
Well, I figured that, they were just honoring Stu, and Bruce was making his power play, to get a developmental territory.
Yeah, you're very perceptive.
That's I mean, how many of his guys worked that show, that taping?
Bruce's guys?
The two openings, the two
I mean, all those guys were like, old Stampede guys, but I think almost every one of those guys left Stampede and was working for whatever, what was it? What do they call that? Western Canadian Extreme Wrestling? WCW? Yeah. I mean, I don't think that, I mean, I haven't been keeping close tabs on who's Stampede and who's WCW, but I think most of those guys are WCW guys and not Stampede guys. Although, they all...
Which I'm sure was interesting in the back.
What?
That must have been pretty interesting backstage.
Yeah, but all those guys, I mean, at some form or another worked for Stampede at one point, though. Yeah.
Also, I think they dropped the ball last night with Spike running in.
On Angle?
Yeah, they could have used anybody else. From
Agreed.
It would have been Lance Storm would have been just right. A second run in.
Lance Storm would have been fine.
It would have worked.
Shane McMahon
I think they're
would have
holding
been...
that off till the pay-per-view. I mean, they kind of really had to do something with Spike and Angle just because Angle's destroyed him for so long.
Yeah. You're right. Obviously, in the Shane Kurt Angle match, DDP or whoever, everyone who doesn't have their, can get that contract thing done. I think that's the show that they show up on.
Yeah.
I think it'll be Storm. It'll be Storm.
Oh, it's going to be more. I'm sure it'll be more than one guy. I mean, I think it's going to be an army. Better be.
They all jump on Angle?
Or just show up in some form or fashion. The thing is, though, if they beat up Angle, they're sort of baby faces.
But so is he, because he's the
American,
quintuple teamed or whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you do it to where like the sides rally, because you got to have a war with WWF. Can't just be like WWF. One heel. I don't know. But it would be. They got their ideas. It better be good. That's all I can say.
Yeah, and they are keeping quiet. I give the McMahons credit. They're keeping it real tight.
Yeah, probably because they don't know.
Because they've got this brilliant idea that's going to blow us all away, and they're very quiet about it.
I hope so too.
I'll just put it like that. I mean, hopefully it's not because they don't have any ideas, and that's easy to
Well, they got ideas. I mean, it's not hard to come up with ideas. I'm sure they got a lot of ideas. Just hope that the one they pick is the real killer idea.
Right.
Any word on a return for The Rock?
August. Basically, the return depends on two factors. One is when they finish filming the movie, and number 2 is when is the opportune time to bring it back. Like, let's just say they're done with the movie July 10th, but they've got that pay-per-view July 22nd, and it's WCW against WWF, and The Rock really isn't featured for that pay-per-view. There's really no point to bring him back until either the day of the pay-per-view or the day after, and to build up, a big Rock match for SummerSlam. So I think that's why I'm tempted to say, and I don't know for a fact that like July, 22nd, 23rd, maybe if the movie filming is done, that might be a good time to bring him back.
Okay, that they canceled the Cow Palace house show.
Yep.
They're going to give us Raw day after SummerSlam?
No, Raw day after SummerSlam is going to be in Oakland. And then I think Sacramento's Tuesday for the SmackDown. Cow Palace, they canceled because they didn't sell tickets, so I don't think that they're going to be going back to the Cow Palace for a long time, if ever.
Well, I don't know. Whenever WWF, later day WWF ran there, it was just, another building. Not like when they had the AWA shows, you actually, felt the history in the building. I didn't feel that going to the later WWF shows in that house. I don't know why. Cow Palace wasn't a good fit for WWF. WWF is like modern and vibrant, and Cow Palace is just like this old building that outlived its usefulness. Now that you've got San Jose, after going to San Jose Arena, who wants to go to the Cow Palace for anything? It's like this old livestock building. It has history because it was the only the only big building, in this part of the country at that time. But it's for a Major League Pro Wrestling event, I think it just outlived its usefulness. And the fact people wouldn't buy tickets. I'm not blaming it on the building because they're not buying tickets in many markets. But that's in this market, I think San Jose and Oakland is just the buildings they should be playing. I agree. How about Scott Steiner as the Stalker?
He's not ready to wrestle for this pay-per-view, so no, it wouldn't be him. Because it's got to be someone who's ready to wrestle in a couple weeks.
Well, it would work storyline-wise, wouldn't it?
Anybody would work storyline-wise. I'm just saying that, like, Scott's got injuries and he's not ready to go. So it's got to be someone who's ready to go in, a couple weeks.
Okay. Who do you think it is, Dave?
I'm not even thinking. Vince, maybe. I don't know. I'm not. I tell you what, though, except for the fact that it's going to be such a downer that I don't think they would do it because they know it'll be a downer. I could almost see Boss Man because Boss Man's been sitting there with nothing to do. He hasn't been fired. It's not like they let him go. So it's like they got to come up with, something new. And I don't know. It could be Kane. I don't know. I really don't know who it'll be.
Brian, an opinion?
I don't care, actually.
Good answer.
I don't really care that much either right now.
What I'm really shocked about is how many people do care.
Well, that's just because it's a mystery.
It really isn't. I'm not saying anything bad that you're wondering. I'm just, I'm looking at Undertaker, and there's this goofy angle where someone is stalking his wife, and it's going to be someone that nobody cares about. It's going to lead to a match that nobody's going to want to see. Yet, I've gotten so many emails and up on the message board, just, email after email, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be?
That's just people don't know.
I'm just waiting until the day when everyone finds out and you all feel horrible.
Yeah, and it's Billy Gunn or Test.
Well, here's my question. Why doesn't Sarah pull the shade?
She can't see him. Remember?
He's in a tree.
He can see her, but she can't see him.
Now she knows that people are peeking in the window, so you pull the shade.
It's Bruce Pritchard.
Why wasn't she watching Raw? Where was her husband?
Well,
hopefully all these questions will be answered in the next week.
And if Taker wasn't on Raw, he should have been home with her.
Yeah, they just shot an angle where a family member of a WWF wrestler wasn't even watching the show.
A couple of weeks ago, that could be understandable.
Yeah.
And why was she watching her husband? They also had the angle a couple of weeks ago where Mick Foley got kicked out of the building, and he managed to buy a front row ticket to that show at 8:30 at night. It was.
But he's got pull. He's got pull.
Okay, try this. I'm politically incorrect. Okay.
Yes.
Foley.
Okay.
Flair.
Thatcher's a good. Thatcher speaks very well. Yeah.
And
Tom
Roland
Zenk.
Albano.
Yeah, right. Lou Albano. Oh God.
How about Albano, Bert Sugar, and Dave Meltzer?
And Roddy Piper.
There you go. Perfect.
That'd be the one. Got somebody emailed me some Kevin Nash stuff. This is someone who goes, I'm working on a project for Asian Heritage Month and would like to know if any of these following guys are at least part Asian, and if so, what is their background? Mitsu Arakawa, Tojo Yamamoto, Kinji Shibuya, and Yun Yang. Their hair, I mean...
What does that mean, their heritage?
I mean, they were all... Most of those guys in that era were Hawaiian. Yun Yang, I think, is, Jimmy Yun. I think he's Korean background. Is that right? I'm not even sure. But they were, they're Hawaiian, but I think they're of Japanese ancestry, at least Shibuya and Arakawa. Tojo is Harold Watanabe. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by Asian, I guess. They did a thing of, like Japanese Americans. They had some thing in the Bay Area, I think it was in California, of like, famous Japanese Americans. And one of the people who they had it like in an exhibit at one of the museums was Kinji Shibuya, not all that long ago. I think they interviewed me for the story, so I'm thinking it's about two plus years ago. Here's some people who want to think that this got some more ideas. The stalker should be China. Let's see. Does the WF inherit the lawsuit Roddy Piper filed against WCW? No, they don't. Time Warner handles all those lawsuits. Anything on the rating? Nope, nothing on the rating. More Vince is the stalker. You ever talk about backyard wrestling with your kids, Bruce?
No, I've never had any kids really participating in that. Of course, my school, they go to 5th grade, so maybe that's something they're doing more in high school. But even the high school kids or the middle school kids I know about, it really hasn't touched them, believe it or not. I mean, I really haven't heard that much around here about backyard wrestling.
You don't hear much about 2nd graders doing backyard wrestling.
Well, they do their moves, and then I break them up and threaten them to, threaten to keep them,
Threaten to powerbomb them?
No, I threaten to keep them in 2nd grade for another year.
That's actually pretty scary.
I actually was scared one day because one of my biggest kids threatened to pick up one of the little kids, and so this was a few years ago, and powerbomb them, and I was just like, oh my, I was just, seeing myself on the news and all that, but so I stopped that pretty fast. So.
Actually, I just kind of glanced at the Nash thing. I thought it was totally humorous. It really was.
Something to look forward to.
I mean, he's clever, but it's just humorous. Anyway, has the WWF already decided who they will be hiring for the new WCW, including wrestlers and writers? They haven't hired any writers. They've hired, I think they've hired like 24 wrestlers, and there's probably about another half dozen or so that are ready to sign at a moment's notice. And so I think they pretty much have. I think that the roster is close to being finalized. The writers are not. Are they still waiting to get a time slot before they make final decisions? I think so, because they don't want to hire anyone and then have nothing for them to do. So yeah, that's true. Why wasn't Stephanie at either Raw or SmackDown this week? She was there. I think that the whole deal was that without Hunter, they didn't have a role for her. And are they going to keep her off TV until Hunter comes back? I don't know. She's the writer.
So, no.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
That's going to be really interesting, though, what they do with her. I mean, what she decides to do with herself. I mean, what they do with her, and whether they finally break up Hunter and Steph and put her with somebody else.
Boy, ain't it looking like they're gonna.
That will never happen.
Yeah.
I've almost convinced myself that they will be married, and Hunter's last laugh will be he owns the company.
he's gonna own 25% of the company, or whatever it's gonna turn into, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And he will then be the smartest guy in the history of the business. Let's see. This is Richard Sullivan, who said, in addition to his stint, this is about Tyler Maynor, Nitron, or Daryl Carolette, or the Gaspar brother. He was Nancy Sullivan's bodyguard, Nitron, and also worked as Big Sky, teaming with Vinny Vegas. I remember that. And
that's right, Big Sky.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go to Dan in Chicago. Dan, what's up?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Not too much. What's going on?
Dave, I actually got a Stephanie question, and then I got a question. Actually, I'll ask you first about the wrestling camp that's going to come here in Chicago. Do you know anything about it?
Is that the Barry Fox fantasy camp deal?
Yeah.
I actually do know a little bit about it. I mean, they sent me some brochures and everything like that, and at one point
they how to wrestle, or
I think it's just like like what they do with the baseball players. It's not so much being taught, but like you get to do like a match. I think the idea is you get to do a match and you No. Like you work with they'll bring in like big stars, and like you'll get to tag team with them, and you'll get the videotape it, and you'll have like Elizabeth or Sable or somebody walk you to the ring, that type of a thing.
Oh, okay,
so
cool.
I think that's what that's all. It's like a big fantasy camp thing.
Right. All right. And my question about Stephanie is two questions actually. How old is she?
I think 24.
24.
Okay.
And now you were mentioning about Hunter, with the whole thing where she was crying. Are they really dating? What's the deal?
They were, as of the last time somebody told me they were, which wasn't that long ago. But I don't know. It's like I try not to know these things, but I don't know. What have you heard, Bruce? Is there anything new on that?
From what I understand, they're together, but I have a different opinion than you do. I mean, Dave and I have talked about this before, but I have the same opinion. But I think in this case, it's news because
it is news.
Because
you're right.
It affects the business that they're in. They're two very powerful people. That,
it's funny. There was a WWF wrestler who had that exact same discussion with me because it's like I always don't want to know this stuff, and they go this affects business. They go the writer the guy is dating the writer. He's in 9 segments a show. I think you ought to write about it. And I still haven't written about it in that term, but I guess I just talked about it.
Yeah.
And I think Triple H is the stalker. I think they're going to play it out.
From his hospital bed?
Listen.
He's limping around outside the door. Okay,
no,
that's good.
And first of all...
No, but then they got to get a divorce.
No.
So I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, listen to this, Luke. Can I tell you my idea? I
Sure.
believe that the whole injury thing, because I thought when they show stuff on TV that it's an angle.
Unless it's real.
It's not real.
His injury?
It's not real.
His injury?
Oh, Hunter's injury is real, of course.
Yeah. Are you sure? Because I thought when they played
it's real.
The presidential election was an angle, but the injury was real.
Okay.
That injury was real.
Yeah.
They could play along with the stalking angle, and Triple H could come back and say that he did it because The Undertaker had stalked Stephanie with that whole deal with Vince, being the remember how he was with The Undertaker?
He kidnapped her?
Yeah. And they could go back to that.
That's why I think Undertaker's stalking her himself.
Hey,
He's got the
I
history.
kind of like this, and then Hunter could start stalking. He could start stalking.
Hey, he killed his parents.
No, but his mom's having surgery though.
That's right, but his mom's having surgery. That's right. Undertaker's mom just had surgery. How did he kill his parents?
And isn't that Kane's mom then?
Yeah, theoretically.
And they didn't say anything about
that's right.
That's what. Oh my God. Anyway.
It must have been his stepmom.
Okay.
And one last thing, and I'll let you go. On Beyond the Mat, was that girl next to Jim Ross Stephanie?
Yes.
I wasn't sure about that because she looked a little young, and I wasn't sure. She didn't.
And she looked totally different, didn't she?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but that's Stephanie. Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay, you're very welcome. This is from Richard Sullivan, who wants to remind me that Ric Flair had 3-star matches with Big John Studd and Bad Leroy Brown. And if he had 3-star matches with Big John Studd, which I'm sure he did, then he is, what can I say?
I want to mention that every time I come on this show, Richard Sullivan comes in and makes me look bad. And he knows because he knows so much. I mean, he always has that, I'd forgotten about Darryl Carolette, and he just filled right in. But I remember the last show, he did the same thing. Smart guy.
Okay, if Undertaker's wife is named Sarah Undertaker, then what is the Undertaker's first name? I guess it is.
No, her name is Sarah Taker. His first name is Under.
Oh, okay. There's someone who says the Peeping Tom is Vince Russo. Hey, Vince Russo's
that would work.
Hey, one way or the other.
He looks like a stalker.
Okay. Let's go to Greg in Vancouver. Greg, what's going on?
Hi, how are you?
Doing good.
I have an angle with the Stephanie thing. I think they should do a thing where the wedding, they find out the person that married Stephanie and Hunter was a fake.
A fraud. A fake.
Come on now.
And they've been fake married for a year and a half now.
Oh my God! Does that mean they've been having sex premaritally or extramaritally or whatever?
Well, he as I recall, he kind of like date raped her.
Kind of nothing. He date raped her. Yeah.
He did several times. Although they don't do that in WWF television.
Yeah, it was off TV.
It was a dark match. Had a drug on TV, but it was off. Okay, yeah.
And the other thing I was wondering is, would they have the rights to some of the different type of matches from WCW to have in WWF now?
How do you copyright a match?
I don't think you can copyright any matches.
Someone asked me that about the scaffold match, and it's like, how do you copyright a scaffold?
Yeah, but you know what? War Games, I think that probably is copyrighted. Don't you think that's copyrighted?
I think the name would be copyrighted, but how can you copyright the concept of having an extra cage or two cages?
Yeah, you could do it, a justice match. It's like Paul Lee, made that three-way dance thing famous, so they just called Triple Threat. Even though Paul Lee never trademarked three-way dance.
Ric Flair and Vince Russo did their cage match, it was the Hell in the Cell cage, but they just couldn't call it that.
Right. But now I think maybe they can call it. I mean, I would think they could call it that now.
Well, no one's going to be suing them over it. So yeah, I'm sure that they bought the trademarks. If WCW trademarked War Games, then yeah, they bought it.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else?
Okay, let's go to Mike in Massachusetts. Mike, what's going on?
How's it going, guys?
Really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask if you think that Rings is going to be able to survive.
Looks bad. I mean, it really looks bad.
Because
Maeda's had a hell of a week this week. He got convicted or something in the United States. He's getting divorced. His company's falling apart. Three of his guys are gone. So, and you know what he did? He's like, he went on that airplane and sat next to Mr. Inoki and goes, what are we going to do? And Antonio Inoki's going like, we're going to do exactly what we always do with a dead company. You're dead, but you're going to make a lot of money. We're going to kill you. That's right.
It's pretty amazing because, it was only 3 months ago that there was the King of Kings finals, which was like one of the best mixed martial arts shows ever. So it's amazing that all this is happening just 3 months later.
Yeah, that was an awesome, that whole tournament was so good. But yeah, you're right. That King of Kings was one of the best. That may have been the best mixed martial.
If you really look back at the very, very end of WCW, things were picking up as far as matches. They had the Cruiserweight tournament and everything like that, and then it died.
But it is a question of the marketability. The thing with Rings is that when Rings went, I think Rings started losing popularity when they started not working their matches. But the problem was that they got caught in this weird thing where the popularity of the UFCs and the Prides and things like that made that UWF style, which Rings was doing, it made it sort of obsolete because people started being able to see through the work shoot thing, so nobody wanted to see it anymore, so they were forced to do the reel. And then when they did reel, like their draws, like Tamura and Yamamoto, those guys started getting hammered, and they didn't have any, you know what I mean? It kind of killed their marketability, unfortunately.
Although I think the thing that hurt their popularity even more was Akira Maida's retirement. Because, I remember 2 months after his last match, it was Frank Shamrock versus Kiyoshi Tamura. You have two very well-known big names, and that card drew very, very poorly.
Yeah. Well, because you're right. And it was, Maeda, the whole thing with all these companies is that, you have that super draw, and you can't really replace them. And you're right. I mean, Tamura got over to a point, but he was never a big ticket seller. And then once he started getting hammered, it kind of killed that too. And they just didn't. They didn't have like a face. You know what I mean? Like they didn't for a while they had Maeda. And let's say so yeah, they didn't have a face. That's what killed UWFI and Kingdom and everything was when Takada lost his. Whatever.
It wouldn't be so bad if he got hammered by a more marketable guy, but he didn't.
Do you have any idea where Tamura is going to be going? Because it looks like he's most likely gone from Rings.
He is gone from Rings. It's official. Rings sent out a press release about a day or two ago. And it's kind of been known for a couple of weeks, but it is official. But I don't know where he's going. I mean, in the press release, they said that he was going to concentrate on teaching at his camp, his martial arts school. I don't know. I mean, Pride would certainly love to use him on a Pride show. Tamura on Pride would be a big draw. Again, especially
Tamura for Sakuraba, because they both worked together in the past, both as pro wrestlers, and they're both two well-known Japanese names. And if I think that if Fujita versus Takayama could draw, then imagine what Sakuraba versus Tamura would do.
Sakuraba and Tamura would draw. Tamura would be really great to see him do some, do something with New Japan, but I don't see that one happening because he didn't the last time, 95 when he had the chance. So I don't know where he's going to go, but Pride, what did I hear? Pride, I heard Deep was interested in him. I mean, Pancras would take him, but it's like the problem is you really don't. The whole thing with him is you really don't want him doing shoots anymore because he's just been too beat up. I mean, that's been the whole problem.
And one thing that I think hurts Rings even more is that their former fighters that have jumped to Pride have fared so poorly.
Yep.
You know,
I was surprised at Overeem. I really was.
There was Overeem. Gilbert Ivel has been a huge disappointment. I don't even think Pride should book him anymore. And there was also who was that? He was in the first round of the Grand Prix last year.
Oh, Almeida? No.
No, it was some European guy, I think. I think he lost in the first round to Fujita. It was
Hans Nyman.
Yeah, Hans Nyman. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I knew Hans Nyman was there to get killed, though.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, but anyway, I'm sorry you called so late, but we're totally out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bruce. I want to thank you very much for doing the show. We got to do this again.
Anytime.
And of course, Brian, we'll be seeing you tomorrow. And don't forget, everybody, tomorrow's the Big Mick Foley show, so it's going to be a good one. And we'll see you all tomorrow at 5. How you doing, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours, Brian Alvarez and myself, and we're going to have Brian Blair up in about half an hour as well, talking pro wrestling, talking about last night's SmackDown and all of the latest news. Brian, how are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. I guess we will start with, might as well start with SmackDown. SmackDown did a 4.2 rating, by the way, which finished third among the 6 networks. So it's up a little bit from last week, which I guess in 4.2 is not a great number considering there's no competition, but considering also that the rating pattern has been down when you have a show that was up, I guess, 0.3 from last week, I guess you got to consider that good right now.
Yeah.
So
I think it's positive.
Yeah. So I thought the show was a hell of a show.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to put down the main event in any way, but I think that the main event, again, was one of those matches where I think I would have enjoyed it more if I didn't know what was going to happen.
Really?
Yeah. I think there's just a lot of spots, like the cross-face spots and that sort of thing, where if I didn't know, what was up, I would have gotten into it more.
I really liked the main event because it was different than, Austin and Benoit had, it's like they had 2 totally different matches on Monday and Tuesday. And this one was, it reminded me of an All Japan match in that they built a couple of, big spots to make it memorable. When it's over, you remember the 4 reversals or whatever it is, 3 reversals of the sharpshooter and the 10 German suplexes. And it's
and the suplex on the table.
The 2 suplexes on the table, yeah.
Especially the second one.
Yeah, and they sold those, and they sold those spots really great. So, I mean, it was like this match. I kind of felt when it was over, like this was a match that had an identity rather than just your typical main event. It's a great match, which they had many of. But still, I guess because of the finish, I didn't think that it was overall. I mean, in some old style ways, it was better. Psychology ways, it was better. But I mean, I thought the match in San Jose, the match in Anaheim, those 2 matches were better than this one as far as best TV match. Some people are saying best TV match of the year. I thought it was among the best TV matches of the year, but I don't know. I wouldn't rate it the best. Just put it that way.
I don't think I would put it above the TLC or the tag match either.
Yeah. But I thought overall, a lot of good stuff on the show. Eddie Guerrero is tremendous.
Yes, he is. What's gotten into Eddie?
Yeah, just that character. And I really like Rhino and Raven. A lot. It was a 3.5 minute match, but it's just those hardcore matches all look the same. And then this one, it was like they just did spots that you didn't see coming. And I just thought that made it just a lot more enjoyable. Although way too many headshots still with, weapons, which that's kind of scary, but
yeah.
that's just what those matches are.
Kind of Raven's goal, though, is to try and do something innovative in all these hardcore matches. And it's good.
Yeah.
I was getting so bored with those hardcore matches lately.
Yeah, it breaks the mold and everything like that.
Yeah.
Did not like Spike Dudley last night in that interview where he goes, "Molly, I like you." I mean,
remember the delivery we were talking about?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't have the delivery. That was
That's
so
what it is.
hokey. Yeah. When Paul Heyman's making fun of you, something's wrong.
Yeah. So I guess that was kind of a negative there. Any other comments as far as show? I mean, I noticed that a lot of the stuff that happened in Edmonton was edited off. It looked like watching the show that it was a really tight show. They cut 3 or
Edge's
4 minutes.
Promo.
What? Edge's promo, 3 or 4 minutes out of the main event. Just a lot of things, just the way they ended the show. I mean, they did that finish and they were right off the air. It just seemed to me that, they had just about, 2 hours and 10 minutes worth of stuff. And then they had to, in post-production, get it down to 2 hours. Because, also,
some people had given me like the times of the, one guy actually called me up on Tuesday night with the times of the matches, and I noticed that many of the matches were a lot shorter than their times were live, so they were editing spots out of a lot of the matches. One thing about the editing people for WWF, they're fantastic because you watch that show and it's seamless. I mean, like when I used to watch
you never notice.
When you watch Japanese
3 minutes
wrestling,
out of the main event, where would that be? I think there was one reversal at the very end of that match. It looked a little bit choppy, so it might have been right there. But I don't know.
They edited.
They did a hell of a job.
Well, there was one spot which was the diving headbutt into the belt, right? And that was the 10-minute mark of the match, and it was like at the 6.5-minute mark, I think, on television. So most of what was edited out was in the first 10 minutes of the match.
Okay.
But so I know. But I don't know. Really good there. There was no competition on television at all last night. The couple of notes here. The Walker Texas Ranger show tomorrow night is going to be the Owen Hart. Isn't it amazing that everything I know that CBS probably when they made their schedule has no idea that this is the 2-year anniversary of the death of Owen Hart. They just are throwing reruns out there, and they're rerunning that show. And did you watch that show, Brian? I don't even remember.
I avoided it.
Okay, I did watch it, and it's a terrible episode. So I mean, I'm not encouraging anyone to watch it unless you really want to see bad. You want to see something that involves wrestling, but it's a bad episode. But the point where in this one, of course, the promoter's the promoter's out there to murder the guy. It's a promotional war gimmick or something like that. So it's like when he falls from the ceiling in his blue blazer costume, somebody slices the cord. You know what I mean? It's not an accident. But to watch, I mean, when the thing ran the first time, and to watch a guy in a blue blazer costume go down from the ceiling, and die like that, even, in a television show, I mean, it just was, the reaction I had was so horrible. And for sure, I'm not going to watch it again. I mean, even if it had been a good show, it was just like that. It was too closely exploiting that thing and too graphic, I guess. So anyway, I hated that show, and now I'm plugging it. But just want you to know that it's on tomorrow night on CBS. And see, Matt Raffs is considering changing its name. So if you have suggestions, in fact, we got.
It's a heavy news day when this is at the top of the show, one of the main stories.
Hey, it's a heavy news week. What can I say?
I was just thinking about that earlier today. It was 2.5 months ago, or 3 months ago, or whatever. We're talking about, is Eric Bischoff going to buy WCW? Is Vince McMahon going to buy WCW? Is the thing going to just die and go out of business? And now, 3 months later, Matt Raffs is going to have a name change, and we're looking for suggestions.
2 months later. Well, that's it. Antonio Inoki's not running for office. So, got that one. They were trying to draft him to run for office, and he turned it down today.
Draft him?
What? Yeah, one of the political parties had asked him, believe it or not, he's got a famous name. He was in there for 6 years in, 89, 95. And they asked him if he would run, and he said no. So, that's good, I guess.
Didn't want a pay cut.
Yeah, among other things. Let's see, the top of the Super Junior tournament will be going to the finals. The finals are Monday in Osaka, Japan. It's Jushin Liger and Minoru Tanaka. And the general feeling, and we'll see if they... There's something that makes total sense, which does not mean that they won't do it, but it doesn't mean that they will, right? Okay, Minoru Tanaka is the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champion. Generally speaking, you use this tournament to create a logical contender. And they got a big show July 20th at the Sapporo Dome, and it would make sense for Jushin Liger to win the Super Junior tournament by beating Minoru Tanaka, the champion, and, of course, bringing them back to the Sapporo Dome for the big show for a championship match. That all makes sense. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen that way.
Does that make American sense, or does that make Japanese sense?
Japanese sense.
Sometimes they have that idea of, if you have the champion, he should be able to win the tournament.
But then how does that build up the championship match?
Actually, in Japan, they've done it before. It didn't make sense then, but there's a precedent.
Well, usually when they do that, it's because the champion is about to do an interpromotional match against somebody from another company. So by establishing, as the big, he's the world champion and he just won the tournament. So then when he faces the guy from the other company, it's like the top. You know what I mean? He's clearly the top guy. There's no confusing who the number one guy is here. I think that if you're building up something within the promotion, it doesn't make. They could do it. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's not like it's the main event, but we'll see how they do it. It's Monday in Osaka. Today in Takamatsu, they did what essentially were the semifinals, although it was the last day of the round robin. Jushin Liger beat Silver King, and he won the A block by winning that match with a brainbuster. And then in the B block, it was Minoru Tanaka, Dr. Wagner Jr., and Akira, who were all tied with 3-1 records. So Akira wrestled Shinya Makabe and was upset, which actually makes sense. So then later in the show, they had what essentially was the B block championship match. So it was the biggest win of Shinya Makabe's career. They're giving him a big push, and he's a good worker. They got some young guys there. They're good athletes, and he's one of them. And then Tanaka beat Dr. Wagner with an E-lock, so that sets up the big match. So that's what's going there. And what else do I have? On the show yesterday, we were talking about Rob Van Dam having signed, and Rob Van Dam then posted something, probably right around the end of our show or right after the show was over, that he has in fact got his contract. He got his contract about a week or two ago, I think, from the WWF, and they have verbally agreed to terms, but he has not put pen to paper. So he has officially not signed his contract, but he's coming in, unless something like totally falls apart. And actually, that's largely today's news. Got any other news?
No.
That's it. Okay. Well, wow, that's quick. Any more? We will start with emails before we get Brian Blair up. And he goes, this is from Tony Fleming, who goes, I believe you know the answer to this question. Actually, I think I know the answer. He goes, I would like to hear you say, so I'm sure, okay? All of these news boards are talking about the WF shopping the new WCW show to other networks like Fox. Please, could you clear up for me if the WF's TV deal forbids them for broadcasting any shows other than on a Viacom-owned station? If this is not the case, what are the conditions they could use another company? Based on what I was told the other day, and based on what I understand, I mean, they have an exclusive contract with Viacom as far as for cable television, not for broadcast television. So, theoretically, but I think they have an exclusive with UPN for broadcast television. So I don't think they can go to Fox. I know they can't go to Fox Sportsnet unless Viacom lets them, which Viacom will not do. They cannot go to TBS unless Viacom lets them, which Viacom will not do because Viacom is spending $28 million a year for the exclusive rights to broadcast WWF pro wrestling programming, and they're not going to spend that kind of money and then let a rival network have a show. That was what screwed up the deal when Vince McMahon last year tried to buy WCW, and Bischoff ended up getting it, was because Viacom would not waive that provision. I actually had some contact with one of the top guys in WWF when some of these rumors were getting going. I mean, but some of the rumors they've outright denied already. In fact, basically, with the people who have talked with the WWF, everyone denies all these stories anyway. But I go I basically asked when one of them was going, they said Viacom will not be waiving this. So I don't think there's, I hate to say there's no chance because in wrestling, I mean, things change so fast that things that a month ago were impossible are happening. So, when ratings
especially
go down.
Lately.
Yeah. Well, when ratings go down and when business goes down, a lot of things that people would do, maybe if things go down, Viacom's going to go, oh my God, we're losing, the TNN audience is going down at a pretty healthy clip ever since we lost our competition on Monday. Maybe the best thing for us to do is actually allow competition, even if it's fake competition and it's us against ourselves on Monday night, because it ended up building both ratings. So I mean, and actually, I'll tell you what, I've talked to some people in the last couple of weeks, about television, and no one can get it, which we've talked about. But I always go if you can get TV, I would go with 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock on Monday night. It's the best time because it'll build both shows. I mean, we've already seen it. That's what happens. I mean,
and it's so funny because look at 6 months ago, we were always thinking, what they need to do is move Nitro to Wednesday or something like that, and get it away head to head from Raw. And now it's maybe that would be the best time.
There are so many things. I was writing. I wrote something today, by the way, for next week's Observer about. I was writing about pay-per-view, and the more I wrote about pay-per-view, the more I realized that there are things that, when you economically look at them and make sense, it just doesn't work out that way in wrestling, and I don't know why that is. But it's. Let's see. This is from John, who said that he thought yesterday's show was a bit of a letdown. It was interesting, but I feel you were not able to discuss anything at length. I didn't realize that you were going to talk about the Thanksgiving SmackDown. I was hoping there would be something not quite as light. Well, what can I say? I thought that Mick Foley was very, very honest. When we have had WWF people on the show in the past, which we're not allowed to have. But as far as why we had him, people have been asking. I really don't know the answer. We just did. But I guess because he's promoting the book.
Book tour thing.
He's promoting the book, and also because I think
we almost had China on when she was promoting her book. Remember?
Not as almost as this one, but also because I helped him with it. I think also because I helped him with the book.
When we ran down the Tower Records that night at WWF, the restaurant, we might have gotten China.
That was the day that you were in New York, right, Dave?
The day that I was in New York, yeah.
She
China
could
was
be
right
in
next door.
the studio with you.
That's right. So we would probably go to the gym and see if I could out bench press her afterwards. But
she would have beat you.
What? Well,
if I would have said something negative about her, she would have punched you.
Didn't happen. So let's see. But as far as I just thought, like, when we talked about like things, he was pretty honest about like the TV kind of gotten stale and what he liked and what he didn't like. The stuff about Shane McMahon that he said is the same stuff we've said. But I would bet you if we had
anybody else from
the WWF. And we go, Shane was really goofy on that thing with Kurt Angle, and that interview was horrible, and that dance really just killed WCW. I think that they would just go, oh, no, Shane knows what he's doing. They got a plan, Yeah. So anyway, I just then he says he thought that that Max Payne's show was far better. Also he was on a cell phone. He was stuck in traffic.
Had to keep getting to a different phone. Had to take off on an airplane.
Yeah, it was a very inopportune thing and everything. But anyway, this is from Peter Konienzi, who said, regarding the letter you had asking whether Shane McMahon was or was not adopted, when he and his sister appeared on Off the Record, Shane did say he was adopted. When he said it, Stephanie was surprised, but Shane made the comment like it was no big deal. I think it's pretty clear that he's not adopted, and I think that he was probably meaning it like as a joke that nobody got. It's from Michael Young, who says, I'm not sure if you saw the movie or heard about it. Well, I certainly heard about the movie. I did not see Shrek, which is a huge hit right now. The scene, he goes, they have a scene where Shrek is fighting a bunch of the Lord's men in a pseudo wrestling ring. The scene goes 1 or 2 minutes, and it was very funny. He did moves like vertical suplex and several drop kicks. The funniest part was when somebody in the crowd said, hit him with a chair, as Shrek was about to clobber someone with it. No doubt a little reference to the current pro wrestling scene. Thanks. On that. This is from Hector Ruiz.
So?
What? Hit him with a chair?
You think that was kind of a testament to the current pro wrestling scene?
Yes. This is from Hector Ruiz, who goes, I've analyzed back and forth, who's one of the guys on the chat, on the Observer chat. I've analyzed back and forth the WCW television situation, and I think I've come up with the best idea possible for WWF. Even out of all the emails I have sent you with suggestions for the WWF, I think this is the one I like the most because nobody else has come up with it. Aha, you may be wrong, by the way. Because actually, I remember an email coming up with this. But anyway, first, do the invasion angle, which the WCW guys invade WF television. That's clearly going to be done any week now. Then on the first interpromotional show, the build-up should be that when that WCW comes to Raw and says they are the kings of Monday Night Wrestling. It's an interesting way of doing it. So that would set up WWF versus WCW pay-per-view, and the winner gets Monday Night Wrestling, and the loser has to move to another night. Interesting. The WCW could win the rivalry. I know it's unlikely because this might not be taken well by some of the guys in the WWF, but it would help out for many factors. One, fans are conditioned to watching wrestling on Monday nights. Boy, they're losing that conditioning quick, though, but you're right.
Wait, hold on a second. WCW has to win. Otherwise, the feud's over.
Yeah, I know. And they have to steal some guys, too. Fans are conditioned to watching wrestling on Monday nights, so there's a better chance for them to stick around and watch WCW on Monday night if there's no WWF. Let's think about it. I think I kind of agree with that. Like, if you were to do just to say theoretically, WCW on Monday and WWF on Thursday, right? Or vice versa, which would be better? I don't know if it's a wash because I think that people are more used to watching. Although, more people do watch wrestling now on Thursdays than Mondays. So, which is a new phenomenon, about 7 weeks old, right? So it's not necessarily the case. I don't know. Two, WCW will gain legitimacy with the fans by beating WWF in such an important angle. Absolutely. They have to, or the thing's going to be in a lot of trouble. I think everyone agrees with that. It's easier to sell TNN on giving WWF another TV show than selling TNN on starting a brand new product on an untested night. Now, that's a good point.
if they do want to do that, that is a good point as far as I think that if you told TNN that we want to do WCW on Monday and we want, say, Friday for Raw, okay? God, but they won't. I don't think they're going to move Raw to Friday. That one just doesn't. I mean, you could. That's a hell of a gamble.
Well, if TNN has a holdup and they want guys like Goldberg who aren't going to be in at the beginning, why would they agree to remove Raw and put a WCW show without those guys in the Raw slot?
There's your big holdup. You're right. Especially if they were afraid to put it on Saturday Night Late Night.
Why would they replace Raw?
Why would they replace Raw, which carries their entire station? Yeah, I think that TNN would be, and again,
the more I look at this, too, we talk about Goldberg every single day, but if WCW cannot get a time slot, and one of the big holdups is they won't spend $6 million on Goldberg, what the hell are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? If the fans want to see it, the fans are dying to see this guy, TNN won't give him a show without him. They're worried about upsetting the salary structure. They're not going to have a show. It's going to upset more in your salary structure when you don't even have a show. All these guys are going to be out of job. You can't bring in, 24 guys or 30 guys and add those to the WWF roster. There has to be a place for them. And if you can't have a place without this guy, what are you waiting to get this guy for?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm a lot of those guys, those 24 guys, I'm really scared for them because if this becomes something where, they're only going to have like 10 or 12 guys, all those good workers that are on low contracts, I mean, there's just no need for them. Yeah. Unless they have a 2-hour show. Because if they have a 1-hour show, there's not even any need for them. But if they have a 2-hour show, I mean, you have to fill time, and then the people like, Kid Romeo and Chavo Guerrero Jr. and Shane Helms and those guys, in a 2-hour show, they'll have time. I kind of think, I tell you what, I really miss some of, I do not miss at all the WCW booking. I do not miss the storylines. I do not miss the top of the card. But I do miss, those cruiserweight matches that would open up the show. Because remember, we would always go like, show opened with a great match and it went all downhill from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're not really getting on WWF that kind of high-flying cruiserweight stuff. The one thing that's bad, though, is WWF, because they're encouraging the wrestlers to wrestle more safely, I think that, which is good, and it's great, and I applaud them for this, but at the same time, if they start telling these guys, I'm thinking about a lot of the moves that really got over with the Shane Helms type of guys. A lot of those, if they're out of the playbook, then they're just, then there's small guys wrestling.
Yeah, but you know what? You can still do high flying without killing yourself. I mean, look at the minis. The only time I really get worried about the minis is when they do the chair shots to the head, and they do tons of high flying.
WF fans will always find where the WF is, and the ratings for the new show would not be affected that much. It's a good letter. It's a good letter, and it's a lot of things to think about. Got a ton of emails here. I'm going to start getting through it.
Why did Vince offer Steve Regal a carrot last night?
Yeah, and then he didn't eat it, and Vince ate it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what that had to do with anything, but he did.
There has to be some sort of inside joke there.
I don't know what it is, but you're probably right. I'll tell you what, on the
Now,
Goldberg
if it were a
thing,
banana, I'd have figured it out immediately.
Okay. On the Goldberg thing, it's funny. It's like pretty much 7 weeks ago, I think the consensus was, and I think that you and I kind of were not necessarily on this one, because I think from the very beginning, I think we both kind of figured they really needed Goldberg. But the consensus of people that I talked with 7 weeks ago was, his contract's too, whether they were in the WWF or WCW guys, it's like, his ego's too big, his contract's too much. It's just like, it's not a good idea to upset the salary structure. You don't want to get people mad, right? All of those same people in the last week are like totally done a 180 on that one. I think that everyone sees, kind of when you look at the big picture, it's just one of those things that I just think it's got to be, getting Bill Goldberg is there's no guarantee that this thing is going to fail, and there's no guarantee that this is going to succeed with or without Bill Goldberg, but the odds of it succeeding with Bill Goldberg are so much higher that I think it's just something that you got to do. I almost don't even see a debate in it now.
Yeah.
This is from Mike Coughlin, who says, I just got done listening to Mick Foley here in Chicago. He was on a local radio show for an hour, and let me tell you, he was great.
Yeah, he is great. For about the first 5 minutes, he sounded semi-jaded, like he was expecting to get ambushed or whatnot. But after that, he really came across as very well-spoken, did a great deal of good for the image of pro wrestling. It was mostly standard talk show banner. He said nothing big. However, he did say he would be returning to Raw on Monday. I didn't know that. He told us he was coming back.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. He said he was coming back real soon.
Let's say Mick Foley was 100% right now and he had not retired. And some guy decided that he was going to pick up a bunch of these guys that maybe didn't have contracts, Balls Mahoney, some guys like that, and decided they were going to start a hardcore promotion. And he could get Mick Foley. But it would cost Mick Foley a hell of a lot of money. But Mick Foley would be, of course, like the hardcore name for his promotion. You know, he would get him if he could, right? Doesn't that make sense?
If he could afford him. You know,
yeah, if he could afford him, he would get him.
Yeah, if he could afford him, he would get him, yeah.
And you're telling me Vince can't afford Goldberg?
Well, Vince can afford Goldberg. I mean, it's just a question of, we know what all the questions are, and it's going to be his call. I mean, he may have to start, and, if things don't go really great at the beginning. And one thing about Goldberg, I mean, that salary structure thing's important, though, because, a lot of the guys that we're talking about that, like the Van Dams and all these guys, I don't know what numbers are on paper for these guys, okay? For some of the guys. Some of them I do know, and the numbers are much lower. I don't want to say much lower than I would have expected because I knew they were going to be low. I mean, I was told they were going to be low going in because,
How about much lower than a lot of people would believe?
Yeah, the numbers are real low. I mean, when you're talking about some big names and you're talking about $150,000 as your yearly guarantee, okay? And not even a guarantee you're going to make that much more because, WWF, the guys everyone makes more than their downside guarantee when business is good. And when you're running around on house shows, these WCW guys, if WCW is not doing, if WCW is not doing house shows, and I don't see them doing them at least for the first several months, and they're not doing pay-per-views, and I don't see them having the interest to do pay-per-views on their own for the first several months, you're not going to get that accrued income to where you're going to top your downside by a whole hell of a lot. So, you've got all these guys that are making, let's just say these guys are making 150, maybe a couple of top guys are making 250. I'm just throwing numbers around, and then you got Bill Goldberg in there at, $2+ million. That's, I mean, granted, he carries it, and Hogan, when Hogan went to WCW, he was making way, way more than everybody else. I mean, so much more, similar to this, and more than $2 million as well when he made the jump in '94. But, and he did turn the company around.
Well, people have to look at it that same way. I'm sure there were a lot of people very angry when Hogan first came in. But look what happened. He turned business around, and everybody was better off because of it.
I'll tell you that. And I will say this, and I was in that pack. Almost everyone, when we heard that contract, 25% of pay-per-view, which was basically what his deal was, 25% of the company gross on pay-per-view, we're going like, that is insane. Eric Bischoff is out of his mind. But you know what? It was worth it for the first couple of years, and then the last 2 years, or whatever it was. The last 2 years, it clearly was not close to worth it. And, they got bit. They got bit on those last 2 years. We got Brian Blair here. Brian, how are you today?
Good, Big D. Dave, what's happening, my brother?
Oh, God. I don't know, Dusty, but I'm sorry. But anyway.
It's wake-up time, man.
Yeah.
I'm listening to this la-la. I mean, it's good information, but I just figured I'd add a little entertainment to your show tonight.
Okay, cool. Well, we want to talk about current business, and but first of all, why don't you tell everybody about you've got a book that's been out for a couple months now, right?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the book.
Okay, it's a book about it's kind of like a dictionary. Obviously I wouldn't write a book about Brian Blair because it wouldn't sell peanuts right now, because out of sight, out of mind. That's just the way it is. So you've read the book, and there's an opening a little bit about me to establish credibility, but it's basically written because I've answered all the questions that people have asked me. It's more like a dictionary, all the questions people have asked me about the business, and plus added a couple things. Carney, I guess it was December 12th of '99, Jerry Lawler and his son Brian Christopher and I were sitting at one of the tapings, and WWF tapings, and we were talking Carney back and forth, and Brian's really good at it. And a couple of the other guys were, hey, how do you say that? Teach us how to say that. It's only like half the dressing room knows how to speak Carney now. So, in an effort to carry on the business, and I'm a firm believer that the more that people know about the business now, and I wasn't before, but now I am a firm believer that the more they know, it's kind of like the making of Star Wars. The more you know about what went into the picture, the more you like it. So the more you know about the business, the closer you can become. So not only did I, answer the Carney question or try to keep the Carney, which has been a big part of our business for years and years and years, alive, and hopefully it was kind of written more toward the boys to help them to understand, because I would constantly get that. And plus a lot of the radio stations, if you live in Tampa, Bubba the Love Sponge, I'm sure you're familiar with him. Everybody speaks Carney, and everybody wants to know how do you speak Carney. So I did an audio portion that comes with the book and did that. And I also, every dressing room term that I had ever heard in my 23 years in the business, is defined in there. I mean, and there's some new terms that you use. I mean, that I never used, which has a place in the business, but it was never used in the locker room. But you've developed a couple terms. For example, I like the word work rate. I think that's a great term. We used to just say work hard or bust ass, or now you got the 4 stars, or whatever stars the guy gets. I really commend you for that. But then on the other hand, guys have misused words, and people would say words on television. Russo was famous for that. Really dwelling deep into the dressing room vocabulary and bringing it out to the public, and people that are listening to this show right now are smarter than the average Joe that watches wrestling, and not everybody's a Meltzer or an Alvarez. So I would get questions. For example, Apter told me that he ran a story one time, and next to Triple H's picture he put the word heat, and he got almost 100 emails asking what the term heat meant. And I said, you're kidding me. And so, between the conversation with Lawler and then sitting down with Gordon Soley before he died, and the whole bit, I was a little hesitant to write the book because it really does take you kind of deep into the dressing room in the short book that it is, but it's a very informative book. It's Smarten Up, Say It Right, and you can go to World Wide Web, smartenupnow.com, and there's reviews. I haven't had a bad review. You might not like it because you're a pretty smart guy, but for example, on page 10 of your last newsletter, you said that they did a hot tag behind the referee's back. Well, if you read my book, that's called a false tag. Okay. Just so everybody can learn something from the book, and that's what it's all about. And plus, there's some classic photos in there. Photos that most people have never seen before. And
right. The thing is with casual fans that are told things like this, and like you said, they get closer to the business, they become the kind of fan that it takes a lot to get rid of them. They're not like the fad fan. And, people used to always say, if the fans find out about this, it'll kill the business. In reality, it's probably helped the business more than anything else.
Absolutely, Dave, and it's guys like you guys who at one time, I'll say it right to your face, I couldn't stand you guys for doing this because I felt you were going to ruin our business, and you know how long I've been subscribing to your newsletter. I mean, for a long, long time now. But even though we didn't like you, we'd always be the first guys. Hey, did you get the dirt sheet? We all called it the dirt sheet, of course, in the locker room. And hey, anybody got the dirt sheet? Come on. So everybody would be fighting for the dirt sheet to see what you were saying about everybody. And when Vince brought the business out and exposed it for what it was, sports entertainment, to me it's the greatest business in the world, and it's one of the hardest businesses in the world too. But when he brought it out for sports entertainment and kind of actually totally smartened up the fans. I mean, God bless Owen Hart, my good buddy. After he died, I mean, Jim Ross on 3 different occasions said everything we do in wrestling is not intended to hurt our opponent, but yet this is real. And so it kind of brought out the white collar person too, whose intelligence was always insulted, I thought. By smartening them up and showing them, because you're still not going to know the finish, the athletic moves that people do now. I mean, they're taking it off the chart, which is alarming to me and kind of scary, which is a whole other subject. But wrestling's it's entertaining, and it's a soap opera. A soap opera is not real. When you go to a movie, it's not real, but you watch it because it's entertaining, and that's what wrestling's all about. And I feel that the more you know about it, the closer you're going to become. And as soon as and plus, what's going to be good as soon as this book goes, we've done real well on the internet so far, better than what I expected, just selling it at the smartenupnow.com web address. But when it goes to distribution in July, it's going to bring people closer to your. Like there's so many people that copy stuff off you and several of the other websites. I love Scott Teal's website. I love several of them out there, but it's going to bring people closer to the real websites and the guys that bust their butt. And I'm not saying there's not any other good ones that aren't mentioned in my book, but there's certainly a lot of copycats out there, and this will kind of get people right straight to the horse's mouth.
So it's going to be available at like most of the major chains?
It's going to be available, yes, just about everywhere you can buy a book.
Oh, really? Wow. That's good. Now, I got a question about two people real quick. First of all, how's Jack Briscoe doing? Because I know he was your hero when you were a kid, and I know that you and him are very close.
Oh, we're really close. I just talked to him today. As a matter of fact, we're going out. I started taking Hero Matsuda out to lunch about 6 months before he died, and I've been very blessed in the business world, and fortunately things are pretty good for me. But anyway, I started taking Hero out since he helped me so much. I believe you got to give back to those who have given to you, and Hero gave me a lot. I mean, two and a half summers of his life, and you didn't pay anybody then when I broke in. You just went in and you fought for your life. And out of the 2.5 summers I was there, the only 3 people that succeeded in that was myself, Paul Orndorff, and Hulk Hogan. And a lot of guys, Scott Hall started, he quit. I mean, so many guys, there's a lot of guys. Dan Spivey started there, he quit. Out of over 100 guys during that time, we were the only 3 that made it. But anyway, I started taking Hero out, then I started taking Gordon Soley out, and then Jack Briscoe joined, and now it's become a ritual. Like every 2 weeks we go out to lunch. And so actually this next Tuesday, it'll be Buddy Colt, Carl von Stroheim, and Jack and myself. So yeah, Jack's doing great.
So his health is turned around and everything?
Yeah, he's doing really good right now. Real good. He's doing a lot better. He's got some a little bit of nerve problems on his right side, but other than that, he's doing good.
And with Hogan, we were hearing something about maybe he's doing something with Universal on August 8th. Have you heard anything on that?
Yeah. I kind of. I think it's not the Universal that's ever been the hang-up, really. It's been the television, which I'm sure you're aware of because I've read that. You knew about the bond that USA wanted, and that's been the real hang-up. But there's no problem with Universal as far as what they want to do there. That's not the hang-up. The hang-up is, as you know, you can't run a major promotion without the right television. So whether it happens in August, I'm not sure. At first it was going to happen in May, so I'm not really at liberty to say exactly what's going to happen, but I do know that there's a strong possibility that could happen then.
I want to mention something real quick from yesterday's show. Somebody had emailed if Mick Foley had ever wrestled at Sushi Onita in Japan, and in fact they did wrestle in a 6-man tag match on a major FMW show. I hadn't remembered it, but several people emailed it in, so just want to make mention of that before we get back to Brian Blair, who is our guest today. Brian Blair has been in pro wrestling for some 23 years, wrestled Florida territory, lots of different territories during the territorial days. Then went to the WWF, was part of the Killer Bees. Then, after not getting out of wrestling because he's always been around wrestling, managed and owned some Gold's Gyms and ran his own business very successfully. And speaking of that, so someone who has been in a, it's not really somewhat of a related field, but run your own business and having to understand the pressures of that. We talked about WCW a couple of times and things like that. I mean, I know that you had wanted, I don't know how hard you pursued it, but, certainly when they were going down, you had expressed interest in at least talking to them about getting involved. And clearly, the people who ran their business from a business sense made some astronomical mistakes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You can go ahead and respond. Yeah.
Well, they made huge mistakes. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm the smartest guy in the world, but I put my own hard-earned dollars into the business, into my own businesses. I opened up 4 Gold's Gyms from the start, built them from scratch. The first year of my first gym, we grossed $125,000. When I sold them, we were grossing over $3 million. And I did it all by myself in a way, but yet I didn't do it by myself because the only thing I did was created a team. And a great team is much better than any great individual. And I think the problem that Eric Bischoff had was, A, it wasn't his money, and B, he didn't, I don't think he had a lot of business experience. And you have to have that because everything's about the bottom line. Dave, you know that, man. You got so much stuff going on right now, between the Observer newsletter, between the Yada.com. I mean, you've got employees. But I had actually almost 90 employees that I was overseeing, so I developed systems, checks and balances. Of course, you got, it's a personal business, a people business. Well, business is business, whether it's the gym business or the wrestling business. And, Eric and I, as a matter of fact, we had a deal. He shook my hand, looked me right in the eye. I was gone to WCW. Waiting, I called him, couldn't get a call back, so he wound up, never calling me back. I saw him a couple times after that, and I, never said anything to him about it. I figured if that's the way he wanted it, that's the way he wanted it. But I truly feel like I have enough knowledge of the business that I could have, and I've never gotten out of the business, even as long as I've been at Gold's Gyms. When I left WWF in the end of '89, I never stopped wrestling, and to this day, I've never wrestled less than one day a month, and I've been all over the world since then, and I'm still working right now. I mean, it's just, and I'm probably in the best shape of my life. I mean, you could turn to, I don't know what page it's on, like 49 or 50 of the book, and that's what I look like right now. I don't know if you guys got a book.
The one with all the arrows of the injuries?
Right, 49. Right. Right, so you can see what I look like, and I mean, that's no steroids, no nothing. That's just hard work, and that's, I don't have the wear and tear on my body like a lot of the guys have. So when I go out in the ring, now I don't know if you've seen any recent tapes of me. I just, feel very, very fresh out there, and I feel like, I'd be a liar if I had said I didn't lose a step. Sure, I have, but I've also gained wisdom, and sometimes wisdom is more important than speed, provided that you can still perform to the people. And I don't think I've had a bad match in a long, long time.
Why do you think you've held up so well?
Because of exercise. I stretch 5 days a week. I do cardio 5 days a week, and I hit the weights 3 days a week. And so I've done that, just for so long, that, and constantly changing my routines, keeping up on the latest fads, diet fads, learning to cut out the carbs to keep the fat off the waist, and I think that's why. I mean, of course, if you look at page 49, you see how many injuries I've had. I stole that off of Mick's book, and I'm sure he didn't mind, but I just wanted to show people, even though this book kind of takes you really deep into a lot of places that nobody's really gone, other than maybe you guys. The whole object of the book is to show people, that it's what's inside the business as far as the jargon, the talk, where to go to keep up on the business, but also how tough the business is, and that's why I wanted to show all these injuries. And I've never been a real risk taker like Mick, but you can see, man, I've got a torn rotator cuff. I've had 3 concussions, and I've got all this documented. I mean, I've got everything that's in this book is documented.
Okay, but here's you've had 3 concussions in 23 years. We know guys who've had so many concussions like 3 years in.
I know
it's really scary.
It is scary. I tell you, Dave. And Brian, it's a scary thing, but because people are taking the business to new heights and levels as far as doing hardcore stuff that, one of these days, mark my word, and I hate to say it, of course, Draz, he got, that was kind of a fluke accident. I don't think he was doing anything spectacular. That was just something that happened. I mean, but, and then the guy in Tampa that one time who broke his neck, that was off something simple like I think he was doing a sunset flip. You remember that deal? When that guy in Tampa about, I don't know, in the 80s or something.
Chuck Austin.
Yeah, Chuck Austin.
Chuck Austin was what's now the Famouser. It's the Billy Gunn Famouser. He took it from Marty Jannetty, and he just his head went straight down. He didn't take it right.
Right, exactly. But now here's little things like that happen in accidents. Now here's guys like the Hardys, who I think the world of. But every time they do some of the moves they do, and in the ladder matches and the things like that, I just hope God's with them. They scare me. I mean, and they're taking it, not just them, but, Mick started it. He's the first guy that really, in my mind, started the real hardcore, take it to the next level. And then, the next guy has to do the next move, and the next guy has to outdo the next guy. And one of these days, it's going to be a sad day when somebody breaks their neck and dies, and or they're a paraplegic like Draws. I just hate to see that kind of stuff.
One thing I noticed when I was watching even like last night with the Hardys and everything, there is a big Jeff Hardy. I mean, not so much Matt, but Jeff Hardy wrestles a much smarter style now than he did a year ago. Because I remember, they would do all those crazy move after move, and now, if you watch the Hardys, it's more they're trying to get by on their popularity. You know what I mean?
Sure, absolutely, Dave. And another reason they're doing that is because they're hurt. I mean,
he got banged up for doing all that stuff. Sure.
They're banged up every night. There's not a match that goes by. I mean, I love Triple H. I mean, he's hurt now, and look what's happened to Steve. I mean, I've wrestled with so many of the guys that are working now. I mean, Malenko and Guerrero, and I've been on the same cards. Like I was with Rocky Johnson, the first time he had a match. I've wrestled with Mick Foley and Chris Benoit and Steve Austin. I mean, so many of the guys that I've worked with now. I watch them and the guys that have been around a while, and they wrestle a kind of a smarter, more intelligent style. And I shouldn't say intelligent because I'm sure that the Hardys are intelligent guys, but that's their style. They're lighter guys, but after a while, it's going to take a toll on them, man. What's going to happen to them when they're 43 years old?
I think there is something to them just being lighter, because when you really look at them, they're actually very lucky. I mean, if you look at Austin had the broken neck, Rikishi's shoulder's all messed up. He just came off another injury. You got Hunter in his leg, Eddie Guerrero. I mean, they're guys that work an easier style that have gotten some really bad injuries, and these guys they're actually pretty lucky.
I don't think it's lighter. I think it's younger. When you're, there's a total difference between working at 23 or 24, whatever Jeff Hardy is right now, and working at 35, 36, how Steve Austin is with all those years in the business. Brian can just, Brian, one thing I want to ask you is as far as like, changing and working, like what do you do differently in the ring, and also when it comes to training, how would a 25 or 30-year-old Brian Blair be different as far as like what you do to keep yourself in shape? I mean, more stretching and more cardio or whatever, as compared to Brian Blair today.
Well, it would be the same. Actually, nothing's changed really. I would still wrestle the same style that I've always wrestled because I like to adapt. I've had a lot of great teachers. I mean, in the front of my book, I named a lot of them that I've had just some great teachers and some great people to be around. I wouldn't change any of the routines really that although I have added stretching, so that's kind of not quite accurate. And I didn't used to stretch when I was younger. Now I've found that, stretching is just, God, I don't know what I'd do without it. I've had 2 bulged discs in my back, and the doctor said I had to have an operation. Another doctor said you got to have an operation. Third doctor said you got to have an operation. Finally, I went to a rehab place, and this was like in 1991 after I got back from Russia, 1992, I think, when I got back from Russia with a tour with Afa and Sika and Ken Patera and some other guys. Anyway, that was one of the best tours I'd ever been on. But my back, I had hurt my back a little bit, and I hurt it again in Japan in 95. And it just, through going to this place called Health South, this rehab place, they taught me some stretching, and I applied it to some other stuff that I had learned in the gym. And to make a long story short, the stretching caused me to get off the anti-inflammatories, the pain pills. For 6 months I was on anti-inflammatories and pain pills, or I couldn't walk. And slowly but surely the stretching took all that away. And now it's not only a cure, but it's a prevention. And everybody needs to stretch. That's in the business at least. But everybody should, period.
Now I want to ask you, before we're going to start taking phone calls in just a couple of minutes, but I want to ask you just about Paul Orndorff, who you've known for forever, and what is Paul Orndorff up to right now?
I just talked to Paul. Well, he's at home right this minute. You should call him. But anyway, he's a fun guy, and I used to sell Cokes in the Tampa Stadium. I'll try to make this quick. How long before we go to the break? Give me an idea.
Let's see. How long, Al? Just go as long as you want to.
Okay. When I was a kid, Paul Orndorff was also kind of a hero of mine. I sold Cokes in the Tampa Stadium, and him and Freddie Solomon were like just studs. I mean, with John Matuzak at the University of Tampa playing football. And I'd set my Cokes down every time the offense was on because I always loved Paul and Freddie. Those were my 2 favorite players. And now Freddie's a great friend of mine, too, who played for the San Francisco 49ers. But anyway, Paul became friends. Boom. He started with Matsuda. One thing left another. Then he started in the business a little bit before me. And I went to Mid-South where he was. That was my first territory that I was sent to. And Paul was there, and so we were on the road a lot together, and there was a lot of ribs pulled. As a matter, I got to tell you this one. Anyway, and besides, him and I, we've fought together. We've done everything heterosexual together, let's say, that you could possibly do. My wife's gone, so I could talk some trash now. Anyway, but we used to heal a room. So the definition of healing a room is also in my book. Well, that's where you check in for one, and you know there's 2 beds, so that way you save the $6 or the $8, which at that time meant a lot to us, to save money. So we healed a room in Tulsa because we knew all the Days Inn had 2 beds in the room. We figured that out after a while, so we always stayed at the Days Inn. So we healed the room in Tulsa. I got a room, he got a room. We got the same room, excuse me, and we had just got back from doing something, and my back was sore. So I was sitting in the back seat of this little rent-a-car, and Paul was driving, and we stopped and get to the Days Inn, and he wants to, come on, we got to hurry up. All he wanted to do was work out. You know, Paul's always been a workout freak. Got to get to the gym. Well, anyway, so he says, here, let me help you get out of the back. And I thought, oh, that's awful nice of Paul. So I'm getting out of the back. You know, he pulls the seat up front as I'm getting out of the back. I'm bent over, and he gooses me really hard, and my head comes straight up and hits the top of the roof. And I've got a big goose egg. He'd almost knocked me out. I'm not kidding. So anyway, my head's spinning. I called him some names, and I know I listened to the commercial earlier, and I guess we're not censored or anything, but I'm not going to repeat all that. But anyway, I called him some names, and fortunately he let me get by with that because I would have never wanted to fight. Paul's one of the few guys I would have never wanted to even fight. But I don't like to fight, period, anyway. But unfortunately, I've been in my share of them. But Paul, he started laughing and thought that was hilarious. So anyway, we get up to the room. My head's aching. I stopped and put some ice in my towel, got some ice, and Paul had this habit of never wearing underwear, and he was always in a hurry, so he wouldn't take his tennis shoes off, and so now he's pulling his jeans, trying to pull his jeans over his tennis shoes so he can keep the same tennis shoes on to put his gym shorts on. So here he is, he's jumping up and down, trying to get his jean pants out from over his tennis shoes, and he's bent over, and I'm looking over, and my head's throbbing, and I see this hairy ass, suntan ass, facing me. So I look next to me, and there's a brand new number 2 pencil at the Days Inn, just brand new sharpened. So, but I get the eraser end and I lick it. He's jumping up and down trying to pull that thing, and I look and I line it up just perfect, and all of a sudden, poof, right in his booty. He stands straight up, and as he did, the force shoved the whole pencil about 10 inches of pen. I don't know how long they are, but the whole pencil went up his ass. Now he's jumping up and down, screaming, "I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna kill you, Brian Blair! Guys, darn it! I'm gonna kill you! I can't get this pencil, guy!" Now he's jumping up and down, screaming. And I'm laughing so hard I can't stand it. So now he's really getting mad. He's, help me. And I'm not going to reach into his ass and try to grab the pencil, and he can't get the pencil out. So I run out the room because I thought he was going to hit me or something. So I run out of the room, and the maid's sitting there, and the maid's looking at him, and he's trying to grab this pencil out of his ass. And the poor maid had no idea what was going on. So I just ran down in the hall until finally he figured out how to get the pencil out of his ass. I don't know exactly how he did it, but that was absolutely hilarious. And so he says, "I'm going to get you. I promise I'm going to get you." So I've got my guard up for a couple days now, and a couple days go by. So we're somewhere, I forget where I think we were in Oklahoma City, and you know, it's time for bed. You know, he goes in, does his thing. I go in, I go to lay down, and I lay on my bed, and I put my arms between my pillows, and all of a sudden I feel this sticky stuff all over me. Well, what the son of a gun did is he masturbated between my pillows, and now I've got his kiss on me, is all over me, and I can't believe that he did this to me. So anyway, that's, you know, just one of the so many ribs that happened between him and I. I mean,
you could have written stuff like that in your book, and even the fact that like some of the newer fans wouldn't know who you were, I'd still make a hell of a book.
oh, bro, I mean, I got so many stories. I mean, how about Dusty and Andre? Andre was a great friend of mine who I miss, and Dusty was a good guy. But if you need to go to break or anything, I got a couple funny stories with them too. I mean, I got some great stories.
Go and do this one, and then we'll go to a break.
Okay, here you go. Okay, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. Okay, everybody knows Dusty is probably the most, even now, I think even the younger fans still know Dusty. Would you say? I mean, not all.
Everybody knows Dusty.
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Everyone listening to this show knows Dusty for sure.
Okay, good. Okay, well, that's super. So, well, you got to picture this. Here we are. It's January. We're in the Mid-South territory, and I'm driving my '72 Lincoln Continental that I bought sometime when I was in high school. It probably had about 200,000 miles on it, and the heater broke, and it's freezing cold. Now we left in the daytime, so it wasn't so bad, And Andre's just got a T-shirt on. Dusty's got all his gimmicks, cowboy boots, and he's got his jacket with him and everything. But
polka dots.
No, he didn't have polka dots. But anyway, Dusty was in the back seat, and Andre was in the front seat. And we're coming back from Greenville, Mississippi. Now, we had already loaded up. If anybody knew Andre, he was the heaviest drinker. As a matter of fact, he was preserved because having giantitis, I forget the exact name.
Acromegaly?
Yeah, acromegaly. So anyway, having that, the average giant, I think the average age, average lifespan is like 33 years old. Well, Andre was in his 40s when he died away. When he died, God bless him. He was a great guy. But anyway, Andre was preserved because we had bought three 12-packs, 2 bottles of Crown Royal, which only Andre drank. And then we had a small cooler, and we decided since it was so cold outside, I mean, I'm telling you, it seemed like it was below zero. There was snow outside. I have no idea how cold it is. We're in the car. We're in my car now. Now you got to picture this. The American Dream's behind, kind of halfway behind Andre, and a little bit in the middle. Got his legs spread out behind my seat. And we're telling jokes and we're laughing, and Andre's chugging the beer, and when we had a cup, so when we peed in it, Dusty just dumped it into this other small cooler because we all had to pee. Obviously drinking that much beer, and heaven forbid, I'd hate for my 2 little boys to hear this. But anyway, we're coming back, and Dusty, somebody said something, and Dusty's peeing, and he all the time he was saying, "God damn, people are so cold in here." He called me Beeper. So anyway, it's Brian. He said, "God damn, people, it's cold. You're freezing the American Dream. I can't believe you're doing this to the American Dream, man. American Dream should be driving in a limousine, let alone no heater. I got no heater." So you got to picture the Dream talking like this, and here's
He's actually doing this.
And drinking his Crown Royal with a T-shirt on, and he don't care. So somebody said something really funny, and Dusty's getting ready to take a pee, and it's ice cold, and we're probably about 75 miles still outside of. It's about a 220-mile trip from Greenville to Jackson, Mississippi. So we're about 75 miles outside of Jackson, and Andre moves forward because he was laughing so hard. And then when he went backwards, just as Dusty was pouring the pee into the cooler, into the styrofoam cooler, the back seat broke, smashed the cooler all over Dusty, and the pee went all over him. Now he's soaked, and it's freezing, and he's going, "God damn, people, you peed all over the American Dream. How could you pee all over the American Dream? Man, he went off on it. So it was hilarious. It was so funny, and Andre would not stop laughing. So now the next week we're in New Orleans, and Dusty finally got over this. We're in New Orleans, and we had eaten oysters at Felix's and drinking some beers and do that stuff. And there's this place where these legs swing out. A lot of your listeners are probably familiar with that. It's a bar that's been there for years, and these legs kind of swing out, and they entice you to go up there. And the boss said, "Hey, let's go up here." So, I was looking for a place to pee then, so I had to pee really bad. It sounds like the Mick Foley, Al Snow jokes. But anyway, I had to pee really bad, so we start to go up these stairs, and I said, "Man, there's got to be a restroom." Dusty says, "Oh, don't worry about it, Andre. Okay, come on, let's go up here. There's a restroom up here." And it's in an L-shaped platform, and I remember on one side of the platform there's a tree. Just as we're climbing the steps there, the lights go out. Now it's completely pitch black. So I turn around toward the tree, and I start peeing. Now I'm peeing, and all of a sudden, man, it gets kind of an eerie feeling, Doc Boss is saying something, and you're hearing some noises going around, and I didn't hear Dusty saying anything, and all of a sudden the lights come back on, and I look down, and Dusty's shaking his leg, and he always tucked his jeans inside of his boot. Well, instead of peeing on the tree, I pissed down Dusty Rhodes' leg. You can call him up right now and ask him. Completely peed down his boot. And you talk about the American Dream slang language. God damn, people, 2 times in 1 week you peed on the American Dream. You will never be booked again. I will be assured to it that you are blackballed. You will not be booked ever again. It was just hilarious. But just things like that. Sure, I could have said that kind of stuff in the book, and maybe if I write it, or when I write another one, I'll tell those kind of stories. But I hope people appreciated that.
There's an item. God, we always talk about OneWrestling.com, and there was an item today about Jerry Lawler meeting today at the WWF headquarters in Stamford. And all I can tell you is that I have always been of the impression, I know that there are people in the WWF from day one who have wanted Jerry Lawler back, that when it came to announcing for the new WCW, that there were key decision-making people who, made no bones about the fact they would have liked Jerry Lawler in, but Vince McMahon does not want Jerry Lawler back, or did not want Jerry Lawler back, and ultimately, it's Vince's decision, and maybe things can happen. But what I'm saying is that I know it's been talked about for WCW. Anything's possible. I know, it was something under consideration as a color guy for the new WCW. They could even bring him back to Raw on Monday and move Paul Heyman to Tuesday. That has been talked about as well. But ultimately, whenever these discussions happen, Vince McMahon in the past has nixed them, saying that he just thinks that Jerry Lawler, when he quit, the nature of walking out on a live taping was bad, and then the thing of putting the email addresses and everything like that, and he thought that it wouldn't be good to bring him back. But if Lawler were to, my feeling is if Lawler were to say, look, I'll come back, and Stacey Carter doesn't have to have a job, and everything's fine like that, I think Vince might be amenable to it. I don't know that. So, anyway, I guess that's the situation there.
Yeah,
I don't know.
My feeling is well, first off, everything's mendable. By case in point, my good friend Jesse Ventura, coming back. Talk about heated. Yeah. Vince was so mad at Jesse, that he could strangle him, and the same thing was Jesse. But of course, money talks. And now that the ratings are sliding and things are a little bad, well, first off, let me say that I like Paul Heyman a lot, and I've got the utmost respect for him. But I don't think he is not even nearly as good as Jerry Lawler. And Jerry Lawler added so much to that show, and him and Ross were just so much peanut butter and jelly to me. They just mixed so well that it's just not the same without him. Do you kind of feel that? One thing. Let's get one thing straight. And I love to do this to everybody. I love friends that can right up front, and you can tell if they're your friends or whatever, when you agree to disagree, because everything in the wrestling business is an opinion. So if you don't like what I say, that's your opinion, and it totally has no bearing on what I think about Brian Alvarez or Dave Meltzer or whoever I'm talking to. That's just the way it is. When I do business or when I talk about anything, adults need to agree to disagree. So you state your opinion.
So I think in some sort of matches, especially matches that involve like a lot of submission holds and psychology, that Paul Heyman is better than Lawler. But for a 2-hour show, Paul is so intense and trying to push something so hard, and there's not enough light. And there are times that I miss Lawler when watching Raw.
Right.
And then, but lately, I'm starting to like Heyman. I think the thing is I think Ross is much better with Lawler than with Heyman, because when Ross and Heyman, there is that heat, and some of it's probably worked when they're on the air and some of it isn't, but there's an uncomfortableness, and Ross and Lawler fit together like a glove. So I think that Ross's performance has not been as good since Lawler left, and that may be, and that may be one of the reasons why Ross is pushing for Lawler to come back.
When I look back at old tapes and I listen to Ross and Lawler together, there's something special about it, and I think part of it with Heyman is so into the writing that he knows exactly what to talk about when he's out there doing commentary. It's almost like he's out there and his job is to explain his own stuff, and he does an awesome job at it. But I think just as a duo, I think I kind of would like Ross and Lawler better.
Yeah, I think that's well put, Brian.
Also, I want to ask you, Brian, before we get into the phone calls, as a businessman, Bill Goldberg in the WWF, what's your thoughts? Yes or no, or you're a wrestler. The business about like bringing a guy in for more money than pretty much everyone's making, who is coming from the outside, has not really drawn in that company at all. Yet at the same time, there's the potential and the name value of what you could do with him if everything clicks.
Yeah. first off, they should have never beat Goldberg.
They should never beat him. Yeah.
Everyone says the same thing, except Kevin Nash.
Yeah, I followed everything. I follow everything pretty close and watch everything. I think. Well, let's answer this question first. Will Goldberg come back? In my opinion, not now. He's got a couple $1 million a year to sit down. Of course, I guess they'll give him 50 cents on the dollar. Time Warner.
Let's go with the theory that Vince goes to Time Warner and goes, "I'll buy the contract," because he's of no value to Time Warner anyway.
Well, he has no. But see, he could do this. Time Warner, correct me if I'm wrong, is offering him 50 cents on the dollar for a complete buyout.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so that gives him $2 million. Let's call it. It may be a little more than that, but let's just call it $2 million. Well, then Vince is really just to make things even and have Goldberg working would only have to come up with $1 million on the downside. He could give him a downside and also give him an upside so that he could make more than what his guarantee was because, let's face it, why would you want to get up off the couch other than for ego reasons or boredom reasons, which is a big factor. I mean, if he's bored and, people get that way, I've been that way.
I get the impression he's not bored.
Well, okay.
I mean, everyone who says that he's very happy to sit on the couch.
Yeah, well, if he's happy to sit on the couch, I mean, why would you get up during the next 2 years? I mean, he's still young enough to keep working out and having a good time, and then take that free lunch. I mean,
I'll tell you what, he may have the greatest job, even more than Hogan in the history of wrestling.
Really, I agree.
I mean, literally.
It's another Eric Bischoff mistake, and I can go on and on and on about Eric Bischoff, and believe me, the guy's not a dummy. And he's a smart guy, and he's learned a lot as he's gone along. But in my opinion, as adults, he was put in a position, and God bless him for being able to manipulate the right people, Brad Siegel, whoever he manipulated to get into the right position to be there. But again, it wasn't his dollars, and he cost. You gotta put blame where blame is. When the NWO. When they did the NWO angle, which he got from Japan and came in, and him and Hogan put that thing together, and they did it, and it clicked, and there's an old saying too: never brag about tomorrow till tomorrow comes, and their egos were flying, and they were on top of the world. Well, I don't think that he had the knowledge to be in the position that he was in. He didn't have enough checks and balances and systems because the whole place turned into the inmates running the asylum, and you can't have that in business. And the buck stopped at Eric, and that's just how I see it. I mean,
let's go to Chris in Massachusetts. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing really good.
Brian, I just want to say I didn't buy your book. I actually probably will after hearing. You discuss a lot of the terms and stuff. I kind of thought maybe it wouldn't be interesting, but at the top of the show you talked about why it is interesting even for people that have been following the sport for a while, so I'll probably pick it up. But I'll tell you one thing, I would definitely buy your second book if it had all these stories.
I appreciate that, but let me do real quickly, Chris, so you know that, the book's $9.95, but 50 cents from every book goes to the Cauliflower Alley Club. Set up a deal with Carl Lawler, who is a great guy, one of the board members of the Cauliflower Alley Club. So 50 cents from every book will go to that, and I'll present that check to him in February in Las Vegas at the convention, and I hope everybody out there comes. And you can join the Cauliflower Alley Club, too. All the fans can, and everybody can. And I'm a people person. I love people, and I'd love to say hello to everybody, share pictures, share stories, share fun. I've got a lot of other stories. I mean, that's just a couple little things. I could tell you more stories. I mean, I've got some great stories with Mr. T. Me and Mr. T hit it off so well. I mean, I just loved him, and when he got the cancer and everything, I was so bummed out. But thank God he's doing better, and he's actually making a little comeback now. But he was going to be our manager. But I appreciate the fact that you consider to buy the book, because most people, if you go to a publisher, like I was offered $10,000 up front. So my book's self-published, but as Dave knows, you can go two ways, and Brian probably knows too. Dave's written Powerbomb, not Powerbomb, but the Histories book.
Tributes book.
Tributes book, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's available at Powerbomb.
That's right, everybody. Powerbomb.com. I got my book Tributes. And we hardly ever talk about it, but it's It's a lot of good stories in that book, like on JYD and Andre and people like that.
Yeah, let me tell people straight from the heart. It's a great book. The only thing that's missing from the book, and I already told Dave, is Adrian Adonis. But anyway, and he has a reason for that. But it's a great book. If you get a chance, get it. It's worth every nickel. I'm sorry, I started thinking about tributes, so I'm thinking of Bruiser Brody and all my good buddies that are dead now. God darn it.
Yeah, you were talking about, what was it, after Mr. T?
Oh, yeah.
I
had a lot of fun with Mr. T, but we're talking to Chris, and Chris brought up the book. But anyway, I just want to say, I definitely appreciate, obviously, you buying my book. But, I know what I was talking about. If you have two ways to publish a book. You either can...
Oh, yeah.
You can self-publish a book, or you can go to... a regular publisher, and you tell them your story, and you lay it out to them, you give them excerpts, notes, and they'll tell you what they'll give you. Well, I was offered $10,000 from one company and 41 cents a book. Okay, so I'm giving to the Cauliflower
41 cents off a $10 cover price?
41 cents. Yeah, but they have to go out and do everything. From there, you have no financial output whatsoever.
Yeah.
And the majority of people that write books, we're not talking about Stephen King and guys in that league, but talking about the majority of people that write books don't have, $25,000 or $30,000 to lay out for what it costs to do everything for a book. Once you get your ISBN number, and you have a formatter and an editor and a cover designer and all the things that go into a book, it's not as easy as somebody thinks. But what I wanted to reiterate is I'm giving to the Cauliflower Alley Club more than what most people actually make off the copy of their book. So anything that's anytime you buy the book, you're helping out the Cauliflower Alley Club, and those funds are all distributed to wrestlers in need. God bless Johnny Valentine, who's passed away. Guys like him and people that have had a couple bad breaks.
I want to ask you about someone who we're going to talk about on June 27th, as a matter of fact. And I guess when you were growing up, he worked in Florida, not all the time, but he was in and out, as Ray Stevens.
Oh man, Ray, what a performer! That guy, to me, was one of the most polished workers ever. I mean, even when he got older, I was fortunate enough to work with him a couple times when he was just passing through the Georgia territory. When actually, I've been very fortunate to be around the business in a lot of eras to see the first WCW, the first Turner going to Columbus, Ohio, in the Georgia territory, going into Georgia Championship Wrestling, going into other territories and becoming the WCW, and left shortly after that. But another great story, I could tell you a great fight story with Tony, when Tony Atlas got his ear bit off by Paul Orndorff.
Paul Orndorff and Tony Atlas. Tell everyone about that story.
Oh man, well we were coming back from Wheeling, West Virginia, and it was Paul, Tommy Rich, Tony and myself. Tony Atlas, Paul Orndorff, Tommy Rich, and myself. I'm driving the car. Well, inside the dressing room prior to that, Tony was on one of his roid rages, and believe me, Tony and I are buddies, and he would tell you this story right now. But anyway, Tony was in the dressing room and just ranting and raving and making everybody feel uncomfortable because he was pissed off at the promotion. He might have had to do a jizz-off for somebody. So anyway, he's saying, nobody can kick my ass but Andre the Giant, and that's a maybe. And he's strutting, and he's and that's a maybe. He might be able to kick my ass, but nobody can kick my ass. I'm a bad MF. And he'd hit the locker, and we're listening to all this stuff, and it's just making everybody feel real uncomfortable. And, Paul's just sitting there, and he's got his little spit thing. He's sitting in a pair of shorts. Of course, no underwear, a pair of shorts, never wear underwear, so you know that. Don't buy Paul Orndorff underwear for Christmas. And anyway, he's strutting up and down. Paul's got a pair of shorts on, tank top, and we're leaving. So Paul gets to the car, and he says, "Man, I hope he's not going to keep on with this kind of stuff." And so I said, "Oh, he's okay, Tommy. What's up, boys? Tommy is always the partying fun guy." And anyway, we're in the car coming back from Wheeling, West Virginia, and Tony pulls his seat back, and Paul's sitting right behind him, and Tommy Rich was behind me. So Tony pulls his seat back, and it kind of squashes Paul's legs, and he says, "Hey, Murdoch, could you move the seat up?" Because that was like the standard phrase, because Murdoch used to, if you go to the audio in my book, I even tell a story, because inside of my book also is an audio. Did you guys listen to the audio?
I never listened to the audio, no.
You're kidding me.
I read the book. No.
You're kidding me. That's half the book.
Oh, man.
Go to page 67. If you haven't listened to the audio, man, golly, Dave, brother. Anyway, go to page 67. There's a password in the book. You enter the password, and it's got the most hilarious spoof on the XFL. I don't know if you guys got another computer there or whatever you could do, but if you could listen to that and play, it's sudden involuntary Carney syndrome. There's a bunch of spoofs. I mean, once you get past the first 5, but I kind of talk about Murdoch, and he did that to me. He did that to everybody. He'd move the seat back where you couldn't, had no leg room, and he thought it was real funny. So anyway, Paul said that to Tony, and Tony looks back and he says, "Look, Paul, don't you dare call me Murdoch, that redneck. Don't even associate me with that redneck right now." And Paul says, "Oh, Tony, you need to calm down." And Tony said, well, you know, somewhere along these lines, I can't give you the exact words, but I'm going to give you a very close verbiage of what took place. And so Tony says, now, Paul, you know you can't mess with me. You know I'm a bad MF, and ain't nobody can kick my ass except maybe Andre again. And he said that, and again he says, and that's a maybe. And so anyway, Paul says that's bullshit. He says, I'll kick your ass right now. He says, oh yeah, but you don't want anything to do with me, Paul. You know I'm gonna kill you. I'm way too powerful for you. Blah blah blah. Paul says, Brian, pull the car. He says, Beaver, pull the car over. Again, you know, we're going into my nickname, but that very few people know. But anyway, he says it's actually Beaver, and it got switched to Beeper, but that's a whole new story. Gerald Briscoe did that, and Dusty Rhodes did that to me. But anyway, so
that's how to teach you from peeing on his leg twice in a week.
Yeah, really. So anyway, he says, pull the car over. I says, oh, and Tommy Rich, you ought to hear it. Oh, this was a classic. Tommy Rich is screaming, now guys, please now. Tommy hated violence. No, please now, no fighting. Don't do this now. Just talk it out. Everything's going to be okay. Paul said, pull the car over, Beeper, right now. I says, well, Paul, I can't just pull it over. He says, pull the effing car over right now. And in the meantime, Tony's talking trash. You know, I'm going to kick your ass, Paul. And his nose, his big nostrils are snorting now. They're like, it's like a bull with, picture Tony Atlas's nose with steam coming out. And now he's all pumped up, and Paul's in the back. Pull the car over, Beeper. I said, okay, I'm looking. And so I see a bowling alley off to the right. So I pull the car over to the right. Tommy Rich now, he's almost in tears. Please, guys, please. So there's a bunch of trailers without the truck on them parked next to this basketball court. So we walked past. I said, well, we'll go right over here then. Because I was pretty curious, too, to see what was going to happen. I mean, I've seen Paul in so many fights, and I've never seen him even get close to get his ass kicked. I mean, he was one bad MF. And
Look at Vader.
Look at Vader, yeah. I mean, I've got so many stories besides that. You have to ask Paul some of the stories when we were coming back in this. One redneck tried to kill us and run us off the road, and that's another story in the snow coming up this mountain. But so we pulled the car over finally. Tony's dressed in cowboy boots, jeans, and a tank and a T-shirt with his sleeves rolled up, and he's strutting. And Paul takes his crucifix off his chain, and he says, "Hold this for me, Beeper." I said, "Okay." In the meantime, Tommy Rich now he's crying. He's got tears in his eyes, literally. Please, guys, please don't fight. So anyway, Tony's kind of doing the little shuffle thing in the parking lot, saying, "Come on, Paul, come on." Paul walks straight up toward him. Tony swings at him. As Tony swung at him, Paul tight-waisted him, and they fell down. He hooked his leg. They fell down. They started rolling on the ground, and all of a sudden I heard, "Ah!" as loud as you could hear it. And all of a sudden, God dang it, Paul, you cheated. You bit me. And I see Paul go, whoosh, and his entire bottom of his ear, Paul bit the entire bottom of his ear off. I mean, a complete huge chunk. And he spit it out. So Tommy's shaking. He grabs the piece of ear. He's crying now. And so, Atlas has got tears in his eyes. He's holding his ears saying, "God damn, you cheated. I mean, there's no There's no such thing as rules in a fight. You know, I mean, come on. I mean, if he would have picked up a gun, sure, that might be cheating. But, you know, he bit him with his own, that was his own fault. He started it. So we take Tony to the hospital. This is Georgia Championship Wrestling. I think this is 1985. And we take him to the hospital in Wheeling, West Virginia, or right outside of Wheeling, wherever that little town was right there. Get him to the quickest hospital, and Paul and Tony's holding his ear, saying, "God dang, Paul, you're lucky my ear's bit off, or we'd get out and do this again." And he said, "Stop the car, Brian. I'll do it again right now." And Tony finally said, "No, just get me to the hospital. So anyway, we take him to the hospital and dropped him off, and he left Georgia Championship Wrestling. Never came back after that time.
Oh wow. Let's go to Ed in Texas before we hit a break. Ed,
Yeah, guys, how you guys doing today?
Hey, Ed.
We're really entertained.
What I wanted to ask you real quick is something I read on OneWrestling.com from a Piper interview. And do you know the story about him and Kerry Von Erich being on like a 6-inch ledge of a building?
I never heard
Vaguely. With like, you know, I think he told me that story. But I don't remember the whole story. So it's like this vague memory.
What did he say?
I just talked to Kevin about a month ago, and I have Kevin's email and his phone number, Dave or Brian, if you guys want to talk to Kevin sometime. I lived with David Von Erich for almost a year and 3 months, and it was an education, and they all died long before their time, and I have nothing but respect for their family. You know, Fritz is dead. The only ones left now is Doris. Who was Doris Atkinson, Doris Von Erich, who was Fritz's wife. They wound up getting a divorce, you know, after Chris. I mean, that's a tragic story. I mean, I don't want to get off onto that subject, but I just wanted to tell you that. And Roddy's a good friend of mine too. But I talk to Roddy occasionally, but I just haven't heard that story myself.
Okay. And one more question for you, Brian. When Hogan does have his show, will you be wrestling on it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because I know you're in Florida, and I know you're supposed to be like a good friend of his. I figured you would be on the show.
Well, him and Mr. Wonderful.
Have you guys even discussed that?
Him and Mr. Wonderful were my best men in my wedding.
Really?
So that's and I just was over at his mom and dad's house yesterday, and yes, we are. We're very close friends. But you know, a lot of I get heat with I got heat with Hogan before, you know, because he knows how much I like Dave's stuff, and he gets mad because Dave gets down. You know, because like I said, you got to call a spade a spade. Whatever's on your mind, you say it. And you know, in Hogan's view and many others, Dave doesn't really appreciate some of the things that you know, Terry's done, and that's Dave's opinion, and that's whoever writes. That's everybody's writing their own opinion. It's kind of like I'm always in the middle of everything. It was like, you know, when
that's the wrestling business.
Hogan and Jesse and Ventura and Macho, what a, you know, being in the middle of that and trying to be friends with all three of them, it's kind of easy for me. But I just sit back and listen, and you know, I'll call Randy one day, or Randy will call me, or whatever. What's Hogan doing? Hey, what's up? You know, and they're trying to find dirt on each other, and I don't have an answer for any of them because I just don't want to get in the middle of the stuff.
But Hogan and Randy have always had this love-hate thing from the beginning. It's like
that actually reminds me of a question we get a lot. Hogan, before WrestleMania 9 or at WrestleMania 9, had a black eye, and you know, we have people writing in all the time going, "Oh, he was in a fight with Randy Savage."
And I always assumed it was a speedboat accident.
Yeah, was it a speedboat accident, or did they get in a brawl, or what happened?
It was Wave Runner. It was
the
Wave.
close.
I know exactly what you're talking about. He fell off the Wave Runner, and the Wave Runner came back and hit him in the eye, and he could have very well drowned. And a guy named Ellis, who does a lot of the stunt work and stuff, he did everything for a lot of stuff for WCW. But Ellis was on the other Wave Runner, and we were back at the shore, and he came in and he was all screwed up. That's not true. He was not in a fight with Randy.
Yeah, I mean, I had always heard that story from a lot of different people that, you know, because he almost lost his eye. I remember that WrestleMania, his eye looked like hell.
Oh man, how about I could tell you the story about when Beefcake broke. I pulled Beefcake.
Oh, the parasailing thing.
The water with the parasailing deal. What a story that was.
Oh my God.
Oh,
I remember.
You remember that?
Oh, everyone, he nearly died too,
yeah,
right?
I mean, I was right there when I pulled him out of the water and got him to the shore. I said, "Brutus, can you open your mouth?" And he said, and I trying to get him not to panic. It looked like he was going into shock, and so I tried to I said, "Open your mouth," because I didn't want him to swallow his tongue. And he said, "My mouth is open, it's open." And he had his mouth open, yet his teeth were all the way closed because it had cracked his skull all the way across. From the nose to the cheek plates, and his upper teeth were just falling down onto his bottom teeth. Think about that for a second. That's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Dave, I know you need to go to the break, but I wanted to ask something real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
You guys were talking about the Cauliflower Alley Club.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I know they have their conventions in Las Vegas, and I'm going to Vegas in July, and I was wondering, do they have like a museum or anything like that?
No, there's a wrestling museum that is in Iowa, Newton, Iowa, that just opened a couple of years ago. In fact, they're inducting, are they inducting Jack Briscoe into their Hall of Fame like in a week or two?
Tim Woods.
And Tim Woods, right. And the Cauliflower Alley does conventions They used to do them all over the country. I don't know. I mean, I know that Vegas is the main one. It used to be Studio City, California, for years and years. And I know that the group out of Schenectady, New York, I believe it is that we talked about on the show a few days ago. They're talking about doing like their own pro wrestling museum, Hall of Fame, kind of like, because, you know, like that part of New York, there's all kinds of, you know, like the baseball museum and things like that. They're, you know, as a tourist thing.
That's the George Tragos Luthez.
That's the one in the Luthez one is the one in Iowa, and the one in Schenectady is, I know, like Kowalski and George Steele and people like that are kind of involved with one of the local politicians.
Jack got involved in is the George Tragos Luthez professional.
Right. Jack and Tim Woods are being honored by because it's the Luthez one, which is it's actually an amateur and pro together.
Correct.
Museum, and they more have like the old time pro wrestling, like the Gotch and Hack and Schmidt up through the 20s. And then they honored, you know, like they honor like pro wrestlers that were great amateur wrestlers as well, like, you know, Strangler Lewis or Dick Hutton or people like Vern Gagne, Jenny Hodge, people like that.
I love Luthez's book too, by the way. That's a good book.
Oh, that's a really that was the first book by a wrestler, at least in this country. I don't know about Japan, where, you know, he pretty much opened up about a lot of the business. And, you know, the one thing about you know, we talk about the history of there is no real history of wrestling. It's just a bunch of stories. Because, you know, you just don't know what's true and what's not. And that was like the closest thing to a guy. I mean, it's a guy who really was in the thick of things for about 50 years, who probably knew about his, you know, I say except for like maybe, you know, like a couple of the main promoters. You know, like the guys who would probably like Barnett and Sam Mushnick probably knew more than anyone, or Vince Sr., you know, about that era. But Sam's no longer with us, and neither is Vince Sr. And so this is about the best. You know, from history of the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, it's about as good as we're going to get, I guess. I mean, it's not perfect, but I thought it was such an entertaining read.
Yeah, especially if you wanted to understand that's what I'm saying. The more you understand about the business, the closer you become. And in Lou's book, you really get a real insight of where the business started, how it started, and just a bunch of the stuff that took place, you know, prior to today.
Let's go to Sean in Pennsylvania. Sean, what's going on?
Hey, Dave, how's it going? I'm woefully aware that you haven't been taking so many calls.
Hey, Brian's been awesome, you know.
I had a couple comments. First off, maybe it's just me, but did it bother anybody else that Triple H just could not put over Jericho in his, you know, when it came to his injury? You know, I mean, it looked like...
In what sense?
What do you mean he didn't put him over?
In the sense that, you know, I know most people who follow the business know he was hurt before he got put in the walls of Jericho. But in the wrestling business, it's really commonplace for people to say, you know, so-and-so put me out.
Right,
and, you know,
right. This is how, yeah. I know what you're saying.
They were on the other side of the ring, and, you know, it would have made so much more sense because, I mean, the alternative is for him to say, you know, my quad tore while I was walking, as opposed to saying my quad tore when I was in this horrible move from Chris Jericho, and, ooh, I'm going to get him when I get back. I mean, that would have seemed like the more professional thing to do. He half-assed put it over, so that kind of tells me that, you know, somebody might have mentioned it to him that, you know, he had other ideas.
I think there were only two things with it, and one was after he made the save, he couldn't even walk to get to the table. I mean, it was obvious that his leg was, you know, completely ravaged at that point, so it really wouldn't make sense for him to be limping over to the table and then afterwards go, you know, I was totally fine until I got put in that hold, and then my quad tore.
The other thing also is I think that in his mind when he's coming back, when he's coming back, but when he's coming back, I don't think he's coming back for a program with Jericho. So why make people like if he goes in there and goes, Chris Jericho did this to me, then you know if he's out for 6 months because of Jericho and he's not coming back for a program with Jericho, then it's like it doesn't really mean anything because it makes people are going like, well, why is he going to fight Austin? He should be mad at Jericho instead of saying that like you know he tore his quad and you got what.
The Jericho feud could be secondary, you know. He's like, you know, first thing first, you know, I'd take care of you, Austin, and I'm coming after you, Jericho. You don't do that.
Yeah, but
if he's coming back as a baby, if he's coming back as a babyface, though, you know, unless Jericho goes heel between now and then, which hell, sure, it could easily happen. But you know, at this point in time, I don't think that if you look at the long term, they're probably going like, you know, Hunter is gonna, you know, the big money is Hunter and Austin, and Hunter comes back as a babyface, so the Jericho thing just doesn't really fit in. You know, it probably doesn't fit in the plans, I think, as much as anything. Plus, you know, like, I think in that situation, everybody was watching, and everybody saw how bad he was limping before he got in the walls of Jericho, so it's kind of hard to, like, you know, make something up because no one's, you know, everyone's going to kind of see through it.
I know if he really cares that much about what people say about him politically, but there'd been a lot of talk for a long time about how Hunter was always saying that Jericho hurt people, and to go on TV and say, Jericho hurt me. I mean, even though it would be part of a storyline, it would just be, it's like something that everyone expected him to say in the back anyway. So maybe he just figured, why cause more trouble?
Okay. And my second thing is, this will probably be very unpopular, but maybe Brian Blair can comment on this as well. I know everybody runs down the Big Show, and I don't think he's a good worker by any stretch of the imagination, or he obviously doesn't work incredibly hard. But when it comes to the weight issue, I mean, I think in a sense it might be belittling, how hard it may be for someone, especially someone of that size, to be in the gym every day and exercise. I mean, I don't know what thing he's got medical issues he might be having.
Nothing right now, actually.
But you know what I'm saying. I mean, I can imagine it. I mean, guy, could he even get on a cross training machine or a treadmill? I don't even, what I mean?
He can get on the sidewalk and
some
jog.
machine he could get on.
I don't really have any sympathy for Big Show and his weight issue, just because anybody can lose weight. He doesn't have a medical problem right now, and he's making $1 million a year, and I don't think it's asking too much for him to drop a few pounds.
What are your thoughts, Dave?
Brian, what's Brian? 'Cause Brian's friends with him, probably.
Yes. Well, personally, I agree that, he's not the greatest worker in the world. He's by far no Andre the Giant. He's not even close. I think he's been used wrong in a lot of situations and in a lot of ways, and it's probably affected him mentally about where he's at. I don't like to comment about anybody's personal life, but he went through a few things that were really tough for him, and with a marriage and a baby and several issues, which again, that's his own personal business. But I just think that the guy's got talent. There's no doubt about that. But you either work the big man style or you work a regular style. I mean, he hasn't been put. He as being billed as Andre's son and being the Giant and being overinflated, his size overinflated. I mean, I don't think the weight issue is that much had he been drawing money, and that's the bottom line. If you're going to draw money and be entertaining, and you're the kind of guy that the person wants to see on the television, then they're going to push you and they're going to put you in the right position, and it just hasn't happened for the show.
I think one of the things with him, and Brian probably agree with this, is that when you talk about not being used right, somebody like him cannot be a character that's on TV 52 weeks a year.
Exactly. You're exactly right. They would never do that with Andre.
And it's funny is because when he was in WCW, I remember having a conversation with Vince McMahon, and Vince McMahon was going, boy, they've got, this is very early in his career, and Vince McMahon actually said to me, he goes, they have so much in this guy, and obviously Vince thought that because he gave him a 10-year contract at almost $1 million a year.
Yes.
They got so much with this guy, but they're doing it all wrong. You have to book a Giant a certain way. And of course, he knew his father booked Andre that exact way. I mean, he wasn't saying anything that was like, any great revelations. It was, something that I would say, you would say, we would all say, yeah, how do you book a Giant? Well, let's see, how do they book Andre and Drew everywhere, right? We'll just copy that. So, but then when he got him, he actually did the same thing, and he was so familiar, and a guy like that, I just don't think, if he's just another guy, if he's just another guy on the card, he's not that great of a worker. But if he was a special attraction and you didn't see him much, and you really played, had him do the Giant style, as a novelty, on a couple of big shows a year, it probably would have worked.
Exactly. You're exactly right, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Brian, you're friends with Paul Orndorff, you said?
Yeah, very good friends.
How do you think how did he react to that whole thing with the psychic guy in WCW?
Gary Spivey was that his name?
I think that's one of the worst angles ever.
That was bad.
Hey, you know what? WCW is famous for the worst angles ever. I mean, to put the belt on David Arquette. I mean, break. I mean, some of the stuff, I almost want to puke. You know why? Because I love all the guys that are in the business. I mean, I don't think you can I don't think you can find, at least on my end, there's not a guy in the business that I can really say a real bad word about it. You know, I really care about the boys, and it just still kind of makes me sick that it got screwed up that bad when they had things on top of the world. But you know, I'll leave it right there. I could really do a real shoot interview right now, but I'm gonna bite my tongue for a minute because you know you just.
Well, thanks a lot. Bye.
Okay, Roland. You know what though? I mean, who was it? It was Chris Cruz was actually the one who was on the show, and it was just like, you know, look at all the. I mean. Look at all the jobs that they screwed up, and I mean, basically screwed up this entire industry because without competition, this industry is just so much less, you know, I don't know what the word is, less interesting to follow. I mean, it's you know, and I mean, you know, what could have been better? I mean, I remember in '88 when they bought the company from Jim Crockett, and you know, me being naive. I mean, even though I recognized that wrestling people had to run wrestling, I knew that like business people that never watched wrestling were never going to get wrestling. But I figured that they would, you know, they would hire Bill Watts or, you know, in my naivete or somebody who knew wrestling would come in there and with the Turner money behind him and CNN and all this cross promotion, this was going to be it. This thing, I thought they were going to challenge Vince, which eventually they did. But, you know, it never came close to what it should have been. And then, you know, in the last 2 years, they just gutted it with like so many. I mean, we used to laugh about it until, you know, at the end when it just wasn't funny anymore.
No, it wasn't. I mean, it got ridiculous when Vince Russo, I mean, featured himself so much. I mean, God, I mean, it was sickening. You know, I've never met Vince Russo. I don't know Vince Russo. I just know, you know, I'm sure that Gerald Briscoe used to tell me what great ideas this guy had. You know, when he was with WWF, I'd sit down with Gerald, who's a great friend of mine, and you know, we'd talk about it, and he'd just brag about Russo, and. But what was happening was there were so many other guys inputting their ideas, and the buck stopped at Vince. I mean, which was fine. So
just like I always tell people now, like when somebody does something good, they goes at Paulie's or whatever, and it's like, you know, it is, but it's Vince because Vince is the one who says yes, Vince is the one who says no, and Vince is the one who, you know, ultimately Vince is responsible. If it's good, it's Vince's. If it's Vince's credit, and if it's bad, it's Vince's fault.
Bingo. And so it's the same thing applies to Eric Bischoff. So you know, in other words. What happened to WCW was not the boys' fault. It was Eric's fault, in my opinion. So, and again, I've got nothing against Eric. I think he's learned a lot. You know, we all learn from our mistakes, and you know, I still have a lot to learn about business, and I continuously read and try to suck things up. Even when I was doing so good in the gym business, I knew competition was coming my way if I can kind of correlate it like that. So I knew there would be like a Bally's or something coming next to me. Well, what do I do? Well, first off, I have to look at what's working, what's right, and try to capitalize on that and make sure that everybody's happy. And the first time you start treating your preliminary talent or your underneath talent like crap and treating everybody and letting the other guys get away with stuff they shouldn't get away with, you're just making a recipe for disaster. Whereas Vince, I don't care where you are in the card, and I worked for Vince Jr. I worked for Vince Sr. for 2 years, but I worked for Vince Jr. for like 6 years, and you know, I know Vince very, very well. I mean, very well, and I could just say that he minds business because he put his hard sweat and his hard dollars, and he's continuously thinking. You know, I don't think he made, obviously, you know, hindsight's 20/20. Obviously, he made a bad move in the XFL.
Sure.
And I can't wait till you hear my XFL spoof spot. Don't forget to do that, okay? Guys, please go to the audio. You're going to love that. But anyway, Vince minds shop, and he knows his business, and you know, and Eric really does it. So the bottom line is, if you don't have a vested interest in the company or somebody to answer to, it's got to be a flow chart. Okay, in a flow chart, there's one guy at the top. If you take the CEO of General Electric, okay, well, he's got, and they're a huge conglomeration, but that CEO is inevitably responsible for what everything else does, and so he has to surround himself with good people, good team, but inevitably he makes the final decisions.
You know, another real problem at the end was there just was nobody to answer to. I mean, even if there was, nobody knew who it was to talk to.
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly right. Because, you know, why? Because they were in such disarray. Because they had just come off a year where they had made $50-60 million or whatever they made, to a year where they're losing $50-60 million. You know, just throwing those numbers out there. And everybody's scrambling, who pointing fingers, and there was then all of a sudden the chain of command became where you didn't know who the chain of command was.
Real quick, let's go to Max. Max, you're gonna have to be our last caller. What's going on?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Going really good.
All right, I just have a quick question for all you guys. What do you think about this whole Booker T situation and that he's got out of his Time Warner contract? Is he going to sign with WWFE?
Sure, of course he will.
Be in WWF? Is he going to show up on Raw or what?
Of course.
There'd be no reason to get out of a contract like that unless you're going to sign with the WWF.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, he had a deal with them. They've been high on him. They booked his world title win. Although I'm sure that if Eric was there, that would have been the same booking. But he's going there, and he's always been going there. It's just a question of how he was going to get his buyout, and he was always going to be there probably on the first day they were ready. So it was just, I think the timing of him doing it is like, okay, now they're going to make the move, and I figure he'll be on TV within 2-3 weeks.
All right, that's cool. And just for Mr. Blair, what do you think about this whole new WCW? Do you think it's going to be a success, and what do you think they're going to have to do to make it a success?
In my opinion, I would first test the waters. If they find it receptive to the fans, the first thing I would do was bring The Rock over to the WCW.
Really? You think
Absolutely.
He would draw ratings?
Absolutely.
It would establish the company immediately, and it would also forgive me right here, but it would establish the company immediately, I know we're running out of time here, so let me just leave it at that. And I know a couple great ways to do it, but we'll just leave it like that.
All right, that sounds like a great idea.
Plus a good benefit for his schedule with all the movies and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, the whole key is that if there is anyone in wrestling where if you're trying to establish a new show that people will follow him, it's either him or Austin. Those are the two guys. So, and right now, just with the nature of how Austin is, I don't think Austin's the one that should jump.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I don't think they should turn him heel right there. But that, everybody's got an opinion, but I tell you what, I thought the Raw show on the 28th, the Monday show, I thought it was a great show.
The last 2 weeks.
Pardon me?
Last 2 weeks have been really good.
Very good, yeah. The Thunder was good. It's great to see Benoit, Jericho, and Guerrero get a push. I love them all. They've been underused and abused, in my opinion, so to speak. It's just, you can't see the same four guys, and these guys deserve a break, and, I just wish them all the best.
Before you go, Brian, I'll ask you something, because you've been around the business forever. Have you ever seen anyone, we talk about the Kurt Angle, have you ever seen anyone come along so good at all aspects of the business so quickly as Kurt Angle?
Absolutely not. He is beyond the shadow of a doubt, the quickest to rise to the level that he's at. He's at a level, right now I would say probably the two best workers or the three best workers, in my opinion, that WWF has is Benoit, Jericho. You got Guerrero too, but Triple H is probably the best worker. But I would say that Angle is right in there in such a short time that it just blows my mind. People have no idea. The guy has been working less than a year and a half, and he has got the polish, the shine. He's got it all. He is I'm so high on that guy. I just think he's my favorite for the future of our business and carrying it on, and plus keeping a little bit of old school, which I like. I love to see. I thought the match Monday with Benoit and Austin was awesome, but I also thought on the one of the pay-per-views, I guess it was 2 pay-per-views ago, the Benoit Angle match. People pop for wrestling if you know how to do it right. And then, of course, you got to put everything in there. A good card is made up of a rounded card where you've got cruiserweights, you've got the flying, you've got a little bit of everything. And to me, that's what makes a great show. And Kurt Angle will be an anchor of our business. He already is, but it's amazing.
It's amazing to think old school with Kurt Angle has been in 2 years.
Oh, unbelievable. He's such a great guy. He comes to Tampa and does a wrestling clinic here at Sickles High School. He's given away so much stuff to the kids. He's in with people that do different wrestling gear, and he's supplied many of the less fortunate kids here with all their wrestling gear. And I could just go on and on. I know we're running short. I just whatever you do, please save me 15 seconds so I can plug my book.
Go ahead. Go right now.
Okay, right now. Real quick, please, if you get a chance, just go. All you got to do is go to smartenupnow.com. That's SmartenUpnow.com. Listen to it. If you get the book, there's a code in the book. You've got to listen. And Dave, I can't wait to hear the audio part of it, which is on page 67. Remember that 50 cents of every book goes to the Cauliflower Alley Club. I promise you, it's the best in investment to me. I mean, if you really want to get deep into the locker room, check out the book. If you like it, great. If you don't like it, call me and I'll figure out a way to make it up to you. And, you guys do a great job. I appreciate being on the show. I've got so many other stories. If you guys get bored and need an old has-been, give me a call.
Hey, Brian, you were awesome today. This was one of the most fun shows in a long time. And we have fun every day. So, I mean, that's saying something.
Well, that's great. And for the younger people that don't know, real quick, I was on almost all of the Saturday night main event shows, which are still, ask Dave, the ratings those had. It's first for the LJN action figures. We're on the wrestling album, the first Slammy Awards, won the first Survivor Series, was in the first Royal Rumble. I've been featured on over 14 WWF tapes for sale. Cover the first wrestling album, WrestleMania 2, 3, 4, and should have been on 5 except for the argument I got into with Vince. But anyway, that's beside the point. Thank you guys for everything, and please call me anytime.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. And want to mention that next week on the show, of course, Monday and Tuesday, we will not have guests. Wednesday, Jeff Marek of Live Audio Wrestling, one of Canada's leading wrestling experts, and that'll be a good show for sure. Dave Republic, we've never had on the show. He's a promoter of Extreme Canadian Championship Wrestling. They actually run probably more shows than, except for WWF, I'll bet you they run more shows than almost any company because they're running 3-4 shows a week. And Friday of next week, Chris Pope, who has written 2 books on wrestling collectibles. So if you have any questions about memorabilia of wrestling or just talking about wrestling, that'll be Friday. And we also have Ray Stevens Tribute Show June 27th. Ric Flair will be on that one. So everyone put that one down on your calendar, and we'll see everybody on Monday at 5.
Hey guys, how's it going today? Wrestling Observer Live. This is Brian Alvarez, and we will have Dave Meltzer up shortly.
I'm right here.
Oh, there he is right there.
I'm right here.
He was missing at the beginning of the show, but Dave, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. What's going on?
Oh, not much. Did you know that I was on Man Cow this morning?
No, I didn't know. What happened?
I finally decided to do the show. They'd been calling a couple times, and I thought, oh, God, why do this? I'd heard about the Jerry Lawler deal and everything like that. So, anyway, it was this morning, and it just happened to be a Wednesday morning at 7:10 a.m., and nobody listening right now can fully comprehend what that means except Dave, because he also was up very late Tuesday night. So, anyway, I get up at 7 o'clock a.m. Oh, yeah. 7 o'clock a.m. I get up. I call in. I'm on hold for 10 minutes, and finally the show comes on, and the first thing he says is, we've got Bruce Alvarez from Penthouse here today.
Oh, God.
That's a great sign for the rest of the show today. And anyway, it was basically, Brian, you remember the Bigfoot? The Bigfoot. Perhaps you mean the Yeti. Oh, yeah, that was a horrible gimmick. Yes, it really was. Hey, do you remember the Red Rooster? Yeah, I do. That was a horrible gimmick, too. And it was just like this for about 3 minutes. And there was this one dude, I don't even know who it is because I never listened to the show, but I guess he's called the Screaming Man. And I think he knew more about these horrible gimmicks than I did because he kept screaming the answers. And I just sat there and went, okay, yep, that was horrible. Yeah, that was bad, too. And then it was all over. That was my epic debut on Man Cow. Yes, it was.
Oh, my God. You sound like you're going to be scarred.
Oh, my God. I was scarred because I had to get up so early.
I mean, I've done a lot of radio interviews, and usually they're not that bad. And usually, they ask me about serious subjects, like they're like, steroid use in wrestling and effect on children and things like that.
Yeah, I know. And the article, the funny thing is, the article that just came out in Penthouse was about the death of World Championship Wrestling, which I kind of think is a more important topic than the Bigfoot, who actually I found out later he meant to call Giant Gonzalez. Remember when he had the bodysuit with the fur on it? I guess that's what he was talking about, but I was just like, yeah, Bigfoot.
Giant Gonzalez, Yeti, they're all pretty much the same. They're like these, you know what I mean?
Hey, did you get my Silva thing last night?
I looked at the picture, and it's not him, but it is pretty scary. No. Well, he's not from Angola. He's not from Angola.
Maybe he moved.
No, he lives in New Jersey.
I guess that narrows it down.
Even though he works in Mexico.
I was looking for Paulo Silva last night, and there, I put Paulo Silva in Olympics in this search engine, and here's Paulo Silva in the Olympics in the year 2000 for shooting. like actually shooting a gun.
Yeah,
and,
rifling or whatever.
Yeah, then I there was a picture of him, and it was only from the back, but it was a really tall dude, and I thought, oh my God, he's a 2-sport superstar.
3-sport. Basketball.
Shooting.
And Lucha Libre. Lucha Libre.
Oh, that's right. I wasn't counting Lucha. I was hoping it was him so we could say he was an Olympic caliber shooter.
That's pretty good. Speaking of which, last night, I missed the Lucha Libre, and I had pretty much the whole issue done early, with the exception of waiting for the results from Grand Forks, which we'll go down to get down with in just a minute. But so I got the Pride tape yesterday, so I sat and watched, pretty much most of the Pride show last night and the rest of it this morning. And the one thing about it is, I don't even want to, and we don't hear about this from martial arts people, and it's like I'm almost beating the subject to death by saying it, but when you watch it, it's like driven home even more. Those people were all there to see Fujita and Takayama.
Mm.
I mean, you can just see they had they were like, when they came out there, they were like main event superstars, and the rest of those guys were better fighters, and they were, it's not like the other guys aren't over, but when those guys came out, they were like superstars. The other one who's super over was Silva, obviously. Vanderlei Silva, like, as a heel. I mean, like, really big time. And they're going to blow it. I mean, if they have those guys, do these, if they have Sakuraba and Silva do fights on these next couple of shows, waiting, trying to give them big wins, you know what I mean? Yeah. Something always happens when you do that.
Well, Joe was right when he was talking about, when you have a match, you just got to do the match. Especially in shooting.
I'll tell you what about Joe. Joe's a pretty smart guy when it comes to this stuff. And yeah, the other thing, like watching that show, was in the Silva match with Shigeo Oyama. I think it's Shungo Oyama. That thing was so ridiculously stopped ahead of time. I mean, like, you probably read the reports. It's like it was stopped. I mean, unless you see it and it's going to be on pay-per-view when it's on 16th. I mean, you won't even believe how ridiculous that stoppage was. It's like they're just trading punches.
Well, he wasn't even down, right?
No, not at all.
Oyama was like walking away from him, and they stopped it.
He kind of turned his head and started just trying to get out of the way of. They were trading punches, and he was not doing the better of it, and that wasn't what his game should have been. He kind of turned his head, and the referee just goes in there and waves it off. And it's like he wasn't stunned. He wasn't like not defending himself. He hadn't even gotten hit yet. I mean, he may have been in a position where he could have gotten hit if he didn't run fast enough for the guy to hit him. But, I mean, you've seen a million fighters in that same position. That was ridiculous.
I think, as a general rule, you kind of should be on the ground when the referee stops the fight.
No, if you've been hit on the button and you're just, like, up against the rope, but then you're stunned, yeah. No, if you're standing
up.
If
you're going down and you're, if
you're on your way down
on your feet, you're going to be down in a second.
Yeah, his eyes weren't crossed or anything like that. There was nothing like that going on. I also saw the Heath Herring match with Vitor Belfort, where everybody said how the decision was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
If you judge it, I had it judged as a draw because Herring won the first 2 rounds, but Herring had 1 point taken away because of his weight, and he had another point taken away because he grabbed the ropes to avoid a takedown. So that evens it up, 2 points for the round and then 2 points for that. And then the third round...
you get 1 point for winning a round?
Yeah, well, if you kill a guy in a round, you can get 2 points for winning a round, but generally speaking, a round would be 10-9. Unless you're just... and Herring came nowhere near murdering him, although he easily won the first 2 rounds. The third round, Vitor got the first 2 and was ahead on the first 2.5 minutes. Herring reversed him, and he was ahead the last 2.5 minutes. It was like split right down the middle. It was a draw round, if ever there is a draw round, and the fight's a draw. So, I mean, I guess all those judges must have given Vitor the third round, and I don't know why. I mean, but I guess I'm not sure I think you have to vote a winner there, so maybe that's it. I don't know. I do not know, but anyway, it wasn't, I could see if you're a fan watching this as a fight and you're going like, God, this guy, dominated the first 2 rounds and the third round was close. He obviously won the decision. But if you're judging it by their point criteria, I still don't think Vitor should have won, but I couldn't, but when it's a draw, you can't call either side a bad decision. It's just, that's, you know what I mean, when it's that close? You can't cry about something that close. Anyway, let's get off of that stuff and get to SmackDown last night from Grand Forks, North Dakota. And it does not, on paper and based on the reports I got so far, it doesn't sound like it's the caliber of the last two SmackDowns, but then again, it'd be pretty darn hard to be. The main thing on Heat, they did one angle, which was Billy Gunn turned heel on Matt Hardy after Matt Hardy beat him with a twist of fate. They went to shake hands, and Billy Gunn gave him the Cobra Clutch Slam. So,
got to resurrect that career on Heat.
Yeah. SmackDown, Kurt Angle beat Hardcore Bob Holly with the Angle Slam. I heard that was a really good match. They did an interview. We'll get to this. The whole show was built around Spike Dudley and Molly Holly having their first kiss, and they're about to kiss. There's like 3 or 4 of these segments in here. You know, they're about to kiss, and then Perry Saturn walks in, kind of sticks his head between them, and they both kiss the side of Perry Saturn's head, which I hope it's funnier than it sounds.
Oh my God! You know what? We always have these things with Spike and Molly, and we hear about them, and we say we'll just have to watch it. Maybe it'll look okay, and it never does.
Well, I used to like this.
How can you go to be kissing someone and someone sticks their head in between and you kiss the guy's head?
Yeah. Well, then I think the same sort of thing happens with Tajiri and then with Kai and Tai, and then finally they get a moment alone and they kiss. So I guess that's supposed to be the big pop. I mean, like I said, I liked the Spike and Molly stuff for a while, but then on Monday I kind of turned on it because it was just like, you know, this is just not, you know, this like I like you and I like you too. It's like, you know, who are we writing this for now? You know, like. You know,
I get so much behind people who communicate on the Titantron to each other.
Yes. Let's see. Jeff Hardy beat Jerry Lynn to win the light heavyweight title. It was a clean pin. I heard that it was very short, or just a short match, that the work was good, and that there was not a lot of heat until the last 30 seconds of the match. The crowd did not give them the response that they deserved, which is not the first time we've heard that. Kane beat X-Pac to keep the Intercontinental, and then the whole X Factor beat up Kane afterwards, and Albert gave him the Albert bomb, or the Baldo bomb afterwards, so it looks like they're setting up Kane against Albert.
A match nobody wants to see.
A match nobody... There you go. That's exactly what I thought when I heard that, was like, you know, Albert's a really big guy, and he's not a bad worker, but he does have no charisma, and, you know, they're all... You know, the whole thing is... Those guys, that's again one of the dangers of like actually being there in the locker room, because you walk around the locker room and you see this big guy and he's in shape, you know, pretty much. I mean, he's not like he's cut or nothing, but he's not a slob, you know what I mean? He's a huge guy with a giant head and he's physically impressive, and you just go, man, you know, it's like, you know, I mean, people will believe, you know, he's big enough to fight Kane. He's almost the size of Kane, you know, but the other side of it is that, yeah, it's true. And he's not a bad worker, but nobody wants to see it, so what does it matter?
And, you know, I was just thinking of another danger when you're actually in the back. You can have a guy that backstage is really outgoing and funny and cool, but it absolutely does not translate on TV. But everyone's back there with this cool guy, and it's like, hey, this guy's got charisma or whatever, you know, and he's really big, let's give him a push. And everyone at home is like, why is this guy on my TV set?
Kevin Nash. Although Owen Hart was like that. And Owen Hart never got the big push based on the fact that he was really funny backstage.
Well, Kevin Nash, it kind of came across on TV.
When he was motivated.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when he was not motivated, that Kevin Nash, boy, he was quite the boom to business when he was not motivated, wasn't he? Let's see. Mick Foley apologizes for hitting Chris Jericho with a chair and nicely asks Jericho asks Mick Foley nicely to stay out of his business. Regal does an interview. Mick Foley comes out. They argue back and forth about New York Times bestsellers. Regal they're basically a segment to promote the book. Regal says that it's an embarrassment that, you know, all those great authors are like behind Mick Foley in the bestseller list, which actually I'm sure that there's a lot of people who think that too. And probably none of whom read the book, but that's another story. But I'm sure that there's like, you know, all of those people that do book reviews like all over the country, and they look at that thing, I think that they're all like embarrassed, you know, and they shouldn't be, but I'm sure they are. So anyway, security ends up taking Mick Foley out, and it looks like they're going to be doing a Mick Foley William Regal program. I don't think they're going to do a match, but maybe they will. Maybe there's a lot of ways they can go with all this, you know, fighting over the commissionership. Maybe Foley ends up commissioner of WCW, which wouldn't be the worst idea at all. Test and Shane have a nice little conversation.
They could even do one match with the commissionership on the line. And, of course, everyone's going to expect Foley to win, but they swerve the fans. Foley does not win, and he ends up commissioner of WCW.
Great. WCW is going to be the organization for losers.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
The organization for losers. Cool. Speaking of which, Test tells Shane that he thinks the invasion's going great. So, isn't that cool? Then he kind of runs in the... And then he warns him the Undertaker's after him. Dudley's beat Malenko and Saturn with 3D on Saturn, who was not the legal man in the ring. Let's see. Undertaker attacks Shane because Vince told him to, and Kane kind of tells him to stop, and Kane explains to Undertaker that he does not believe Shane had anything to do with it. And, in fact, let's see. He may or may not have something to do with it, now that I think about it.
You know that Undertaker is really stupid on TV lately. Have you ever noticed that? For like the last 3 weeks, people keep telling Undertaker stuff, and he just blindly believes them. Why is that?
Especially
to portray your babyface as an idiot.
Yeah, especially, blindly
believe. He chose Vince, and Vince goes, "Oh, it's my son." And Undertaker goes, "He must be telling the truth."
It's Vince.
Yeah.
Okay, Edge beat Test in the King of the Ring qualifier when Test had Edge just about beat. Christian's on the apron distracting him, and Edge does, I believe, the downward spiral, but I'm not sure. But he gets the pin. So another WCW future superstar doing another job. Then the main event was supposed to be Benoit and Jericho against Vince and Austin, but first William Regal had for the tag team titles, William Regal had a couple of blocks to send to Benoit and Jericho. So first they send the Acolytes out there. Benoit and Jericho beat the Acolytes when, I remember Jarrett pinned Farouk. Oh my God, Jericho pinned Farouk. I couldn't be mixing those two up subconsciously. Oh, that would be really scary. Benoit and Jericho beat the Big Show and Rhino on a DQ, and Rhino hit both guys with a chair, and then Big Show chokeslammed Benoit. So they haven't, given up on the Big Show completely. I would have just said after, Monday, it's okay, that was the last thing the Big Show needed to do, and I don't, you know what I mean?
You know what the danger is, though? If everybody beats Big Show, and everybody accepts that he is a jobber, then it means less and less every time he gets beat.
Right, that's why I was saying
something for him every now and then.
Okay,
it doesn't have to be much, but...
Yeah. Once you did that, I don't think there is anything. I just figured the thing is you have the guys beat him in the way to get him over, and that's really all he can do is put other people over.
Yeah. But it's useless if he's considered just a nobody and a goof.
Oh yeah, but unless you're good, but if you're not going to push him, inherently either you're going to push a guy or you're not. And if you're not going to push him, then he is useless. If you want him to be useful, then you have to push him. They don't want to push him, so therefore he's useless. Anyway, inherently. Okay, then that led to, they left Benoit and Jericho laying, which of course meant Vince and Austin came out for the tag team title match, and they started pounding on Benoit and Jericho, and they pretty much beat him up the whole match, which is cool. And then Austin gave both of them stunners, but when he gave Jericho the stunner, Benoit had recovered enough to roll Austin up holding the tights, so Benoit and Jericho, in fact, won the match. So that's what happened there. Poll for yesterday is on the Raw show. Kind of interesting results. 10% excellent, 31% good, which was the majority, and I think that's where I would come in. I don't know if I would go as far as excellent on Monday's show. I would say pretty damn good, though. Average 27%, bad 20%. 20% thought that was we've seen a lot of bad TV lately, and last
I don't think
Monday night
Monday was one of them.
Monday wasn't one of them. 11%. 11% didn't see the show. Today's poll is on the King of the Ring main event. You can pick which match you would want to see most, or would make you want to buy the show the most. We got I don't remember exactly the order, but it's Austin and Undertaker, which isn't going to happen. Austin against Benoit, which isn't going to happen. Austin against Jericho, which isn't going to happen. And Austin against Benoit versus Jericho, which is going to happen. So anyway, you can vote for all of them, or you could vote for none of them, because the E selection is I'm not buying the pay-per-view. Anyway, and speaking of pay-per-views, today was the New Japan pay-per-view from Budokan Hall. And Brian, have you seen the results yet?
Yeah.
What did you
Remember
make?
we were talking about the last New Japan show and how generally all the booking was very good.
Yes, and that was only 2 days ago.
What?
And then
the hell
today I'm looking at
happened
this.
last night?
And then today I'm looking at this and I'm going like, what the hell were they thinking? They did a best of 5. This is only the second time in wrestling history that they ever did like one of those best of, where the last matches didn't matter. And the first time they did it was when the Radicals first came into WWF, and they actually had planned to do it, but Eddie Guerrero blew out his elbow and decided to tell Road Dogg, I think it was, to pin him right away, when in fact Road Dogg should have pinned himself right away. So then Hunter and Benoit were out there doing a lame duck match, which Hunter won anyway. So it was a 3-0 sweep. Well, anyway, this is All Japan against New Japan, best of 5. And I think this is a New Japan pay-per-view. And it's All Japan against New Japan, best of 5. So anyway, let's go. This is how they did it. The first match was Masafuchi against El Samurai. And Masafuchi's the All Japan guy, and he won.
Oh, and what the hell was that all about?
What, Fuchi beating Samurai?
Yeah.
That's just a match. I didn't really care who won that match. As far as, that's not a big deal. It's just to get, All Japan gets off on a good foot. They're the underdogs. There's nothing wrong with that. I know Samurai's a better worker than Fuchi, but, they're both pretty much, they're both pretty much under, you know what I mean? Neither of them are being pushed right now anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Second match. Masahito Kakihara against Minoru Tanaka, which I heard was an excellent match, which I would have expected. Minoru Tanaka, of course, is the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champion. So New Japan's putting its World Junior Heavyweight Champion against All Japan, which I don't think they have a Junior Heavyweight Champion right now. And if they did, Kakihara would actually probably be it, but he's not right now. And Kakihara won. So All Japan went up 2-0, and they did such a great job in that junior tournament of keeping Tanaka strong, but making Liger stronger and setting up. They got two opponents already set up for Tanaka. They got Liger for a title match because he beat Tanaka on Monday to win the tournament, and Naruse, not Masayushi Naruse from Rings, who showed up and issued the challenge for the interpromotional thing. So they got their interpromotional challenger. They got their in-company challenger. They don't need another challenger. So this guy has you shouldn't be beating your world champion unless there's a purpose to beating your world champion. And
it wasn't even like a long, grueling match.
No, it was like 6 or 7 minutes. I think 6 minutes, 42 seconds, something like that. I don't have the time in front of me. Mitsuya Nagai beat Takashi Iizuka. So All Japan is up 3-0 in this thing.
And it's over already.
And it's over. And it's like, why would Nagai beat Iizuka? Although I heard they had a good match. It was a referee stoppage after one of those, a kick to the face. He knocked him out. So now it's 3-0 All Japan. It's like, it's over. So anyway, after that, Mike Barton lost to Manabu Nakanishi, which I heard was not terrible. So, and it was like 4 minutes. So anyway, that's 3-1. And then finally, it doesn't even matter who wins the final match. You put Kawada in there with Kojima. You would think that this would be like the big one where you got the two big stars in the thing, the two biggest stars in this best of five going at it. The winning team wins it for his company. But New Japan's already lost anyway, and Kawada beats Kojima, so All Japan won 4-1 on the New Japan show. Jushin Liger, Jinsei Shinzaki, and Taiokiya beat Masahiro Chono, Akira, and Hiroyoshi Tenzan. And then Keiji Muto beat Hiroshi Hase in 39 minutes and 8 seconds, which...
Wow.
That is like... I'm thinking of I'm laying out this show, okay? If I'm a booker laying out this show, and Hiroshi Hase was like the mystery opponent, which actually, as a mystery goes... as far as a mystery opponent goes, it's not exactly the worst that I've ever heard. I guess it actually got out. Someone told me it actually got out on the Japanese internet about 2 days earlier because, listen to this. Hase, of course, is a senator in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody had seen, in Hase's, notebook, somebody had seen that he was, for his schedule, like one of his workers had seen, and of course, you know how they kayfabe everything if you're a mystery guy there, that he was taking Wednesday off, and he kind of put in a note to do a wrestling show, and they noted that All Japan did not have a show booked on Wednesday. So he must be the mystery opponent on the New Japan show. And it actually got out. So there were actually people who knew that. I didn't know it ahead of time, but I found out people did. Someone emailed me from Japan going, I knew, because it was all on the bulletin board. So anyway, there was a day when a Keiji Muto versus Hiroshi Hase match that went 39 minutes would be something like, oh my God, like 10 years ago? Like, oh my God. I mean, these were probably two of the 5 best guys in the entire business. I don't know what
that was 10 years ago.
That was 10 years ago. One guy's a senator and one guy's got no knees. But what I did hear was the last 10 minutes of the match were excellent, which I got to see to believe because I haven't seen a lot of excellent Muto in a singles match. I mean, God, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe the Kawada, but anyway, if I was laying that thing out, I would have given more time to some of those undercard matches and a little less time to this one. And then the main event was
a little more time to Nakanishi and Barton.
Not that one. I think that 4 minutes was about as much time as I would have risked on that match myself. Fujita and Nagata had the main event for the IWGP title, and they did a total Pride-looking match, with the Pride positioning, went back and forth, and finally Fujita just pounded the hell out of Nagata, and the referee stopped the match. And they both shook hands after, so Fujita won, which I guess means that they're going with Fujita and Mark Coleman at the, one of the Dome shows coming up.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep, and
I'm telling you, you just wait.
They can't do it in a shoot, though. Can't do it in a shoot.
Okay.
By the way, Fujita Takayama was a hell of a match. And it was a hell of a match. It's one of those things where, you know how, like, sometimes two guys that really aren't good fighters, you put them in a fight, and they just have a hell of a fight?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was. I mean, they just brutalized each other. The other match on that show, you know, the Pele match where everybody was talking about how, like, this is like this awesome match, and it is a good match. If you compare it to like the Matt Serra match with Shoney Carter at the last UFC, it's not even in the same league. I mean, it's a good match, and I think if you're a pro wrestling fan, you'll get it. If you're a Japanese, it's a good match if you're a Japanese pro wrestling fan because he used what was Matsui, who's a pro wrestler, used pro wrestling moves in the course of a real fight, like drop kicks, you know, trying to smash the guy in a turnbuckle.
I love it when Sakuraba does that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's cool if you're a Japanese wrestling fan. You know, he did bounce his head, and he did some really cool thing. This really cool thing is he would have him down, and then he would, like, run his shoulder, like, into the guy. Instead of punching him in the face, he would run his shoulder into the face. It looks really cool. But anyway, so because of that, I think a lot of wrestling fans really got off on it, especially that drop kick. You know what? I got to say this, though, after watching him throw 2 drop kicks in a match, if you're in a real fight and you're throwing a drop kick, you know, you're like out of your mind. You're an idiot. Yeah.
You know, I used to always think that with high kicks. Because I always see these guys go for high kicks or spinning kicks and just get brutalized afterwards. But sometimes it works. But I
don't think the drop kick...
90% of the time it doesn't.
Okay, but I don't think the drop kick...
It's a little higher than that.
I don't think the drop kick will ever work. I mean, even the one that connected, it's like he connected, but it's like, you know, what does it mean?
Exactly.
WWF and Kmart are doing a promotion for Father's Day. For every $20 worth of WWF merchandise you buy at Kmart, customers will get a WrestleMania DVD, which tells me they got a lot of those left over. And a 3-month sub to the magazine. Any other news to get to, Brian, before we
start?
This
is like those things, you know, when you order a pay-per-view and they go, send your pay-per-view bill and you'll get, you know, this piece of merchandise or whatever. It's like always closeout stuff that nobody's buying. So let's tell you about those DVDs. I'm sure they sold a hell of a lot of DVDs, though.
Before. Let's see. This is Jeff Marek's going to be up in just a couple of minutes. I want to remind everyone of that. As a longtime listener from Scotland, I would be interested to hear whether you think Owen Hart would have ever been promoted to main event status in the WWF, barring his untimely death. Apart from his run with Brett, he was never in a high-profile position on the card, and wonder if this was due to any particular reason. For example, his heat with Austin, which didn't help him, I will say that, and his size, or perhaps being a Hart left after the Survivor Series. You know, I don't think that there's any you can put your finger on. You know, Owen, of course, was a very good worker. He lacked a little bit in the charisma department, and he was not a big guy. But he was one of those guys where when they had big guys...
He had a different sort of charisma.
But it's not main event charisma. It's like semi-main event charisma.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when in that period, like 90, during the bad period of WWF, you know, like 96-ish, Owen was, or 95, whatever it was, Owen would be one of those guys that they would put in with, like, you know, somebody like Kevin Nash or Ultimate Warrior, you know, because it's like, you know, this guy's the total drizzling, whatever. So we'll put Owen in there to have a TV match with him.
Yeah.
And, you know, and plus, so that was kind of the thing. I mean, Owen's role would have changed when Benoit and those guys came because he would have new opponents. And I don't know what would have happened because, you know, I think Benoit's a better worker than Owen was. Although, you know, Owen motivated could have come pretty darn close. And, you know, he may have been, you know, especially with Angle coming up as well. And, you know, they all kind of match up size-wise, although Angle's weight-wise, I think, is quite a bit bigger these days. But not then. And at that time, he may have gone up with those guys. You just don't know. As far as why he didn't, I mean, he had the good run with Brett. With Austin, you know, I mean, Austin didn't want to work with him much, so they just kind of blew that off when Austin came back. And then the thing, I mean, they were planning big things after Survivor Series. Owen was actually in big plans. I mean, Owen and Shawn Michaels were supposed to be this big feud, you know, coming off of that thing, and then Shawn hurt his back in San Jose, and the feud never got off the ground. Owen went to feud with Hunter, and, like, no matter how they tried to slice it, there was no issue with Hunter. You know what I mean? It's like they tried to do the Brett issue with Shawn. Well, there is no Shawn, so we'll do with Hunter, but Hunter didn't have anything to do with screwing Brett, so there was no issue, and Owen really got cold in the feud with Hunter because Hunter really never put him over. Imagine that. And, I mean, I know someone's going to find an example of where he lost a match, but Hunter as the heel dominated the feud. And also Hunter was a better talker and kind of made, when they would go back and forth, the babyface supposed to look smarter.
And Hunter was the one who was the more clever of the two, going back and forth. And I think that hurt Owen a lot.
Been, though.
What?
That's been the story of his career.
Yeah. Anyway, we got Jeff on the line. Jeff, what's going on?
Hey, Dave. Hey, Brian. What's going on, guys?
Hey. Not too much. What's so are you at the show in Oldcastle?
No, not yet. We're actually at Scott Demore's place here with Don Callis, who I guess is a big surprise announcement for tonight's show. Tommy Dreamer's here, Nova, Swinger. Just waiting to go to the show. Lance Storm's flight's delayed, but I guess he'll be here in about 45 minutes.
All right, that's cool. Jeff, what's your thoughts as far as like the change in the WWF main event to from a two-way to a three-way with Benoit involved, and also with Benoit's condition?
The last I heard about Benoit's condition, he was having a hard time working out. I mean, if you notice in that Big Show match, and if you go back and look at the majority of the SmackDown match from last week, he had to do everything with his left side. He's chopping with his left hand.
I couldn't figure out why that was for a long time.
Yeah, he's got a pinched nerve in his neck, and it's causing his right arm to atrophy. So, I mean, you don't want to say Paul Orndorff, but, I mean, the thought's kind of in everyone's mind, yeah.
Wow.
As far as switching that main to a three-way, it doesn't look good for the two baby faces they're trying to make. Coming off Austin beating Benoit twice, and then Austin beating Jericho. I didn't see what happened on SmackDown last night. It makes it look like, and Dave, you and I talked about this yesterday, it makes it look like the two baby faces weren't good enough to beat them one-on-one, and even though it's a three-way, fans are still looking at it like a handicap match.
Yeah, it's like it takes both of them put together to be competitive with Austin.
Yeah, exactly.
I felt when I started thinking about this match, it reminded me of some of that WCW booking of baby faces at the end when they couldn't get their baby faces over. Where they would do. You remember the classic example was the West Texas Rednecks and Master P's guys. Remember the thing where Kurt Hennig would be left alone? Would be left alone with all of these baby faces.
There'd be like 30 of Master P's guys attacking them.
Yeah, and then they couldn't understand why people
were. Kurt Hennig was getting cheered. That was the best part.
Yeah, and then they went to those Master P's guys. What were they called again? No Limit Soldiers.
The No Limit Soldiers.
The No Limit Soldiers, and then they went to them when that thing was over, and they go, "You guys can't get over his baby faces. Nobody likes you."
It was the most awesome. Yeah, too. And then the West Texas Rednecks heated up as strong baby faces. I mean, considering that was like predominantly a Southern promotion, and so they killed it right away. It's just unreal. It's like you bring in like these super cool rappers from the North against like these rednecks from the South, and the heel and face is just totally reversed, and then go, "Oh, Master P, you stink. You can't get over his face." What? I mean, come on. God. I've never booked a wrestling match in my life, but that's obvious to anyone, isn't it?
A lot of people who never booked a wrestling match saw that one coming.
There are a lot of things that you think would be obvious to people that for some reason are not.
I know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Actually, when I look back at the booking of Jericho over like the last 2.5 weeks, I'm not really surprised that Vince doesn't feel that he's a strong enough singles main eventer against Austin. But the whole thing is, it's all Vince's fault the way he's portrayed this guy. It's not Jericho's fault. I just look at, I didn't think it was so bad at the time, but looking back today, why did Rhino pin him?
Oh, well, the timing was all wrong. We talked about that the day after, right after it happened. Yeah.
Why did Edge pin Jericho 2 weeks ago?
And Christian. He did 2 jobs in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Rhino Rhino beat him in a hardcore match about a month ago too.
Mm-hmm.
It was like they obviously were not preparing Jericho for anything, and then right before the pay-per-view, basically the days before the pay-per-view was kind of like, we need to get some baby faces over. Benoit, Jericho, everyone complains about you guys not getting pushed, so they pushed him to the moon. After, at a point where neither of them were really all that hot, as far as, where their positioning was. And then they gave him the huge push for 2 weeks. And now, they're in the pay-per-view main event. It's like, I
just look at it as, Rock wasn't built overnight. Steve Austin wasn't built overnight. It took Hunter 5 years. And here's Vince freaking out after 2 weeks.
At the same time, they really started to build these guys at, the worst possible time. Everyone complains, you're not getting Jericho over, you're not getting Benoit over, you're not doing anything with these guys. And they finally do it, and they pick just the most horrible time to do it. Jericho's getting buried on TV, ditto for Benoit, the weak on baby faces up top, and you go to the two guys who are probably at their weakest point in the last 2 years.
And also at a time when the fewest casual fans were watching.
Yeah.
You know, because the audience, because of the diminished audience.
Yeah, no one was seeing good stuff happen.
Jeff, now, you know, the diminished audience. What's your thought on that? And, you know, just the fact that, you know, I mean, since you know, WrestleMania, I mean, you know, a lot of people, you know, I don't know, this whole thing with the just let's talk about the WCW thing. I mean, like how it's been handled. What's your thoughts on that?
It's been handled horribly. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Vince McMahon. I mean, I guess we can start with the TV deal. I'm pretty sure that Vince McMahon went to, you know, TNN and said, hey, you know, we're buying World Championship Wrestling, and, you know, and we're going to have another TV show. Can we place it on TNN? I'm sure TNN said, yeah, absolutely. You know, Vince, you know, doing the Carney talk and not telling him that he's going to put WCW on and not, you know, The Rock or Austin or anything like that. And then once TNN realized that, hey, you know what, this is a show that's got, you know, Lance Storm and Mike Awesome and Buff Bagwell, you know, they're not too cool with it. And so obviously they're rushing this thing together. You know, doing interpromotional right off the bat, you know, is a mistake. We all know it, but it's really their only option.
Well, they have to get those guys on Raw somehow. And I'm just, you know, it's just so funny to me that, like, the first two guys that are on are Lance Storm and Hugh Morris, who I don't know if the idea is that you're waiting for the big guns to come.
Everyone is waiting for the big guns to come. Absolutely. This is.
So I'm just saying, like,
they better get. I'll tell you, they better get a big gun on the pay-per-view, or else.
Well, they'll have one or two big guns in some form on the pay-per-view or the Monday after the pay-per-view. I mean, the medium big guns, though. I mean, if you're talking about big guns, Bill Goldberg, Ric Flair, Sting, no, obviously they're not going to have those big guns.
Booker T is a good one to have.
Well, Booker T's going to be on TV, you know, sooner than later. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's going to be within a couple of weeks, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. You know, yeah, the handling of this has been a disaster. I'm sure internally they know that this thing is even more screwed up than they even thought. Now they have all these contracts, they're paying all these dollars, and they have no show with these guys. Everyone's getting sort of, you know, 2 minutes here and 2 minutes there, and Shane's got his little angle with Kurt. But I mean, something's got to give, like, within the next 6 weeks, or else, you know, this whole thing's just going to be a disaster.
Before we head to a break, I want to ask you one quick question as far as Brian Lawler and Eddie Guerrero and the handling of both situations, which were different situations and handled differently. And what are your thoughts on how both were handled?
Well, I mean, if Eddie Guerrero's situation happened in public, I'm sure he would have been fired as well. Right now, the WWF can't handle any more negative PR. Again, I still thought Lawler should have been at least afforded the opportunity to go to rehab. I mean, you know what? That's a diplomatic way of keeping everybody happy, of sort of, you know, keeping a guy on your roster, assuming they still want to keep him, of course, and also placating the media who are going to come after you hard by saying, you know what, we're not just going to fire him. We care about our athletes. We care about our talent. We're going to give him a chance to rehab himself, as opposed to just the knee-jerk reaction of firing him.
But yeah, don't you think that as far as with Brian Lawler, I mean, the difference with that is that you know, it's
illegal drugs as opposed to prescription.
It's illegal drugs as opposed to prescription drugs, and also the stupidity involved in it. And you know, we talked about this. I mean, it's like, you know, it's one thing. A lot of guys do a lot of things, and everyone knows it, and they kind of don't talk about it. And sometimes, you know, the pills get out of control and all that. It's another to do something and, you know, try to bring stuff across the border, which is just pure stupidity because, you know, I mean, the publicity and everything like that. And he should have known better.
It is ridiculous and it's asinine, especially considering that everybody knew that when the guys got to Vancouver for the house show on Sunday, that the border patrol, so to speak, had the latex gloves on and were making guys touch their toes. So really, he should have known better. Having said that, they still could have babyfaced themselves by going the compassionate angle and saying, you know what, we care about our talent, and we're not just going to fire him. Brian Lawler has a problem, and we're going to try to help him.
And I want to read this one thing, and then we're going to hit some calls. This is from Todd Martin, who said, regarding Brian's spiel on yesterday's show, entrance music has never made any sense. How did they have Kane's music and pyro all ready to go at the very end of the show before he did the run at the spur of the moment at Judgment Day? How did they know to have Mick Foley's music in the Titantron montage ready on Raw when even Vince didn't know that Foley was there? Yes, the siren and the WCW logo is silly in terms of mood for WCW run-ins, but it's not even close to the top of the list of logic gaps in this convoluted angle. So anyway, this is from Steve Gerwick, who says, actually it's not from Mitch, through Steve Gerwick, I guess. How is Conan able to work for WWC while he's under contract at WCW? Conan, when he signed his contract, his new contract, I think in January, the provision in the contract is that he would be, most of the guys are not allowed to work independent dates, but in his contract, he was allowed to work independent dates as long as they were not in the United States. So he can work Mexico, and even though nobody wants him there yet, and he's actually not clear to wrestle there yet. Eventually he'll be there, I'm sure.
Independent? Does that mean he couldn't work for EMLL or AAA?
No, he can work for him. He can work for anyone, as long as it's out. He can work for anybody he wants as long as it's outside of the United States. That was part of his deal. What's the status of Jeff Jarrett, the Demon, and Bam Bam Bigelow? Jeff Jarrett, it doesn't appear that WWF is interested in him. Bam Bam Bigelow the same, and the Demon, I think the Demon just got hired by the Montreal Expos. In fact, I know he did.
Bam Bam Bigelow doesn't seem like he's interested in wrestling anymore. If you look at the last 6 months of his career.
Yeah, that's true too. We'll start with Dan in Chicago. Dan, what's going on?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing good.
Hey.
Now, last night, I don't know if you know anything about the Chicago radio stations. They have a radio station.
I know something about them today.
They have a radio show called WrestleMania X. I don't know if you know that.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I've ever done that show or not.
Yeah, it was mentioned a couple times about the Bret Hart stuff.
Oh, that Bret Hart's going to WWF?
Yeah. And
well, they are clueless.
They said,
I got to tell you something.
Dave said that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
That's really good reporting.
Not that you're clueless, but the fact that you said that, that you're right on about the Bret Hart stuff and you're a good source of wrestling. That you know your stuff, and Bob Ryder doesn't really know much. Which I'm
not going to say Bob Ryder doesn't know stuff. Right. I'll tell you what, though. On a story that big, I don't know, man. That's all I can say. Yeah. And he tried to even blame that one on me, didn't he? That was so sad.
Roundabout way.
That was really sad. I got to say that was really sad. I mean, hey, and I blew it on stories too, but I mean, my God, it's that one was a big, that's a big one to blow. I'll tell you. I mean, because you're talking about a story that. Let's face it. I mean, first of all, the fact that it was everybody was so freaked out about it tells you what a big story it was. And second, it's a story that on the surface. I mean, when Brian heard it, when I heard that thing, I mean, our first reaction was, no way. Yeah. So it's when it's something where your reaction is no way, you better do a lot of thought on you know what I mean? It's something that's I don't know. What can I say?
Hey guys, we just got to the arena here. I got Don Callis beside me. You want to chat with him?
Absolutely. But
hang on.
Dan, just to finish up and then we'll go to Don.
All right,
Hello, lads.
I got the stalker. One more time. I'll give you one last name.
Okay, you can
Don
go for the
Callis.
stalker.
Paul Bearer.
Okay, it's not Paul Bearer.
Are you sure?
That's a match I'd want to see, Undertaker and Paul Bearer.
No, Undertaker. From what I hear, is that not that there's a new brother, but the fact is
another brother.
That's what they were saying last night.
Oh no, they're going to bring in the guy from Ohio Valley as his brother.
Why don't you think it's Paul Bearer?
No, because
they have to have a match. The whole thing is in wrestling, you build up to have a match between two people. You don't just have an angle for the hell of it. And Paul Bearer and Undertaker are not going to have a match.
No, I didn't say that. And they could bring somebody else in, not like a brother situation, but like somebody else with Paul Bearer.
But why would Paul Bearer be stalking her?
Because Undertaker and Kane are so popular, and he's a little upset about the whole that
he's upset at
side.
He's upset that he's a talent scout now instead of on TV.
instead of Paul Bearer.
Be a good angle.
Am I being laughed at?
You made me become a talent scout. I have to go and watch all these guys.
Am I being laughed at?
No.
Okay, no, but it's not Paul Bearer.
Okay. All right, guys. Okay. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
All right. Hey, Don, how you doing?
Doing real good. My God, Alvarez just all over the callers today.
Oh.
Well, we're just trying to keep logical thinking, which is actually sometimes tough in wrestling.
I just get frustrated because every day on this show we plug our website every single day, and we don't make a dime off that website. All we use it for is for the people. I'm sure, yes, we do use it to plug our newsletters, but we put the news up there. I go up onto that bulletin board every day and answer questions for free for the people. And I get so frustrated that people can't go up there to the website and read that stuff. Just please, That's what we put it up there for.
And, Brian, I have to say that the highlight of my entire week is when my Figure 4 newsletter comes in the mail, and I smile like I've never smiled before about the wrestling business.
Thank you. I appreciate
The highlight of my week is when I get in and it's not Mangle. No, I shouldn't say that. Sometimes. No. I love reading. I love reading. What's so good about the Figure 4 is that you can read the Luchador reports, and unlike me, who actually does watch the show, but even if you don't watch it, you'll be entertained reading about guys that you don't even know because it's just so well written.
Well, thank you.
Yes. Don, tell us about the stuff that you've been involved with of late, and are you going back to college, or what's your thoughts on the scheme and everything?
On the scene, you said?
Yeah.
The wrestling scene is a bit of a disaster, of course, and I like to joke that if I actually thought about the things that have happened wrestling-wise, to me at least, in the last 3 months, I'd probably put a gun to my head. In the space of 3 months, I guess I lost one job that I really loved, that paid a great salary, where I loved going to work, and then I thought I had another job that would have paid probably more money that probably would have been pretty fun too, and then that fell apart. So at that point, I kind of, as we've talked about, made the decision that God loved the wrestling business, but I'm going to have some sort of a backup plan, and at least until things change. So my plan is to go back to school, and then I'm also still involved in the business, but really doing things that I have some control over, such as the newspaper columns and the radio show that I do, and also I'm doing some booking for a guy up here, and just keeping myself involved, but certainly not like I was.
What are your thoughts as far as how would you handle the WCW situation if you were in charge, or if you were making suggestions?
And how do you think it's been handled so far?
I think obviously the big problem is, where do you go until you've got that time slot? If they come back to you and say, okay, well, you've got a great time slot on, I don't know, a Tuesday night or something like that in prime time, then I think you can say, okay, let's go ahead and spend the money. Let's get the guys we need to get, like a Goldberg, like a Ric Flair, and go all out with it. I think they either need to forget about it entirely or go all out. I think it's obvious that if you go halfway with it, that's not the answer. I think that they need to go big, and I think Vince is a guy who does go big, and I think that's the way to do it. And I think they need to do it sooner rather than later, because obviously, momentum gets lost as you wait and wait and wait.
As far as a competition group, and you would be someone who probably would hear about it, if only because you'd be one of those guys that would be, one of the first round of calls. What type of stuff are there any rumblings out there? And I guess the whole key is the television, because there's a million people who want to do it, but until you get the TV, it's kind of just a dream.
Yeah, well, it's difficult. You keep hearing about, these guys that want to open up, and, I was hearing about that after the Fusion thing. Oh, there's going to be a lot of groups that are going to maybe open up, and I just thought, with the way that the market is right now in terms of the way that wrestling is perceived by some television companies, I just thought, I can't wait around and for someone to open up and get television, because it may be a long time before anyone else gets a TV clearance. So it's obviously very difficult. But it's not just having. As Paul Heyman with ECW was evidence, it's not just about having TV. You've got to have the right deal, because if you don't have the right deal, it can be difficult, as was evidenced by Paul apparently having some deals brewing, the latter days of ECW, but basically realizing that, hey, these aren't the right deals. This isn't going to help solve the problem.
Now, as far as booking shows, have you found that since everything kind of crumbled and all that's left right now is the WWF, and there's a ton of free agents that really have no place to go, have you found that what they're charging to come in has dropped a little bit, or is it still pretty much the same, or higher?
Honestly, most of the guys that I book are friends of mine, so it's kind of hard to say. I guess I like to think that they're doing me favors in terms of what they charge me when they come in. I haven't been, I'm someone who, when I book someone, I want it to make sense kind of for everybody, and so I haven't really had a real sense of kind of like, well, I've called 10 free agents and tried to book them to come in. I think that I would hear things that certain guys were lowballing promoters and things like that, and knocking everyone's prices down. And you're going to get that when the market's flooded to a certain extent. But I really haven't seen it, because the guys I call, I'm calling as a friend, and also they know that I'm in the business. So I think that sometimes, my price to come and work for a guy like Scott D'Amore might be different than my price to come and work for a promoter I'd never heard of who was a mark, to be quite honest.
Well, and also that you don't know that you can trust.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. You know.
Yeah, if you have no track record with them.
Having said that, there aren't a whole lot of promoters in North America who are willing to, fly me in from Winnipeg and give me a nice payoff to come and cut a promo. So Scott DeMore might be the only one. So I offer to work, but I warn them that if they actually put me out there and wrestle, it could totally destroy their territory. So just expose the whole thing.
Have you, I remember years and years ago, before...
By the way, I just want to mention real quick, there was a great line you said on an ECW show once. I have killed territories before, and I'm willing to kill them again.
Actually, it's Lance Storm that kills territories.
He has that track record.
Lance Storm was in Smoky Mountain. Lance Storm was in War. Lance Storm was in ECW. Lance Storm was in WCW. It's like a curse or something with him, I think. But yeah, actually, that was a line.
This is not good for a man's resume.
Killed them. I think I've kept Winnipeg kind of on life support, where someone's begging them to kick the plug out, but we keep it going. So.
As far as years and years ago, you brought up Ultimo Dragon. I think you even told the story for virtually no money, and you got a match with him and Chris Jericho up in I think it was in Winnipeg at a TV taping, wasn't it?
Yep, in 1995, I think, or 6.
Now,
95 and 96, I brought him in actually. Yeah.
Have you had a chance to use any of his go? Because I remember you and I talked about this once before. Use some of his students or just talk to him about that idea?
I actually spoke with Dragon a few weeks ago, and I'm looking to bring in Dragon Kid and somebody else, and basically we're just kind of trying to work out the logistics because it's going to be a lot easier for me to fly those guys in from Mexico than from Japan, which is kind of puts the kibosh on it if I had to do that. So that's what I'm looking at doing, and I mean it's kind of same philosophy I had when I brought Chris and Dragon in. I mean, no one certainly in Winnipeg had ever really heard much about Dragon, but I mean I knew that they were having some of the best matches in the world at the time, and Dragon was one of the top guys, and I thought, why do what every other independent promoter is doing and bring in the same guys? Why not bring in something different? And this is what I would like to do now with Dragon Kid, although I confess that I've never actually seen a match of his. I've just spoken with you and other people about him, and I've seen the Dragon Rana gimmick on the internet. And I've talked to Dragon about him. So if Dragon recommends him, and if he's had a hand in training him and whatnot, then that's enough for me. So yeah, I'm looking to do that and kind of mix it up with various other guys that you bring in. But I think it's good to give people something that they've never seen before and shock them. I mean, that certainly was the reaction when we had Jericho and Dragon up here. I mean, they'd certainly seen Jericho up here because he'd started out, in our territory a little bit, but they certainly saw a different Chris Jericho with Ultimo Dragon than they had with, for example, Bulldog Bob Brown, God rest his soul.
I don't think so. Did you go to the Winnipeg show over the weekend?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I don't. I look at it like, they released me. I'm not going to go down there and look like a mark, like I'm looking for work. To me, it's just, I wanted to, the reason I would go down would be to see some of my friends, and I got to do that anyway. I saw Chris, and I saw Rhino and Jerry and Spike Dudley and a few of the guys. So, no, I didn't see the show, but I heard it was tremendous. I heard they had about 12,000, which is big for Winnipeg. Big gate and a hell of a show. A lot of coverage on Jericho in the days leading up to it. Of course, he's Winnipeg's favorite son.
And this is something I don't know, if, Don, if you're familiar with this, and I'm not even sure, Brian, if you are either. But someone at Garen Shea just sent me an email saying that Troy Graham will be returning to the Mid-South Coliseum on June the 15th, who was known as the Dream Machine in the early 80s. Did you ever see that guy do a promo, Don?
Never.
This is probably the most underrated promo guy in the history of professional wrestling because no one's ever heard. He only worked the Memphis territory that I'm aware of, and it was like, who could I compare his promos to? If he was around today, he would be one of the top 5 promos in the business, easily. I mean, it was, he was up there with Lawler when, in that same period, as far as just talking, not as far as wrestling. And then he ended up in what happened to him? He had an injury. He broke his ankle, and he never really could wrestle again afterwards. But he's coming back, and Garen Shea goes, I cannot wait to hear him do an interview. Man, I hadn't even thought about him in years, but awesome interview. Let's go to Mike in Phoenix. Mike, you're up with Don Callis and us.
Hey, Dave and Brian, how's it going?
Hey.
It's going good.
And Don. I wanted to ask Don a question. I need to work on my body, but I want to break into wrestling. Do you think I should start out at just a regular wrestling school, or what about like Ohio Valley or UPW or something like that?
I'm not really familiar with those systems. I mean, certainly if you can get into a system like that that's a feeder system for WWF, you're probably saving yourself some time. I mean, in terms of the body thing, I mean, learn how to work. Just about anybody with the right nutrition and training can improve their body to the point where they look passable. But there's not a lot of guys out there who can work. So pick a school where they're going to, train you how to work and then work on your body as you go along.
Okay. Hey, who do you guys think will be the next WWF champ?
Rock.
Rock?
I was thinking Triple H maybe after he comes back.
Well, I'm sure when he comes back he'll get it at some point. I'm sure.
Jericho and Benoit. I don't think they're going to give it to him though.
No.
What do you guys think?
I would not expect either of them to get anytime soon.
Yeah. If you look long term, and again, they can always do switches, quick switches, like give it to one and then take it away a month later. But if you look at long term where the money looks to me, it's with Austin as champion because you've got two big money opponents. You've got the Hunter feud and you've got The Rock coming back, which is left off of WrestleMania because they really didn't, except for the one match on Raw, they never did a match with Rock as challenging to heel Austin. So ultimately, as much as I think that Austin's turn was a mistake, that they shouldn't have turned him heel because he hasn't been as big a draw, if someone goes, well, since it's not working, should we turn him back? I would say at some, yes, but like in 9 months, because you've got more money programs on one side than the other. Don, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would concur with that, and we were having a conversation actually on the way into Windsor today about, if you were the booker, would you put the strap on Jericho or Benoit right now? And I think just that Austin has just stepped up so much as a heel and is so tremendous right now in terms of how he's working. I think you leave it on him. I mean, it's really still kind of sinking in that he even is a heel for some people, and I think that his work is so outstanding right now that I think you just, let him get some steam and run with it. And as you say, there are money matches. And the other big money match, if they decide to go that route, would be Goldberg, right?
Yeah, but that one, he can be a babyface for that one.
Yeah, sure he could.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as like with The Rock and Triple H, it's much better off with him being a heel. One thing also
I kind of see it as like Rock coming back this summer, taking the belt, keeping it maybe through Survivor Series, dropping it back to heel Austin, and then leading up to Austin and Hunter at WrestleMania.
I think that's a good plan. I don't think that's. In fact, I would even bet that their plans are pretty similar to that. Of course, plans change. Guys get hurt. Somebody gets over. But I think that if you were, yes, yeah. But I think with Rock's schedule and everything. But I'll bet that wouldn't be out of the realm of their plans either. I think. Anything else, Mike?
Yeah, I also want to know if I might want to get into reporting like you. How would I go about doing that?
I would watch a lot and read a lot, and I would read. I'll tell you what. I would read a lot of wrestling writing, but I would read a lot of news writing and sports writing as well.
How do you break in though?
Probably now, I'm not a good example because
wrestling reporting is like something you don't really break into. I think it's kind of something different than anything else.
Yeah, I think that what you should do is
I sent out a newsletter one day, and that's how I broke in. I don't know how Dave did it.
Well, largely the same thing. I started typing a newsletter and I started sending it out to people, and the word got around. It wasn't
what about like having a show or something.
The show, I did the newsletter for like 17 or 18 years, and the people who were starting the station had been reading the newsletter for years and years to find out about, wrestling and also Ultimate Fight, and they thought that they called me up to do the show. So that's,
okay,
and then Brian did it.
I want to say, Brian, you do a good job on the board, and thanks for answering all my questions.
Oh, thanks.
And
thanks for reading the questions.
What?
Thanks for reading those questions.
Oh, yeah, I love it, because I send a lot from Mike from Phoenix, and you answer all of them. It's great.
Cool.
Awesome.
So, thanks. I'm going to continue to listen to the show. I love it, and I will talk to you guys later.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Frank in Albany.
Actually, Dave, I wanted to say that Lance Storm and I are actually coming out with our own version of the DVD Top 500. But it's
are you really?
Seriously? Lance Storm and Don Callis' Top 500 Internet Reporters. It's tremendous. You'll be happy to know that you and Brian Alvarez are both in the top 3, and then we don't have anything from 3 to 497. We've got like the bottom 3. I'll give you a wild guess who they are.
Oh, from you? I got a pretty good idea who one of them is. So speaking of that, because actually I want is Lance around? Or is he not there yet?
Lance is actually late, as usual.
Okay.
He will be here.
Yeah, because I actually wanted to talk to him about that, but since you brought it up, you actually wrote a column about the top 500, and we should discuss that subject. What are your thoughts? Because your thoughts are pretty similar to Lance's.
Here's the really funny part about that is that I wrote the column, and Lance wrote the column because he genuinely was upset about this list. And I'll be totally honest. I mean, I have to write a newspaper column every week, and sometimes I'm a little short on material. And I was sitting out on my balcony. What the hell am I going to write about? Lance had called me. I had to listen to him complain for an hour about this stupid list. So I thought, you know what? I'll just get people stirred up, and I'll write about it. I didn't even read Lance's column. I just did it from what he told me on the phone. Put this thing out, and all of a sudden, I'm getting slammed by, I guess it's John Molinaro on Slam Wrestling, saying that, I have no right to say the blah, 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 because I say I like Cracker Barrel, and what qualifies me to say I like Cracker Barrel and all of this stuff is, of course, totally missing the point. And the really funny thing is Lance read that, and Lance was in Winnipeg with me. He got more irate, so we got to do something about this. I said, who cares? But it's nice because it stirs up controversy, it stirs up debate.
The thing is, I mean, there's no lists of anything. Like if it's top 500 movies or something like that. Like at the end of the year, people will come out or in human history, like the top 100 movies of all time. It's like, all of those lists are totally subjective. I mean, so you got to, right. I think with the list, you just got to accept that now. On the DVD 500, I mean, I look at that and I go like, my God, those guys worked their ass off on it, but I disagree with a hell of a lot of that list. And that's kind of how I saw it.
I think Lance made a good point in terms of saying that a lot of these guys who are judging it are judging matches, and what my point was that except in very acute cases like someone like yourself, Dave, who's been around for a long time, where you might pick this up. 99.9% of the time, no one's going to pick this up. You got two wrestlers in the ring. Wrestler A forgets two of the false finishes going into the finish. Wrestler B reminds him and covers for it or improvises, but the fans don't know that. They just look at it and go, yeah, well, wrestler is a hell of a worker, blah, blah, blah. Really, the better worker in that match was wrestler B. So if we're talking about judging workers, it's impossible for that fan or that internet reporter to judge because he does not know that. He can judge the wrestling in the match or he can judge the match quality perhaps, but we don't know who the better worker was because we're not actually in the ring, or our eye is not will not perceive that little, oh, look, that guy's lost, oh, look, he covered for it.
Well, that's the same thing, though, as far as, like, in sports, let's say, judging a running back, like if the blocker, blows the block and he's sacked for a loss of a couple of yards, you know what I mean? Like the football experts will be able, and certainly his teammates will go in there and go, hey, it was the blocker, the blocker blew it, or, right. A guy gained a bunch of yards and they'll go, and everyone thinks that the running back's the best running back in the league, and the guys on, pretty much only the guys on the team are going to deep down know, hey, we got this awesome lineman who keeps clearing holes for him, and he's looking great, So everything, it ends up being a team effort, and that stuff happens, kind of in any kind of a list. There's a million outside forces. What you were talking about. Pretty much, if you're not the wrestlers, you're not going to know that. But as a fan. I think they're looking at match quality, and that's an interesting thing to rate.
List, though. The list was actually ranking wrestlers. Now, I can see judging certain wrestlers, because everyone knows that Chris Benoit is better than the Big Show. I mean, it doesn't take a wrestler to tell you that. You can tell just watching it on TV. But to rank, my whole thing was like, what's the difference between number 34 and number 35?
Well, there is no difference.
How can you tell? I don't have so much of a problem with ranking wrestlers or ranking matches, but 1 through 500 as far as who's a good worker, it's totally impossible.
But even when you're doing match quality,
everyone knows that like Exorcist is a better movie than Rugrats in Paris, but you can't judge like in a rank 500 movies.
But people have done that too.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense to do that either.
The thing that amazes me, I mean, think about the amount of time that was spent and mental energy, in a sense, in my mind, anyway, my opinion, wasted on coming up with the top 5. This is a mind-boggling.
When I was a kid, I used to do that with the top 100, and it was a lot of time. Well, I used to watch tapes of 20 circuits when they had them.
I flunked a few university courses ranking wrestlers, but I never got past the top 10.
You know, the one thing also is like those guys, and you know, they were trying to, and they knew it, because I mean, I've had correspondence back and forth with a lot of those guys as far as they're trying to rate it based on match quality, and match quality is also sometimes unfair, because you could have a guy, and I'll just give just an example. If you have a guy who's a top independent guy, and let's throw Chris Daniels just as a name, right? You know, one of the top independent guys in the country. Everyone will pretty much agree with that. When he's out there, he's working pretty much main events, and he's working 20, 25-minute matches a lot of the time. You know, like good, not always, but you know, with the right guys. And you can do a hell of a match in 20, 25 minutes when you're a great worker, as compared with a guy who may be actually a better worker, who's in the World Wrestling Federation, Dean Malenko, just as an example, I'll throw a name, who's given 4 minutes. And I mean, you know, what are you going to do in 4 minutes? I mean, you can do a good match in 4 minutes, but it's certainly not going to, it's not going to be as good as a 20-minute match by a worker who's not as good if you're talking about high-level workers. And it's just like, you know, the opportunity and the spot on the card you're at and what you're called on to do. And it's like, you know, match quality, I mean, match quality in a sense you're going to go, that's fair, but you know, even that one's not fair.
Well, you know what? You used to do this in the newsletter, and you haven't done it for a long time, and I don't know why, but maybe you'll tell us right now. You used to take, like, the star ratings of people in big matches, and you would use that to determine the rankings as far as how good a worker they were. Do you remember this?
No, I didn't. I never tried to say that they were ratings of that. I would do it just to show, like,
the average
for the year, like the match. Yeah, I would do the match quality of, like, all the top workers for the year. I would do that, but I never tried to say that, like, because one guy was 3.7 and the other was 3.8, the guy 3.8 is a better worker, because that's not the case. You can, because, you know, Big Show, let's say Big Show had a series of matches with Jericho, Angle, and Benoit, okay? Big Show wouldn't be the reason these matches were better, but his average would go up because he was working with better people. Well, it was like when I did that, all the guys who worked, you know, if you would do that in the old days, all the guys who worked programs with Flair would be top 25 workers, even if they were like Nikita Koloff. Yeah. You know, if you're doing it that way. So, yeah. Anyway, let's go to Frank in Albany. Frank, what's up?
How's it going, guys?
Hey. Good.
I keep on hearing people say Vince should get Goldberg, Vince should get Goldberg. Goldberg ain't going to sign. If I was getting paid that much money to sit home and do nothing, I'm going to sit home and do nothing. And go, if his
contract is bought out,
if the contract's bought out, yeah.
And if Vince really wanted him and offered him $10 million, money talks.
I think what Vince should do is the same thing that
$10 million's too much.
I think Vince should do the same thing that Paulie did.
For $150 million.
In the way he should. Just get rid of this, stop the invasion, get it over with, and start small. Build guys like Lance Storm, Hugh Morris, Mike Awesome, send them around Booker T and Scott Steiner. People will watch when they notice, hey, this is a pretty good product. Now the problem is, who's gonna pick him up? Maybe somebody like a local thing like MSG will pick him up. People will watch. He'll get a big-time network, and then we'll get some competition. Vince doesn't need to sign any more of these deadbeat guys like Ken Shamrock, who, in my opinion, was an overpaid guy who was a great UFC fighter, but when he came to Vince, he had no personality, no charisma, and Vince couldn't do anything with him, and he had to bail out once he back to UFC. I mean,
he didn't bail out because he wasn't doing well in wrestling. He bailed out because he thought he had something left to prove, and he didn't want to wait till he was too old to do it. And he may have waited till he was too old to do it. So that was Shamrock's choice. They wanted him, and they were. I mean, WWF was very. I want to say, like, they were pretty upset that he left, but they understood why. I mean, he left on good terms with them, but you know, there were a lot of people there that in the WWF who second guessed, you know, like making wrestling money and going to UFC money, which is, in his case, actually was pretty comparable. But in the long run, obviously, there's far, far, far more money in wrestling and far more longevity in wrestling, even if the money's equal.
You think $10 million over 3 years is too much for Goldberg?
It all depends on the business. I mean, if he's over like crazy, no, absolutely not. But he's got to get over to justify that. He's got to be over like crazy.
He's a very valuable part of creating a new brand that you're hoping is going to help turn the business around. And if you have $150 million or whatever, what's 3.3 of that a year?
I think they're going to base the whole thing around Booker T. That's their man. That's the man they want to base the company. He's the flagship. He's going to carry the
That's a risk. I mean, and they may pull it off. That's a hell of a risk. I mean, because if you look at the money Booker T's drawn in his life and the money Goldberg's drawn in his life and and more, it doesn't really matter what they've done. It matters what the potential is for them to do. I got to say that Bill Goldberg's got a lot more. I mean, Booker T's a better worker for sure, but Bill Goldberg, you know, some guys
Some guys just have something, if it's a name or what, and they come along. They don't come along very often. It's like a Bruno Sammartino or a Bill Goldberg had it. Steve Austin, Hogan. And those guys, for whatever, Dusty Rhodes had it too. Some guys just got this one thing that they're over, and maybe they shouldn't be, or they're over, whatever the reasons are. They are, and you just can't deny it, and you gotta go with it because they can mean a lot of money because they just hook the casual person that normally wouldn't go to wrestling.
One more thing, you mentioned Dusty Rhodes. He made some comments about Kevin Nash. He's more or less kissed his ass on his website.
Yes, he does.
Didn't he say Oz had the greatest ring entrance of all time?
Does Dusty Rhodes actually watch the wrestling matches he produces and he books? Because when those two were side by side, booking and taking care of business, those weren't the great television shows. I mean, you can say
even Mancow knew that Oz was horrible.
Every Kevin Sullivan producing comical stuff I can laugh at. It wasn't the greatest stuff, but Kevin Sullivan made you laugh. I mean, when I look at the Grand Wizard yelling, Sullivan, I thought that was funny.
Oh, you mean Curtis
What
Ikea?
did that mean for business?
It didn't do anything for business, but it's better than watching what Nash and the American and Dusty Rhodes did. I mean, Dusty, he signed a bunch of guys like Scotty Anton and those guys down in Turnbuckle, and he's expecting to go to another level with pay-per-view and stuff. I don't see it happening. I mean,
well, it's going from his level to pay-per-view.
Signing people. Is Don Callis? Don, are you on the line still? Where'd he go?
Don's not
I just want to know if Don has ever worked for an independent group that has signed somebody to a contract.
Oh, they're not seeing. So he's got those guys that work Turnbuckle.
Yeah.
So that was my point. Yeah, he's getting them signed, but he works for that company.
Don's here.
Hello.
Hey there, Don.
Don, have you ever worked for a company that signed you to a contract, an independent group?
Yes.
Really?
My promoter, Tony Condello, in 1990, signed me to a 9-year contract making a guarantee of $40 a night. Of course,
You gotta be kidding me.
He was unable to even prevent himself from breaching that small amount of money, so the contract was worth nothing. But he would sign guys to contracts, but I mean, you can't. Obviously you can't because you can't afford to pay guys.
Yeah.
A 9-year deal.
It's difficult. $40 though. I mean, hey, that was big money in 1990.
He saw you like the WWF saw Mark Henry.
That's right. Yeah, I'm a $40 a night albatross around Tony's neck for the rest of his life.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Let's go. Is Derek next?
Derek.
Yes.
Yes.
What's
Derek.
going on?
How you guys doing?
Really good.
Good. First question I had was going to be for Jeff, but you guys might be able to answer it. It does regard their website. They used to have an archive section with just a ton of interviews, quite similar to yours. But now, like within the last month, you go to it, and there's only like the last 2 interviews that they've done.
Is Jeff around?
Hey, I'm here.
Hey, this is for Jeff.
I just missed that. Callis just handed me the phone. Goes, there's something about the law.
Okay, here, go ask Jeff.
It's a cop.
No, my question was, I've been going to your website and listening to your show, Jeff, for quite a while, and I got to tell you, I love it. You and Dan do a great job.
Thank you very much. Well, Dave's a big part of that, too. Don't forget about Dave.
Well, yeah, I don't miss Dave's show either.
Okay.
My question was, the archive section, there used to be a large amount of interviews that you guys have done in the past, and lately when I go there, there's only like the most recent ones you've done.
Yeah, we're getting killed on bandwidth, so we had to move to a different server until we can get a stronger server. We intend on getting those interviews back up there hopefully by the end of the summer. There's like 4 years worth of interviews on there that people really dig. So it's a matter of when we get a better server. The server we were with, the company we were with, MaxLink, went out of business about a month ago, so we had to shuffle everything off to a separate server. So once that gets dealt with, hopefully by the end of the summer we'll get all those back up.
Okay, great. And then whoever can answer this one for me, the whole thing with Hogan and Russo last year, I believe it was at the Great American Bash when Hogan did or Jared did the laydown job. How much of that was a work and how much of that was a shoot?
Jeff, why don't you give your opinion on this one? Because we've talked about this one at length.
The whole thing was a work from start to finish. From start to finish, I think the entire thing was a work.
I think
every single thing was a work, except I think some of what Russo said was not.
I think that Hogan probably was real upset over something Russo said, but as far as everything that happened, as far as like that thing where with Jarrett laying down and all that, I think that was Hogan, Russo, and Bischoff concocted that and tried to fool the boys. And it's one of those things. It's like, what was the purpose of it in the long run? I mean, everyone talked about it,
They
but
fooled themselves right out of business.
they fooled themselves right out of business. I mean, like, where did it build? I mean, I remember that night, and they actually had a good pay-per-view that night because they put the strap on Booker T, and we had a lot of people talking. But in the long run, did that really help their business? And I mean, wrestling is such a tough environment anyway, in that there's always going to be an inherent lack of trust, even when there doesn't need to be. So why add to that by doing something to the boys where the boys are going like, I can't believe a word this promoter says. I mean, they have, usually they don't anyway. So don't exacerbate that situation.
You know what? The whole line where Russo says, you're never going to have to see Hogan again, and it's because of pieces of shit like him that guys like Booker T got held down for all those. That was all the work? Was Hogan aware he was going to say that?
I think that aspect of it probably was a work. So, I mean, I don't know what was and wasn't, because there is a lawsuit out there. But I think as far as like, I mean, they had a plan. I mean, they had a plan that Hogan would leave with a belt, and then he would come back a couple of pay-per-views later holding that belt when somebody else had the other belt, and they would have a unification match. I mean, that was the storyline. And there was, I mean, supposedly.
They were convinced that was going to work?
What?
They were convinced that was going to work?
Yeah, because they were going to fool the wrestlers, and then they figured if you fool the wrestlers, then you can fool the fans. And you know what? And they fooled some fans, but the fooling fans is not the name of the game.
No.
The name of the game is building programs.
You know what? And we had Booker T on the night before the American Bash, and we had pretty much, between talking to everyone in the industry, we pretty much had the entire scenario for Great American Bash.
I knew Booker T was going to win 3-4 days before the show.
He was like, yep, that's pretty much what I've been told.
Yeah. No, everyone knew Booker T was going to win. They had it on the board, didn't they, that day? So, I mean, that aspect of it, yeah. That they would do something funny with Hogan, and Booker T would beat Jarrett to win the title.
I'm sure, like you said, Russo said some things that Hogan didn't like, and I'm sure Russo went to him and said, look, I'm going to say some things about you, and they didn't go over a very specific script, and, Hogan got his back up and thought some things were, uncalled for. Not necessarily untrue, but just uncalled for.
Russo called him bald.
And my last question was, let's say for argument's sake, King of the Ring doesn't do a good buy rate with Austin, Jericho, Benoit somehow involved in the main event. Do you see the WWF hitting the panic button in any direction, whether it's their product or the WCW Invasion project?
They've already hit the panic button by adding Benoit to the match. So if that thing doesn't go over, they're going to go, overboard.
They'll do WCW Invasion because they have no other panic button to push. I mean, who else can you hot shot in that spot that'll draw money right away? No one.
I mean, my opinion is, I think that they pretty much have the next pay-per-view, which would be the Invasion, and the following pay-per-view. I think they pretty much have them laid out. So as far as, I don't think they'll hit the panic button because they have a plan kind of where they're going, but, but I think that the things they don't have confidence in, that could be shaky. And unfortunately, if the buy rate, because it's the same thing we said a year ago when they did that July pay-per-view last year, if the buy rate came in low, which last year it came in okay, if it comes in low, they will not blame Austin. So unfortunately, those other guys, have to prove that they can draw because there's so many people who think they can't. And if they don't, the naysayers will, they'll have their evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What was the buy rate for Fully Loaded last year, Dave?
It was a little bit over a 1. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was like
1,000, wasn't it?
It was about
415 or 420.
I think it was 420,000 buys, so it's like 1.05 probably, something like that.
Okay. So do you think they'll compare the buy rate from July of 1999 to the one of, July of 2000 to June of 2001? And if there is an improvement, they'll look at that as saying, well, we've given Jericho and Benoit opportunities to prove themselves in the main event. They're not doing it, and then go in a totally different direction. And the next thing we know, somebody like Test is getting a push.
No, I don't think that that's going to help Test or anyone like that. But I do think, for their sake, if they do, I would say right now, 420, 425, they're okay. If they do like 375, they're not as good. They won't be looking as good.
Okay.
That's kind of how I would look at it if I was looking at it from their perspective. Is you can do 425 with the show right now, all things considered in wrestling. That's a nice number.
Well, and I hope it works out because those two guys have worked their tails off to get to the position that they're at. And
the thing that scares me now is. The thing that scares me now is, and Jeff, we talked about it earlier, is Benoit really has worked incredibly hard in the last. I mean, he always has, but in the last couple of weeks, I mean, he's worked way over the Call of Duty. I mean, he did basically 5 falls on the pay-per-view. He did a TLC match. He did 2 great singles main events, that tag match, and now he's hurting real bad. And I'm just afraid.
He's been hurt for a while too, hasn't he?
Yeah, but it's been since the TLC match. I mean, like real bad.
Yeah, he really started to notice it the day after the TLC match, so last Wednesday was when he really started to notice it. I mean, how much of a work rate hole is that going to leave? I mean, Hunter out is one thing, and Hunter and Benoit out is a totally different picture altogether.
Yeah.
And then you're going into a summer house shows where it's already going to be enough for Steve Austin to just keep himself healthy with the guys that are on the roster now, and then you throw into the equation that he's got to stay healthy for a program with Rock and a program with Hunter. How's he going to get through the summer? All those TVs, and he's like the one guy if Benoit goes down.
This is for Jeff, and I'm a loyal fan from Oshawa and listen to you and Dan whenever possible, despite the way Mojo jobs your show. I think The Law is the premier wrestling show available, and I want to say the tribute to Owen Hart from a couple weeks back was one of your best, and it was really helped to remind me what a tremendous man and performer Owen was, and it was an incredible loss. I want to commend you for such a fitting tribute.
Oh, well, thanks very much. I mean, it was, I don't want to say it was like a fun show to put together, but I mean, it was, actually a lot of fun going back and that whole week, watching Owen matches again and going over old Owen promos and finding interviews from guys the last 4 or 5 years talking about Owen. A lot of tremendous feedback. As far as Mojo jobbing us out, I mean, we've got Major League Baseball right in front of us now on Sundays. Trust me, we're trying to get our time slot changed. But
I mean, your Sunday time slot was absolutely perfect, though. When we had 3 pay-per-views every 4 weeks.
Oh, it was tremendous. I mean, it's like Heyman, Bischoff, and Vince were doing our show for us, 3 weeks out of the month. It was great.
I mean, I would come on there, right after the pay-per-view. It was like, it couldn't have been better. I mean, now for the one day, for the one Sunday a month, it's an awesome spot still.
Yeah, I know, no kidding.
Let's go to John and Al.
I'm at the arena here with and all the guys here, Canyons here and Nova and all that. Have you guys seen Tommy Dreamer lately?
No,
I saw him a couple weeks ago. Yeah, he lost a lot of weight and everything.
He looks awesome. He's lost like 30 pounds. He's still kept like a lot of good bulk up top. It looks like his back is it looks like it's really healthy. He's just warming up here and stretching. Tommy Dreamer looks amazing.
Yeah. When we saw him in L.A., he'd already dropped a lot of weight, and he's probably dropped more. Nova looks amazing too.
Yeah, and you know what? He's off to 0-1 next fall.
Oh, Nova's going to 0-1 for July.
June 14th. I don't think he's going for July. I think. Did you say August or September? I can't remember. August.
Oh, okay. Because the June show is kind of like, that's right, because they were at the UPW. But the June show is kind of a mess because so many of the guys got pulled. I don't even know who's on the June show anymore.
I have no idea either. But he's off to 0-1 with Hashimoto. I mean, it's all done through UPW.
Yeah, that's cool. Let's go to John in L.A. John, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going really good.
All right, I got a question for both of you, actually for Brian in particular. I listen to the show quite often. I hear you guys all the time, especially Brian, talking about how important it is that they get Goldberg to make the WCW thing work. And I can't help but think that you might be overstating the importance of Goldberg. I mean, granted, the guy had a great run in the beginning, but we're talking about a guy who's really injury-prone, has had a bad attitude, has walked out, numerous times with the contract situation. I mean, do you really think Goldberg is the end-all, be-all for them?
I don't think he's the end-all, be-all, but I think he's a very important part of it. I'm just looking at the number of emails that we get asking when is Goldberg going to come in, when is Ric Flair going to come in, and I can only think that the general fan, just looking at some of the numbers that he popped, has got to think the same thing. And when you think of WCW, you think of Ric Flair and you think of Goldberg.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Another thing,
from a perception point of view, I mean, the WWF is associated with Austin or Rock, and WCW, for whether you like him or not, or whether you think he's a draw or not, it's been Goldberg. He's on the cover of magazines, on the talk show circuit. I mean, for all intents and purposes, as much as the diehards, feel that Ric Flair represents WCW, from a casual fan point of view, the guys that are going to really put the gravy on the potatoes, it's Goldberg.
You also have to look at it as the day that Vince went on TV and was mentioning people's names and just the reaction that the guy got.
They did.
Just the fact also got a very good reaction, but
Bagwell and Steiner got great reactions too.
Yeah, but it was nowhere close to Goldberg's though. Goldberg was a different league from everybody.
Steiner you all know when that first show starts because I guarantee you that there will be chants, and I think they will be chanting for Goldberg, and I think they will be chanting for Ric Flair.
Well, you know when Leviathan was on in a dark match, everybody chanted for Goldberg, and there's nobody has ever chanted for Scott Steiner or Buff Bagwell or even Ric Flair on at any WWF house shows that I've heard.
What is the WCW promotion going to do when they run a show in the Carolinas and they don't have Ric Flair?
They're not going to run a show in the Carolinas if they're smart.
We don't know when they're a long way from running house shows. They don't even have TV yet. So,
yeah.
Although I guess I'm sure the plan is for them to have TV in the fall. So, in some form.
Yeah, we talked about it before. I don't know if you guys have mentioned it today, but I mean, just use that heat time slot, guys. Just get all your WCW talent there.
Absolutely.
That'd be such a perfect
if
slot.
worse comes to the only problem is that and Vince McMahon actually said this to me is that you have to have. If you have a weak time slot for WCW as compared to WWF, it almost inherently comes off as the B company, and he thinks for this thing to work, both companies got to come off pretty equal. But I mean, Heat is still a hell of a lot better slot than say Saturday Night at 11. Saturday Night at 11, if WWF is prime time on Monday and Thursday, and WCW Saturday Night at 11, then that's a weak start too.
I mean, if you have the Saturday Night at the 11 time slot, you still have the same problem that you talked to Vince about. I mean, it's still perceived as the inferior company.
Absolutely.
It's got to be during the week, prime time.
Sunday at 7 is a good time slot. I mean, I think for wrestling, I think that's a good time slot. So.
You think an hour is enough? You need 2 hours.
2.
Inevitably, you need to. I think 1 isn't the worst idea just yet, though. You don't want to have 2 bad hours.
Inferior.
True.
Whether it's better to have 2 or not, 1 is going to look like an inferior show. It's going to look like Heat. It's going to look like Jacked or Metal. Like WCW guys on Jacked or Metal. They got to have 2 hours.
Yeah, you'll get 3 matches, maybe 4 if you're lucky.
Anything else, John?
In 1 hour, and keep it, and maintain interest over the week too.
Hello?
Yeah, anything else, John?
Oh yeah, I had one more question. I hear everybody banner around different names about the Undertaker thing, and everyone calls in and going, is there anybody at this point that wouldn't be a disappointment that you guys can think of?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think there are, but I don't know.
You think it's going to end up being a disappointment, Brian?
I'm not sure.
Well, they're giving so much time to it, it makes you wonder.
If you look back, it almost seems like it has to be a disappointment, but maybe their idea is, okay, every time we do this, it's a disappointment. We got to do something for real this time.
I think this one won't be a disappointment, but I don't know if it's going to be like. I don't know how people will take it.
I've still got, the higher power in the back of my head when it comes to this. But, I mean, a lot of people called the show this week and said, you know what? It should be someone from WCW.
It could be.
Part of the interpromotional.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, if Steiner was healthy or signed or both, he'd be great for it.
Yeah, he's not healthy, though.
But
That's
then
the problem.
you're taking somebody that is a big name that could be of value to World Championship Wrestling, and all of a sudden they're a WWF guy feuding with The Undertaker. Yeah. They don't need to take away any of their top names from WCW to put him in a feud with Undertaker.
Unless
they got a top name, he needs to stay in WCW and help that company.
Right. Well, unless they did a one-match thing to get exposure, maybe put Steiner over and then put him back in WCW. People are going to go
over the Undertaker and then take him away. I mean, that's not the worst idea, but it's going to be a tough one. Well, it won't be Steiner anyway, though.
Right. Well,
how about using Raven and start telling the Raven story?
Man.
Someone on the comment board said, they said it has to be Mark Henry. Because there cannot be a perversion angle in the WWF that does not involve
him. All right, we're gonna head to Vince in Atlanta. Vince, what's going on?
Jeff, I'm a big fan of your show. I had a question about your website too.
Sure, what's up, Vince?
Your weekly interviews with like Perry Saturn and Lance Storm and stuff. Are you guys still gonna be doing that? Because I'd love to hear what Saturn has to say about.
You know what? Again, it's another scheduling conflict. I hate to keep coming back and burying the radio station. When it switched over from Talk 640 to Mojo Radio, which is the Guy Talk format, they went to a lot of syndicated sports programming, and a lot of that is run out of the studio in the evening where we used to do all of our interviews. So it's really just a scheduling conflict until all that gets sorted out. We're not going to be able to do any, very much pre-production at all. It's a real drag, I know. Actually, I'm going to talk to Lance about that when he comes in here today, see if we can bang one off this week at some time.
Yeah, because I really want to know what Saturn has to say, about the last couple of weeks. It's got to be something interesting at least.
Interesting guy.
Yeah. I also had a question. If Jericho or Benoit doesn't win the title at the King of the Ring, doesn't it just totally throw everything away that they've been trying to do with these guys? And
only if Austin destroys them.
So, but if
it's going to look if there's no turn, it's going to if one of them doesn't turn on the other, it's going to be real tough because it was sort of like they were both against Austin and he still won.
Right.
Yeah,
because,
that's true.
Because where would they go from there if Austin wins just cleanly over one of them?
Well, I mean, they've got Austin Rock and Austin Hunter on the horizon. The thing is that for those guys, but if one of them, let's just say for the sake of argument, that Jericho turns on Benoit and Austin sneaks over and and wins the match, for the sake of argument, then you got Benoit and Jericho feuding again, and that's like the last year all over again.
Yep. And
now,
then where does Austin go from there for the next couple of months?
Yeah.
Ross not coming back the day after King of the Ring.
I mean, how's this for a scenario? Just throw something in there. Vince screws Austin. Jericho wins and goes with Vince. And Jericho is made a star. And then everybody can look at the fact that Austin
is a babyface.
Yeah, and then when Rock
and all these feuds with Rock and Hunter.
I know.
Either has to turn again or it doesn't make sense.
I know.
Or babyface.
Yeah.
Unless they do something. But you know what? They need him as a babyface to sell tickets this summer. I mean, long term, sure, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it's going to be a lot of work down the road. But
what they could also do is have. Go ahead.
They could do what? Sorry.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to let you finish. What they could also do is just have Vince turn on Benoit, and Jericho and Austin both stomp him down. Then Austin's still a heel. Jericho's with Vince.
Austin's still the champ.
Yeah. And you know what?
Benoit can take some time off because he's going to get hurt, being stomped on by two guys.
If Benoit needs an injury angle, that is the way to do it.
Yeah, not bad. Although, I think the timing of a Jericho heel turn is about 4 or 5 months off. But actually,
you mean as far as 4 or 5 months early or 4 or 5 months late?
Late.
Yeah, because I agree with
now.
that.
Yeah.
It would be perfect for Jericho and Austin to team together against Benoit, but Benoit's hurt now, so I don't think they'd be able to do that.
Well, at least he'll be able to get some time off.
Yeah.
You know what? And then Hunter can come back and bury Jericho.
But then, now if Benoit, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Benoit not to take time off because then you got
no top babyface.
Because you take that out of the mix and you have, let's say you have Austin and Jericho as your top heels and no Benoit, that means Undertaker and Kane and Austin and Jericho becomes your main event, and that's actually worse than we were during the dark period of whatever it was, 4 weeks ago.
You got to rush a whole bunch of stuff if that scenario unfolds, because then you're going to have to turn William Regal face.
Oh, it's way too soon for that.
Oh, totally, but I mean, it's almost panic time with the injuries.
How much more time?
They better hope Benoit starts healing. What'd you say, Rock?
Yeah, how much more time is he going to be gone?
It's dependent on the movie, but they're counting on Rock for the August pay-per-view.
Yeah.
For SummerSlam as the return. I mean, he'll probably return to TV before that, but I would think SummerSlam is Austin and Rock. I mean, that's not a definite or anything, but logic would tell me that's probably more locked in stone than anything else, really.
And if Austin loses the title at the next pay-per-view, wouldn't that take away from the Austin and Rock feud a little bit because there's no title?
Yeah, unless he wins it back. But that's a great argument. I mean, there's a great argument for Austin not losing the title until after SummerSlam and then having it back for WrestleMania, defending against Hunter. So they could do a switch. They say a switch of a November to January switch type of a thing. Where Austin loses it and then regains it or something.
Right. Okay. Well, that's all I got, guys. Keep up the good show.
Okay. Thanks very much. We're gonna go to Steve in California. Steve, what's up?
Steve?
Yeah.
Are you eating?
Go ahead.
How you doing, Dave?
Doing good.
I was wondering, WCW got a lot of items from. WWF got a lot of items from WCW, like rings and stuff like that.
And they gave most of them away.
Hello?
They gave most of the rings away.
Oh, they did? Well, did they actually get the Black Scorpion voice distorter?
I don't know.
They may have.
Because that's what I was thinking every time I watched this stupid Stalker angle and everything.
Maybe they got Ole Anderson.
I think Black Scorpion flashbacks. But a question I had for you, Dave, was there any truth to the Bret Hart rumors the other day on the internet?
You mean as far as him going to WWF? No truth at all.
Oh, okay. And was WWF actually contacting him at all, or?
They talked. I mean, well, WWF main, no, nobody talked. Carl DeMarco. Okay, here's the situation. It's like I would clear up the Carl DeMarco Bret Hart thing. Carl DeMarco, who's the president of WWF Canada, used to be the businessman, the personal business manager of Bret Hart. Bret Hart was very influential in Carl DeMarco getting his job as president of WWF Canada. So they've known each other for God knows how many, whatever. And they talk. I mean, they've known each other forever. They talk all the time. Carl DeMarco's dream, and Jeff knows this very well, is to get Bret Hart back in WWF. The only problem is that Vince and Bret both don't want it. And Carl's in the middle trying to, bring them together, and it usually blows up in Carl's face every time he tries. And this was probably another example of it, so that's what the situation.
We're going to have Carl DeMarco on live in studio this Saturday, so, if you're tuning in on the net, give us a buzz.
That's great.
Oh. Be a good question for him.
Yeah.
I have just an idea to throw around. One of my friends brought it up. He said that WWF should bring in Ric Flair to be Linda McMahon's new boyfriend and feud with Vince.
I've heard that one. I've heard people suggest it. It's what
That'd
the hell.
Hilarious, I think.
The thing with Ric Flair is, you want to see him with a 20-year-old blonde.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't want to see him with Linda McMahon.
Okay, but no, you're right, but you're wrong. Think about this one though. Okay, you're right. You want to see him with a 20-year-old. But Ric Flair's going to be with a woman with $500 million.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
I think the interviews would be phenomenal.
Ric Flair against Vince on interviews would be
How about him with
unbelievable.
Stephanie?
Rick with Stephanie?
Yeah.
Stephanie I don't think Hunter and Stephanie would go for that one.
One more question for you, Dave. When's the next Vallejo card?
For All Pro?
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know the date. I think it's like coming up this week. I think it's coming up Saturday night.
Okay.
I could be wrong because I think they're doing like a couple of UPW versus APW matches. I'm pretty sure it's Saturday night.
Okay. Well, thanks, Dave.
Okay.
I was
Very
probably
welcome.
thinking dating Stephanie or feuding with Ric Flair. It's a toss-up.
Yeah. This is from Dan in Kingston, who goes, I just wonder if Jeff has heard anything more about a Raw or a pay-per-view coming to Toronto later in the year. Dave has said something about Survivor Series. And do you think that Austin would let Goldberg jackhammer him because of his neck?
No.
I took
Brian,
German, so yes.
You think that Austin wouldn't want that one?
I don't
would.
think
He'd
Austin
take it.
would. No way. Goldberg's still too green. Forget it. No way. If I were Austin,
You don't
I
think
would.
so?
No way.
I think you would.
But what about pay-per-view in
Goldberg's
Toronto?
never really hurt anybody with that. He's never let go of anybody and dropped him on their head, and he's picked up the giant.
Ming. He almost dropped him on his head. He almost dropped Jimmy Hart on his head once.
You sure
This was when he was first starting out.
His afro was just so big that it looked like he landed on his head.
As far as WWF TV coming to ACC, I've heard, what was the first thing I heard? I heard Survivor Series for Air Canada Center. I think that might have been scrapped for another pay-per-view, but I'm not sure. And TV, I believe they're doing something first or second week of September. It'll be probably a Raw, not a SmackDown.
Okay. Let's go to Scott.
Do you think Survivor Series will ever be back in Montreal?
They should totally go back to Montreal.
I think they should go back to Montreal 2002, the 5-year anniversary.
Absolutely.
Absolutely should book Montreal. Anyway, Scott in Connecticut.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
I just thought of something. I take back what I just said because I already know the finish of the main event and I don't want to see it again.
The same finish all over again.
The exact same finish, I know.
I was listening to what you guys were saying about King of the Ring, and I think that, Y2J should go with Vince and take Hunter's place as far as, that big power team with him and Austin. He should take Stephanie, too. Because,
don't count on that one.
I mean,
let's
that's
not go
what they
overboard
should
here.
do. I'm not saying that's going to happen, politics.
I like it. I like it.
I mean, they've always had that little, that little thing when, he calls it a
Jericho
slut and
Stephanie,
whatnot.
they've always had that thing, sure.
And then, that just brings Triple H back to do the Y2J program before he goes into Mania against Austin.
Yeah.
I think that's good. But I want to talk about, I don't know if you have a lot of time to discuss this because I think it's a pretty good topic, is that over here in the Northeast is like the independent circuit. I just want to talk about how, like, basically the average independent worker is, pretty young and, has a lot of, aerial talent, likes to, risk their body and stuff to get the crowd going and stuff like that. And basically, spend no time in the gym and, wear, like, street clothes and stuff like that. And I just watch all these guys and then I hear about, OVW and UPW, and granted these are farm promotions for WWF, so, they have to be, the cream of the crop as far as indie guys, but they look so much more professional than the guys we have up here.
Do you mean physique-wise or ring attire-wise? Sure.
Yeah, that and more so physique-wise, because that's the day of their control over that.
Physique-wise, because if you're getting paid a contract and you can buy the chemicals, and also the other thing is you're recruiting guys with better genetics too, so that gives them the advantage as well. I mean if a guy walks in, a football player or something, or like Brock Lesnar, just as a perfect example. Brock Lesnar, I mean, there have been a lot of NCAA champion wrestlers or All-American wrestlers. Okay, Brock Lesnar, the reason WWF signed him and New Japan wanted him and WCW wanted him and everyone wanted him as opposed to whoever won in '99, who I think it was Steve Neal. I don't even remember who it was. It's probably Steve Neal. Nobody was not really recruited at all because Brock Lesnar had a freaky physique and everybody that watched him goes, God, this guy should be in pro wrestling. It's the physique that got him in, and that's the kind of thing that that's what they look for.
I mean, there's a lot of guys up here with talent and stuff like that. And, they're getting there, but I mean, like none of them. I mean, I'm basically saying. I mean, there's a couple of guys who have they're cut and everything like Loki, but basically everyone else is just normal looking. They don't look like wrestlers.
I think a lot of it's the Northeast too, since there's such strong ECW territory.
Yeah.
Where not as much of a premium was put on the bodies. I mean, how many guys in ECW wrestled with their shirts off?
Yeah.
Not a whole lot. I mean, a lot of it was jean shorts and ECW T-shirts.
And the ones that did were like Tony Mamaluke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just think that's a big problem as far as, and there's so many independent workers, and it's like, isn't the first thing WWF looks at is you, like, physically? I mean,
generally, probably yes.
I mean, because, all right, it's sad to say, but there are a lot more guys who have talent than guys. All right, it used to not be this way. I mean, you got like guys like Luger and Billy Gunn who have the look, but they don't have the talent. There's a lot of guys who have the talent, but not the look. I think more so than the opposite.
I think that I kind of frustrated when a lot of guys, they have this impression that they're very, very talented, and sometimes they really are.
Yeah.
But they look like the dude in the front row, and they still can't understand why they don't have a developmental deal yet.
Well, yeah, I understand it, and I think a lot of the fans do. But I mean, they still pay to see these guys, fly off the balcony and stuff like that. But then I can't picture any of these guys going anywhere.
Unless a company comes along. But I wonder how the thing with the American fans is that they want fantasy creatures, and.
Mm-hmm.
If you had if somebody came in and go, I'm going to have a company of real high-flying guys, and you had all those high-flying guys who look normal, I don't know how well it would get over. I mean, I hope it would.
Well, I mean, look at guys like, the high flyers in WWF, WCW. I mean, not really high flyers, but I mean, the real talented guys who don't have the big size look, like maybe Jerry Lynn, right? He's still, I don't think he could be any bigger, For his size, he's huge,
I think he could.
What? Oh, you mean physically? You're talking about physically bigger, or you're talking about pushed bigger?
Physically.
Oh yeah. If he gassed himself up, he could weigh more. But I mean, he probably couldn't look much better. He couldn't look much better, no, because he's pretty cut and everything, especially at his age.
These guys have all the talent in the world, but they're at WWF level, so they still have the body. They're still getting the body because that's the reason they're there. And other guys who may have talent. I mean, I'm not saying guys have as much talent as Jerry Lynn and Benoit. Guys who have a lot of talent aren't in WWF. It's because physically they don't. They're not WWF caliber.
Well, I mean, over here with the and we got to go right now, but with APW and everything, they had a lot of guys and they trained them all in working, and they really didn't concentrate on their bodies. And in the last couple of years, they hired a coach, a strength and conditioning coach, because I think they realized when they saw Prototype actually was the one. When they saw Prototype, who had that WWF developmental deal before he could, tie his boots in the ring literally because of how he looked, it was like. Why does he have a deal and he's just learning how to wrestle and we don't? And it's like, because this is what they're looking for, and that's the reality.
Yeah.
All
right, thanks a lot, guys.
Okay, thanks a bunch, and we are totally out of time. Jeff, I want to thank you very much for joining us, and thank Don for joining us as well. And
I will indeed.
Hopefully, the show tonight will go really, really well.
ECW reunion. It's like Dreamer's here. Who else we got here? Swinger's here. Nova's here. Callis. Lance Storm's on his way.
Cool. So we'll be talking to you soon. Tomorrow we're going to have Dave Republic, who is an independent promoter from the Pacific Northwest. We'll be taking your phone calls, talking about all of the stuff at 5. How you doing, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We're going to have a couple of guests. We're going to have Roland Alexander up. We're going to talk for just a few minutes. We're going to talk probably about 15 after to talk about the Noah tryouts, which were held at his gym in Hayward, and 3 wrestlers, in fact, from 3 different tryouts. All got picked, and we'll be starting with Noah on the 9th. in their junior heavyweight tournament. It's a 2-week-long tournament where most of the junior heavyweights of Pro Wrestling Noah, led by Naomichi Marufuji, who should be the star of that division and hopefully will be, but Kentaro Shiga and Yoshinobu Kanemaru and Tsuyoshi Kikuchi, all those guys. Anyway, 3 Americans are being brought in. Jardy France from All Pro Wrestling, Matt Murphy from World League Wrestling, and which is Harley Race's group in Missouri, and B.J. Whitmer from Les Thatcher's Heartland Wrestling were the 3 guys picked. And anyway, Mike Modest, Christopher Daniels, Donovan Morgan, and Tony Jones, guys who have been on our show, we're all at the tryout, and we'll talk about how that tryout went, which was just the other day. And also Dave Republic of Extreme Canadian Championship Wrestling will be our guest at about 45 after the hour. So anyway, that's the scoop on today's show. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good. That's good.
Not a whole heck of a lot of news, actually, now I notice this. We have, actually, that's probably the biggest.
That is the news for today, folks.
That's the news. That and a bunch of ESPN polls. Let's see, Vince McMahon won the poll of which sports executive would you most like to keep quiet, beating Jerry Jones, so pretty handily. And there was another ESPN poll which says, which of these leagues do you follow in the spring? And they had WWF and WCW wrestling as one group, which I guess they technically are, although I don't even think WCW exists this spring. But anyway, it placed in 4th place behind Major League Baseball, NBA playoffs, and NHL playoffs, which is about as high as it's going to do because you're talking about, ESPN websites, pure sports. So it beat Major League Soccer. It's an interesting thing. First of all, and I guess the whole argument, we got some people, in the Vince McMahon thing say, Vince McMahon is not a sports executive. And technically, I mean, he did the XFL. So until they folded the XFL a couple of weeks ago, he was a sports executive. And now it's more of a question. He's a sports entertainment executive for sure. So whether that's sport is, I guess it's your definition of sport. I mean, what wrestling fits into, I don't know, Brian, do you consider, that's athletes and sports are 2 totally different things also. I mean, because I don't think there's any question.
Wrestlers are athletes.
Wrestlers are athletes. I don't think there's any question of that.
Most wrestlers. I can't even say all wrestlers.
I won't say all wrestlers. No. It's like, but your top wrestlers are athletes. Everybody that works for the WWF is an athlete in some form. I mean, even Godfather or Goodfather, he's an athlete. So
he is an athlete. Sometimes he may not look like it, but he is.
Yeah. Now, not all wrestlers are athletes. I don't know. I just was watching some Japanese tapes last night, and I saw Abdullah the Butcher, and Kamala too.
I really have a hard time. I don't even know whether I would consider it a sport or not. I mean, I look at things like
aspects of it are
being considered a sport, and bowling, stuff like that. And I understand that. Okay,
synchronized swimming.
Anybody can bowl because I go to the bowling alley and I see 2-year-olds throwing a little ball down the lane right there, and they're bowling. They're horrible, of course, but they're out there rolling the balls. So anybody can be a bowler. It doesn't take an athlete. But at the same time, to be a good bowler, it takes a certain amount of skill, and to be a wrestler, it also takes a certain amount of skill. So
it takes more athletic ability, I believe, to be a top wrestler than a top bowler.
Oh, definitely.
There's a certain skill level that's inherent in both, and of course, the one thing with bowling that's not in wrestling is that bowling you're in real competition to win, and in wrestling you're in competition to entertain the audience, but it's a lot more subjective. Bowling, it's how many pins you knock down. I'm sure there's politics in bowling too that I'm not aware of because I'm not a bowling aficionado, but ultimately, like the guy who wins the tournament's the guy who gets the most pins down. In wrestling, we can sort of argue that the guy who's on top is the guy who sells the most tickets, but nobody really knows that. You know what I mean? It's like, it's there's so much politics involved. Boy, speaking of politics involved, I had some interesting discussions today about the politics of the World Wrestling Federation, but that's another story. Anyway, let's see.
Just out of curiosity, did you hear the end of Eddie's show?
Yeah, I was listening to the end of Eddie's show. You know what I want to say about the end of Eddie's show? Okay, because I wrote the thing about, in this week's Observer, I wrote about, purists that don't really understand pride. Okay, now, it's like, if you consider pride a pure sport, okay? Pure sport. Without question. First of all, fixing matches is one thing, okay? But on that Pride show, as best as I can tell, there were no fixed matches. But the show was carried by two professional wrestlers, Takayama and Fujita, that did, as best I can tell, a real match. So I don't think that's an issue. And and I heard the whole build-up going into the show of this Pride show of like, oh my God, they're putting, Fujita and Takayama in the main event. But the bottom line is they sold the building out with Fujita and Takayama. If you watch the show and look in the newspapers the next day, the rest of those matches are afterthoughts to the general public in Japan. Fujita and Takayama was front page, full color of the sports section, which professional wrestling rarely gets. Mixed martial arts virtually never gets, unless it's, I'm sure Sakuraba and the Gracies got it. But the whole thing is that is what carried the show. Now, if you're a purist...
And it was real.
What?
And it was real.
And as best I can tell, I don't know for sure, but it looked real as hell to me. A week from now, I'll have a pretty strong opinion when I see the Fujita-Nagata match. Because if Fujita and Nagata look just as real, then I got to question it. But it looked pretty damn real to me. And you know what? I've seen
Yeah, but Nagata's a hell of a lot better than Takayama.
Yeah, but I did see... Well, I saw Takayama with Misawa, and they had a hell of a match, and you saw that match too, Brian. However, it did not look real.
But that was a totally different style. That was pro wrestling style.
Right. No, this looked real, and it was a hell of a fight, too. Because the whole deal is both guys really had no punch defense, so, they were hitting each other really hard. They weren't great fighters. They weren't... I've seen a lot worse guys in mixed martial arts than certainly Takayama. Obviously Fujita's a very lucky man, but, Fujita's a hell of a wrestler, and he has trained hard, and he's a great athlete. He just doesn't have punch defense, and he's been the luckiest martial arts fighter in the history of the world, with an undefeated record. For an undefeated record and the wins he has, he's not that great, but what the hell. But the thing is that, it was not a fixed fight, and I look at boxing, okay, this boxing match this weekend with, they are far more qualified to be fighting, both of those guys, than certainly Joe Frazier's daughter, who's a 39-year-old attorney who's just taken up boxing, and perhaps Muhammad Ali's daughter, and then that is the biggest fight, publicity-wise, in women's boxing history is this fight this weekend, even though, obviously there are many, many, many women fighters who are bigger. They're headlining, this is the first time there's ever been that I'm aware of, and someone can tell me if I'm wrong on this one, but the first time that I am aware of a women's fight headlining a men's pay-per-view in boxing. And it's not because these are the two best women boxers in their weight class. It's because, one of them happens to be Joe Frazier's daughter. It's the name. And it's the same thing, and that's in boxing. It's if they were to do a fake match, yes, that would be really bad. But what I was saying is that if you understand the business of mixed martial arts, Fujita and Takayama were the guys who sold the tickets that made the ability to see the rest of these matches in a high-profile event possible. I'm not in favor of doing fixed matches on those shows as a sports fan. And I understand the fixed match. The fixed match is a totally different argument, okay? Because I was writing about a real match that happened to be between two pro wrestlers that sold out a building and had a hell of a match doing so. But it was two pro wrestlers. If it was, they have done work matches with Takada in the past, and that's a different issue. But you know what? Here's the thing. It's not right. I can understand being upset a lot more about the fixed matches than about this one. But if it was not for Nobuhiko Takada, this group would not exist. It's the highest profile mixed martial arts group in the world, and it exists largely due to professional wrestling fans and due to professional wrestling because the big draws are, besides the Gracies, have been that, as far as the big gates have been Takada, Ogawa, Sakuraba, all pro wrestlers. And, I
don't understand how anybody can have a gripe about Fujita and Takayama at all.
I'll tell you what. Because the bottom line is it could have been a worked match based on the history of the company that has done. But it wasn't. That's right.
Anything could be worked.
That's true, because there have been worked boxing matches. That's true.
Yeah.
I understand, he was getting mad because I wrote the word purists. But that's what I mean. It's it's business. It's not a corrupt match if they go at it for real. If it was a worked match, then a worked match perverts sport. I won't argue that. That's a valid point. But, and then you have the thing of, okay, what do you do? Is it worth losing? I don't but it is still perverted. It still perverts sport. Then the next step is fixing other sporting events. But again, the Japanese culture is different than our culture as far as works and shoots. Because pro wrestling's always had, like we've talked about before, it's always had some form of shoots in their pro wrestling. So it's always been this mixed, blurry line.
And their so-called shoot sports have always had works. And that's, so it's just, I don't know. They don't have athletic commissions there. Maybe they should. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. This is the Wrestling Observer Live drinking game. So anyway, this was someone sent on the comment board. Let's see. If you don't know what a drinking game is, it's basically a game where theoretically you take a drink of beer. We're going to have a lot of drunk listeners. And if you're under the age of 21... Yeah, I know. Do not play this game at home unless you're over the age of 21. And do not play this game if you are planning on driving or operating heavy machinery or doing anything athletic. Anyway, you take a drink of beer whenever somebody on the show does something typical. And that's like every minute of the show. You chug hard when someone does something out of character. So anyway, here's the deal. Here are the rules. If Brian is mean to a caller, take one drink. Brian's only mean to callers.
Why am I getting that reputation?
I guess because you were mean to a caller the other day. If Dave is mean to a caller and apologizes or say something like, I feel bad about doing that, take 2 drinks. I only did that once, just the other day, because the guy had a booking idea. I just thought the idea wasn't good. Dave totally rips apart a caller, chug. Yeah, James from Kentucky calls, take 1 drink. He ain't going to be calling unless he has some good questions. By the way, if he has emails and has really good questions, we will certainly answer them. But, Anyway, Al speaks, take 1 drink. Well, that's going to happen soon. The show ends without Al saying anything, chug. The show comes back from a break with a recording of a wrestler doing a promo, take 1 drink. Well, hopefully we'll have more of those. The show comes back from the break with a song, take 1 drink. You're going to be drinking a lot of breaks. The song is Bark at the Moon, take another drink. The song is I Want to Be a Hulkamaniac, chug. Somebody swears, take 2 drinks. Dave swears, take 3 drinks. Either Dave or Brian have mic problems. Take 3 drinks. Speaking of that, how about if we have website problems?
That's right.
We have not been able to update, and the website, I don't know.
I updated this afternoon.
Really? I could not update, and I couldn't access the site, and I got several emails who couldn't. But I just tried to update right before the show. Well, that's our mic problem right there. Okay, what?
Okay.
What, Brian?
Nothing.
I didn't hear what you said. Or did you do that on purpose?
Keep reading and you'll get it.
Okay. The caller's cell phone dies, take 2 drinks. Brian makes a joke, and Dave doesn't pay attention to it or goes, huh, and continues what he's saying, take 1 drink. Oh, there you go.
Everybody better be drinking right now.
That's right. That's a good one. Dave chuckles, take 1 drink. Dave does his laugh, take 2 drinks. A caller asks what happened to Shawn Michaels. That should be take 5 drinks, buddy. Someone under contract is the WF guest. Under contract to the WF is a guest. Chug. Hey, we have guys, just not active wrestlers. Anyway, that's the scoop on the drinking game. Does that mean we're going to emails right now? Let me just check this. Matt Ratz will be webcasting 3 taped matches Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. These are the matches that Eric Bischoff saw when he was up there about a month or 2 ago, which will include Ted Hart, the nephew of Bret and Owen Hart, and Harry the Bulldog Smith, who's Davey Boy and Diana's son. And what do we got here?
Hey, I got to make a comment, by the way. I started watching a Tough Enough tape that Damien Darkside sent me. I actually don't have his real name here in front of me, but I have to say 2 things. Number 1, I am now looking forward to the show more than ever, and it will be debuting soon, and I guarantee I'm watching every episode. And
really?
Number 2,
I'll watch the first one.
I only saw about 10 minutes of this tape, but I have some advice for young Mr. Darkside and anybody else who wants a job with the World Wrestling Federation someday, and that is, do not go to Titan Towers and cut a promo outside the building when they lock you out, and then call them repeatedly, demanding to be let in. Because I can think a few things that will burn more bridges than doing that. It was hilarious to watch on tape. But
that is funny,
as far as attempting to actually get a job doing it, please, I'm begging you, never do that.
Okay. Our poll was perverted today. I want to tell you something. If you want to pervert the poll, vote 2 or 3 times, because if you vote 400 times, it's like I'm looking at this going somebody's messed up the poll, and the answer that you want is the one that's messed up. But anyway, what I can say about the poll is that nobody voted for Austin Undertaker. As far as the other stuff, as far as where it was going to fit in, I don't know. All right, let's go to some emails.
Why do people pervert the poll?
It gives them something to do. So I can say, they perverted the poll.
They can't find something else to do when listening to the show than pervert the poll.
Well, now they're going to today for sure. After that, let's see.
This is someone, David Duffett, who goes, I'm sorry to blow the whistle about Sarah Stalker, but it's going to turn out to be the big show. And that's just the beginning of the story. Well, that's the end of the story, buddy, because it ain't going to be the big show. Let's see.
I think there's certain people that we shouldn't narrow down or we shouldn't eliminate yet.
Do you think he's one of them?
You never know.
No, you never know.
We can eliminate Paul Bearer, though, because he ain't having a match.
God, I hope we can eliminate the big show.
So do I, but you just never know.
Well, I mean, yeah, you do never know, because it's probably not definite who it is. Although I know they have an idea. Brian knows that, too. Anyway,
I know there's problems with that idea, so.
Yes, that's right. There are problems with that idea, but there is an idea. Anyway, Roland, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you doing today, Dave?
Doing really, really good. We wanted you on the show for a couple minutes to talk about how everything went at your gym on Monday, and with Mitsuharu Misawa and Jari France going over there. And I guess my first question is that, you know, I've seen most of your guys, and I've seen pretty much everybody except for Vic Capri. I think I've never actually seen him wrestle, but pretty much everybody else that was mentioned in the tryout. And Jari France, did he do just like an unbelievable job, or are they just wanting to bring other guys in at other times? What's your thought about all of that?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure what they were looking for their tournament. One thing I can tell you is that Jari France is a very good wrestler. He's a very good mat wrestler. He's pretty innovative with his high flying. I don't think he's anywhere in the league of a Christopher Daniels or Vic Capri, but in the same breath, I don't know exactly what they were looking for. I can tell you that, like, for example, after, you know, we did the tryout and everything, Christopher Daniels said that, you know, he took me in the office and he talked and he said, like, if we ever did anything like this again, I know I'd have to change my match. And I know exactly where he's coming from because, like, Christopher sometimes happens to be more of a WWF product, you know, and I don't think, you know, Noah is anywhere near a WWF product. They're more physical, more sport and stuff like that. And I know exactly where Christopher was coming from because I think I screwed up a tryout in 1996 when Mike Modest tried out with Robert Thompson. I sat there and I helped those guys put together a match for the tryout, and I did it based on a 12, you know, to 14-minute match, and thinking that they're going to have time to build the psychology and this and that. And then, you know, first of all, they cut it to 10, and then as they were going out the curtain, they cut it to 8, and I think they ended up doing 4, somewhere between 4 and 6 in the ring. And, like, there was no time to carry that out, and I was so naive to the product that I didn't know that they wanted boom, 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 you know, instead of building to the match. And so, you know, I think that might have a little bit to do with it. I don't know, maybe politics, you know. I mean, I know that at one time the Japanese politics was, well, if you've wrestled for a smaller promotion, then, you know, we're not going to touch you. I don't know if that's still the case in 2001 or not. So I don't know, but all I know is I'm thrilled to death for Jardy. It all happened so quickly that even, you know, I don't even think Noah had a chance to release the information. Somehow it kind of got leaked out like everything else does, and I guess there was 2 other guys besides Jardy going over there. So I think they'll be pleased with him.
I mean, did they give you, I mean, when the thing was over, I mean, I know that, like, I don't know how much English Misawa spoke or anything or anyone there, but did they give you any indication of, oh, we liked this or we didn't like this, or did they just kind of watched and were quiet?
They were pretty much very businesslike, very quiet, and they said that they would, you know, let us know what took place. I mean, I can tell you what I was impressed with, and based on what I was impressed with, I can almost guarantee you they probably were impressed equally. And because even though I haven't had an opportunity to watch much Noah as of late, I've watched a lot of Misawa, and I would imagine that, you know, there's a lot of Misawa in Noah, and so I can tell you that the 2 best matches that we put on were Tony Jones and Mark Smith and Mike Modest and Donovan Morgan, and it was unbelievable because, like, I know they said something about, you know, disregard psychology, just go out there and wrestle, and Mike and Donovan only had 5 minutes to put together their match, and they didn't leave out any, and I was amazed at how much psychology you can do in a Japanese-style match, even when it's only 7 or 8 minutes, and because they just did a tremendous job, and so I would be very surprised if they're not impressed with those 4, you know.
It's maybe, I mean, I don't know. You know, one of the things, I mean, I'm looking at this junior heavyweight division for them. They have a guy named Naomichi Marufuji who's really good and really charismatic.
and I see this division kind of being like his thing. You know what I mean? And he's he's small, so maybe the whole thing with Jardy is that Jardy being a small guy.
And how small is he?
Marufuji?
Yeah.
195, I would guess.
Because see, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that and I don't know. Again, I don't know a whole lot about the Noah product. I need to educate myself in the next couple of weeks. But they have small people to begin with. And like just like APW, we have small people. Mike Modest is considered a heavyweight with us. I don't know if that would be the case in Japan or.
Well, Mike wouldn't be a heavyweight there, just because they're the one thing they want with the foreigners. The foreign heavyweights are big guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Mike. Mike if Mike, for Japan would probably be at 200 to 210. He'd still be a junior heavyweight, and he's not too. Actually, I think that Mike with Marufuji, to me, is a hell of a matchup because he's a solid worker, which is what Marufuji needs, and he's enough bigger that it's the right psychology for what they're looking for.
Right. Is it possible that they might even have more than two divisions? Like, in other words, maybe a junior heavyweight, which is, the kind of Jardy size. I think Jardy goes at about 164, up to whatever, and then you got maybe your cruisers, then maybe you got your heavyweights or your super heavyweights and your heavyweights.
I don't think that, but what I might be thinking, and I don't know where they're coming from, is that they may be bringing these three guys in to introduce in the division, and maybe who knows, maybe they could go in there and like if they were impressed with, say, Modest or Donovan, that those are guys who they would save for title matches down the road that aren't getting beaten 3 times in this tournament, so to speak.
Because all they said was they were impressed with everybody. They said everybody was very, very impressive today. So they were impressed with Daniels. They were impressed with. We did matches like Daniels wrestled Kevin Quinn. They had a very good match. Vic Capri wrestled Jardy France. They had a very good match. And then it was Tony Jones with Mark Smith. They had an outstanding match. Way above the standards I expected. And then Modest and Donovan probably had the best match. And then I believe Modest worked with Max Justice later on, and then Vinny Massaro worked with Jardy France later on, and those were good matches, but I'm just based on me. That's just not my decision, but I thought the 2 middle matches, with Mark Smith, Tony Jones, and it was more. And Don.
Well, Mark Smith and Tony Jones are too big for their junior heavyweight division for sure.
Yeah.
Way too big.
And I think what impressed me about those matches is it was more the Japanese style. There was a lot of amateur wrestling involved. There was a lot of wrestling involved. It was very physical. It was very stiff, and I just thought that they wrestled the matches that catered to the product a little bit more. But
the one thing though, as far as like Mark Smith and Tony Jones, is that I think the fact that they can do that is obviously it speaks well for them.
Right.
But they also want Americans to be kind of bullies.
Right.
Do you mean not just a great,
And they
not
were.
just a great.
For instance,
okay, good.
Mark Smith, I even told him afterwards. I says, I have no idea what you did or what made you do what you did, but I want you to go home and look at it about 150 times and don't forget it. It was like the charisma that he had was unbelievable. The physicalness that he had was unbelievable. He did the amateur. He did the taunting. I was picturing actually those 2 matches like in Japan with the fans. How they, the Japanese fans are very knowledgeable and how they react and everything. I was thinking, my God, those 2 matches would have gotten a lot of respect out of their fans and some great pops. And so Mark Smith showed me, and even Tony showed me something he had never shown me before. And I told both of them afterwards. It's so funny, but I think I even told Mike and Donovan these, and I swear to God, these were their best career matches that they ever had in their whole. Like I think up to this point, I think Modest's best match might have been with Elix Skipper. This by far surpassed that. This was an a all Japan Noah style match. I think Donovan's best match prior to this might have been either with Christopher Daniels or with Michael Modest, and this one by far surpassed anything Donovan has ever done. And it wasn't even close with Mark Smith and Tony Jones. This was by far their best in-ring performance they've ever had.
Roland, anything else as far as your tournament in late October, because we were talking about that one earlier today. How does everything
Who's in so far, and tell us how the plans are working out.
So far, we've probably got 10 of the 16 guys sort of locked up, and we've only revealed 2 of the names. One of them was Christopher Daniels, who was last year's winner of the tournament, and we're pretty pleased to have him back in this tournament because he's done real well in Super 8 and in last year's King of Indies. And then we've also named Scoot Andrews, although not that we intended to right away, but it was kind of like it leaked. I guess Scoot might have told his website people, and next thing we knew, we were reaching on your website. So we thought, well,
I think Reckless Youth might have leaked too.
Oh, really? Okay. So,
yeah.
Well, it did now.
We figured, we figured if they were on your website, then we might as well announce that they're out. But we want to kind of like have them trickle out a little bit. Like I can just tell you that some of the names that we've talked to, and I am pretty close to having commitments from them, and one of them is Doug Williams from England, and
really,
I've heard a lot of things about him, and he's just about a lock to be in the tournament. We've talked to Low Key. I got a chance to see Low Key on some footage and from Super 8. I just thought he was impressive, and I think that he's another guy that would do very well in NOAH. Even with his lack of size, he is so serious when he comes to the ring. He's very athletic, very almost like it's a competition, like a real competition. And to me, that's when wrestling is wrestling. That's why I'm so happy about this NOAH relationship, is because we all want to get hooked up with WWF and all that, but APW has never been in that kind of a product. We've always actually, this is a dream come true for all of us to try to build some kind of relationship with a Japanese promotion. So Low Key is somebody we're looking at. Naturally, we're looking at Reckless Youth. We don't really have a commitment on him yet, but kind of like a semi-commitment, and we're going to play some calls still, like AJ Styles is a guy I want to talk to, naturally, Vic Capri. I'm very impressed with Vic Capri. He's probably going to be extended an invitation to the tournament. So when it's all said and done, I'm sure there'll be some disappointed wrestlers, indie wrestlers, and even some APW wrestlers, but it's going to be that kind of a tournament where we're going to showcase. It's going to be a week of legends where we showcase future legends and honor legends from the past.
What about Ted Hart?
Well,
I know you're high on him.
Ted Hart, I'm very high on Ted Hart. Ted Hart stopped by our gym about a year and a half ago, and at that time, he might have been the most impressive indie wrestler I'd ever seen. And I remember Mike Modest having his mouth just open. He was like stunned, and it takes just as much to impress Mike Modest as it does me, because we're kind of from that same school, and Mike was the original guy we trained in APW, so like his thinking's a lot like my thinking and whatnot. And he was very impressed with Teddy Hart. Teddy, there's one of these guys that comes and goes sometimes. So we placed a call to Blake Norton to see if there was an interest, and we were told there was a lot of interest and on Teddy Hart's part. And so I was given a number to call him, and we called him, and he has yet to return the call. So I'm sure he's just.
So there's not enough interest yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but he'd be a great guy to get in the tournament. So we're looking to have the 16 best in indie wrestling, and I'm just anxious to get to October, because I think that's going to be a fun week. And even besides the tournament, just the boot camp summit, where for 2 days, not only the 16 guys in the tournament, we're going to have special invitations to other top indie wrestlers to come out, exchange moves, counters, takedowns, high spots, finishes, and training methods in the ring, training methods in the weight room, eating habits. I just think it's a good thing for the industry, and it's a good thing to let these indie guys get together and do that. And I'm looking forward just to that, that portion of it. And as well as, like, during the day of the second day of the tournament, there's going to be some festivities of, there's going to be like an amateur wrestling clinic, and some of the names I'm trying to get Danny Hodge involved from Cauliflower Alley, maybe even a Dick Beyer, probably have Shooter Tony Jones involved with that, maybe Mark Smith because of his amateur background. So I'm looking forward to that whole week of festivities.
Cool. Roland, I want to thank you very much for joining us on such short notice and just tell us about everything that happened.
Always my pleasure. And heck, maybe Chico Alvarez, maybe we'll even get him involved with King of Indies, and maybe he'll make his debut and you'll get to finally meet him, huh?
That's looking like it's a good possibility.
You never know.
Yeah.
As far as flying down, I hope that's the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch soon. And again, always a pleasure being on your show, Dave.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Roland. We're going to have Roland on the show for 90 minutes in a couple of weeks, but just wanted to get him on because so he can tell us about the NOAA tryout and the fact that the three guys, as we mentioned earlier, that are going for this tournament that starts this weekend, actually, it's a couple-week tournament, is Matt Murphy from World League Wrestling, which is Harley Race's group, B.J. Whitmer from Les Thatcher's group, Heartland Wrestling, and Jardy France from All Pro Wrestling. They're going to the NOAA Junior Heavyweight Tournament. Okay, let's get to a couple of emails before we get Dave Republic up. What would you say the chances are that Vince is, in fact, the stalker? 0, just about none. I mean, if it is, it's like a last-ditch thing. Is Eddie Guerrero's angle with Lita and Matt Hardy entirely scrapped? Yeah, I guess they could go back to it in a couple of months, but they're going under the impression it's entirely scrapped, yes. What do you guys think was the worst business year ever for American wrestling? I would think probably in the 40s. Business was pretty weak for a lot of the 40s. I'm not enough of a historian, but I mean, as far as recently, 92 to 95 was a pretty weak period. What year do you think both WWF and WCW were losing tons of money? American wrestling was the most stale. I mean, as far as losing money, that 92. What? Both losing tons of money, 92 to 95. They were both losing money. I mean, not like WCW lost last year. I mean, there was like when we talk about tons of money, we're talking about $4 million.
$6 million. Yeah.
Yeah, $6 million WCW to sports. I don't think WWF ever had a year where they lost. I think WWF may have gotten up to about $5-6 million in one of its bad years of losses. I'm not remembering exactly. Do you think wrestling's popularity could ever be as low as that of the early 90s? Oh, I think it could easily be that low or lower. Easily it could happen again, and it wouldn't surprise me that it does. In many ways, it's not as bad now when you look at the TV ratings. But if the WWF ratings, if they continue to go down, certainly.
It kind of depends on what you mean by business. I mean, obviously, WWF right now is still very successful, but you've also got two companies that just went out of business and, nothing else.
Right, so you just have
one
company.
How much are indie groups making right now? Nothing.
And even then, when we talk about 92 to 95, you still had, you had Smoky Mountain, you had Memphis, ECW was just starting out. They just were starting to get a call, the following and everything. There were way more alternatives, back then. Although nobody was doing the business WWF is now doing. TV rating-wise, WWF's ratings are higher now than they were in that period, because in that period, I think, they did mid-threes on Raw, on the good weeks. I think Raw ranged, a bad week of Raw was like about a 2.6, and a good week was about a 3.5, so that was kind of the range. So we're a little bit above that, but, at that period, and this is before Nitro even started, when I'm talking about this, during that period, WCW, they were on, they had Saturday show, Sunday show, and those shows were doing numbers too, not big numbers, but they were doing like 2s, and during the good season, they were doing 3s, like the January, February, March, the high period before, the summer, they always went down in the summer and everything, summer and fall for when football. Let's see. Assuming Bill Goldberg has a 3-year, $6 million deal with AOL, those numbers, it's not quite 3 years. And it's maybe about $6 million left, though. It's about 27 months, I think. Could the WWF work out a deal where Goldberg accepts a 50% buyout from AOL and the WWF gives him a contract to make up the other 50%? See, the thing is no, that can't work. Okay, the whole deal is that Bill Goldberg has a contract, and either the WWF has to buy the contract from Time Warner, in which case, and if it's assignable, which I believe it is, but I'm not 100% sure. Because I was told when Fusion was buying it, I was told that Goldberg's contract was assignable by Eric Bischoff. So I'm going under the assumption that it is. That may not be correct. Certainly when Fusion was going to buy it, Bill Goldberg was the main guy in their plans, so the contract had to be assignable. Anyway, if they were to buy Bill Goldberg's contract from Time Warner, he would have to go, or he would be in breach of contract. So he would wrestle there. There's people going like, Bill doesn't want to wrestle though. You keep bringing up Bill, he doesn't want to wrestle. It's like, if he's going to have to wrestle to make $6 million in the next 3 years, we all know he's going to wrestle. Come on. He's going to, give up $6 million to not wrestle. But if they don't buy the contract, there's no incentive for him, to go wrestle for the WWF unless they buy the contract and he's assigned by Time Warner to WWF. So to do that, Time Warner's going to say, you buy the whole contract. That's the whole game.
Yeah,
Time Warner.
Okay, to make it equal, what you're asking is for Goldberg to take $3 million and then an additional 3 from Vince to do wrestling when he could have gotten the $6 million to do nothing. So Vince would have to have him do the buyout for $3 million, then give him like an additional $6 million on top of that, Or what's his incentive?
No, but there's no point in doing that either. Vince should just buy the contract, because then he's going to spend the same. He's going to spend the same money either way, and Bill can say no. Bill can say no unless the contract itself is bought. Yeah. I mean, there's no, so. Let's see. As far as when the website will be back up, I don't know. I cannot believe I'm actually looking forward to a Spike Molly wedding on Raw or SmackDown. Oh, you just ruined my night. I hadn't played it that far. Also wanted to make mention, just got an email about the Randy Savage thing. Randy Savage talked about opening up his own promotion. If you read the story, Randy Savage said that he's talking to investors, so that means he does not have investors. He has no television, So, I'm not saying he won't do it, but I'm saying,
Don't jump the gun on this.
Don't, act like, oh, my God, Randy Savage is going to start this promotion with Bill Goldberg. You know what I mean? Which is kind of what some people are kind of, thinking from what they read. And it's if he doesn't have talking to investors is a long way, especially in this market, from having investors. Talking to TV, that means absolutely nothing right now. Until you have investors in place with a lot of money, and you have American television on a real station, and Fox Sports Net isn't it, by the way, because they're going to preempt you so much. You're not, you're just asking to lose money if you're going to be signing, buying $1 million contracts from Time Warner. You're going to have some major league TV. Nothing, pretty much, USA Network or, something along those lines to pull that one off. So anyway, that's the story there on that. What other stuff do we have here? Get to calls in just a second. Lot of calls. What? Dave Poe's online. Okay, we'll get to him in just a second. I just want to mention we've had a lot of emails. It's very strange about turning Kurt Angle babyface. I guess just because everyone kind of sees perhaps Chris Jericho going heel. What are your thoughts on Angle as a babyface right now?
No.
Nope.
How's that for a curt answer?
I would say no also, for now. But at some point...
Angle just has one of those characters where it's going to absolutely water him down if you turn him babyface, because there's going to be a million things that he does right now that are so awesome that he's not going to be able to do. Just look at that one promo where he was running down Hunter, and he was doing a total babyface promo, and then right out of nowhere he mentioned drinking milk, and everybody turned on him.
Yeah, but you can tweak that stuff if you give him the right thing. And I'll tell you, on Ohio Valley, and this is not necessarily a test, it just happens to work out in their storyline. He's going into Ohio Valley on the 27th as a babyface, and, he does babyface promos on their television. And I watched it, and it didn't hit me the way I hoped it would, if you know what I'm saying. It was like... Yeah. It wasn't like, all right, that kind of babyface that you're really behind. It was just like, oh, Kurt's being a babyface, and that promo was... he's doing a babyface promo asking for revenge, but I don't feel it. So.
Well, if you look back, remember before Kurt Angle even debuted, and you'd seen him work in Memphis, and the first thing that you said was Kurt Angle would be great if it were 1970. That's the kind of babyface he's going to be.
Awesome. But if he's a heel long enough and he's good enough, so you know how that cycle goes too. Because he is awesome. And sooner or later people are going to figure out, you know what, this guy's been awesome for 3 years. We really like him. He entertains us. And at that point, he's going to end up being a babyface. But they're not cheering him. You don't hear that thing like, remember before Austin or before Hunter? And Hunter hasn't even really turned yet. But where they come out and everybody really wants to cheer them? You don't hear that for Angle yet, so the fans are not demanding the turn.
It's happened before. Remember King of the Ring last year? King of the Ring last year was like a total babyface. When he beat Rikishi, everyone went insane.
Well, that was different.
True for people. Yeah,
that was different because look who he was in there with.
Ernest Miller, of all people. When Ernest Miller did his babyface turn, I guess it was that day that James Brown was on, I thought, how could this person be a babyface? There's so much to hate about his character. And it worked. Same with guys like Buff Bagwell. I think it could work, but I just wouldn't want to see it.
Yeah, Buff Bagwell and Rick Rude were two guys that I always thought just should not be babyface. Although Buff Bagwell...
And Brian Christopher.
Brian Christopher's another one, right? Now, I will say this, though. After the injury, when Buff Bagwell had the injury and he was making his comeback, he couldn't be anything but a babyface. And then they turned him, which I thought was... I thought they turned... They basically shit on $1 million Angle. Because, that guy, everybody saw him on television, what happened to him. Everybody knew it was real. And knew he almost died. It was really bad, and he's making this comeback, And before he even did one babyface match, they'd already turned him heel and turned him back, that whole year. And I mean, it was just like by the time when he came back, nobody cared. And it was like this would have been what would have made Buff Bagwell's career, and they totally screwed it up, which isn't the first time or the last time they did something like that. We got Dave Republic on the line. Dave, what's going on?
Hey, not much, Dave. And Brian, how you guys doing?
Hey.
We're doing really good.
Good.
Dave, you probably run, I don't know if this is correct, but based on results, I would think that you probably run as many shows, with the exception of the WWF, of maybe any promoter in the country or in North America right now. And if not, you're pretty darn close because you're running a lot of weeks, 3-4 shows.
Yeah, well, pretty much, whether it's true or not, and I try not to let fact get in the way of a good story. But, I mean, we run a lot of shows, and I would say you're right. We probably are the largest regional promotion in North America. We do about 120 to 150 shows a year. And next year we see that going up to almost 200 as we take on some new territories, including Idaho, Northern California, and Alaska. All the prime spots you can do.
Northern California?
That's right.
That's a lot of travel.
Well, Alaska. Awesome.
I think Alaska would be a great market because it's totally male dominated. I mean, and it's not like they have regular pro wrestling up there.
Well, that's where we found a lot of our success has been in isolated markets, or secondary markets, I call them, in northern British Columbia and those sort of places where there's really no influx of live entertainment. And then when you're talking about pro wrestling, of course, the WWF does not go to luxurious places like Smithers and 100 Mile House and all these other places.
Listen, there's a reason.
Yeah, well, but of course, WCW tries to invade markets like Kelowna and Kamloops. But that's
there's a reason they were out of business too.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But we do well in those type of markets, and we've been running fairly actively in Washington State for about the last year, and have just been doing really, really well there. And we will continue to move into Oregon more actively, and again Idaho.
Do you have any problems as far as Oregon commission-wise, or is it not even a concern anymore?
Well, we have a fairly good relationship with the commission. We haven't really run a lot of shows in Oregon. We have decided to kind of really focus on Washington. We wrestle out of a place called Vancouver, Washington, which is basically 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe from Portland, Oregon. So we've decided to continue and establish our relationships in Washington, and then do some more activity in Oregon. The commission the athletic department in Washington State from time to time can be as difficult as the Portland or the Oregon ones as well, but we try to keep a good relationship.
Now, as far as promoting independent shows, as someone who's done so many, what are the things, if people are talking about an independent promoter, what do you avoid the most? I mean, what are the things that are like the big no's of being an independent promoter?
Wow, you know, Dave, if I knew all the answers, I'd probably be doing a lot better. Unfortunately, I think we still make some of the same mistakes. Probably the biggest mistakes we continue to make, which maybe we need to stop, and we're talking about ECCW, is in our quest to do a lot of shows, sometimes we don't give enough time to promote. Sometimes we think, well, geez, we're ECCW, everyone knows who we are. And, of course, reality comes crashing down that, no, we don't have television, no, we don't have our own magazine, people don't know who we are, and we have to work that much harder to let them know who we are. So to give yourself enough time to promote a show, what does that mean? Could be 4 weeks, could be, 2 months, who knows. But give yourself a lot of time to promote the show and use every means available to you, that being the internet, radio, television, word of mouth is the best one, flyers, handbills, anything possible to get the word out that you're coming to town.
Now, you bring in some stars, like Chris Daniels works for you guys a lot, some other people like that really aren't, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, how do you feel as far as, like, if you're bringing in a Chris Daniels or a Tommy Dreamer or Steve Corino, do they sell extra tickets, or do you bring them in largely because they up the quality of the show, or kind of a combination of both? How much would a guy like Chris Daniels, who's really had no TV, mean, or a guy like Dreamer or Corino who've had TV, but it's ECW TV, or as compared to, and I don't know, you haven't really brought in any of the disenfranchised WCW guys. I don't know if there's a reason for that, but what are your thoughts as far as all those different things?
Well, I think what we try to do is a combination of a lot of different things. We obviously have our own homegrown talent like Dr. Luther, Gorgeous Michelle Starr, Juggernaut, Tornado Tony Kazina, etc. And when we bring guys in, it's for different reasons. When we bring in a guy like, say, a Honky Tonk Man, that's, to hopefully bring some more old school fans in that might recognize or remember him from the WWF days. When we bring a Christopher Daniels in, and he'll probably work for us about 40 times this year. We'll probably be literally his home promotion. We'll give him about 40 bookings this year. And when we bring a guy like him in, it's to really almost measure us against other promotions. When you hear about, and even I heard Roland Alexander on earlier on, you always hear Roland Alexander, Mike Modest, Christopher Daniels almost in the same breath when you talk about stars in the indies. So to bring a guy like Christopher Daniels in gives us a nice reality check. How are we doing comparatively to the other talent that's out there? Christopher Daniels, just to kind of go off on a rant for a second, is just outstanding. Everything that we heard about him is true and then some. Professionalism in the ring, his professionalism outside the ring, this guy will be a star. And to have him as part of our shows has been good in terms of having him shine in new markets and getting people to know who he is before he makes his break. And as well, it gives our guys an opportunity to see what talent in California, in this case, is all about. A guy like Tommy Dreamer or Carino does pop our houses somewhat. Carino, when he was here back in March, we saw our houses probably go up about 40 to 65%, which is quite good. A guy like, I like taking shots at Nova. He's my new best friend now. A guy like Nova successfully drove down business to a manageable level. And no, he was great. But, certain guys will have more of a marquee appeal, like a Tommy Dreamer, Carino, et cetera, have more of a marquee appeal than a Nova and a Daniels. But we've now worked with Daniels enough that we have created, to brag a little bit, we've now created the Christopher Daniels mystique up here, and people now definitely want to come see who he is.
Now, years ago, and I guess we're going back a little over 10 years now, and even more 20 years.
Right.
Oregon, especially, and they sometimes came to Washington. It was the Don Owens days, and maybe a little bit of the Sandy Barr days. It was one of those, it was one of the regional promotions, had great television, which I think was the whole key, and a lot of guys in the area ended up staying in the area, living in the area. I mean, what do you think about using those guys? And Brian, I want to ask you about that too, because you're in that area. What about Len Denton, Mike Miller? Are those guys not interested in wrestling? Buddy Rose, of course, would be the most famous of them. What are your thoughts on those type of guys?
Well, actually, you mentioned a name there, Buddy Rose. We've actually had him on a few of our shows, and regrettably, we had a bit of a falling out with him before the start of our last Vancouver, Washington show at the end of May, and pretty much parted ways at this point. Guys like Len Denton, Mark Miller, who else would be in that vein? Moondog Moretti and a few other guys.
Moondog Moretti lives in the area, sure.
Yeah, we have used those guys in our show. They've added a lot, and I think what guys like, I'm going to use probably the wrong term, like some of those older or veteran guys can do, is bring that experience to our dressing room. Sometimes I look around the dressing room and say, geez, the veterans in this room have been here 3 years. That's not always a good thing. And to have these guys help carve, right attitudes, and even just to share stories about the good old days or the bad old days, allows these guys to learn something that I can't teach them. So having veterans on the show or having some of the legends in the Pacific Northwest involved with us is something we have done and hope to continue to do. And even mention Brian or Chico there as well. I have not been able to meet his contract demands, so he hasn't been able to wrestle with us yet. But
that's right.
Similar to Goldberg, one day.
It's a promotional war.
For the love of God, one day I will get Chico Alvarez in an ECCW ring.
I am looking for a 9-year deal at $40 a night.
Oh boy, hey, you're in Callis territory now, brother.
That's right.
Tremendous.
Actually, a lot of those guys like Len and Billy Two Eagles and Ed Moretti and those guys.
Billy Two Eagles is another one, yeah.
Yeah, they work some of the local Oregon shows. When like Pete Schweitzer promotes, they'll be on the show and do something there. And I think Len, Billy, and a couple of the guys were on Tony Bourne's show. But they don't do a whole lot.
Yeah, Billy's worked with us quite a bit over the years. Himself and
how's he doing? Because Billy Two Eagles was actually a hell of a worker. I mean, he never really got a big push because he was a small guy in a big guy's world.
Yeah, He is outstanding. He has some personal issues he needs to work through, regrettably, before, during, and even after matches. And if he could have ever got those under control, he would have been a star beyond this territory. That said, he is just excellent. Himself and one of our guys, Juggernaut, have had some matches which have torn the house down. And 3 years ago, we brought up Sam Fatu from California there. Not the Fatu that you see now on television, of course.
Yeah, the other one.
The
other one.
That looks just like him.
The one that just, looks just like him. And when you see pictures of Sam Fatu and, what was his name? Tonga Kid, you go, what the hell happened? But nonetheless.
What the hell happened? Where did he get that other 170 pounds?
You're being nice at 170 pounds, but, but Sam Fatu and Billy Two Eagles had some of the most impressive and even psychology-filled hardcore matches that we've had up here. So Billy Two Eagles has been good with us. In fact, himself and our heavyweight champion, Dr. Luther, face off in Longview at the end of this month.
Before we get to calls, there's a couple of emails I want to get to. This is an interesting question, and I haven't thought about this, and I don't have a good answer. What female manager or wrestler did the best promos ever? Best woman on promos. Any of you guys got a name for that?
Female
who could do good promos.
Probably even the closest one I could think of is Luna, and that's not even a good one.
Yeah,
I was thinking right for a while.
I was thinking Ivory, as far as the ones that are around now. But, she's nothing special. She could do okay. I mean, the rest of them, the rest of them are kind of scary. God, did anyone? No, none of the WCW women ever did good promos, did they?
Kimberly was all right.
Kimberly wasn't bad. You're right. I would guess from what I was always told, Akira Hokuto was really good, but it was in Japanese, so I have no idea. I mean, her delivery was excellent, but I don't know what she's saying as compared to the other Japanese women. But I would guess that some of those women would be very good. But as far as an American, God, they've been. See, I'm trying to think of some of the older managers and stuff like that. I mean, none of them were really great interviews, were they? Deborah McMichael. I'm just teasing here. Let's see. This is a question because I know you guys are familiar with bodybuilding and steroid use in wrestling. This has got nothing to do with steroids question, though. I have a question about legal supplements and which ones are the best. I'm a regular guy looking to lose 10 pounds. I exercise regularly and watch what I eat, but I've slid for about 2 years, and the last 10 pounds are very hard to lose. Are there any fat-burning supplements that are better than others? I've looked at Stackers, Rip Fuel, Metabolife, and Xenophene, but I haven't bought any yet. I have
basically all the same.
Okay, I've never used anything like that, so I really can't compare.
I would say that they're generally all the same. If you want to use them, you really should check with your doctor first, because, for example, the other day on the news here, they're talking about you could die from certain supplements, and those are the ones they're talking about, but it's like, if you have a serious heart condition, yes, you may die. But at the same time, if you have a milk allergy, you might die if you drink milk, too. So you might want to check to see if you have that. If you don't, they're generally all the same. Just do what the label says and don't go overboard.
But, are they, any different from, diet pills that you get, either prescription diet pills or you can get at the pharmacy?
Yeah. In fact, I think that they're generally a lot safer than prescription diet stuff.
Okay, because, I know, a lot of women take, and men, too, I'm sure, take diet pills, and I don't know, it's one of those things I just have never...
Basically, if you get a normal ECA stack, and if you know anything about bodybuilding, you'll know what that is, just take that and don't go overboard with it. All it does is basically speed you up a little bit, and you just burn more calories doing nothing. You get jittery for a couple of weeks, but then it goes away, and don't take it for more than 4 or 5 weeks at a time.
Do you get a rebound effect? Because one of the reasons in the old the diet pill thing with women that I always remember is that the women could drop a lot of weight on diet, and guys could drop a lot of weight on diet pills, but then you get the yo-yo that when you get off it, your metabolism's so slow that even if you continue your diet, you're going to start getting fat because your body, you know what I mean? Because you slowed your metabolism.
The whole thing is, they work for me because I actually do watch my diet, and at the end, when you're at the last couple of pounds and you want to get rid of them, you use those, and it helps you get rid of it, and you don't really have a rebound as long as after you go off them, you keep watching your diet. If you eat like an idiot and take these things, you might lose a couple of pounds, and you come off and you keep eating like an idiot. Of course, you're going to get fat again. That's the whole deal.
Okay. I want to get to a couple of these things here. We got a bunch of emails about the tirade at the beginning of the show. Your comparison of mixed martial arts and the women's boxing match is interesting. Yes, they are getting publicity, but it is rightly being called garbage and a sideshow, and it has nothing to do with real boxing, the same way Butterbean isn't a real boxer, the same way Felix Trinidad and some slug fighter from Iowa who get $100 a round are not in the same league. That's all true, but Butterbean's on the same pay-per-views as Felix Trinidad at times. I mean, it's just part of the entertainment process. The thing is, though, it's like when we talk about mixed martial arts in boxing, but women's boxing, forget about boxing. Women's boxing, there's really no drawing cards. I mean, I think they tried to make Christy Martin a drawing card. I don't know if it really ever succeeded. I mean, she got a lot of publicity. But there aren't any, so they're going with this gimmick fight, and it's the most publicized women's boxing match that I have ever heard of, even though, one woman, one's a protected boxer, and the other one's not even really a boxer, which is Frazier's daughter. It's a fledgling sport looking for a publicity thing, and mixed martial arts in Japan is not a fledgling sport, but Fujita has done it. Takayama had done, shoot fights before, not a whole lot. So, I don't know. I mean, it drew the house. What can I say? It carries the thing. Let's see, where's the other one? This is from Atticus, who goes, it's a little strange to see guys fighting as headliners on Pride who would likely be beaten by most of the guys underneath. Actually, Fujita would beat most of those guys underneath just because he's a better wrestler. Takayama, just because he's so huge, would beat some of the smaller guys. Maybe he wouldn't, actually. I don't know. But they're carrying the card.
That's a marquee match, though. Why sell 18,000 tickets for a match and put it on first?
Well, because everybody would go home if you did it, right?
Exactly.
But I mean, they're in the main event because they sold the tickets. So that's the basic gist, and that's why they have the fight. That's why they use pro wrestlers in Pride, is because it's like if theoretically, and it doesn't work here because we have a different culture, but theoretically, if we had a similar culture. And Bill Goldberg, just as a name, Bill Goldberg wanted to do, and he was still hot also, Bill Goldberg wanted to do UFC. UFC would probably sell more tickets with Bill Goldberg than they would, absolutely would with any of the guys that they have right now. Now, UFC doesn't want to go in that direction, but if somebody else were to do that, and Bill Goldberg's fight is a real fight, and all of a sudden they become number one in the industry, is that wrong, or is that just good promoting, good business? I mean, I don't know. It's probably just good business. This is the other one who says, this is from Frankie, who goes, but the fight sucked. Have you seen the fight? The other fights were great. Actually, I thought that fight, as I said yesterday, I saw the fight, and it was a hell of a fight. I mean, it probably shouldn't have been, and I didn't expect it to be, but it was a hell of a fight.
The fight sucked.
It didn't suck,
actually. First off, if you haven't seen the fight, don't say that. And second off, if you have seen the fight, how do you know a fight's going to suck before the thing's over?
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
You can't put something on first because you expect it to be a bad fight.
Yeah. I'm sure people don't. I'm sure they don't. I'm sure that they don't want it. That they think that it shouldn't have been on.
Yeah.
Although Fujita by his record deserves. Hey, it was lucky, but he beat Ken Shamrock, who's a real fighter. He beat Mark Kerr, who's a real fighter. His record, he is undefeated. I mean, he has every reason to be on there. Plus, in the right position, he can draw. Just because he's IWGP champion doesn't mean he should be banned from another sport if he can, you know what I mean? And he won't beat Coleman. I don't think he'll beat Coleman unless Coleman gets tired, but that's another issue. Anyway, let's start with Will. Will, what's up?
My name's Pitt.
Who? What? Okay, let's go to Hector.
Hello, you were talking about the Layla Ali versus Frazier fight.
Yes.
And it is going to be the first big show headlined by a woman. You were asking that earlier.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I was talking to Brian yesterday in the chat room about Mike Awesome being the stalker, and he said that wouldn't be good because it would make him a regular performer. What do you think about that?
If they have the right, I'm not. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not against the idea of Mike Awesome as the stalker. I mean, it means that they gotta, do a real big, great character with Mike Awesome, which wouldn't be the worst idea because after the gimmicks, he's been saddled with a blade. But no, I don't think that's, I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. He's got some size, he's good, he's a good athlete and everything, and whoever comes in there is put in a position where they can be somebody right away. So, that's good. That's how you get.
I just don't like the idea of taking a guy that could actually help out the WCW side and putting him in the WWF. And maybe Mike Awesome isn't as big a name that could really help out the other side, but he is one of the big names that they have right now.
Yeah,
why waste one of those guys by putting him in the WWF?
He's also the tallest, so he wouldn't look that bad against Undertaker. So,
yeah, he's one of those things, though, where you don't want to expose how small, I shouldn't say how small he is, but how much smaller he is than guys like Kane and Undertaker and Big Show and Albert.
You'll be surprised at how small Mike Awesome is next to Undertaker, but he does have enough size to do the match. I mean, it's not like he's gonna. It's not like he's a 6 foot tall guy going against the Undertaker. He's, Mike Awesome's probably legitimately 6'4", so he can stand there, and he's got good musculature and everything like that. I mean, he's weight wise. I mean, again, I don't know what he's looked like lately, but I know that whatever it was like a couple of weeks ago when Ross went to Florida, I mean, he was down to 240, I think. He was and ripped. So next to Undertaker, who's probably, I would say, legitimately, Undertaker's well over 3 because he's not in great shape. He could look small. I mean, it'd almost be better if he got it to like 260, 270 like he was before. But he worked. He's a hardworking guy. I don't think that. Believe me, that's Mike Awesome is better than 90% of the names that we've had thrown at us. I think for that role.
That's true.
And he's good
maybe
with
95%.
He's good with small wrestlers too, like Tanaka. He had good matches with him. So
he's better with small
was
guys.
Awesome. It was more Tanaka being great than Mike Awesome being good with a good small guy.
But he had a few good matches with small people though. And
Awesome always works. Awesome works better with smaller guys.
Yeah.
Because he's better at being a bully. He's better at being a bully.
Yeah.
So.
A question about Vince. Will he have final say on every WCW angle, or will Shane have some power in real life?
Everyone has power, but Vince has final say on everything. Everything in the world in professional wrestling. Unless it has to do with Japan, Vince has final say. Even independents, if Vince calls him up and go, you're rubbing me the wrong way, and if you ever want to do business with me, if he actually would do this, which you wouldn't, he would probably have final say on them, too.
Is there a date for Rock's return?
Like an actual date?
Yeah.
No, it's whenever they're done filming and they feel that they're ready. I'm guessing, end of July or early August is what I'm guessing as far as a date.
So the SummerSlam main event, nobody knows yet? No.
SummerSlam, I mean, they don't know.
They have ideas, but
I think the idea is Austin and Rock. That's what I think it is. I mean, I even could say I know that that's a half-ass idea, is Austin and Rock, but I mean, they could go somewhere else, I mean, they could easily change it. As they always do.
And the last thing about the idea, I emailed you the other day about moving WCW to Monday. I think that's the best thing because I don't know. I just see the WWF fans might look at WCW if it struggles for 1 or 2 weeks and that's it in another night, but not on Monday. I think it's a pattern already to watch for most people. I know some
Monday's traditional wrestling night for a lot of people, yeah.
Yeah, and they'll find WWF. They might not find WCW if it's...
Well, I think pretty much all WWF fans know about Monday night and Thursday night. So if WWF is on... If that were to happen, WCW on Monday and SmackDown on Thursday, if that were to be the idea, everyone's going to know about SmackDown, and they'll know the new thing right away. And it's just a question of... the big thing is, one of those... On that issue, I mean, the big thing is you're TNN, right? And your network is being, let's face it. I mean, they're doing TNN's doing a lot of propaganda, but realistically, nobody watches their network except for Monday night in that time slot. And it's carrying the whole network to number 10 in the ratings. And if WCW came in just theoretically and did half the rating of what Raw is doing, or slightly more than half, or even slightly less than half, that 0.9 thing they're bragging about all of a sudden goes to like an 0.6 or 0.7. They're not going to be happy, and so therefore, if that suggestion were to be made, you can see the executives, if they're smart enough to figure out what we just talked about, which they may not be, but they probably are, actually. They'd be, scared to death.
I'm not saying replace the WWF with WCW just on Mondays, but move the WWF to another night better than just giving WCW another night.
So they still have Raw, SmackDown, and a Nitro show?
Yeah, if they get another show for WCW, because that's the plan right now, to get another show for WCW, right?
Right. That's what they would like to do,
WCW going to that new night, it's better for WWF to go into that new night and WCW replace them on Mondays. That's what I'm saying. Because that new show will be on a night that's not typical for wrestling, most likely, and that the WWF is much better suited for that than WCW coming in new at a new night.
It's one of many ideas being kicked around. I mean, they could be kicked around. I think that they really want to keep a live night, though. If you under that idea, Sunday's already locked for pay-per-views for the most part. So as far as a live night, you could do a Saturday television taping, let's say for say, Tuesday for WWF. You make the Saturday night show with the TV taping, and then Sunday's pay-per-view. Then the Monday taping would be WCW, and then the Tuesday taping would be SmackDown. It can be done. Yeah, it can be done. I don't know if they want to do that, but yeah, it could be done.
All right. Thanks for taking my call.
Okay. Let's go to Alan. Alan, what's up?
Several different things to talk about.
Okay.
Remember, the other guy was asking about, who was going to feud with the Undertaker, stalking him. Do you think his wife? Do you think this would be a good idea? I don't know if this would make sense, but maybe having where like Kane and Undertaker are brothers, having like a third brother.
Oh, I hope not.
You mentioned that yesterday.
Like maybe I was thinking of having. I don't know if it would make sense. Brian Lee. Remember how he was the second Undertaker?
No. That's a bad idea. You just made the idea really bad. Brian Lee is out of the question.
Oh, he's out of the business?
Well, he's just not any good.
Oh.
So, you don't want to bring in somebody who's any good. Then again, Leviathan's not ready either, so.
Yeah. I can't think of anybody else you could bring. It's I don't know, somebody.
Any 6'8" guys that could wear masks running around?
I'm sure plenty of them could wear masks.
I was also looking at the website.
Giant Silva with a mask on.
Oh, God.
On
the tallest brother.
On the website about, how, the WWF, which is smart, after a while when a lot of the wrestlers, when The Rock and Austin might retire and stuff, those developmental guys, they have a lot of guys I've noticed, big guys that they have under development. You think those guys will probably be the future of wrestling?
They better be.
I mean, because they need them. That's why they're thinking ahead.
Some of them, I think, will definitely be at least superstars. I don't know about the future.
They better be. Hey, you're going to have...
I guess long-term they have to be the future, but...
I was talking with somebody high up in the WWF, and they got really taken aback. Did I tell you the story where they said, it's very important, that this thing happens? And I go, yeah, it's important. I go, because without it, in 3 years, you're dead. Mm-hmm. And he was like, he was kind of surprised I said that. And I go, no, really. If you can't consistently develop new talent, and this is the story of the business. I mean, if you look at the history of every company in this business that's gone down, generally speaking, it's either, poor management, but also the inability to keep bringing in new talent to focus into that top card mix. When you keep running the same, no matter how good your main events are, when you're in the same main events over and over and over, people get tired of it. They want new guys, and you got to constantly be able to create new stars. So that Ohio Valley thing, those guys, some of those, not all of them are going to make it, but some of them have to make it. I mean, they have to, or there's going to be a lot of trouble.
I'm sure there's others in the making. They must have hundreds of guys in the developmental contract, or at least 40. Or
no, not hundreds, but they got a couple dozen.
I mean, I'm sure they're always looking to get more people, though. And so
they're not looking that hard now, believe it or not. I mean, before WCW folded, they were trying to get anyone with potential. Now, because they have so many guys and they don't have spots for them, they're not really looking for developmental guys as much as they were, even 6 months ago.
But if somebody's good, though, I'm sure they'll sign them to a developmental deal if they're good enough.
If they think they got super potential, absolutely, sure.
One guy I think that has a good future is Sean O'Hare. I mean, who's with the under WCW deal. If
they can develop an interviews with him or give him a good manager, yeah, everybody did. Bischoff was super high on Sean O'Hare too. Everybody was, really.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a few more quick questions. You were talking about that Macho Man Savage, whatever, starting a group. Say if I read on a news board that he's been talking to WCW. I guess they meant Time Warner because I doubt he's talking to McMahon or whatever.
Yeah,
but he's talking about looking to sign guys if he could, like Goldberg, Nash, and the Chronic, the tag team Chronic.
Yes.
He can have Chronic.
Could you see Hogan and Macho Man separately running two groups? I mean, I guess regardless if they have team or not.
If they each have money behind them, and they'll run, and if they don't have money behind them, they won't. I don't see one having a lot to do with the other, and Hogan's. I almost think that Hogan and Savage will end up together anyway because they always do.
I heard, on the Honky Tonk Man board, it said that he has a grudge against him now or something.
They used to hate each other, and then they came to WCW and made tons of money together, and you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. And then when there was no more money to be made with each other, they started hating each other again. That's just wrestling. They'll be friends if they need to be. The thing with Savage though, he's really old, and remember how bad he was at the end? He could never move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know about and if he's running,
Republic would know just as much as anybody that sometimes promoters they say a lot of things. And Randy Savage saying he's talking with Goldberg and Time Warner means absolutely nothing.
I mean,
promoters always tell the truth, Brian. I'm not sure what you're implying.
Is there enough talent not going to WCW that they don't want that would be able to be spread it out between two groups starting up, like even Hogan and Macho Man say they did start up two separate groups?
That people don't care about?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
There may not be enough for one. I mean, the whole key is who gets the strong television.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not the guys. Whoever gets a strong television will get the guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting the TV, and until you hear that somebody has a locked-in prime time or good time slot television deal, I mean, these are all things that we can talk about, but don't take any of them seriously until the TV deal is signed.
And do you think it would be weird that either if Hogan or Macho Man could get Goldberg, and I mean, if they actually got a deal with him before McMahon, wouldn't it be kind of bad on McMahon's half not to give him the money versus letting them just get him, or you don't think it would matter?
I don't think McMahon's sweating it until they have a TV deal. If they have a TV deal, I'll bet you McMahon signs Goldberg. Will buy that Goldberg contract. If they have a TV deal that he has to take seriously. Right now they don't have it, so McMahon has no. There's no impetus for McMahon to sign someone for that kind of money. Just this moment, as far as like
Except
the competition.
his new brand could die.
Except his new brand can die, but they're not thinking about that. They won't think about that until it starts to die. But I'm just saying today when they're not considering that. But if somebody's out there.
Oh God, I just look
I
at
know,
it
Brian, and I do agree with you.
Go ahead,
Brian.
The whole thing with they do it every time. They wait till things start getting bad to worry about the future, and then you're at the point where it's not that it's too late, but why the hell wasn't this stuff thought about earlier? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like all of a sudden Hunter gets an injury, and it's, oh my God, we got no top baby faces. Well, exactly. It's because you didn't, you pushed nobody as being in the league of Hunter and Austin, and then Hunter gets hurt, and now you're screwed. You got to push Chris Jericho, who you just spent the last 3 weeks burying.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, great. You're going to wait till WCW starts to die, and then go, maybe we should bring in Goldberg. Well, why didn't you think about that earlier?
Well, that's why they need to do it, and that's why they need to buy that contract, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Did you hear about that Memphis Legends card?
Yep. What about it?
Oh, you know about the matches, right? I was going to mention it.
I mean, I actually don't know the matches themselves. I mean, I know Lawler and Humongous, but I don't know. I actually don't know who's wrestling. I know guys on the card, but I don't know who they're wrestling. Other than I think Sonny Ono's going to wrestle the Cat or something.
I think Cat versus Sonny Ono. What is? I guess it's Jerry Lawler's wife against some mystery lady by Sonny Ono.
That's Jerry Lawler's wife.
Yeah.
Is the Cat?
Yeah.
I think she's wrestling Sonny Ono.
Oh, it says Sonny Ono's mystery.
God.
Yeah.
And then
maybe it'd be Sonny Ono's sister.
Gotta have a legendary bad match, apparently.
Yeah.
Let me ask you one more quick question. Your opinions on two things.
Okay.
I don't follow it that well, but I have interest in it, but I don't follow it as much as you two do. What people in the Ultimate Fighting are shoot fighters, and plus what wrestlers in Mexico like luchadors do you think any of them would fit well? Like say when WCW starts up, right? And they run a cruiserweight.
Shoot fighters to come in.
Well, as far as this has to do with lightweights or cruiserweights. Say how the lightweight division.
Did you ask which Ultimate Fighters are shooters?
Well, this is two separate.
No. As far as cruiserweights, to me, WCW has enough cruiserweights. That's not what they need to concentrate on. Now, if someone is like so spectacular, like say Shima, just as an example, sure, I would want to sign him. Okay, I mean because he's really spectacular. But their strength right now is smaller guys. I wouldn't. You want to get those smaller guys to where the smaller guys mean something. You don't need to bring in 10 new ones. You need to bring in some headliners. Now I look at that WCW lineup, and when the guys they have on the roster, and I look at it and I go, they got a great first 4 matches on the card. We got to concentrate on those top 4 because those are suspect.
Do you think they have enough cruiserweights or lightweights or whatever for both?
They have enough. They have enough to start, and there's nobody that's going to be the make or break like a Bill Goldberg in the cruiserweight division. If there's somebody, like I said, if they want to sign Ricky Marvin to add 1 new guy, sure, go do it. But it's like the idea of adding 5 new cruiserweights. I just don't. There's no purpose for them to do that.
I mean, are there certain guys in Mexico that wrestle for EMLL or any of the others that you think?
Oh, they got great workers in Mexico. No, I mean not all of them, but there's great workers. Sometimes you don't know how they'll translate coming up here, and then also the problem is that the guys here don't understand what they're doing, so that kind of hinders them as well. Like a guy like Parka, like nobody got what he was doing, so he kind of got buried.
Mm-hmm. What about guys my other question was like guys that shoot fight or whatever. Like, like never a while back, there was talk about WCW starting a group with some of the shoot fighters with Tank Abbott.
Yeah, Tank Abbott was a big success, wasn't he? But no, I mean, I know too well about ideas with WCW with shoot fighters. Just the bookers didn't. Here's the deal: is there were people in that company who understood exactly how to do it because they were well-rounded people, but the bookers did not fall in that category, and the bookers had no clue what to do. And Tank Abbott's the perfect example. it's got to be done there's only one way to do it. There's no guarantee of a success doing it that way, but any other way is a guaranteed failure, and they did it one of those other ways. And so WCW would not have been able to make that work. There's no chance they could have made it work because they don't know how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Did you see any of the guys in UFC or any of the groups, like any of them that would have potential, like say if the WWF signed them to a developmental deal, or just any,
they got Ron Waterman in Ohio Valley who's doing pretty good right now.
I mean, it had to be someone with the look like a Mark Coleman or a Mark Kerr.
Do you think
I don't know about Mark Kerr. Mark Coleman should be a star in Japanese pro wrestling if they give him a shot like Don Fry was.
Don Fry's supposed to be pretty good, isn't he?
For New Japan, he's very good at because he understands what he needs to do. He's not a great worker, but he's a great personality. Mm-hmm. Mark Coleman has the potential to be a really good worker. I mean, but he's starting pretty old. But again, he's got the credential, and the credential helps over in Japan. It doesn't mean as much here.
You could see the WWF signing any of those guys, though. You don't think?
Oh, it's possible. It's possible. I mean, they've been interested in Mark Coleman and Mark Kerr in the past. I mean, they're not interested in Mark Kerr anymore, but they might be interested in Coleman still if he were to come in. They don't seem that interested in Fry. Last I asked, Tito Ortiz, he's got a good personality and stuff. But you don't know, like with the credential doesn't mean anything because UFC in the United States is not big enough to where the transfer over means something, whereas in Japan it is big enough to where the transfer over means something.
It was,
so they got to get
big though in the beginning, but then
Well, and they used Shamrock, and Shamrock did get over actually Shamrock got over way more than his push too at the beginning because of the thing.
One thing is the interviews on UFC and the personality. It doesn't necessarily translate over well into wrestling because. I mean, just look at Tank Abbott when he was in UFC. He cut what people thought were great promos, and also he's in WCW, and they're hideous.
Well, the same with Shamrock. Remember, Shamrock was a great interview on UFC, and then he went into WWF, and he was trying to play a character, and he was, terrible at playing the character. His interviews were his weakness. Got a couple of emails, a lot of response
Figure 4 Weekly does come out weekly, for those of you wondering.
Oh. I want to make mention of two things real quick. Two names that people have sent in as far as the best female talker. One is Sherry Martel, who I always loved Sherry Martel as a performer, but not her interviews. And Tammy Sitch, when she was Tammy Fitch in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, was a very good talker. And at the beginning of Sunny in WWF, she was good. I would say that she was probably the best that I could come up with, too. We have one more person who says, Richard Sullivan says, Malaya Hosaka never got a chance to talk, but she's the best. She would make a kick-ass announcer, and you should get her on the show. So I've never seen her do interviews, so you're probably right. Let's see. Here's another one about Sunny. And will the WWF be brave enough to bring Hunter back as a tweener, or will he instantly kill the Pops with a run-in and a trash the audience promo? They got to bring him in as a babyface. It's like too. Don't throw away like the obvious, Yep. Let's see. As far as the identity of the stalker, how about Scott Steiner? Scott Steiner's got a foot injury. I don't think he's going to be able to wrestle that soon. What did you think about putting WCW on from 7 to 9 or 8 to 9 right before Raw? The people tuning into Raw before 9 would probably see the end of WCW and want to check it out.
You're asking people to sit through 4 straight hours of wrestling. And I understand it's 2 different shows, but still, that's a hell of a long time.
4 hours is too much. Although I used to watch 5 when they had 3 of WCW and 2 of WWF. It was sometimes hard. Sometimes, and some weeks it was good too. Dave, what's your thoughts as far as the Monday Night TV situation? If you were running everything, how would you handle WCW?
Well, funny enough, with WCW, I would probably go back to something we kind of talked about earlier on, and that is turn WCW into the premier touring company in North America. I mean, there's a lot of secondary markets and so on where they could probably do some very good house business, give their developmental talent some real developmental exposure, and at the same time create stars in different markets that they're just unable to do so. As far as television, I think they do need a 1-hour product. I mean, some people might say, well, 2 hours to get over storylines, etc. But as far as what I would do with WCW is that's an opportunity to get some of the younger guys over. And so I know a lot of people will disagree with that. They'll say, well, geez, why did Vince buy that? He could have done a lot with it without buying that. However, what Vince, I think, bought was wrestling history. He bought a catalog. He bought contracts to augment the talent already in WWF, turned WCW into a touring company for developmental talent as well as some stars in WCW, throw in the occasional surprise WWF star run-in, and you have a hell of a touring product that put a lot of indies out of business.
The other thing he bought a monopoly.
That's right.
He bought leverage. He bought leverage for everyone in their contract negotiations, which is, I think, the key thing, because he knew the TV landscape, and believe me, he knew it. And the other one who knew it was Heyman, because Heyman told me about it before anyone.
Well, with advertising revenue down, no matter what market you're in, whether in your print or God knows internet or wherever, advertising revenue's down. Live venue revenue, I don't want to say it's at an all-time high, but it's definitely nowhere near the lows of probably like the mid-'90s or earlier '90s. So I think these guys can do a lot with live events.
We got an email here from Japan from someone about this topic that we've actually been talking about the whole show. And he goes, I really can't understand the fact that so-called mixed martial arts fans simply can't or refuse to see the obvious. These days we get bigger shows filled with the best fighters in the world, all earning more money than they've ever had the opportunity to earn in their lives, and for the most part they're taken care of very well. It's not so bad if you have to, quote, suffer watching two pro wrestlers fight each other if they are actually the guys making that money to help pay for all the other fighters. Is it so hard to accept or understand? It reminds me of the kind of a wrestling fan on the internet who would be outraged that Tajiri would sign with the WWF and earn a comfortable living doing very little when he should be working in Japan for some small promotion, destroying his body for no money. People need to wake up to the real world. Business is business. In the end, no money equals no promotion. It couldn't be more simple. Sure, you might prefer to watch a camcorder tape of some guys mauling each other on a beach in Brazil, but I'm pretty sure the fighters themselves will take the Pride bookings over that any day of the week, even if it means working on the same show as evil pro wrestlers. Pride is very big in Japan, but it's only because of the stars, not the sport. Sakuraba was on TV almost daily earlier this year, but other than him or Hickson Gracie, there are so few real fighters that the average fan or person in Japan even knows. I asked my friends here or my girlfriend's family what they thought about the Vitor Belfort versus Heath Herring fight. They have no clue who either guy is, but that everyone in the country knows who Fujita is, just like everyone knows who Ogawa and Hashimoto are. You don't have to be a pro wrestling fan to know them. They're all over the media. Last month, Hashimoto was modeling clothes in a magazine I saw, which is even scarier than it sounds. That is, by the way, pretty scary, isn't it?
It wasn't any swimsuit.
It wasn't like a thong. Anyway, if mixed martial arts can exploit the popularity and mainstream exposure that pro wrestlers have in Japan, it's a good thing for the sport. That's kind of what we've been saying. I don't see what's so difficult about understanding the business aspect of all that.
I don't either, but some people do.
Yeah, I think because I look at everything, as a business.
We examine the business every day of our lives.
And we look at everything as a business because, I've been around wrestling so much that I have seen so many companies go out of business because they don't look at it as a business. And it's like that's what in mixed martial arts as well. UFC here, and part of it, there's a lot of problems with the cable companies. But if UFC put on, the greatest fighters in the world and none of them had any charisma and nobody cared who they were, they would be out of business, even though they'll be putting on great fights. You've got the key to UFC. If UFC is going to make it, what?
Look at Rings.
Rings is on its last legs. No, but UFC here in this
headliners, and what do they have left?
Yeah, but with UFC, if UFC is going to make it or not make it in the long run, it is incumbent on them to create stars that people want to see fight, because and in Japan, people want to see Fujita fight. They know who he is. They want to see Ogawa fight. Obviously, look at the TV ratings. Everyone wants to see Ogawa fight. That's the key. And that's what you got to exploit. They don't know who these other great fighters are. They don't know who, Heath Herring is, general public. That's why I keep saying.
Yeah, I have a lot of people. that used to love watching UFC, and when the cable thing happened and they could no longer watch it, if I went up to them today and I said, hey, guess what? UFC is back on cable. We can watch a show, say, this Friday, they would all say the same thing. Is Hoist Gracie going to be on it? Is Ken Shamrock going to be on it? And if I said no, there's a very good possibility they would say, well, I really don't want to see it. I'm afraid the UFC is looking at this like, all we need is to get cable TV, and all of a sudden we will be a great success.
No, they need to create stars. They need to create stars. And
that's not the case. They need to create stars.
They need to, yeah. And the one thing, Pride created stars by using people who were existing stars, which were the pro wrestlers.
Yeah.
It's actually...
And there are going to be plenty of pro wrestlers in the future that they can use if Fujita gets destroyed and all these guys get destroyed. They can always go back to them because it's accepted in Japan.
That in some sense, you got to give them credit for a really good business model because they're making it.
Mm-hmm.
They created a sport. It's hard to create a sport. Look at the women's soccer league or the XFL. Creating a sport, it's pretty tough. Let's go to Mike in Phoenix. Mike, what's up? Yes, Mike.
How's it going?
Hey.
It's going good.
Thanks for putting me on the show again.
You're welcome.
Can we talk about Pride?
Sure.
Why not?
I just bought a New Blood, and I have Return of the Warriors. Do you think those are good tapes or not?
I'm familiar with the shows, but I'm not familiar with the names of the shows. So what matches are on the tape, and I can tell you about those.
New Blood, it has like Rigo Rodriguez and Gary Goodridge.
That was kind of boring.
Okay, Igor Vanchanchin and Matsui.
I think that was Igor Matsui. I remember the fight. I think Igor mauled him pretty good.
Do you want me to go over a couple more? Is that okay?
Yeah, what were the main events? Because I'll remember the show from the main events better.
I guess Heath Herring and Willie Peters.
That was like 30 seconds. Heath Herring just killed him.
Really? Yeah, I like Pride though. It's pretty cool.
I mean, it's they have good fights and bad fights. It's just, I mean, what's important about Pride is that right now in this world of professional wrestling, there are only a few companies that are doing really big business, and they are Pride, New Japan, and of course WWF. So, kind of have to cover the ones that are. You know what I mean? And so Pride's a big deal right now.
Hey, could I throw a wrestling name out to you that I want to use?
Sure. A wrestling name that you want to use is when you're a wrestler?
Yeah.
Okay, shoot.
Scotty Smashmouth?
That's hot. Go with that.
He likes it.
That's money written all over it.
As long as the first and last name start with an S. If you were Frankie Smashmouth, it would not work.
No, Brian's got it. And as well, you change your name to an ethnic, race that you're not part of.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah. Like, I don't know, Chico Smashmouth. That's got money all over it again. And you bring in the ethnic communities as well.
How about Tiger Ali Smashmouth?
Are you pulling my leg?
No, I, as a promoter, I can tell you.
We're laughing at you.
Send me your tape.
No, the Tiger Ali was pulling your leg, absolutely.
Oh, well, I just thought, like a blonde hair, it's kind of a rip-off of Scott Steiner, I guess. But
well, anytime you can imitate Steiner, that's money. Oh, I mean, look at Saturday.
Okay, it's a bad idea.
Dyed his beard.
Okay, you're making him feel bad. Come on. He's really trying.
Dude, there's
He's
nothing
got
wrong
his
with
bald
it.
head being kissed. He's wearing bra and panties. Superstar.
In the grand scheme of things, your name really doesn't matter as long as you're a good wrestler.
No, but keep focusing on the name. If that's all you got right now, focus.
No. You know what? I mean, on the indie scene, I always think, and Brian, I think that a lot of guys in the indie scene should just pretty much go by their name unless they're top, the main eventers, just because the name doesn't really matter anyway.
I'll tell you this. That's another reason I hate that Chico name. Because I really don't want to have some goofball gimmick or name. I really don't. I'm happy just being Brian.
Sounds like you need to switch promotions then, work for a promoter who allow you to have that freedom.
Oh, well, anyway, I will not make a comment about that. But I have noticed that a lot of indie guys, they're more concerned about what their gimmick name is going to be, or what their gimmick is going to be, or what their angle is going to be, as opposed to just learning how to wrestle.
Yeah, because at that stage, the most important thing is to get experience in the ring and learn how to wrestle. And at the beginning, what I think is so good about the Japanese system. There I go talking about that. Is that those young guys? Brian, are you ever watching Dave as far as like Japanese preliminary matches on a New Japan card? They're awesome because
just real basic wrestling and the black trunks, the black boots.
They go black trunks, black boots. They just got to wrestle, and they got to do that for a year and a half until they actually know how to wrestle. And then when the promotion kind of feels like, okay, they know what they're doing. This is the old system, and it's hard to do now because there's not enough companies. They would ship them to Europe or ship them to Calgary or ship them to the United States for a year, have them grow their hair, and bring them back with a gimmick and bring them back with a push. But they already have the ability. If they don't have the ability, all that other stuff, it's like a waste of your time.
Let me ask the caller. Are you going to a wrestling school, or do you have your name down pat right now?
No, I plan to go to wrestling school in about 6 months or so.
Which school?
I'm leaning towards Les Thatcher.
Sorry,
Les Thatcher. Yeah.
That's good. As long as you got the school part down, too. You're not just coming up with gimmick names and stuff.
I was just thinking of a name. I mean, first I know that you need to go to school, of course. That's first and foremost.
Actually, first and foremost, I would say get in shape, then go to the school.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure when you go there, you're in really good cardio shape and your body looks real tight.
and go in there with the attitude that, like, no matter what they do with you, you're not going to quit. Because they will, I'm not saying that Les is going to try to, like, brutalize you like Buddy Lee Parker, because he's not.
Or break
but,
your leg.
I mean, the whole thing is that you really, when you go in there, you really want to make a good first impression, and you don't want to, like, cramp up the first day, because it's just, even though it's going to hurt, and no matter what you do, it's not going to be quite ready for the first day, but just, like, the better shape you're in, the better you're going to do.
Yeah.
All right. Okay,
Learn how to wrestle.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Talk
it.
to you later.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Mike. Okay, we're going to go to Morgan. Morgan, what's up?
How you doing?
Oh, my
We're
God,
doing good.
girl.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not new for you, Nico, talking to a girl?
Hi, I
Oh, my
have a
God.
couple questions for
Oh.
Mr. Republic.
Oh, it's for
hey,
Dave
wait, I heard my
Republic.
name.
Man, you see, this is what it is. We bring in one of the Hardy Boys again, and this is what happens. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I was wondering, since I'm from the whole Pacific Northwest area, who are some of your upcoming talent in ECCW?
Oh, geez. We've been pretty fortunate. We've had guys go through our school. We've had guys join us. But, I mean, guys that are just standouts right now, Scotty Mack, he's a young guy. He's actually one of our junior heavyweight champions and actually may have a chance with Matt Rats out in Calgary. But he's doing really well for us. Chance Beckett, outstanding.
How's Torch doing?
Torch, he lost his mask in the epic.
Oh, that's right. He lost his mask.
In the epic feud with me last year, and he ended up taking on a much different persona called Adam Firestorm.
That's right.
So, yeah, he's doing really well. Michelle Starr, kind of our classic heel and good guy, depending on wherever he is. He can.
How's he doing? I used to know him before he was a wrestler.
Yeah. Oh, he talked about you.
Mark Velios. I mean, I used to talk to him all the time when he was before he even broke in.
Well, a lot of people won't know. Obviously, you would know. He tried to start his own newsletter probably around the same time you started yours.
I think he did it. I think he may have done a newsletter for a very short period of time.
He did, but I mean, the challenge that because he can't read or write, I mean, wow, that's kind of
difficult.
But I mean, scrawl is good. I mean, Chico knows that. But
Russo tried to do the same thing.
But he also was on the ring crew when he was 16 for the WWF and did all sorts of errands and stuff for Pat Patterson. Insert joke here. And,
Whoa.
Yeah, and
so is that where he got the gimmick from?
Oh, I'm sure it was handed down to him.
Oh boy.
Or passed to him. But I mean, yeah, Starr is an awesome talent. He also has been instrumental in getting us our overseas deals. We have he was the booker for about the last year with IWA Japan and also with WWA Pro Wrestling Korea, and that's allowed us to have our guys go overseas and gain even more exposure. And Starr as well as our head trainer with our wrestling schools. We have 2 full-time facilities, one in Portland, Oregon, one in Langley, British Columbia, and we have a new one opening up in Everett, Washington. So, Chico, I invite you to come up for that. So we're trying to get facilities available so that we can, what we talked about earlier, having developmental talent, so we can constantly have talent available for our shows, especially with our ambition of growing to 200 shows next year.
How is Korea and wrestling viewed in Korea? Because we never hear about Korea at all.
It's funny because I mentioned that to some of the Korean guys that we have over. Jason the Terrible, who he's probably one of many Jason the Terribles, but he's the Ralphie.
Is he the famous Jason the Terrible?
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. He's the one who's most over, I guess, with the gimmick. He talks about the fact that their shows do fairly well. I mean, they get about 2,000 people, if not more. And of course, I'm talking to another promoter when I get these numbers, so I'm sure they're accurate. But they get some decent crowds. They're just not very good at advertising after the fact. And I think that really hurts them. There's really not a lot of knowledge that there's wrestling going on, and it's a fairly vibrant scene over in Korea. Our guys have been over quite a few times. In fact, Star's going back over for a tour from the 13th of this month to the 18th. So it's very good for us, and it gives our talent some additional exposure.
Hi, I just had one last question, and that had to deal with Bert Prentice's USA Championship Wrestling, and I was kind of wondering, what did you guys think was going to happen with that?
I really don't know.
You don't know?
I mean, I just know that. I just know that they started, and I don't. Nashville scene has always been weird to me. I never. Bert always opens up, sells it, says he's never going to be back in wrestling ever again, and then he always ends up back running.
Well, I'll make a prediction. I bet you he puts over Mike Rapada.
Come on now.
That'll be hot. That's again another money guy. You know, wow, he took the NWA title to new heights. That guy.
That's right. Mike turned heel on Jerry Lawler on Friday night or Saturday night, whenever they had their first show.
Right,
that was the first angle.
Wow.
And Brian Christopher's coming to get revenge on this week, Saturday night
and
at the
they
fairgrounds.
also had the East Coast return of Bart Sawyer.
Yeah,
Bart Sawyer was Sean O'Hare.
Bart's been good for us as well. He's worked quite a few matches for us when he's come up here. He kind of bounces around between different places, but the girls seem to like him and does well for us. And Burt Prentice loves him in Nashville.
Anything else?
Nope, that's about it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. We only get like women callers
We need to get more girls calling in.
Well, put
yes,
them on the show.
They're so polite and they ask smart questions.
Yeah, I mean, like when we had like the Hardys and Edge and Christian on, it was like all the time, and then as soon as they like wouldn't let us have those guys, that was it.
Well,
demographic shock.
Jerry Lynn, don't forget Jerry Lynn.
Well,
Jerry Lynn had the most interesting women callers, but Matt Hardy had the most by far.
So by my having one, does that outdo anyone?
That about 90%
let's see. I would
of our
say
guests.
it outdoes almost every person except for Edge, Christian, Matt Hardy. We never had Jeff Hardy on, but you probably couldn't outdo him. Bret Hart always had women callers. Is there anybody else that ever had women callers in the show?
Yeah, but I mean women callers that weren't probably in fraternity suits, though.
Yeah, that's about it.
Oh, jeez. You know what you haven't asked me, Dave?
What?
Well, a lot, but I mean, what you haven't asked me is...
Ask yourself the question, because this is our final segment, and if you don't get it out, you're not going to get it out. So if I don't have the question, you better ask it right now.
You haven't asked me anything about your favorite organization, the NWA. You know, as you know, we are the NWA affiliate for the Pacific Northwest.
That you sure are.
We sure are, and you know, in spite of the incompetence of our board of directors, ECCW's done really well, and I don't think you stress that enough.
Now, I got a question. Speaking of NWA, what are your thoughts as far as the NWA World Heavyweight Championship? I mean, you brought in Carino.
Yeah.
Is the ability to get the champion and some of the choices of champions, whether it be Dan Severn, Naoya Ogawa, if there's like something with Otani or Hashimoto or any of these things, where do you like? Because I know there's a lot of the NWA people don't like the fact that Howard Brody's always negotiating with Japan and trying to get the belt on a big name that actually never works for the NWA.
Well, I think some of that might be Howard's negotiating skills or lack thereof, but we in NWA ECCW, we've always tried to have a champion in. We had Severn in back in 1988. We became a member in 97, so we had him in 98. We tried to get Ogawa in, but he had visa problems.
And he's a prick.
Well,
if you saw that last match he had at the Fukuoka Dome.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, then after Ogawa, I might have the order wrong, but Rapada, then Sabu, and then Rapada again. We tried to get Rapada in, but this guy's dumb as a stick. I mean, it was really bad, and I'm pretty bitter about the whole thing. I mean, the fact that the guy couldn't even get his act together to get a passport. Couldn't get his act together to pass.
That's what killed him for going to. He had a Japanese booking next week, and he didn't get his passport again, and that's why he blew the booking.
The guy's dumb as a stick, and I mean he can't even get his act together to pass a drug test in Washington State. You know, so we end up advertising him. He agrees to come, but then he doesn't even have the guts to call me up to cancel. He has to get Burt Prentice to leave me a 12-minute message, followed by one by Bill Behrens, and never spoke with Mike Rapada about his cancellation. And then we pushed heavily to have Carino become champion, and we've brought Carino in. In fact, before the end of this year, we'll probably have 15 bookings with Carino. We have 6 of them lined up for July. So, I mean, in terms of the choice of the champion, Carino is by far the best champion in 2001 for the NWA. And Carino has the pride, he has the organization and the personal drive to do well for the NWA, and it's about time we had a champion that can do well for us.
You know, one thing I will say for Carino is that I think he, what's the word? Mentally understands the role of a world champion, because I think he was a fan as a kid of the NWA title.
Yeah, well,
you know, the idea of what a touring world champion is supposed to do. I think he understands that, whereas some of these other guys, I don't think they understood it.
You know what the difference is? Carino loves wrestling. It just kind of points something here. We had him here at the end of March, and his last booking was the day before WrestleMania. In our huge negotiations, we had to make sure that we did not fly him home until April 2nd, so therefore he would not miss any part of WrestleMania. So, I mean, I love that. He's a fan of wrestling.
Great.
But better than that, he's organized, and he's going to do the NWA proud. I hope all the promoters will bring him in.
I'll tell you one thing. When you think like that, I'm really glad that WrestleMania was a hell of a show, because if, like, I had to spend an extra day on the road because I want to see a show and it stunk, I'd be like, I could have been home a day earlier.
Oh, yeah, but see, we have a deal with a theater chain up here in Canada where they show the pay-per-views. We wrestle before the pay-per-views, and then we go in. Carino did play-by-play for our show.
Is that the Galaxy or the, what the hell's that
Silver
theater? The one with the big UFO?
No, you guys closed that deal for good. We had to go to a new theater.
That's good.
And
Wasn't my match, I just want everyone to know.
Yeah, no, that was hot. Money, again. But, yeah, we went to another place, and it does really well. So Carino was doing play-by-play over our PA system, you know, with a couple hundred fans standing around, or not fans, actually moviegoers standing around going, what the hell is this? And Carino ended up selling his wrestling boots that day to some fan for like $250. So, well worth this trip.
I want to also mention that former Nitro girl Terry Byrne, who was fire of the Nitro Girls, was on Russian Malloy today. So if you want to hear whatever's going on with Terry Byrne, you can listen on archives to today's Russian Malloy show. Let's go to Mark. Mark, what's going on?
Hi, guys. I'll be real quick. I'll leave my Japanese wrestling question for the board if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
What's the deal with why nobody's trying to go through syndication, like King World syndication? Like, as opposed to trying to get on a network? Because, I mean, in the 80s, that was the only way you saw these territories and stuff.
So when I've talked to promoters about syndication, they all think that it's not viable anymore. Everyone, it's too, because you have to pay for the time. And I mean, the ones who've tried, if you look at Urban and WOW were the two ones that really went the syndication route. And I mean, neither of them lasted very long. Of course,
we didn't get either of them in my area, so.
Yeah. For a lot of indie promoters, I mean, it's a chore enough just running shows. Having to deal with the rigors of television and then the rigors of a syndication deal is very, very difficult. I mean, at ECCW, we'd love to get on television. It's just one extra thing to add to what we already do, and it makes it very, very difficult. That's why I have all the respect in the world for promotions who can actually run a ton of shows and get television.
So do you guys have any tape from ECCW?
I beg your pardon?
Do you guys have tape at all?
Absolutely.
You guys selling videos?
We've shot a number of our shows. They're all available for sale on ECCW.com. Check that out. And we have 6 hours of TV pilots, I guess, that have been looked at by just about every television station in the Pacific Northwest, Canada, parts of Korea, etc. The biggest problem that we're having is, I guess, wrestling companies have burned TV stations in the past. So what they've been asking us for is to put up in almost an escrow or a trust account enough money for 13 or 26 weeks to prove that we can finance our television operation.
See, that's what happens with all these companies that have gone out of business that leave the TV stations, owing the TV station $100,000.
Yeah, so if anyone has an extra $100,000 in their pocket, ECCW.com, I'll help you spend it.
Okay, I want to check out Dr. Luther. Thank you, guys.
Great.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, we are totally out of time, Dave. I want to thank you very much for doing the show.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Real quick, plug some of your upcoming dates, especially the ones with Carino.
All right. Well, actually, we got an upcoming date tomorrow, which is in North Vancouver, British Columbia, with Carino. It's not until next. Well, actually, let me jump forward. We've got Tommy Dreamer at the end of this month in Vancouver, Washington, Surrey, and in Everett, and then we've got Carino and Sabu for places like Walla Walla, Washington, Vancouver, Washington, and a whole bunch of other places in Canada as well. ECCW.com for all the information.
That's right, and we always have ECCW results up on the Observer.com and the dates as far as upcoming dates as far as every weekend and things like that. So you can always check the updates on WrestlingObserver.com.
I want to thank you guys for doing that and supporting indie wrestling. There's not enough support, but Wrestling Observer, you guys have just been awesome. So thank you very much. I speak on behalf of all indie wrestlers, of course.
Not all of them.
Well, sorry, the good ones.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, we are totally out of time. Thanks a bunch, Dave. Thanks a bunch, Brian. And Al, wherever you are, thank you. And we'll be back tomorrow at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here. And our special guest today will be Kristian Pope, who has a book on professional wrestling history and has to do with collectibles. It's actually his second book. They did him and Ray Webby did a collectible book about I guess about a year or so ago. But his book is coming out in about a month, so we still don't have a copy of it. I guess the cover's being redesigned, but we'll be talking to him about his book and about just basically about the current scene in pro wrestling. Just whatever you guys want to talk about, emails, normal stuff. So anyway, that's what's going to go on today. We have a lot of news. Brian, how are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. I guess, well, we'll start before we do SmackDown. I got 2 different emails today from people who were at Budokan Hall today. The show actually took place today. The Keiji Muto Tenryu match. And both of them, not knowing each other, said that I will not believe the match when I see it. One person said it was a 5. These are people who I've known. See, one of them I've known for almost 25 years, and the other person I've known for about 20 years, maybe 25 years too. No, about 20 years. And one of them said that you will not believe it's a 5-star match. It's the closest thing to a perfect match that I've ever seen. And when you watch this match, you will say that Keiji Muto is the greatest worker there's ever been from a psychological standpoint. The other person just said that it was the best match he's seen all year. So,
wow,
whatever. I would not believe it.
The thing about Muto is when you really watch him, he can barely run the ropes. He can barely walk, but he sure as hell knows what to do.
But when I've seen him look good, I mean, my belief is that the match basically consists of him doing dragon screws and figure fours because that's all he does. But I guess his timing of when to do the dragon screws and figure fours, it is pretty damn good. But I don't know how you do a 25-minute match on that, but I guess, I think it was 25 minutes. So anyway, that's the deal. It happened today, and the next Budokan, which will be July 14th, is going to be Muto against Toshiaki Kawada. So they'll have another good. If they get a good match with Tenryu, they'll have a good match with Kawada, and so they had a bunch of interpromotional stuff at today's show. Oh, the other thing, they're now adding Muto to the list of contenders for Fujita. With Muto and Fujita, that'd be all the belts at stake.
Yeah,
They got it all down. New Japan's got everything, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, they got the Pride World Champion Coleman, who signed to work for them. They got Fujita, who's their champion, and Muto, who's the All Japan Triple Crown champion, is their guy. So they got all the belts. Even though
imagine the eventual interpromotional, but unification match they could have with all those belts.
You know what they could do if this was the United States? They could do a 3-way dance.
They won't.
I know they won't. For sure they won't. Could you imagine trying to do that? Muto ain't that good. But I guess that explains why All Japan won 4-1 on Wednesday.
Yeah, it makes sense now.
Because, yeah. In the other top matches, Taike and Johnny Smith kept the tag team titles, beating Manabu Nakanishi and Yutaka Yoshie. Kawada beat Tenzan. Masahiro Kakihara and Mitsuya Nagai won over Yuji Nagata and Shinya Makabe to keep the All-Asian tag team titles, which was probably a hell of a match. And Steve Williams and Mike Rotundo beat Hiro Saito and Satoshi Kojima. Let's see. Juventud Guerrera and Pathfinder have been added to the Noah Junior Heavyweight Tournament, which actually starts tomorrow in Japan. It's going to go for 2 weeks. It's the same tournament we talked to Roland Alexander about yesterday with Jardy France and Matt Murphy, and who was the third guy that they signed? B.J. Whitmer, Les Thatcher's guy. So that's what's going on over there. Let's see. Birmingham tomorrow night. We'll be doing a nostalgia show. Listen to these names. These guys were all big stars in the 80s at Boutwell Auditorium. Robert Fuller, Colonel Rob Parker, back in the ring, teaming with Jimmy Golden, Bunkhouse Buck, against Bob Armstrong, who's got to be 60 years old, and Steve Armstrong, with the Tennessee stud Ron Fuller in Armstrong's corner. Tommy Rich.
Somebody just asked me about Bob Armstrong the other day, and I said, yeah, he occasionally wrestles, and they could not believe it.
He wrestles all the time. He wrestles on this Pensacola.
Yeah.
Because, the family promotes their own shows in that Pensacola area. They're I bet he's wrestling every weekend. He's, Bob? I think Bob's 62. I think that's his age, actually, now that I think about it. The rating of SmackDown was a 3.9, which has to be a big disappointment because, there was no competition last night at all. Everybody was in reruns, and, they were going ABC instead of having Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in that second hour. They had the Stanley Cup, which is not exactly a ratings winner. And they did beat the Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup ended up doing a 3-5.
They had those MTV awards.
Yeah, but
same demographic.
They had when they went against the MTV awards before, they did a 5-0. So,
what did they do the week before?
Last year?
Yeah.
The week I don't know. Probably 5-0. Probably about the same. Let's see what we got here. I have to look that one up. Here's some. Let's talk about SmackDown, and we'll talk more about some WWF stuff after that. I actually have watched everything on the show up until the Benoit Jericho APA match. Actually, I watched that match too. I haven't watched the Big Show Rhino and then the Austin McMahon, but everything else, and most of the show, I liked the show. Except I didn't like Taz, but I liked the show.
You didn't like Taz on commentary?
Nah, he was annoying me by the end of the show. Just he's too heavily shilling, to the point where it's not natural. I just felt it wasn't natural. He was being phony, and so. As
far as the last three go, I thought Acolytes, Benoit, Jericho was all right. Big Show and Rhino. Big Show got the total monster push again. I mean, completely. So, I guess he's the world's biggest jobber who now occasionally will kill people before becoming a jobber again. And I think the match with Austin and Vince may have been the best of those three. And that was with Vince in there.
Really?
I mean, he's Vince, and if you pretend he's not there, it was actually pretty damn good. But, he got in there and he did his phony kicks and everything like that and looked horrible. And the best part, you'll love this, Benoit puts Vince McMahon in the crossface, and Vince
makes the ropes
out. And Austin's out brawling with Jericho for probably, I'd say at least a good 15-20 seconds before he finally gets to the ring and breaks it up. Oh, I'm telling you.
That's not good. That's not good.
I was just looking at it going, oh, God. I was thinking Vince McMahon beating Ken Shamrock, Vince McMahon taking down Kurt Angle, and then here we go.
Oh, man.
Yep. It was beautiful.
Yeah. And I noticed, the one thing when they walked down the aisle, though, at the very beginning when Benoit and Jericho went through the door, how much bigger Jericho was than Benoit. And I don't know, if he needs to take time off, I hope he does, because, look what happened to Orndorff when he didn't. And I see the situation, like, almost exactly the same, because Orndorff, for those of you who don't know the Orndorff story, I'm guessing it's about 86. Orndorff and Hogan were doing a monster house show run. In fact, it's one of the best house show runs in the history of the World Wrestling Federation. Maybe the best, actually. They sold out everywhere they went, for the most part. And in the middle of the run, or actually early in the run, Orndorff had nerve damage in his arm, the bad arm. And he went to a doctor, and the doctor told him, you got to get out right now. You got nerve damage. You got to take some time off. And he was making like $20,000 a week, which, think of all the years that guy had been in wrestling making, $300 a week and $500 a week. And, even on good weeks, $1,500 a week, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now he's making $20,000 a week working all these main events with Hogan. And it's like, I can't take time off now. So he went and did all those matches and never got the arm back,
basically.
The price. Paid the price in the long run. I hope he saved that money. Man, I don't know. We should ask Brian Blair. That's how he did. But I'm just afraid that like Benoit's going like this. I've worked my whole career to get a shot at really being a main eventer, and everyone's injured. And Rock is gone, Hunter's injured, and they have to push me. And I'm having the best, having great matches, and I could just gut it out. If I could just gut through the pain, it's the best money I'll probably ever make in my career. And I could just see, him going, and it's Benoit, right? He's going like, I'm not going to take time off now. There's no way.
Well, okay. Isn't it like a pinched nerve in his neck that's affecting his arm as opposed to a nerve problem in the arm?
I don't know. I think it's the neck, though, that's making the
yeah, if it's a pinched nerve in the neck that's affecting his arm and he can't train that arm, I don't think that's going to lead to permanent damage.
And that's the same thing that happened to a lot of guys until it comes back. That's what Orndorff, it's pretty much exactly what Orndorff had, I think. Very similar. And Billy Graham had it too, and Billy Graham always had that weak arm afterwards too.
Yeah.
Because Billy Graham always would only pose one side of the body because the other side, it was the same situation. He had the nerve damage, and that's when he was making all his money, and he didn't take time off.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't even know if taking time off is the answer on this one. Although I guess it could get a lot worse if you're taking bumps on it.
Yeah, what do you really do to fix that? He was taking some hard bumps last night. I was just looking at him take that spine buster from Farouk, which I would never want to take in my whole life, and that 2 choke slams from the Big Show. It was brutal.
I liked the rest of the show last night, though. What I saw of the show, I thought Kurt Angle and Bob Holly I had been told was a very good match, and it was a lot better than I was told. Kurt Angle was just tremendous. We say that all the time. Jerry Lynn and Jeff Hardy, I thought was, a pretty darn good match, even though the crowd didn't love it, but the crowd was kind of into it. Kane and X-Pac was a lot better than I expected. Kane did that big plancha there. Regal and Foley stuff was good. Very good.
I thought Regal outdid Foley.
Oh, he did. I agree with you there. I thought it was funny.
The one thing on the show that I thought kind of took it down was, it was almost WCW level, some of those backstage skits.
Yeah, well, I kind of didn't pay attention to them.
Oh, they were horrible. Oh, man. You have these great interviews in the ring, you have these great matches in the ring, and then you cut backstage, and it's even worse than Amateur Hour.
Yeah. Some of the stuff with Shane and Kane and all that. Yeah. The thing I thought was funny is how
the dialogue between Kane and Undertaker has I don't think it's ever been good. Ever. And there was a ton of it on this show. Kane smelled the scent of deceit.
Yes.
Oh, what a line.
Yeah. When Foley was on World News Tonight, they announced him at 277. And it's like, I'm thinking they must be reading one of those after magazines where they don't update the weights for 6 years. Where they used to have Scott Steiner at 235 for 5 years.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, that guy hasn't seen 277 in many, many years. What do you think of the Perry Saturn and Malenko thing? It was I don't know, it was kind of weird. I guess they are scared when they do that SmackDown, because did you see Lita was not even wearing shorts now? She's wearing pants. Long pants with way up, you don't see the
no thong exposed.
No thong exposed. And they digitized Perry Saturn.
Well,
did you see that
was a good thing.
I know it's a good thing, but it's just when you're doing that, that was...
Hey, remember when they used to have blood and they'd actually go to black and white?
Yeah, that's true, too.
The thing was, the whole Saturn thing, I was just watching it, and I think these angles are really hurting the Dudleys, and I think that they've got to turn heel eventually, because, the whole thing is, every day now they've got to go for the table, and, they can't put someone through the table on every show, so something always has to happen. And this was the lamest thing they've ever done to get these guys not to get the table. Saturn's deal, get the muffins or whatever the hell he said. I have no idea what they're doing with Saturn.
Yeah, get the muffins.
It was one of those matches where I thought everything is going along just great, and then at the end when it was over, it was what a total waste.
The other thing is they are in danger, because if you have a certain gimmick and you keep screwing up with the gimmick, it's like La Parka in WCW. Remember La Parka would always bring in the chair, but it would always backfire on him?
Yeah.
And it's it was very difficult to get the fans to take him seriously as anything but a clown in that, once you did that.
And now the whole thing is, it's almost like a joke that Devon never gets the table except on very rare occasions. And it's if you're really gonna keep this thing going where they're putting people through tables, he's got to get the table more often than he's doing it, or people are going to start figuring it out.
I kind of saw where Mick Foley is ripping on Test. Those skits with Test, I guess there's only one, but it was just here's this big coordinated guy with a good look, and God, does he have no charisma? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And and then I don't know, Spike and Molly Holly. I don't know. What could I say? What can I say about Spike and Molly Holly? You know what? I did watch last night.
It was fun at the beginning because it was so hokey, but at this point, the hokiness has gone on too long.
And then the other thing is now we gotta go to their wedding when there's the big fight at the reception, or a breakup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really don't. Do you really want to watch the Spike and Molly Holly breakup?
Or you really want to see them together?
Yeah, that's true. I watched last night. I watched the last 2 hours of OVW, and you remember?
Hey, did they kiss on TV?
I think didn't they kiss at the last segment?
I don't remember seeing it.
You know what? They may not have. Did they? Because I didn't finish.
That must
the show
have been
yet.
one horrible kiss if they edited out the entire show.
Maybe they did. Well, I saw the last scene I saw was the Kai-en-Tai one, and then they came back one more time and did a kiss, at least at the arena, unless they edited it out.
Yeah, the last one I remember was Kai-en-Tai too. I don't remember the kiss.
Okay, so I guess maybe they didn't do it. Wow. See, that's what happens when you go long and you edit out the climax of the show. But anyway, I was watching the OVW, and when you told me about Scotty 2 Hotty, it is 100% true.
I've got through the first of the two shows. I haven't seen Scotty yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
His ring work was and his interviews were worse than like everybody on the show practically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his ring work's probably still better than like Mark Henry and some of the It's funny, the guys that are making the most money there are the guys that do the worst work. But they got those shows. When that thing was over, it's like I'm going like, God, I wish I was going to Louisville for that Last Dance. I mean, they promote that thing so well.
Oh, I know. Every commercial break that leading into it and coming out of it is promotion. They got the WWF guys there hyping it up. They got Mick Foley on the show. He's promoting it. Kurt Angle. It's one of those things where I just know that at the end of this month, like on the 23rd, I'm going to know the complete card for this Louisville Garden show, and I will not know the complete card for King of the Ring.
I already know the complete card for the Louisville. Look at in the Observer. I got the complete card already.
I'll know it off the top of my head, though, without even thinking about it. Just because I did a great job.
I pretty much know the whole thing off the top of my head, too. That card, I mean, because they promote every angle is right there. And, the difference is King of the Ring, the reason we don't know the card is because they don't know the card.
Yeah.
And with Cornette, I mean, he's got the card 6 weeks out, and then he spends the 6 weeks hammering that card and hammering angles for that card. They, just do TV every week, and then, they come up with a main event, which they changed, and then they and then, the week before, they go, okay, now let's see, how do we fill this out? Well, let's see, we'll put the Dudleys and the Hardys and Edge and Christian in a three-way because we can't come up with anything for them. Every month it's like this.
You know what? These shows are available on the Ohio Valley Wrestling website, and if you don't get them, I think you should. I think a lot of people would really enjoy it because it's a different show. It's a different style. It's more of the old style, and Jim Cornette is just so awesome, and it's just fun. You know what I mean?
No, the booking and the commentary is tremendous because the booking makes complete sense from start to finish, and Jim Cornette, who's the booker, is doing the announcing so he knows exactly what to say, exactly how to get it over, and he's pretty much directing the guys. So if you watch the guys in their interviews, they always say, they don't leave out the important points. How sometimes, someone's building up a thing, we're going God, he should have said this, this, and this. There they always say it. It's like, you know what? Everyone who wants to book wrestling, everyone who wants to book wrestling should study Ohio Valley Wrestling. Not that you copy Ohio Valley, and some of the stuff is it is 80s Bill Watts style. So, which isn't necessarily 100% for, there's other things that you probably would want to do, but the basics, that a lot of people forget, I mean, they're there, and I mean, it's a great, if you were a booker, or you wanted to book wrestling, or want to write wrestling, and you want to learn, that's the great primer course, is studying what they do week in and week out. I think a lot more than WWF, because WWF, they're just trying to do so much with that weekly TV that they miss, they miss so much, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And another thing is, the guys, even if they're not really great wrestlers yet, you can watch some of the matches with them, and when the match is over, it's just that made total sense. Everything in that match made sense. They knew exactly what to do. Maybe they can't do everything yet, but as far as, the story, it's perfect.
No, it's like Mid-South Wrestling, but with the lower half of the card that Mid-South had. I mean, there's no Ted DiBiase's there. But they had a match, seen on the second show, with Dinsmore and the Machine, and it's a hell of a match. Mm-hmm. And then when it's over, it's it's a hell of a match, it's got a really weak finish, but then, by the end of the show, you understand that the finish made perfect sense, even though at the moment they did the finish, you're going oh, God, what a weak finish to that match.
Yeah.
But it storyline-wise, it made sense to be able to, it made the point they were trying to make, and that was that basically, the finish was they had this great technical match, and then Machine hit him with brass knucks, and it was a DQ. And you're going God, you saw all that great stuff, and they did that. But then the whole idea was that these two guys were testing each other, and the machine blinked. He knew he couldn't win, so then he pulled out the knucks, and it showed he
he lost confidence in his ability because the whole deal was who was actually the greatest technical wrestler, and these two guys started together, even though you're not supposed to know who Machine is, that he started. They throw all the little clues in. I mean, it's really good booking. I really like. I mean, I got that tape, and then I ended up taping SmackDown, and I go, I'm going to watch this before I watch SmackDown, which is why I'm not done with SmackDown yet, because I just think I was just more curious. Not even that I thought it was better, because SmackDown overall was a better show, but I was just more curious to watch those guys because they're new guys, and I don't know. Whatever.
New faces.
Yes.
And by the way, that was very strange seeing Kurt Angle cut a babyface promo.
Yeah. Did you see Prototype on the show yet?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
God, he looks small compared to some of those guys, doesn't he?
He is no longer a giant.
No, he's not. Remember he said
on
the show
and he made the comment, I've come to a place where I'm almost a small guy, and he was damn right.
He was a small guy. Let's see. Mick Foley's going to be on the Tonight Show tonight. By the way, Rock is not going to be on Raw, and that's just. I mean, they may show a clip of Rock on Raw, but Rock is not going to be on Raw. And why the name Rock was in that preview has nothing to do with if they show a clip. It was just one of those things where one department doesn't know what the other department's doing, so to speak. But he's not there. Got that confirmed from the WWF. Mick Foley on Jay Leno tonight. Let me just see if there's anything else here in the Ross report. I mean, I know he talks about that they're going to push the light heavyweight division. We heard that one before.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah. Let's see. Raven, Steven Richards, Ivory, Jerry Lynn, Spike Dudley, and the APA are going to Memphis next week, not this week. And he mentions Undertaker, Jericho, Foley, Kurt Angle, Big Show, Perry Saturn, and Dean Malenko. We're going to Louisville, which we talked about. Said the Big Show had 2 good TV outings last week.
On WWF TV?
That's what he says. I don't know about that.
The funny thing is, Big Show made an appearance on an Ohio Valley tape, and he was wearing, like, a tank top and a pair of shorts.
Oh, he
looked
so out
about
of shape.
900 pounds in that outfit.
So out of shape.
Hey, that singlet does miracles for the Big Show. It really does.
Yeah, he mentions Randy Orton continues to impress observers in OVW. That's awful. Whenever I write something like that, it's always in the Observer. It's like in the Ross Report 2 weeks later. Let's see. And he mentions, you'll love this one. Contract talks with Goldberg and DDP are at a standstill while the talent continue to negotiate with their former employee in order to receive releases so they can negotiate with the WWF. You know what that is? That's their way of, like, there's so much stuff on, you got to sign Goldberg. And, I mean, there's, like, no negotiations going on. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, so. Anyway, that's the stuff
kind of like the light heavyweight division comment.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. I'm not saying I shouldn't say there's no negotiations because I know that they've talked, but, I mean, here's the negotiations with Goldberg. Either they're going to buy his contract or they're not. I mean, it really doesn't even have to do with Goldberg. I mean, it's like, hey, Bill, if you buy, Bill, if you, negotiate on 50 cents a dollar out of your contract, we would love to take you. It's like, duh, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's not a serious negotiation. Okay, we just got the bracketing for the Noah Junior Heavyweight Tournament, which starts tomorrow, and at DeFerrariaki. There's one first-round match tomorrow. But anyway, here is the first round of the tournament. It's going to be Juventud Guerrera against Satoru Asako. And then in the same bracket, it's Matt Murphy against Makoto Hashi, Jardy France against Naomichi Marufuji. So Jardy France is lasting one round, which may explain why some of these guys are put in. They're basically put in to be first-round losers. Wait a minute. Now Yoshinobu Kanemaru. You don't
want to kill off all the foreigners early, though.
Well, Juventud might win. Although Asako's a good wrestler. I mean, Matt Murphy and Hashi. Wait. Am I reading this right? I'm sorry. I'm reading this wrong. Juventud's got a first-round bye. So he's going against the winner of Satoru Asaka and Matt Murphy. Okay, so let me change all this. Okay.
Does that mean he doesn't have to be there tomorrow and he can work Tijuana?
I don't know. That's a very good question. I think that means he doesn't have to be there because he doesn't actually start until June the 20th in this tournament, but I think they want him there for, like, the opening ceremony. So I don't think he's going to be in Tijuana tonight, but he may be. Anyway. Okay, so Satoru Asaka, Matt Murphy, which Satoru Asaka will win and then face Juventud on June 20th. Okay. Then Makoto Hashi and Jardy France. Then Marufuji has a bye, so whoever wins that match is losing to Marufuji. God, they're giving the best guy up. Well, that actually makes sense to give the best guy up. Then Kanemaru against Pathfinder, who's from AAA.
And no. I take that back. Kanemaru has a bye. This is so weird to read.
Are these brackets in Japanese or something?
Pretty much. They're anyway, Pathfinder against Kenta Kobayashi. And then we got Kikuchi against Aoyagi, and BJ Whitmer gets a bye. So,
how can Kenta Kobayashi not have changed his name yet?
God, isn't that ridiculous? I mean, he should just change it to something else. Because it's like, Anyway, let's see. This is from, do you and Brian have any idea what the ticket sales have been for the house show in Toronto for next Saturday? Don't know. I know that they've been disappointing, but I can't give you a number. But I do know they've changed the card in Toronto. It was Benoit and Jericho against Austin and Angle, and now it is changed to Austin against Jericho in a cage match. So they've added a cage at the last minute. Oh, boy. We're going to be seeing a lot of cage matches, by the way, on the road in the next couple of months. Undertaker against The Big Show. Kane against Kurt Angle.
Attraction.
Yes.
Like it's the freak show.
Yeah, Kane against Kurt Angle with Mick Foley as referee. Originally, Foley was going to referee the main event. And Benoit against Rhino. Matt Hardy against Just Incredible. Jeff Hardy against X-Pac. Dudley's Edge and Christian and the Hollies. Test against Albert. Lita and Molly against Trish and Jackie. With Jerome Williams as the special referee. So anyway, that's the new card for Toronto. Okay, we got Chris Pope on the line. Chris, how are you doing today?
Hey, Dave and Brian, how you guys doing?
How's it going?
We're doing really good.
All right.
Chris, tell us a little.
I appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome. Tell us a little bit about the situation with your book. I guess it's been delayed for a couple of weeks, and what to expect from the book.
Yeah, well, it's the Encyclopedia of Pro Wrestling, the 100 Years of the Good, the Bad, and the Collectible. And it was supposed to come out in May, and we went through redesign at the last minute. We weren't really happy with the way it looked, so we sent it back to the publisher and asked them to fix it up a little bit. So it looks like it's going to be released at the end of July.
Okay.
The book is actually, it tries to trace the last 100 years of the sport. It tips a little bit more towards the modern era, kind of post the golden age, but we try to go through each era and give it its due, and try to kind of trace back to the roots and all the way to today to kind of make a connection. And with that, we throw in some collectibles and show you what was today what is collectible from each different era.
Any old observers in there?
What's that?
Any old observers in there?
No, there aren't.
Okay. Do you got any like Gotch and Hackenschmidt memorabilia in there?
Yeah, we have a lot of the things that we have from them are from the match, the famous match that they had, like promotional items like posters and actual photographs from the matches, and photographs that were taken of Gotch, not during the match, but photos of him and photos of Gotch. There's a lot of things that are at the museum in Iowa that are available on Gotch, and yeah, there is quite a few things on him actually.
What's your thoughts going back history of wrestling? I mean, where do you think, and what would be the I guess evolution of professional wrestling from sport to show?
Oh, I definitely think it was right near the Gotch and Hackenschmidt day. Whether or not that fight was a shoot or a work, I don't think anybody would really ever know. But I certainly think at that point in time, the transformation was made where the reality was that those matches were not legitimate.
Oh, I mean, most of the matches by that point in time were not legitimate. I think those two probably were, but you just don't know. Because I mean, I've seen, evidence of like guys going in there and working 4 nights a week against the same opponents. That kind of tells you something right there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely.
even like
the traveling circuits that they would travel together and whatnot. But I certainly think it was around that day and age where really the transformation was laid down and kind of it got past. Just two brutes getting in there and at a carnival and dueling it out.
What's the oldest piece of memorabilia that you have?
Pardon me?
The oldest piece.
The oldest piece. We have a letter that was from Frank Gotch to a local car dealer. Is the letter that he wrote. We have some stuff. We have some Andre the Giant stuff in this book. The fact of the matter is that the real old stuff is pretty hard to get a hold of. There's not a lot of it out there. So a lot of the stuff that we have, just pertains to Gotch and Heckenschmidt in terms of the really old stuff in the 20s and 30s and 1910s.
But most of the coverage, you started like in the 50s or something with the TV era and all that?
Yeah, we try to go through each era, and we hit the 80s pretty hard because we felt like that. We wanted to tailor the book more towards newer fans, but definitely give them, kind of a dose of what each era was like. We do have stuff on the 50s. We have, but like I said, we hit the 80s pretty hard, and then from that point on, the book has quite a bit of information about that from 80s up to present time.
Is it all U.S. collectibles?
There are some things foreign. We talk about things that you can get in Japan or Mexico, like the El Santo collection and the Mil Mascaras collectibles, things like that are overseas.
Yeah. What now? As far as like you're being a fan of wrestling and everything, do you have an era that you like the most?
I started watching wrestling in 1982, so definitely, going back to the first days of cable, that's when I started watching. I grew up in San Diego, and we didn't really have a hometown promotion there, so the only stuff that we really got were, things that we watched on TBS, and that was really basically it. So I would think, the early 80s stuff now, if I go back, I definitely like watching Mid-South, Memphis. Those are probably two of my favorites. I mean, been more of a guy who watches interviews and storylines and, the characters more than just the actual wrestling in the ring.
Who do you think was from your enjoyment level, what was the best era and what was the best booking? But like, what would you say, like, this is an era because I love this booking?
Oh, I would have to say there's a couple different ones. Bill Watts from the Mid-South days, early 80s. The Memphis, early 80s. I actually like Memphis from the early 90s, believe it or not. There was some really good stuff there. They had Lawler and Jarrett, that feud, and the Moondogs. There was actually some pretty decent
They had a good year
there.
that year.
Yeah, they had a very good year. And the days that Eddie Gilbert was there, were obviously I have real fond memories of that time. Portland from the late 80s was pretty good with Scott Norton and Nord the Barbarian and the
really?
Grapplers. Yeah.
That's hard to believe. Scott Norton could ever be. Scott Norton, I don't know.
The Breakfast Club, all that kind of stuff.
I was thinking more Nord.
What's that?
I was thinking more John Nord.
Yeah, Nord.
Nord actually got over pretty big in Portland. I guess Norton probably did too, but just because they were such huge guys. But
right. I mean, as you find, Scotty the Body and
he was funny.
Yeah, Beetlejuice, the whole stuff with that with Piper was
Beetlejuice and the big juicer, Jeff Warner.
I mean, I was watching an old Portland tape just a couple days ago, and Beetlejuice came on, and it was just phenomenal the reaction that he would get. It's just amazing.
I talked to people that worked in Portland during that era, and they all mentioned Norton, so he must have been something.
Right.
He was really a real funny guy backstage or something, but they always mention him.
The deal with they called him Crusher Norton, and they had him like basically do the old Crusher gimmick, from Minneapolis, which I guess Scott Norton probably grew up watching, which he could never do in Minneapolis because everybody would like.
Right.
If he tried to do that in Minneapolis, everybody would go, "Oh God,
this imitation Crush." Yeah, and the funny thing about it was he actually did that for a short time in Vern's last days. He actually came out with John Nord was his partner, and I think they were the Lumberjacks or something. And Scott came out with a big cigar in his mouth and like a kind of like a modern age Crusher with a cigar, and he had the Seattle shirt, flannel shirt on, and it was just a joke. Only lasted a couple weeks, and then Vern the promotion died anyway.
Did you now
when did you move to Minneapolis? Was that?
I moved to Minneapolis in 1987.
Oh, okay. So you pretty much never saw Crusher in his heyday.
I never saw. I mean, I was educated to that kind of stuff. Once I got there, with the people that I met there, would give me old tapes, and I was educated pretty quickly. At that time, I wasn't really familiar with a lot of the names that came from that territory. But I mean, once I got there, realizing what was there with Bockwinkel and the legend of Vern Gagne and Crusher and the Bruiser and the Road Warriors and all that kind of stuff, it was phenomenal.
The legend of Vern Gagne. How would give a little description on how Vern Gagne is basically described by people in Minneapolis?
I think there's really two sides to Vern. There's one side that the mass public knows. He's the legend from the University of Minnesota. He played football. He was a national heavyweight champion wrestler. Very accomplished athlete, amateur athlete. And people know that. People know the pro wrestling side to him, and the face that shows up at golf tournaments and fundraisers and things like that. And most people know that side of Vern, but the people who had worked for him, probably don't have as fond a relationship with Vern as most people would envision that they do. Either they had been. Then this is just not from me speaking from experience, just from what I had talked to people who had worked with the promotion at the time. Either they got burned on payoffs, or Vern was a very difficult person to work with, was very temperamental.
And always screaming at people.
Yeah, and I think he was very famous for that with a lot of different guys. Like the Sheik and Ken Patera. They'll never forget the days Vern Gagne shouting at him, during the Monday or Tuesday it was when they would cut interviews and send the tapes out to the different towns. It would be like 14-hour days because Vern was yelling, "Take it over, do it over, do it over, do it over."
Oh yeah, they were a stickler. But the one thing about those is that Vern's TV did not have anywhere near the best wrestling of that era. Although people in Minneapolis don't know that because they didn't see anything.
Right.
But Vern's TV did have some of the best interviews in wrestling. And if you think back, with Heenan and Bockwinkel and Jesse Ventura and people like that.
Right.
I mean, I remember because we had the AWA here in San Francisco, and it never really caught on big. And this was during their glory era because we were tuned to a different kind of wrestling. We grew up on a different kind of wrestling, and like the older guys like Mad Dog or Larry Hennig or Baron von Raschke, they weren't part of our culture. And then Vern shipping them in like these 50-year-old guys. To us, not seeing them when they were in their prime, it was pretty tough. But the one thing, but the interviews, I mean, those guys, they were characters. I mean, everybody up and down the card, Vern gave him a character, and I just remember the guys who couldn't do interviews, like Brad Ringens and Buck Zumhoff. I mean, they would always get run off on the interview, like 10 seconds in, and you know what I mean? And they just throw up their hands, and somebody would take over and do the interview.
Yeah, I mean, even in Minneapolis, I think to a large extent, once it got to about 83 or 84, when the card was there, they had some young guys, and obviously the stars like Bockwinkel and Hogan and Ventura. Still, most of the card was Mad Dog Vachon, the Crusher, Steve Olsonofsky. You had you had these people that were getting up there in age, and if the crowd still believed in those characters, and they were still over, really based on the history that those people had in that territory, because they were so closely aligned with the town. But I think even the people there were realizing that these guys were getting in the ring with people like. When Mad Dog and Crusher got in the ring with the Road Warriors, I mean, nobody believed that they would have a chance with them.
See, that's what killed the Crusher here.
Right.
I think it was the Crusher and the Baron against the Road Warriors, and even here, we always sort of they were never over here, but everybody kind of. The Baron was kind of like a good cult figure,
Sure.
The Crusher didn't really get over, but they kind of laughed at him. But then when they put him in there with the Road Warriors, it was just sort of that was about the end for them.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, definitely. What you're going back to what you're saying. Aside from their, the historical value that these people had with the fans. I mean, the thing that kept them over was the interviews. I mean, people even today, you'll find people who are middle aged and grew up watching the AWA on Sunday morning television, saying, "I will never forget the time that Mad Dog did this. I'll never forget the time that Crusher did this." And those memories, they still have those, and that shows you that kind of shows you the power that these characters had on TV with their interview skills, and the fact that Verne would kind of let them really do what they wanted. They could get on there and try to portray themselves in the way that they wanted, and Verne would not hold them back.
From Glenn Coleman, who goes, "I have a question for Chris. It's actually before Dave and Brian were born." Actually, this is not before I was born, because I remember this stuff distinctly, but it was before Brian was born. And before Vince Jr. took the WWF nationwide, I remember a television federation called the IWA. Chris, you probably remember this. Invading the WWF.
I probably wasn't born yet either.
No, you were.
Okay.
Invading the WWF. The IWA was a promotion that was going national. It was actually the first attempt of that era to go national. They only had a few TV programs before they disappeared forever. They had a strong lineup. Mil Mascaris was the champ. Bulldog Brower was North American champ. The Mongols were the tag team champs. Ernie Ladd was beating everyone up. This was the only time I ever saw Tex McKenzie wrestle. She's probably still scarred for that. Even as a child, I could tell that Tex was awful. This is not the week to say that, but it's true. What happened to the IWA? Did they die a quick death, or did the IWA last a few years before disappearing into oblivion? Chris, do you know the answer to that?
I believe they died pretty quickly. I don't really know the whole story behind that promotion, what actually happened, but they don't have a lot of history. There's not a lot of tapes floating around or anything like that on this promotion.
Yeah, Ron Martinez at the PM Video would probably have a lot of those, because it was his father had a lot to do with it. But what it was Eddie Einhorn.
Was that Ohio?
They were at Cleveland Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
But then, so Eddie Einhorn wanted to start a national wrestling promotion, and I'm not sure what, he's a big-time wrestling fan. He was the owner of the White Sox. And he challenged basically the NWA and the WWF, and his big thing was to go into New York against, Vince McMahon's father.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened was, it was the big promotional war of the 70s. And he went in, he drew very well once in New York at a place called Roosevelt Stadium with Mil Mascaris and I believe Ivan Koloff as his main event. And then Ivan wouldn't do the job, and then, surprise, surprise, Ivan then jumped to the WWF.
Mm.
And a lot of the guys were getting raided away from Einhorn by the other promoters, and then when they would run, wherever Einhorn would run a show, all of a sudden Vince Sr. would send Andre the Giant, who was like the big draw, to that show, whether it would be in, like Ocala, Florida. Eddie Einhorn would have a show, all of a sudden there's a competing show in Ocala, Florida, and Andre the Giant's on the show.
Right.
So anyway, didn't last nationally very long, probably ran out of money, and then they kind of settled in the Carolinas for a couple of years, running against Jim Crockett and basically getting their brains beat out, and then they kind of were out of it. So
I don't think a lot of people really understand, how difficult that probably was to go national at the time. Vince, almost didn't do it. If it weren't for the success of WrestleMania, he probably
he would have failed.
Yeah, he would have failed, and the wrestling would have probably just reverted back to what it was before he really made a dent. But
maybe someone was still going to go. Once cable TV came,
right?
Eventually, somebody was going to go national. If Vince had failed, it would have been Verne who would have.
Well, yeah. I just don't know that if anyone really would have been able to make it work to the extent of what Vince kind of had envisioned that it would be.
Crockett could have if there was no Vince.
Yeah, I think it's debatable what character would have helped them get over. Hogan really probably was the only guy that could get the thing over nationally. I don't know. I just don't know if a person like Ric Flair or Dusty Rhodes would have been the person nationally that could have led another national surge.
No. They wouldn't. I don't know that they would have been as popular as Hogan did. But Hogan got the rub from Mr. T and Cyndi Lauper.
Certainly, yeah.
And had super charisma. The thing is, though, in time, if you have, Flair, let's say Flair and Dusty and the Road Warriors, and Crockett would have signed all of the top guys. He would have signed the Junkyard Dogs and whom, the Jimmy Snukas, if Vince would have failed. And he would have gone with those all-star cards going into Portland, Oregon against Don Owens. Sooner or later, he was going to win. Same as with Vince. When Vince started going to these...
If Vince would have failed, he wouldn't have tried to regroup later on.
Oh, I'm sure he would have.
I think he just had so much desire that if that thing wouldn't have panned out, he would have laid low for a few years and
sure try
give it another shot.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but starting from scratch, as far as starting from established territory, would be different. But it depends on, and would he have the money? Because if he had no money, when you start from scratch going against, say, a Jim Crockett who had a lot of money, and he still might have. He still might have if he was smarter. But it was going to end up being. I mean, Terry Funk knew in the 70s, and I knew in '82 that it was going to end up being one or two companies. At some point, because cable TV made that probable. With Vince, when Vince started going in '84, '85, there were territories that had established, wrestling tradition, and like Carolinas, Vince never drew well at the beginning. Texas, he couldn't draw because the Von Erichs were so over.
Right.
Minneapolis, he drew very well because he had so many of the, Hogan and Gene Okerlund and people like that were, so many of the AWA guys went to Vince. So they did well, but in the areas they didn't do well. I remember when he would go in against Watts. And Watts would beat him 4-1. Like Ross would draw 8,000, he would draw 2,000. And, Watts would just be like, we kicked his ass. But I was always thinking when he did that, he goes, yeah, but he's going to keep coming back, and he's going to keep taking your talent. And you can kick his ass for 3 straight years, or however long it's going to be. But he's got the whole country, and you've got only your few states to draw from, and he's offering wrestlers more money than you are. Mm-hmm. You're not going to, in the long run, he's going to win, and he did.
Right. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think people really understand that it was probably not an easy thing. I don't really know the whole story of behind Vince McMahon the first several years where he really took the promotion under his wing. I don't really know the whole story about that, but it was not an easy trip for him. And to say Pedro Martinez could have done it or anybody else. it was, you had to have a certain marketing game plan. You had to have things in mind. The fact that Vince would tie in the multimedia stars like Mr. T and whatnot with WrestleMania. The whole aura surrounding WrestleMania, the nation really hadn't seen a supercard like that. Whether or not they could have, I don't know, but nobody had the vision quite like Vince had, that's for sure.
Now, Vince had more of an open mind than the other wrestling promoters, and that was one thing that he had going for him. They all had done wrestling for 30 years, so they knew what wrestling was. Unfortunately, they didn't know what wrestling could be because, and Vince, to his credit, Vince had gone to Japan, and no one will say this, but he went to Japan because all the stuff that, not all of it, but 75% of the stuff that Vince did had already been done in Japan. And, that opens your eyes to what could be done rather than what is being done. Like the merchandise. It's like, Sam Mushnick was like, who's going to buy T-shirts of wrestlers? Well, they do in Japan. And Vince created a whole new industry by, with merchandising that these other guys, it wasn't even in their, wrestling is opening up the building, selling tickets to your show, and you make your money on tickets and nothing else. And, Vince had a whole, that whole much bigger vision than those guys. And, eventually, they were dinosaurs because of it.
Yeah, there were very few, you're right, there were very few gimmicks sold through the 60s and 70s. In doing this book, we find very, very few. It only starts in 82 or 83 where you really start to see a lot of things start to sprout up, and then obviously by the time 84 rolls around, everything really changes.
This is from Jason, who goes, I was thinking about the horrible stalker angle. It seems to me they're trying to make it seem like the stalker is performing his actions while Raw is going on. So if he's doing this during Raw, that means it would have to be somebody who is not on Raw or SmackDown. If that's the case, you're right, actually, if you're trying to make sense out of this. I heard a stupid rumor about it being Russ McCullough. It's not.
Yeah, that was stupid.
He's got a bad knee anyway, but he's not even under consideration for that role. Let's go to Ed in Texas.
Guys, how y'all doing today?
Hey, Ed.
Real good.
What I want to talk today about is about Eddie Guerrero. I understand that he's going to be, I don't know if he already has, but he's the rehab for the addiction to painkillers.
I don't know if he's in or not, but that's certainly what the plan is, yeah.
Okay, what I'd like to know is, since it's for painkillers, when he completes his program, how are they going to monitor this, and what is he going to be allowed to take? Is he going to be not allowed to take any pain medication, or how?
That is a very good question. I don't know the answer, and that's a real good question.
Especially with pain medication.
Yeah, I know. Like the NFL with Brett Favre was like MVP a couple of seasons ago, when he had a pain medication, addiction, and he went through rehab. They tested him. He was not even allowed to drink alcohol. It was amazing. He hated, what they, how strict they were with him, and that's like the MVP of the whole league. So,
that's gonna be a real hard thing. Yeah, that's gonna be a real hard thing for Guerrero because, your pain doesn't go away. And
he's been through so much with the car wreck and everything.
If you're addicted,
Yeah, the car wreck.
Yeah. Right.
And whatever it's
and
been.
all his injuries this last year.
Not just this year, but since the age of 18 or 19. He started wrestling at 19, and that's the thing that when he came back from the car wreck, you know what's funny is I really thought that this was sort of what's going to happen because he came back way too soon, and his injuries were way more severe than were let on.
Right.
You know, like you're talking about like broken ankle and hip problems, and I'm thinking like ankles and hips. I mean, that gives you trouble in wrestling even if you were never in a car wreck, and especially a guy who's bumped for all those years like Eddie, and such a great who's going to go in there with that attitude. I got to have a good match. So,
he had that severe liver problem too, right, from the accident.
Like punctured or something
punctured
or something?
Liver, punctured lung, something like that.
Yeah, he had a lot of problems.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bad accident. He got thrown, and so. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to handle his comeback, how they're going to test him, or if they're going to test him. I know Regal, I guess Regal had a pretty similar problem, and Regal gets, Regal, I don't know if he's getting tested regularly now, but Regal came in and they were testing him all the time, but I don't know, like if it's, what their ruling is on painkillers and things like that. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how that's going to be addressed, but they were strictly testing Regal when he made his comeback.
Okay, yeah. And do you know Eddie Guerrero personally?
A little bit.
Okay, do you think he's the type of person that would be able to overcome this problem, or do you think he would be the type to maybe start self-destructing like Kerry Von Erich?
I don't know him well enough to say. I would lean towards the fact that anyone who has gotten as good as he got in wrestling at his size and gotten as far as he did has the capability with that drive of beating this.
Okay. Well, I hope he does.
I mean, he's got the capability as far as like which is he going to end up like Scott Hall or is he going to end up like Steve Regal or William Regal? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows.
Okay. And the other thing I would like to talk about today is I just for some reason came into my head the other day and I was wondering what was the decision to give Tommy Rich the title for only 5 days, and how did they go about getting his mother involved in the match?
Was his mother involved in that match? I mean, I remember his mother doing angles, but I don't remember that match.
Yeah, when him and Harley were fighting outside the match, his mother jumped up and like with both hands started hitting Harley in the back. And Harley was kind of like, hey, you need a back down.
I don't think in the title change. I don't think in the title change, because I remember watching the title change match, and I don't remember that. I think they may have had a match in Atlanta before where they involved the mother. Because she did some wrestling. Peggy Richardson did some wrestling angles.
Okay, well,
as far as him getting.
Did she ever win the tag titles?
No, but she would have if she came along 10 years later, because they were the same person.
Okay.
Did you ever see? You never saw Peggy Rich?
No.
Okay, Judy Bagwell with blonde. She's Judy Bagwell, same person.
Oh, wow.
I mean, exactly the same. I mean, anyway. No, they did an angle in Atlanta. Tommy Rich was the #1 babyface in Atlanta, and they did a thing where he promised that he was going to win the world title from Harley Race, or he was going to retire from wrestling. And the gimmick was that he lost, and he left, and he went back and wrestled in Memphis, which is how they did things in those days. And then they brought him back, 6 months, a year later to Atlanta. And the whole deal was that, he's coming back for only one reason, to get the world title. So at that point, he pretty much had to get it. And so they gave it to him for whatever it was, 4 or 5 days. I guess Barnett got that done. And there's a million rumors. I tend to think they're not true, but they've been around for 20 years.
Never know.
No, I don't know. So, but anyway, so this is the basic situation. They gave it to him for 5 days, so it was kind of like explaining why he could come back. They kind of had to give it to him at that point, yeah.
Okay, and then one last thing before I go is you guys have been talking a lot about the lucha, and I used to watch it a lot back in the Art Bar Blue Panther era. I used to always watch it back then, but I haven't watched it the last few years, and I was just wondering, what guys are putting on the good matches so I know when to watch?
Same
I don't
guys
watch,
when you were watching before.
Blue Panther! Blue Panther's excellent. Black Warrior.
With the exception of Art Bar, it's pretty much the same guys.
That's what I'm afraid of, because there were some bad guys like what's his name,
Right, yeah, let's go. Well, he's even worse now.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the exact same crew. They're just all 7 years older.
Okay. Is it the same minis, or are they different minis now?
Some of them are the same. I think most of them are different. But it's funny that they have a new Masquerita Sagrada and a new Octagon Cedo, and they're actually maybe the Octagon Cedo is even better than the original.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and one little question about the minis. I know like a lot of them are midgets or dwarfs, but sometimes some of them they look like they're like little kids, and I was wondering, do they put kids in there, or are they all midgets or dwarfs?
I'm pretty sure they're all really midgets.
Yeah. I don't think they have anyone in it that's...
The Mini Goldust, he looked like he was like a kid. He didn't,
Mini Goldust? I missed that era.
It was, no. But,
I sometimes think that when I see Mini La Parka. What was that?
They had like the Mini Mankind, the Mini Vader.
Okay, no, the Mini, yeah, those were Pena's guys that they brought to, that's right, Pena, that's right, that's when Pena was infatuated with WWF, and he gave, those were the, like, Mini Mankind and Mini Vader were Espectritos 1 and 2, given new gimmicks, because Pena had watched some WWF and decided to just recreate, because remember the Mini Paul Bearer? And,
yeah, I remember, like, when they had the Royal Rumble here, they had, like, a big AAA show, basically. They had, like, about seven or 8 matches almost.
Oh, when they brought, in the dark match, they brought in, like, all those guys, and they had one match on TV that, like, nobody reacted to.
Yeah, it was, they had the worst guys except for Heavy Metal in that match.
Yeah.
Like, Konak and Aguayo and...
Yeah, they brought in all the old... They brought in all the old guys, because those were the names that the WWF knew. It was like, well, we're going to San Antonio for the Royal Rumble, and... we've got this giant stadium, and we really need to get the Latino population in, so what will we do? Let's bring in Perro Aguayo and Mil Mascaras. And they did. And actually, Mil Mascaras, they put him in the Rumble, and I was like telling him, you don't want Mil Mascaras in there. He's like 60 years old. And then he went out there, and he did good.
Yeah, he was pretty over. I was like about 50.
Yeah, I know he was. It was scary. Because I go, you want the modern guys that the fans know, and these guys. See, Mil Mascaras of all the Mexicans was the only one that was a superstar, really a superstar in the United States. Everyone that was around pro wrestling in the 70s knew him because he was like Bill Apter's favorite wrestler. He was on the cover of a million magazines. He sold out Madison Square Garden. He was a super draw in L.A. So when you would think of, Mexican wrestlers in that era, everybody that grew up in that era, they knew no one but Mil Mascaras. A few people sort of knew Konek because he was big in Japan. And almost nobody even knew Perro Aguayo. So it was kind of like, well, we got to, But, yeah, Mascaras, he did a good job for his age. He did a plancha and everything.
Yeah. Okay, guys, that's pretty much all I had. Thanks for taking my call.
Okay, cool. Okay.
One thing real quick about the minis, because we just had that last caller asking if some were little kids. I'm not sure which is which, but there actually is a difference between the midgets and the dwarves. Whereas...
And enanos, which is like dwarfs, yeah. Minis and enanos.
I think it's the midgets have short arms and short legs, and that's why they're small.
The enanos are the ones with it. And the minis
and then there's the dwarves, or whichever the other ones were, they just are small human beings, and that's why they look like little kids.
It's backwards. The minis are the ones who just look like small people, and the enanos, or the dwarfs, are the ones with the features where they would have those were like the old pro wrestling midgets, which were all actually dwarfs.
Yeah.
As opposed to actually midgets. From the Cowboy Lang days and, Lord Littlebrook and Sky Lolo type of guys.
Mm-hmm.
This is from Frank Jewett, who says, earlier this week you had reported the WF had stopped the bleeding when Raw drew a 4.3 rating. I understand you were referring to the 8 straight weeks of decline, but the 4.3 was still a half point lower than the average for those 8 weeks. It doesn't seem like a positive. No, it's just, they've been declining like 2 3/10 of a point, several weeks, and it's just the fact that they went up, and it was very slight. But just the fact they didn't go down, I thought was, a victory. It's not like a 4.3 is a good rating as compared to what Raw has done, even 6 weeks ago, because it's not. Quarterly ratings for Raw and SmackDown have dropped for 4 consecutive quarters, including the current quarter. That means 3-month periods, the quarters, and I would suspect quarter-to-quarter drops are going to continue for a while. But anyway, historically, it appears that quarter 3 and 4 are weaker for some reason. 3 and 4. I mean, the fourth quarter for wrestling usually goes down because of, as far as like in the old days, because of competition from football. But, as far as like which affects Raw, I don't think it really should affect SmackDown. But the fourth quarter should be affected by the fact that there's a new fall season, usually kind of cuts a little bit away from SmackDown.
quarter 3 usually is SmackDown's best quarter because it's going against no competition, but I don't know that it's going to be this year because all rules seem out the window. But anyway, he goes, if this is true, the WF may not be able to turn the ratings around until January 2002 at the earliest. As far as turning around a full quarter return, there's so many, that may very well be right. That may very well be right. This is for Chris. What would be the videotape of the oldest pro wrestling match that I could purchase? From Johnny Dark.
Oh boy, the match that we know that does exist somewhere is the Hackenschmidt Gotch match from Chicago, and I can get.
It does exist?
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard that exists. I mean, I know that they had film of it. I know they filmed it.
Yeah, they filmed it, and
you should be able to do like the transfer to videotape if anyone's ever done it.
Right.
It's just a question of where the tape is. I mean, I know that at the Wrestling Museum in Newton, Iowa, they have the Earl Caddick Joe Stecker match from 1920 in Madison Square Garden. That's the oldest tape that I'm aware of.
Right.
I've never seen it. I have some tapes of like Strangler Lewis and stuff from the 30s. Strangler Lewis Dick Shitcat from, what's it called, Madison Square Garden Bowl, I think in 1934 is the oldest tape that I've seen. But I've never heard that they had that one. But do you know who has it or anything?
Not offhand, no. But we did find someone that they claim to have had it. But I'll have to get back. I can get back to you on that for sure.
Yeah. I mean the 1920 thing.
I mean they filmed it and I guess they sold it and they sold the rights to it in different towns where they would actually play in movie theaters.
Right.
And that was.
That's where Hackenschmidt made all his money, was because he got a percentage of the movie rights.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's the earliest one that I was aware of. Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in Phoenix. Mike, what's going on?
Good, and Brian, Chris, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Hey.
Hey, I've got a list of my top 10 wrestling uncollectibles.
Okay.
You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Okay. Number 1, the WoW pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Number 2, the Vince McMahon lie detector. Number 3, Dusty Rhodes commentary on Saturday nights.
Oh, God.
Oh, come on. Some of that stuff is great.
Okay,
not every week, though.
Shane McMahon dance tape.
WrestlingSucks.com. Brian, do you know that website, the where they make fun of wrestling?
WrestleCrap.com, is that what it's called?
Yeah, WrestleCrap.
I'm sure the Dusty commentary is probably on there.
Yeah. I used to love, I would be, when going on the road, and you would hit that, what's it called, the transcription? You know where they would, like, for the hearing impaired? For Dusty? Yeah. And they would just, like, give up. They would give up trying to transcribe what he was saying.
Mind you, TV has closed captioning. I wonder if it would work on old tapes, because I have some of those old tapes with Dusty doing commentary.
Would they be worse?
No. He's going through his list of the 10 things.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Okay, Best of Al Snow tape.
No, you missed the Shane McMahon one. No one heard that.
Shane McMahon's dance tape.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Let's see, Stephanie McMahon acting lessons tape.
No tape exists.
Wrestling pay-per-view.
The what? Heroes of Wrestling?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's top of the list.
That's got to be right.
In fact, that's a must-see, though.
It is. This is the Sheik match. Everyone has to see the Sheik match so they can never say this is the worst match of all time until at least it can compare with that Sheik match.
Just so you can see his belly button.
Oh, God.
Vince Russo's booking ideas.
Hey, he had some good ones when Vince, like, filtered them, you know? But, no, Vince Russo's unfiltered booking ideas.
All of Hogan's movies.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah.
And this is the best one, I think. Triple H's book, How to Put Someone Over, with a foreword by Buff Bagwell and Lex Luger.
But Triple H will always get away with it. With those guys, people will see through them. That's why he's so much smarter than everyone else. I talked to somebody yesterday. We were talking about like Triple H and Hogan, someone in the WWF, about that, and they were just going like, you know, I mean, he's even more clever than Hogan ever was, and Hogan was pretty clever and self-serving when he was in that company too.
I think I was reading your email you sent me about that, and a lot of very good points in that email that people haven't thought about when it comes to Triple H and the timing of his injury and what he has left behind.
Yeah. Oh yeah. As far as like the current WWF scene and the next couple of months.
Austin, he left behind Austin as a lackey. He left behind a bunch of guys that he destroyed and not put over, and you know.
And now Benoit's hurt too. They're thin. The only one he really put over was the only ones he put over were Undertaker and sort of Kane, and they're limited because nobody really wants to see them in main events.
And they were over anyway. So what did that really mean?
Yeah.
Great, you put Undertaker over. He was over before.
He's been over for 10 years, yeah.
Exactly.
The thing about Triple H is, I would not expect him to come back as a heel. The way they've been doing the interviews and naturally just coming back from an injury, you'd think they'd put the guy as a babyface.
He should come back as a face. It's ready-made. It's a ready-made angle. Him against someone. It shouldn't be Austin, and then saving him in Austin for like the second program. I mean, that's how I would for sure do it.
I think Austin, he is getting a lot of stack for being a heel, and the thing doesn't work and whatnot. But I just tell you, I mean, the guy is phenomenal. I think being a heel has really shown that he's so universally talented. I mean, just being able to.
Yeah, you can't fault Austin. That's the whole deal.
Right.
Oh, I
mean, you can fault the company for making a stupid move,
right,
and hurting merchandise sales or whatever happened, but you cannot fault Austin.
You cannot fault Austin's work rate. I mean, I hate when people like knock Austin as a performer because it's like I think they don't know what they're talking about.
No.
I mean, he's not Benoit, but I mean, you're talking about a guy, with millions of dollars in the bank, with a neck injury, and I mean, going out there doing 25-minute matches, not every night, but I mean, he's done plenty of them in the last couple of weeks, and they're great matches.
Well, and wait till you watch the Austin main event last night when he does a superplex to Benoit off the very top rope and pretty much lands on his own head. I was just watching it and going. In fact, I thought of who was it the other day that was talking about. I think they were talking about Dynamite Kid, or they were talking about somebody who they came back after an injury and they ended up in a wheelchair. And I was just watching this and I went, "Is this really worth your $8 million a year?" And whether it is or not, you cannot fault this guy for anything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now the way he's working the crowd and trying to get himself over as a heel, you can tell on TV he's working extra hard to try to get his character over as a heel, and whether it's working or not, I don't really know, but you're right. You certainly can't fault the guy for his effort.
Anything else, Mike?
Yeah, Dave. Can we talk about my name again?
What?
Your
name?
Sure. Smash Mouth again.
Okay. Yeah. What about it?
I mean, what was the deal?
No, it's I think as far as
I don't understand. Whoever was on, Dave Republic or whatever.
Dave Republic, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we were talking more about at the beginning. It's more important to learn to wrestle and don't worry about so much. I mean, the name the name is fine. If you're a great worker, you could have any name you want, and somehow, unless it's a really bad one, and it's okay. But it's like, I don't know. It's like to me, I don't really understand worrying too much about your name and your gimmick for the first year or two that you're in, and then when you're in and you know what your strengths are, kind of do a name based on your strengths, maybe, perhaps. I don't know, Brian. What do you think?
Really, in the grand scheme of things, the name it doesn't actually matter at all. I mean, Hulk Hogan. I mean, that is the most old school. His name is Hulk. His first name is supposed to be Hulk. And, nobody thinks about that. They just see him as Hulk Hogan. Look at the Big Show. I mean, what kind of a name is Big Show? It doesn't even matter. Hunter Hearst Helmsley is still that dude's name from back when he had the Greenwich, snob gimmick, which he totally has not done for years now. But it's still the same name, and, nobody even thinks about it. So, I mean, when all's said and done, it does not even matter what your name is. Just you worry about your work and your body and everything else, and, everything will fall into place.
When you say that, I always remember during the early 90s, there was something on TV where they showed Jim Herd in production and back in WCW where they would actually go through character development and have sketches of what the wrestler would look like with his costume on, and I always remember them having a sketch of El Gigante.
And he goes, "This guy's going to make us so much money." I remember that.
Yeah, Jim Herd was so gung-ho, well, he's going to wear red tights or whatever.
It didn't matter what he wore.
It didn't matter what he wore. It didn't matter what his name was. He's going to suck either way.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Yes.
I got just one more thing, then I'll get off, okay?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, Brian, how about I be Chico Smash Mouth and we have a tag team? It's money. It's money.
I've been looking for a partner. I'm waiting for my 9-year deal at $40 a night, though. Until then, no way. We've had a rash of calls lately from people trying to get into wrestling, haven't we? Or is it just me?
Yes, no, we have. And emails as well. We need to get Thatcher on again, too.
Yeah.
A couple of things here. This is from Mike Hendrickson, who goes, I was on John McAdams' website earlier. And he makes some comment about my hair. It's probably a picture from the 80s. Anyway, on WWF tape. What?
Hey, Dave, did you ever see that picture that was of you in the book called Theater in a Squared Circle?
Yeah, because I've seen the book. Yeah, they had a chapter on me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I just want to see if you saw it.
I don't remember.
How about the ones of you in Wrestling World a couple of months ago?
Oh, my God. That was like a year ago. Oh, my God. Those were from 1990. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
You go back to that. There's a photo in the new book of ours. It's of Jim Cornette from a WFIAA, I think, convention.
Oh, God, like when he was like a little kid?
Yeah, he's probably about 17 or 18 years old.
Yeah, because Jim Cornette and Eddie Gilbert and Brian Hildebrand used to go to those conventions. Like, that was even before my time.
Right, and it's really funny. He's got his camera in one hand and a trophy in the other and a ribbon on. He's got this grin on his face that is just priceless.
Fan of the year or something like that.
Yeah, right, fan of the year picture, yeah.
That guy, Jim Cornette, when it comes to 1980s and 1970s, he has so much knowledge. I mean, I thought I was good when it comes to that era, and when I did those tapes with him, it was just like, how does anyone have this much knowledge of these obscure things?
Well, I mean,
I think about that with you, so I can't even imagine Cornette.
Right.
Oh, it's not. I'm not even comparable to Cornette when it comes to that era.
That's
I mean, like
scary.
when it comes to like Japan or Mexico, I mean, I know a lot more than he does, but when it comes to those territories, especially in the Southeast, there's nobody alive who possibly could. Oh, my God. Anyway, he goes, there's a rundown of 2 matches in 1991 between John Tenta and Koji Kitao, who apparently in the first match, Tenta messed up a couple of spots on purpose to embarrass Kitao, and then the second match, Kitao wouldn't cooperate at all, giving the ref a legit kick and having a standoff with Kitao before grabbing the mic and saying that pro wrestling is fake. I had never heard this story before, and I want to know if it really happened.
It's true.
Oh, it happened. The story behind this is that it's kind of an involved story, but John Tenta was a sumo wrestler in Japan at the same time Koji Kitao was. And John Tenta was not really a great sumo wrestler, although he was a name. Koji Kitao was a superstar in sumo. He was a grand champion. In Japanese culture, I mean, in Japanese sports culture, he's probably equivalent to Shaq or somebody like that. I mean, he was like mainstream athlete, and Tenta was just a guy. They both went into pro wrestling. Tenta went in a couple of years earlier. Tenta ended up being a pretty decent star as Earthquake in the WWF before his career faded into mediocrity. But anyway, this was a little bit right after that. Tenta was still a pretty big star in pro wrestling. Kitao went in, was Kitao was a total flop in pro wrestling. He was a total flop in everything, actually. Even in sumo, even though he was a superstar in sumo and threw some like 90-year-old woman through a window and got kicked out of sumo for discipline. Went into pro wrestling as you would figure he would. Was a flop there. So anyway, he was supposed to work with Tenta. And they wanted Tenta to go over, and Kitao was like, he would put people over, and he never really got pro wrestling anyway. It was like, how come I lariat somebody like Vader, and he doesn't go down, but Ricky Choshu lariats him, and he goes down, and it's like, well, because Ricky Choshu's a superstar, and Vader will sell for him, he ain't going to sell for you because you suck. You know what I mean? But I'm bigger than, you know what I mean? But I'm bigger, because he was like, 6'6", 375. I'm bigger than him, he should go down. And it's like, no, he's not going to go down for you, sorry. So anyway, he ended up getting kicked out of...
logical thinking.
Yeah, anyway, he didn't have a lot of that, and he got kicked out of one company after another, and finally Tenryu took him, because Tenryu had a good heart for failed sumos, because he was for sumos that failed in pro wrestling, because he was a sumo who succeeded in pro wrestling. So they booked him with Tenta. Tenta was supposed to go over. Kitao cried, I shouldn't do a job for him. I'm a superstar in sumo. He was a preliminary guy in sumo. So they had a screwed-up finish. So then they had a rematch, and everybody's temper was hot at this point. And everybody kind of thought, believe it or not, this is kind of funny, but in those days, because they didn't have such thing as UFC, and nobody really knew who was tough, but, Earthquake was a huge guy. He's like probably 440 pounds by then. And everybody thought in wrestling that this guy, Ming and Earthquake are the 2 toughest guys in wrestling. And who knows, maybe they were. Nobody knows. So it was like, Kabuki, who was Earthquake's original trainer, just goes, don't let him look good. So, they go in there, and it's obvious that Tenta is not going to sell nothing for this guy. And Kitao realizes that, there's something really weird going on here, And Tenta's just like, they're trying to do stuff, and Tenta's being totally uncooperative.
And it's like, and Tenta's getting ready to fight, and Kitao sees he's getting ready to fight, and so Kitao's sort of getting ready to fight, and they both stare at each other like forever, because they're both like, you could see they're both trying to play tough guy, and they were both scared to death, you know what I mean? Neither of them wanted to fight, but it was like Tenta was kind of like told, and all these guys, because Hogan was there, and Savage, the whole WWF was on tour. And he was like, there, this is the tough guy. He's the real deal. John Tenta, right? You don't mess with John Tenta. So Tenta couldn't back down because it was like that would kill his rep. And Kitao, wouldn't back down either because, he thought, hey, when we did real sports, I kicked his ass. You know what I mean? So he wasn't afraid of him. So they're just kind of standing there doing nothing. And then finally, Kitao just grabs the house mic, realizing the futility of this and the fact that no one's going to hit the other one, and just goes, all this pro wrestling stuff is fake. And then they cut off his mic, and he leaves, and he got fired. Wow. So that's the story. Buddy Rose did that. Buddy Rose did that once at the Cow Palace. Did you ever hear about that, Brian? Buddy Rose was wrestling, and I don't know who it was, but there was something happened. There was probably a problem with the payoff with Roy Shires. I don't remember the whole story, but he got on the PA and started talking about, you fans, don't you know, this stuff is like all fake? And they, Roy Shires pulled the juice on the mic, and but it really happened, which I thought was this in the 70s. So anyway.
To think after the first John Tenta match, they didn't just put the kibosh on it, they signed a rematch.
Yeah.
It had to be Inoki's idea, somehow.
No,
somehow
Inoki
he was involved with this.
Inoki had nothing to do with that one. This is from Heath. This is a good one. I've heard on and off for years about the rocky problems between Hogan and Savage. Can you give a brief? You can't do this one briefly. What are the problems between the two, and why can't they get along? Chris, you want to try the Hogan Savage stories?
I'm sorry?
It just kind of depends on the day.
Yeah. Do you want to try the Hogan Savage? The history of Hogan and Savage not getting along?
Are you asking me?
What's that?
Anyone.
Well, doesn't it have to do with their egos?
Probably.
Yeah.
It started over the divorce with Elizabeth because Savage thought that Hogan's wife convinced Elizabeth to leave, and for real. So that's where the problem started. And then Hogan left the WWF without doing the job for Bret Hart. So a lot of people thought he was unprofessional, including Savage. So there was more. So when Hogan was gone, for all that period, it's like, if he ever came back, I'm going to kick his ass. Savage used to tell people that all the time. Then Hogan came back, and they were best of friends. But so then when Hogan was gone for good, they did that. Do you guys remember the setup on the WWF radio show?
Vaguely.
There was a deal where they called up Hogan. Okay, this was during that period when Hogan had left the WWF, all right? And he was not rated by WCW for another year. So this is that year period where, that interim year where Hogan was not in WWF, but there was no rumors he was going to WCW by this point. It was long before Bischoff ever contacted him. So he's just kind of like doing New Japan and doing Thunder in Paradise. And they give him a call, and they go, hey, why don't you come on the WWF radio show? And he's thinking about doing it, and I'm not sure what happened. He didn't say yes, he didn't say no. And all of a sudden, that show he was supposed to call into, which he didn't, Savage was on, and Savage does this diatribe. Hulk Hogan ruined our company by lying on Arsenio Hall. The whole bit, every dark thing about Hulk Hogan you could do, and he was going to do it with Hogan on the phone right there, but Hogan didn't call in, so they did that. Then a couple of years later, when Hogan got him the job in WCW, and they both made tons of money together, and they were fine, and they partied together, and they were best friends, and now who knows what they are. Depends on the economics.
I always thought it had mostly to do with just the other was the real star, and the other put the other over.
Well, I'm sure Savage's feeling was he was a million times better performer, but Hogan got all the glory. Mm-hmm. And Hogan's thing was, I'm sure Hogan thought, hey, I was the one who drew all the money, which he really, Savage was a good draw, but, not in Hogan's league.
Mm-hmm, right.
So, you have that natural thing, but, so. Let's go to Chris. Chris, what's up?
Hi, how's it going?
Going good.
I want to know if I can talk about the Stalker in Montreal and if Shawn Michaels is coming back.
You can talk about anything you want. I don't care.
I was kidding.
We can talk about Montreal all day. I don't care.
Did Russo book that Tenta and that Tenta angle over there in Japan? Sounds like a Jeff Jarrett Hogan thing.
That sounds like something he would actually script. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It sounds like something
like, now you guys just stand there forever. Everyone will think it's a shoot. That'll be great for ratings.
Yeah, it'll be cute.
Yeah.
And then they could call Tenta fat and up the ratings too.
Well, that's what killed the whole company was they couldn't call people fat.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, I just wanted to know. I wanted to ask one question to Chris and then ask you about WWF. What's considered the most valuable, if there is, like one specific item that's like the most sought after, most valuable item of wrestling memorabilia?
The most valuable that we've come across, and this is hard to top, is there's a. I might have talked about this on the last time I was on, but there's a.
I think you did, yeah.
There's a bronze cast of Andre the Giant's hand and arm, and it's owned by Nick Bockwinkel.
He got it from Bosch, right?
Right.
Yeah, I remember sticking my hand in it like years and years ago. The Giant. Yeah, Paul Bosch had it in his office for years and years.
And Vern is apparently he's selling it through Vern's website. You can even see it. It's on one of Vern's websites, and he's trying to sell it for $1 million.
Wow.
Oh my God, that's not worth $1 million. Take my word
now,
for
like
it.
if you want to come back down to reality and pick the most worthwhile collectible, aside from belts, which are really very hard to pinpoint the price of what a belt is worth. The Ric Flair robes are probably the most single valuable item out there. They typically go for about $5,000 to $6,000. The people that we've met that buy them purchase them for those prices. And I mean they're genuine collectible. I mean they're ring worn, they're handmade, they're really beautiful works of art. But if those that's probably the from a real standpoint what something is really worth. I would say one of the Flair robes probably.
Oh, okay. As far as King of the Ring goes, are they building to angle, like going for the second one in a row since nobody's ever done that, and then trying to create
that's teaching the storyline.
Yeah, they were pushing it hard tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm figuring Angle's going to the finals. Yeah, I don't know if they even bracketed the whole thing out. I mean, it's like we were talking about before. Cornette probably has every match booked and every finish booked 6 weeks ago. These guys, they're going to come up with it the week before the show and then figure out like.
Who do you think would be like the choice is the guy to go over Angle since Benoit's not in it, and there's
they still have they only have 4 guys in right now, so there's 4 more guys left, and it's hard to say right now. I kind of think what they'll probably end up doing is Angle go to the finals and lose, even though I'd like to see him go to the finals and win, but I don't think it'll happen. But at least we'll get 4 Angle matches on one show.
It looks like they're setting it up where he'll either just get the 2 in a row and have something else to brag about now after the King of the Ring, or he'll go for that, and then whoever beats him in the finals would go over as this big babyface for stopping him from getting that goal, the goal that nobody's ever done of winning it 2 in a row. Like, Jeff Hardy's the only one I can think of right now, but I don't see him doing it. But somebody like that, maybe even Edge, if they decide to push Edge as a face, and since they're kind of friends anyway, maybe there'd be some kind of angle there. But I don't, I just was wondering if you had any idea of who they have in mind to go in.
I don't know. I think we'll have a lot better idea after TV this week, because at least then we'll know who the 8 guys are going to be.
Okay. And as far as the 3-way match that they're going to do with Benoit, Jericho, and Austin, do you see this going in as just a way of? I mean, I don't think they're going to give either one of those guys the title, but it looks like if they do, one is going to pin the other, one's going to pin the other, and not Austin. But is this just going to be some way that they're going to finagle for Austin to keep the title and then go back to Undertaker Austin or something? I mean,
they're not going back to Undertaker Austin.
Oh, good, okay. It just
every day that passes, I think more and more that it's going to be, especially after last night with Jericho and McFoley, that Jericho's going to turn on Benoit.
It does seem that way because he keeps stressing how he wants to do it on his own, and since he's been calling Austin a slut for selling out to Vince, it seems like logically he's going to do the same.
That's such a heel thing for him to do himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and then like he ends up being the one with Stephanie because there's good chemistry there. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea.
Yeah, I think that would work actually if Triple H is willing to let Stephanie go with somebody else. Which
that'd be the best thing for business.
They're all looking a little too far forward in the future with that particular thing right there.
Did you think it was a mistake to have Undertaker scare away the guy that was going to invade from WCW last night? I mean, not that they said who it was, but it seemed like here's Undertaker scaring away whoever was going to make do the run-in tonight, even though they didn't say who it was.
I think that
it just kind of makes it look like, you know what I mean? I mean, everybody's scared of the Undertaker anyway, supposedly, in the storylines, for the most part anyway, other than, Hunter and people like that, but it seems like...
He's the only one.
Yeah, I think...
Even Austin backed down to him, remember?
Austin did, yeah. Maybe Rock wouldn't be scared, but Hunter's pretty much not scared of anything, so... You don't like the Spike Molly angle? the way it's played out.
I like the beginning of it, and it's been enough. I've had it.
That's what I like about it, though. I kind of like how it's so corny and so hokey that it's like, I don't know, there's something about it I still like, you know.
It's kind of like one of those things where for like a good example would be Heroes of Wrestling. I mean, when I watched that show, I was laughing my ass off for about half of it, and it was awesome. And then after a while, it was like, oh my God, I can't handle anymore.
This is not as bad as Heroes of Wrestling. Nothing is that bad.
It's not, but that's the whole deal. I mean, it was funny and hokey for a while, but after a while, too much hokiness for me.
Yeah. And last question about the painkiller topic. If one of the top guys would have come in, it's probably happened already, but if somebody, say Hunter, Rock, Austin, Undertaker, whatever, had the same kind of problem that Eddie Guerrero had, how do you think they would handle it as far as, I know they probably wouldn't do the same.
If they had what Eddie Guerrero had, they would handle it the exact same way.
As soon as he announced that he was leaving, he would be suspended.
I think that they would handle, if it was Hunter and he came in and there was something like that, I think they would handle exactly the same. Now, the Brian Lawler thing, I think, would have been handled differently if it had been somebody else. But the Eddie Guerrero thing, I think no matter who it was, they would have handled exactly the same.
But they wouldn't have, because I don't know anything about this, but hasn't Shawn Michaels had these problems for a long time, and they really couldn't, they had to kind of cater to
it. Was a different WWF. If you're talking about in another era, like in that bad era, right. They would have just said, well, we need to keep this guy on the playing field, and.
The only person right now that they might have to protect would be Austin because, with Rock out and with Hunter out.
Oh, God, I know.
Yeah, if he would have come in and all of a sudden had a painkiller addiction or something and was in bad shape and, showed up unable to perform, then they might, you know what I mean? How would they handle it? Because then who's on top?
You're right. If right now with Benoit questionable and everything like that, if it had been Austin, there'd be a lot of soul searching going on because that's a tough one. Yeah, I don't know for sure what they would do. I would think that they would probably. God, that would be hard to do the same thing. That's under a lot of pressure. That one would be, yeah.
But if a guy is unable to perform in the ring, they really don't have much of a choice. I mean, they're putting his safety at risk. They're putting the opponent at risk.
Yep.
They're putting the company at risk.
Well, they would put it this way: if he showed up, if he showed up, they would take him off television. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Right. But as far as like sending him to rehab right now, or going like, oh my God, can we keep him through the pay-per-view?
Yeah.
If it was Austin right now with the depth thin. That'd be a real tough decision. I don't know what they would do.
As far as that goes, and as far as like making it, they haven't made the other two public, but would they even make that statement that Steve Austin was sent home because he was in no condition to perform, or would they, maybe try and work everything?
They might in that situation work an injury.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's
rather than say it publicly, yeah. But it would probably get out anyway. It's pretty hard for something like that not to get out.
Okay. All right, that's okay. I just wanted to thank you for putting up those the features, the parodies, the collectibles, and all of that for me.
Thanks a bunch for writing them, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Dave, are you going down to Louisville for the Last Dance show?
You know what? I wish I was, but we're not.
Okay.
Al and I were actually just talking about it like the day before yesterday about doing that.
Yeah,
because
it'll be fun.
Yeah, I know. Especially watching that TV, it was like, geez, I haven't wanted to see a wrestling show probably since WrestleMania as much as this one. I mean, just tremendous television. By the book build-up. Anyway, we're here.
It sounds like they got a couple more people that they're going to name that would be special guests. They don't have the fabulous ones there scheduled yet or anybody like that.
I don't know that they're going to bring them in because they already brought them in last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're bringing. Actually, I think that pretty much what's announced now is pretty much what it is.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Good.
Yeah, because he actually gave me like the whole where it was going to end up a couple of weeks ago, and it's pretty much. I think pretty much everyone's been announced publicly that's going to be there.
Okay.
And there's the matches that are still. I mean, all the WF talents already. It's going to be the Dudleys again. Not the Dudleys. It's going to be Malenko and Saturn against Brock Lesnar and Shelton Benjamin. Flash Flanagan against Chris Jericho. Undertaker against Leviathan. And what's the other WWF guys? Kurt Angle. I'm assuming it's going to be Kurt Angle and Ron Waterman against the Disciples of Pain.
Is Eric Angle injured right now?
Eric Angle, he tore his tricep and then. After the surgery, he got his arm infected, so now they got to redo the surgery, so he's going to be out for like 4 months.
Okay.
Yeah, so originally it was going to be Kurt and Eric.
Right.
This is from Rob Bahari.
The funny thing on that TV was Sin and Leviathan walking around looking for Undertaker. They did a separate
yeah, that wasn't at the WWF, with that WWF truck in the background?
Oh, yeah. It was so classic because they're going up to like Harvey Whippleman and everybody.
Where's Undertaker?
You just see Sin on camera, and she's asking where Undertaker is. And for some reason, nobody seems to notice this giant Leviathan until he walks into the screen. Like he's somehow hiding behind the cameraman the whole time. It was great.
Oh, and it's so... Just the idea of sin in the WF locker room. There's just something about
and
that.
You know, like she when she goes up to Undertaker, she goes, "Do you know who this is? This is a demon from hell." He just looks at him. Oh, God.
and then they open up the locker room door, and then the Undertaker's just sitting there all calm, spitting his tobacco. And, the Undertaker's going like, hey, I'm down with the devil too, call your guy. He'll give you my resume. It was like, so weird. Let's see. The original, this is from Robert Bahari, who goes, the original Octagon Cito, which was the one from like 7 years ago, started with the MLL when he was 17. The newer one, which is the one that's awesome, started when he was 16. AAA has a guy called Nino de la Calle who was barely 5 feet tall, but wrestles with the normal guys, and he started wrestling when he was 14. Rey Mysterio started when he was 14 also.
Yeah.
So, Rey Mysterio was originally supposed to be a mini, and they just decided not to make him a mini. Good for him, huh?
Is he like 5'2"? He's right on that. He's right on that limit there.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I guess Randy Savage was on KTVU, which is Channel 2 here this morning, doing a guest weatherman spot. Actually, somebody called me up about that. Let's see. Baby Dolls.
Is it in conjunction with that report that you had about Rena Mero doing a used car lot sales pitch or something like that?
Oh, yeah, for that thing in Rochester and Vegas, yeah.
Okay, yeah. The Headbangers are doing one here in Philadelphia for some tattoo shop. They don't even
see, she's in good company.
Yeah, they don't even mention who they are. They're just sitting there.
Well, the Rena Mero one, they don't say who she is either, which is really scary to show how far she's fallen, where she's just some woman.
Right.
Let's see. Al, what did Boss Rutan say? This goes, did you hear Boss Rutan call out Eddie? What happened there?
It wasn't. Boss had asked Eddie about his comments towards Pride and things like that. To be honest with you, I was only half listening to the interview because I was doing 16 other things at once, and no people in the chat room. I wasn't doing what you think I was doing, but basically, if you go to the underground to mixedmartialarts.com, there's a kind of a review as to what Boss had said. It was basically like comments about Stephen Quadros and things of that nature, and Eddie just basically said, I've never really heard Quadros' comments on Pride, during the show. I've never heard the commentary, so I can't really, comment on it. And basically, the whole thing about Eddie saying that there are works in Pride and and things of that nature. If you listen to the archive, it's a really good... Actually, Boss was great. He was on with us for an hour, almost an hour and a half. It was really good stuff.
Yeah, I like Boss. I mean, he's got quite a personality.
And quite the drinker as well. Now, never try to drink Boss under the table. You will lose.
Okay. Let's go. We'll try to get through these calls as quick as we can. We've got a full bank of calls. Let's go to Dave in Toronto. Dave, what's up?
Hi, how you doing, fellas?
Hey, Dave.
I was wondering if you had any insight on whether or not Tough Enough will be aired in Canada at all.
I don't know.
You don't get MTV up there?
No, we don't. We get Much Music. It's like the Canadian version, but they don't have Heat or anything on there.
Probably not.
Wow. Count on it then.
No?
No.
All right, too bad for me, I guess.
Yeah. We'll be reviewing it because it's going to be Brian's favorite show.
All right.
Oh, it will.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay, let's go to Jason in Oklahoma.
Hey, Dave.
Hey.
This is another one of those brasher calls that Brian was talking about.
Oh, get in the business?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is one that I don't think you've answered before. I'm almost 17. I'll be going to college when I'm 18. I want to know if I should train and go to wrestling school while I'm in college or wait till I'm 21 or 22 out of college.
Well, it depends on if you can handle it.
Oh, I've already started going to the gym 4 times a week and getting ready.
I'm just talking about if you can handle doing college and training to wrestle and not have it affect your college.
Yeah, well, I was
People have done that. Actually, that's a pretty good time to do it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do it, do it. I mean, but if you end up, doing horrible in school, I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to plan my college kind of around where I go, because where I'm at, the only thing we have is the Underground Hardcore Wrestling Federation. All they are guys running around hitting each other with trash cans.
That's not the place to go to learn.
Avoid that one.
Yeah, and then we got the new Mid-South Wrestling, and the biggest thing they ever promote is special guest appearance by the Honky Tonk Man.
That's a good one to avoid.
Yeah. So I'd have to go out of state, and I just don't. I was thinking of somewhere pretty good. I mean, in 4 years.
Something else you can do is, just go to school and don't worry about the pro wrestling yet, but do a lot of amateur wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah, you join an amateur wrestling club, but if it'd probably be good to do like a year of amateur wrestling, but like big great amateur wrestling background if you really want to go pro. I don't know how, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just something to do if you don't want to go out of state to find another wrestling school that's near the college you want to go to.
Yeah.
If you have nothing in your area,
I
would recommend like for what?
I was thinking about going to OVW.
Well, they got colleges there, like University of Louisville and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
not
worried
to go to class while you're there too. You only work 2 days a week.
Yeah. I'm not worried about the gimmick or anything right now, like you guys said. I'm worried about like getting the education. I want to be one of the guys that Dave writes about in the Observer, saying, "Great work rate."
Danny Davis is doing a pretty good job on that stuff, I'll tell you, as far as teaching guys.
Yeah.
As long as if you wait till after you're done with college, then you're 21 when you start to get in the ring. Then, by the time you actually work your first match, you're maybe 23, and then you're perhaps over the hill when you're 26 when you finally get a good look. So.
Yeah.
That's not too old to start. I mean, but as far as while you're in college going to wrestling school, I think that's a pretty good time if you can afford to. You're probably gonna have a hard time working because of all the time.
Mick Foley sleeping in my car.
Well, that's because the thing with Mick Foley was the reason he slept in his car was because he was going to college in Cortland and he was training for wrestling in Pittsburgh, and it was like hundreds and hundreds of miles every weekend. If you go to a wrestling school near where you live, you don't have to sleep in your car. It's just he was so far away, he had no choice.
I might not be able to afford a place to live though. But then again, doesn't
that's
OVW
not good. That's not good.
Doesn't OVW help provide living places?
I have no idea, but I just don't know. I don't know. I mean, I know APW. Like some of the guys stay at the gym.
Yeah.
There's a couple of. Yeah, depends on the school. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks,
guys. Stay at Rip Rogers' gym that's open 24 hours.
Yeah. All right.
Don't tell him I said that.
Okay.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Okay, let's go to Tom. Tom, what's up?
Hello.
Hey.
I wanted to ask Chris, did Gorgeous George ever have a whole bunch of merchandise back in his day?
How about those pins?
Not mass marketed merchandise, but there's a couple things that are available on him that are pretty fun items to get a hold of. One is the Georgie pins that he used to wear. He used to throw them out to the crowd. Actually, they're hairpins, and they're.
How could you possibly authenticate those? Did he engrave them or something?
Seal them.
Well, no, he didn't. He didn't engrave them. He threw them out at the matches, and how do you authenticate?
It's unlikely anybody's kept just regular hairpins from 1950.
What's that?
I don't think it's very likely that people would just hang out and keep their regular hairpins from 1950.
Well,
there's frauds that exist.
Yeah.
All right. One other question. With regards to Brian Hildebrand, during his last stint there at WCW, they had that angle where, Eric Bischoff, commented how he was sick and, they fired him and stuff like that. I was wondering...
That wasn't Brian Hildebrand, that was Randy Anderson.
Randy
Anderson, they did that too.
Oh. So he's still alive?
Randy Anderson is still alive, yeah.
Oh, all right. I thought that...
And Randy Anderson, I think, hates Eric Bischoff now for real, too.
Uh-huh.
Actually, there's probably a long list of people like that.
Right. One final question. With regards to Jerry Lawler, is the main sticking point that he won't go back to WWF? It's because they won't take his wife back?
Yes.
As well?
Yes, that is the sticking point.
Isn't that kind of, given the huge amount of money he could make at WWF, doesn't that kind of sound pig-headed in terms of...
It's his... everyone's got your own value structure. You got to remember that Jerry Lawler is not hurting for money. He doesn't do anything he doesn't want to do. And he doesn't want... if he wants to do it bad enough, he'll go back. And if he doesn't want to do it, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's his terms. And, if it was somebody... you never know what the marriage is like, too. If... he may have told her that it's like, look, they wronged you, and as long as they wronged you and don't make it right, then I'm not going back to them. And I can tell you that Jerry Lawler believes she was wronged. I don't know, again, I don't know what the circumstances 100% were. I've heard both sides of the story, but he is convinced that, she was, that it was not as it seems, and as long as she was wronged and they don't make it right, that he's not going back, and that's where he's coming from.
If he's doing that for the sake of his wife, you have to respect him for that decision, not to go back to the business.
Few people will, though.
I know, but and the fact that but the fact that it's Jerry Lawler and the guy loves the business, and he's turning down an opportunity to go back to work for WWF. You got to respect him for that.
All right,
Unfortunately, this is wrestling, and that's just not the way people think.
No, especially people who aren't married. Because if you're not married, you really can't understand that.
That's too bad.
Okay, we're totally out of time.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Hey, Chris, thanks very much for joining us.
No, that's anytime.
Okay, cool. And, hey, make sure, when that book's out, we want you back on, and we would love to see a copy of the book and talk about the book itself.
Yeah, the next time you'll have a copy before I come back on, I promise.
Okay, cool.
Thanks
so
a lot,
we'll talk about the book and talk about the history of wrestling and everything like that. That was Chris Pope, who's got a book coming out at the end of July, The Encyclopedia of Wrestling, The Good, the Bad, and the Collectibles. And, of course, Brian's here. Brian, you working this weekend or no?
Yeah, down in OCW. Nelson's Model is tomorrow night.
Okay, and we'll be back here Monday talking about the weekend news at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling, and I'm really excited about today's show. We're going to have Bob Mould. Actually, he's in studio in New York. We'll be talking about the last year and a half or so of World Championship Wrestling. Bob Mould was part of the writing team, and we're going to get a lot of insight as to what was going on in the company and when it came to writing and things like that. So we'll be doing that in a while. We, of course, have Brian Alvarez here. We've got a lot of news to talk about stemming from last night's show. I think the first thing that we're going to talk about is the main event with Chris Benoit and Kurt Angle, which was both an outstanding match and also a scary match in that I didn't have a problem with one move that was done in that match, but I had a problem with the fact that so many moves were done in one match that I felt just like one. It's almost like because they did so many big spots, the dangerous spots lost their effect, and I don't know. It was. I had a bad feeling when it was over. We've had a lot of emails negative about them, not about the effort obviously of the guys, but about the can you top this mentality. You know, some people noting that we just had a big injury on Friday, and I know Brian was pretty upset when he watched the match. So Brian, why don't you talk a little bit about that too?
I was just angry because I look back at Jimmy Snuka jumping off a cage, and nobody is ever going to forget that. And here you had a match where Chris Benoit did a diving headbutt off the top of the cage, basically with one arm, and you had Kurt Angle doing a moonsault off the top of the cage, which didn't even lead to the finish. And I can maybe understand if everything was built up to that one spot. He did a moonsault, he missed it, and it was the finish of the match, and everybody would remember it. But it was just like something they did in the middle, a transition spot, and I looked at that match, and personally, I don't know if you can actually, say this for certain, but I think that both guys, had some time taken off their careers in that match, just from those two bumps alone. Benoit, because, he's hurt right now, and he's doing this, like I said, with one arm, and Angle, I mean, I don't care what you say, going off with a moonsault like that and landing on your knee, you're not going to wake up the next day and be in, perfect shape, and, there's going to be some damage to the knee, and the whole thing to me was you had a match where there were these two guys killing each other, and Steve Austin got involved. And the whole point of the match was to put heat on Steve Austin as this guy going into the King of the Ring. But the problem is that I don't think there's anybody in the entire world, and you could tell by watching the opening segment when they announced the match, that actually believes that Steve Austin is going to lose this match. And to me, it was kind of a waste of a cage match, and it was such a tremendous match, and I don't want to say anything bad about either guy, but to put that match on there and do what they did for, basically a storyline leading into a pay-per-view that, I don't know, it's not going to help Benoit. Benoit lost, by the way. It's not going to help Jericho earlier in the show to lose. And, I mean, just watching the whole show, I was really depressed when it was over.
The Jericho thing made absolutely no sense to me because...
Actually, I got to say one thing about Jericho. I think that I know what they were trying to do, and that was to show that one man cannot beat two in a handicap match. But
good.
It was
show us another time.
Wrong guy. And sure, it makes sense if Rhino's challenging for the belt, but he's not.
Well, I mean, it's like I think that the whole thing is that we all know that Benoit and Jericho were mid-card guys until getting the mega push a couple of weeks ago, and they need all the help they can get, and they haven't given them all that help they can get. I mean, they've given them they've had great matches, but it was like, what was the point? It's like you've got Chris Jericho in a main event in 2 weeks, And a main event that the people are not into, as you could tell by the reaction when Linda McMahon said that match, I think that the pay-per-view main event should have been Austin and Benoit. I really do. Looking back on everything. I think the suggestion of doing doing Benoit and Jericho in a singles match early in the show and then the winner facing Austin later, and then the other guy can get involved in the finish if that needs to be. You can do exactly what you want to do out of this three-way. I think that makes for a better show than the three-way. I didn't sense when Linda McMahon announced the three-way, it was kind of like, people kind of was like, is that what it is? And then the two guys that are challenging for the title both lose. I didn't understand that at all. I mean, it's like, it's great to build up Rhino, but not at the expense of your main event. And I know what the idea was, and obviously I'm sure they're both going to get big wins, on the SmackDown tapings tonight, but, what's the purpose of showing them losing going into the pay-per-view? There's no upside to this.
Especially when you have Rhino cutting a promo afterwards pointing out, I've beaten
Chris Jericho
3 times in a row. And it's like, well, okay, why aren't you in the main event and why is he?
Yeah, exactly. And also the other thing is that with Jericho in that handicap match, there were and it was the same thing in that tag match on SmackDown, but in this tag match at SmackDown it didn't bother me because there was a whole storyline where these guys prevailed against all odds. But when you have a guy who is challenging for the world title, your babyface, your top, you can have a mid-card babyface throw forearms to the Giant or something like that where the Giant doesn't sell. And there's nothing wrong with that because he's so much bigger and you're getting over the size. But the main event babyface, the guy's got to stagger. The guy's got to sell a little bit. And it happened again last night where Jericho was doing a comeback on that guy, and the guy, laughed it off. And it's like, granted, there's a size difference, but you just don't put that spot in the match when this guy, this guy's trying to challenge Steve Austin for the world title, and he can't even make a dent on this big Giant. It's like, who's going to have faith in him beating Steve Austin, who's, the biggest wrestling star in the world, supposedly? I mean, the show last night, again, it's like they're spending more time pushing Austin, who, granted, is a guy who needs to be given a little bit of a juice, a push right now because the heel thing isn't selling tickets. But those other guys are in the match. If it's just Austin by himself, you need to have faith in those faces. I loved the wrestling match, Benoit and Angle. When Angle did the moonsault and it wasn't leading to the finish, I thought that, what a waste of that move.
Oh, I know. It was just like,
why did he do that move if it had not, just do the moonsault off the top ropes and miss. You're not doing anywhere near the damage and you're accomplishing the exact same thing. No one's even remembering because it's not even the climax of the match. Then to do the 10 Germans, to me, is like, okay, great. Now he's got to do, he did 9. Okay. But, it's like, great. It's like the Germans don't count until you get up to number 6. Is that the new deal? It's like, great. When a guy does a German suplex, you can overkill. And I thought last night's match with all of those things was overkill, and I'm not knocking the two guys because it was a tough crowd. And the crowd wasn't into those guys until, which spot was it when they were in the 9 German suplex?
Themselves.
Yeah, about the 6th German suplex, the crowd got into it, and they were into the rest of the match, and then they, so. Anyway, I thought too many badly acted vignettes as well on the show. But overall,
the whole thing with me as far as some of those vignettes was, especially with Spike and Molly, when they first started doing that, everyone was going, well, this is Romeo and Juliet, this is the angle they're doing. And at this point now, it's like 2 kids doing the Romeo and Juliet play in middle school and not being able to act as good as the kids would be able to. I mean, some of the stuff last night was hideous.
Yeah. Crowd, not really into it, but it was a sellout crowd, so, we'll look at the flip side of that. The ratings, not good, 4.1, which would be the low for Raw, going back probably, I don't know, since probably early 98, so we're going back about 3 years. The lowest of this run, so last week's slight blip upwards did not last, which is not good. In fact, all the ratings for this week were not good at all. Any comments you want to make on the ratings? Main event did 4.5. Any comments about that? And, the other thing also as far as the other thing, the first half of that main event, the thing that bothered me also is those guys were out there doing a wrestling match, and it just seemed like all of the focus was on Steve Austin, Paul Heyman, and Jim Ross. It was like the main event was Steve Austin watching these two guys in a cage match. It wasn't the two guys in a cage match. It was like the match itself up until about, the 8-minute mark of the match was like secondary to here's Steve Austin at ringside and Jim Ross not knowing how to handle it and Paul Heyman goading him on.
Yeah.
But it was the Steve Austin show, and he hugged Vince McMahon. There's a lot of very interesting and strange
A lot of very strange things on that show.
Yeah. We will be getting a tape of Tough Enough probably tomorrow or the next day, so of the premiere episode that's going to air on the 23rd. So probably not on the maybe on the show tomorrow, but certainly on the show on Thursday. We'll tell you, I'll give you my impressions of Tough Enough, and Brian will talk about it as well, because he'll have a tape it, and maybe not right away, but he'll have it within a couple of days as well. So we can talk a little bit about that. Turner South will be doing a special on July the 22nd at 8 p.m., a 1-hour special called War of the Words, with Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flair, both in studio for a 1-hour special, talking about their 1985 Starrcade match. So between
wow, how long is that show?
1 hour.
They're going to talk about the match for 1 hour?
No, they're going to talk about their feud, but they're not going to just talk about it. They're going to show clips of their all of their matches and highlight with the Starrcade match.
Okay.
Yeah. What's the Nicole Bass story? Because I didn't get a chance to read it.
The Nicole Bass story, I'll basically read it because it's like 3 lines. Female bodybuilder and former wrestling star Nicole Bass has pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct for biting a cop in Little Italy last fall. The 37-year-old strongwoman agreed to the misdemeanor charge and will serve no jail time. Police say she bit an officer on the hand when he tried to break up a shoving match between 2 groups of people during the San Gennaro Street Festival. Police say someone from one group bumped into a person in the other group, and words were exchanged. So that's it.
Okay.
She's guilty. She bit him.
Yeah, I watched the New Japan pay-per-view also last night, so which was quite different. Speaking of going back in time, the match with Muto and Hase, the 40-minute match, was so. What could I say? If you ever remember, for those of you who are old enough to remember Jack Briscoe and Dory Funk Jr., and if you want to watch it and see what it really was, get a tape of this. It's not bad. In fact, it's quite good, but it's something that like modern American wrestling fans would absolutely hate this match. I mean, they were on the mat exchanging moves, and it wasn't exchanging submissions like a modern day, quick submission thing like that. I mean, it was just like old style, slow build, 40 minutes. Very few high spots. Very good at what it was, but wow, what a different match. And then the Fujita Nagata. I'll tell you the one thing about Fujita Nagata. There's no question in my mind, zero, that Fujita and Takayama was a shoot, because Yuji Nagata is an awesome worker, and they were working this match to look like a shoot. And I mean, it wasn't 10 seconds into the match where you just go, this is UWF style work. And there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it was a great match. It was actually the second best match on the show. But if Yuji Nagata can only go 10 seconds without showing a hole, Takayama and Fujita they are not that good. And that's all there is to it. So anyway, it didn't look like it anyway, but I mean, I was going to wait until I saw the Nagata match because I knew they were trying to do the same thing, and someone told me they did the same match, and then I watched it, and it was like, they tried to do the same match, but they couldn't do the same match because they weren't working. So that's the deal there. Any other news before we start hitting some emails?
I think that's it.
Okay, this is from Chris James, who goes, I think you missed the point about the Deadpool report on the testosterone site. The writer is claiming that since Triple H never has time off, he never has time to clean the steroids out of his system. And if you think he isn't on the juice, then you don't know bodybuilding. Luckily, me and Brian are very naive when it comes to that stuff. While others may be more death-worthy in the ring, I can only name a handful of wrestlers that are more juiced up than Triple H.
Oh, come on. Jeez.
Reread the article, you're missing the point. The point is that in a death pool...
No, we understand the point. We talk about the point all the time here on the show. Our point was that as far as guys that are juiced up, I can think of, and not saying that Triple H is juiced up, of course, but I can think of like a dozen off the top of my head that are far more likely to explode than Triple H.
I wouldn't go that... There's a few. I don't think there's like a lot. But the point is that while there are people who do drop dead from steroid deaths, they are very rare. And if you look at the deaths in wrestling, far more of them are due to other drug abuses. And Triple H, there are guys who we've seen frequent pass-outs, frequent arrests, things like that. Those kind of guys in a pro wrestling death pool, those are the people who are, most likely to go if you're looking back at the track record, and not the heavy steroid users. I mean, what heavy steroid users?
But as far as heavy steroid users, I can still think of
Yeah, but that's Russian roulette. I mean, just because you use more steroids than the other guy doesn't necessarily mean you're going to die first, and the guy who takes less is going to die. You know, Larry Cameron is probably the best known, you know, what's believed to be steroid death of the last many, many years. And there are guys, you know, there are many guys who probably took more steroids than Larry Cameron. It was just, you know, his number was up and he had the heart attack. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I mean, there may be guys who are doing more or less or whatever, but as far as like, you know, if you're going to pick guys in pro wrestling who are likely to drop dead, there are people who have recreational drug problems as opposed to people who have steroid problems. Steroids, I think, affect you more later in life rather than, you know what I'm saying? I mean, even in the bodybuilding world, the guys who drop dead in bodybuilding, drop dead from the diuretics, not from the steroids. Mm-hmm. I mean, they have their problems later, and, you know, steroids can give you, you know, all kinds of problems. As a lot of the guys who were, you know, the guys who did the steroids in the 70s and the 80s, you know, they had a lot of them had problems later in life, and some of them didn't have problems later in life. But, you know, as far as like the immediate dropping dead, you know, it's just not that frequent. That's, I guess, what my point was. Why I said what I said. It wasn't out of anything else. Let's see. This is the actually we get many of these every day about Leviathan being the stalker. It is not Leviathan, unless they make a big mistake because he's far from ready. He's certainly not the guy who is planned to be that. Let's see. How much money does Steve Austin, Triple H, and The Rock make from their contracts? It's really hard to say, because so much is merchandise. It's like their downside may not even, you know, Rock may have a $500,000
I think he's asking just from the contract.
I think the last downside I heard Rock had was $500,000. I mean, Austin's was $2 million. And I don't know what Triple H's is, but they all make far more than that because they're making a percentage of their, you know, they're in the main events, percentage of the house show. They make their percentage off the pay-per-view. And Rock and Austin, I mean, I don't know what the exact number was that they made at WrestleMania, but $1 million wouldn't probably be that far off for their payoff because that was the biggest show of all time. And, you know, plus percentage of their merchandise, and all those guys usually do very well on merchandise. This is from someone who goes, just to clarify an email somebody sent you yesterday regard to FMW on home video. They have recorded totally new commentary and gimmicks exclusively for the tape, which are heroes of wrestling quality, awful, and not funny at all. If anyone's going to buy them, they should buy the DVD because the DVD offers the original Japanese commentary as a second soundtrack, similar to the DVD release of Japanese animation, so you can hear them as they should be. On the plus side, they now have subtitles during the Japanese promo, so you can finally figure out what Onita is saying in between his huffing and puffing. I would recommend them only if you have a DVD player. P.S. We're Combat Toyota and Megumi Kudo lovers, as this was implied in the English commentary. Okay, can I tell you something about the English commentary? Every single thing in the English commentary, just throw it right out. Don't listen to a word they say. What happened was you had a bunch of guys who were Hollywood scriptwriters who were given these tapes, and they were told, come up with storylines out of this. And these were not even wrestling fans, I don't think, who came up with the storylines. And so, you know, they just made up all these things, and nothing had to do with any of the storylines in Japan that they were doing. It goes, you can't tell if it's a shoot or a really stupid work. It's a stupid work. Also, they mentioned a story about Mike Awesome trying to save a Japanese boy who was in an accident by lifting a tractor, only for the kid to die and for Awesome to blow out his knee. Is this story true? It is so not true.
Yes, it is.
It is so not true. While the WWF didn't do TBS any favors, who are we talking about? Oh, the Big Show any favors the way they brought him in. Okay, that's or bring him back from OVW way before they should have. The biggest enemy the Big Show had is himself. He had loads of potential, but his current problem is his inability to stay in shape, which is absolutely true. Let's see. Who will be on Raw first, Hogan or Luger? Hogan, right?
Hogan.
Okay, I agree. Let's see. Have TV show matches hurt the money that used to come from pay-per-views? I mean, giving away all these main events for free? In the long run, they could, but, you know, I mean, the funny part was is as wrestling got more popular, the pay-per-views started drawing more and more money, even though they were giving away, you know, more. I think it depends on what match you're giving away. I think if you give away, like WCW did, if you give away the pay-per-view main event,
Scott Steiner for free on TV, that's a mistake.
Yeah. If you give away the pay-per-view main event itself, the match itself for free a few weeks before, I think that hurts a lot because it's not the first matchup. I think if you give away main events, like you put the guys in the pay-per-view main event in a tag and build heat for that main event in the right cases with the right people, I think it certainly doesn't hurt and may even help. Is there any chance of Sakuraba and Silva still happening? Not for July 29th at all. Later in the year, obviously, the plan is for that match. I think I'm hearing like maybe October or November. Sakuraba is just not 100%, and they don't want to put him in there until he is, and nor should they. Let's see. This is someone which it does not take a lot of time to skew internet polls. So this is for us to know that like it isn't people who don't have a life because they can do it with a flip of a button. If you're a computer programmer, there's a very simple program that repeatedly hits the page with a proper URL. I had a program running for 27 straight hours voting for Ric Flair as Time Man of the Year. And you know what happened?
And you're telling people that...
and they still threw it out, so what good did it do? No, just come up with a program and hit a button. It's not. It's different from someone like just going back to that page for like 3 straight hours and hitting.
I guess that's true, but
that you can do
you have nothing else going on in your life that you have this desire to skew polls.
Well, everyone does. We get it we're getting it daily now, which is why we never talk about our polls anymore. Let's see. The show on the Sunshine Network. This was a show we were talking about yesterday, which was a combination.
What is the upside to skewing the poll, though? I don't get it.
It's
just to do it.
To prove you have that power to show that Superstars is the most popular show in the WF network.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Too bad they can't skew TV ratings.
They're probably trying.
I think that's why we should pay a lot more attention to those than the polls. The show on the Sunshine Network that somebody asked about yesterday, it's called All Star Pro Wrestling. It's a bunch of old tapes of wrestling. It's stuff from Indies Global, USWA, NAWA from around 1990 with some new matches with Kendall Windham and the Bushwhackers. Last Saturday, Ed Leslie was still doing the barber gimmick. Okay,
wow.
That's nice to know. Let's see. It's called AIW. Features old tapes from various Indies, USWA, UPW, many more. Not the UPW in L.A. Actually, they've shown some old matches of Steve Austin, Jeff Jarrett, and Cactus Jack. The show airs Mondays from 2:30 to 3:30 Central Time. Okay. Will WWF have WCW wrestlers wrestle interleague for a few months like baseball? They will for the next the July pay-per-view. Could Viscera be the stalker? Only if they'd lost their mind. Let's see.
He's a big guy.
He is a big guy,
Looks
though.
Crazy.
He does fit that. Oh, that would be. Put it this way again.
God,
he is
how
not
about the boss man. Why did I just think of that name?
Yeah, they are not the choices. If it's one of those two, that means that the choice it's supposed to be fell through. Anyway, please tell all your callers never to compare Pride to Vince Russo. That's an insult to all MMA fans. Pride is so much more successful, and they put together way better pay-per-view cards than Russo ever did. This is was a complaint that we've heard a lot of in the last night. Why the hell did the WF job Jericho and Benoit last night? I mean, I am almost sure that they're both going to get like big wins on tonight's show, but nevertheless, that's not defending it because I think it was a dumb decision. Anyway, what makes it work?
That's the plan, by the way.
I don't know that that's the plan. I'm just assuming because that's kind of how they think. But there was just no point in doing that. Anyway, what makes it worse is
that Jericho... I have another
Jericho...
plan that I don't think would be the best thing right now.
Okay. What?
I don't want to mention the plan. They'll do it. We talked about it this weekend.
Well, come on. Now you have to.
No. Let's just maybe a tag title match of some sort.
What, Jericho and Benoit against Kurt Angle, The Big Show, and Rhino? 2-on-3?
I don't know.
I don't even want to think about it. Anyway, and what makes it worse is that they've already booked the show, so it's not like they may do it Monday, right? Anyway, what makes it worse is that Jericho lost clean to The Big Show and mid-card Rhino. It also makes them look strong when Austin beat the shit out of both of them. I mean, the WF wonders why Jericho and Benoit can't draw in the main event. I'm serious. Did Jericho or Benoit ever win a main event match in the WWF? It seems like every time they're on top, they job. A great way to pop a buy rate for an already shitty card. And that was the most slow-paced and horribly booked Raw I've seen in a long time. Now, actually, we have had some people who liked the Raw.
I just like the Steve Blackman versus Saturn match.
It was a bad match. Just a bad match.
Oh, my God. And, hey, one of those guys, who won? Saturn?
Saturn won. He's in the King of the Ring. He's in the final 8, which we're going to get the final 2 of that after tonight's show, I'm assuming. This is from John in Toronto, who has a diverse point of view. He goes, Raw was a pretty good show, but there was something lacking, and I don't know what. It was crowd intensity. And they had good matches.
Wins by the main eventers?
Yeah, that too. The biggest downfall to the show, to me, was having Jericho be put in one of those handicap matches, and now it seems that Jericho's push is slow down, and he won't win the title from Austin. I mean, I don't think it's by being put in that match. I almost think that they are booking by having him lose and having Rhino say,
I beat him 3 times, so when he wins the title, I'm the number 1 contender, is a way to subliminally tell us that, hey, you know what? He may actually win, even if he's not. I think that was actually the mindset, perhaps, of why they did that interview. At least they accomplished.
That's a horrible mindset.
Okay, well, anyway, I'm just trying to come up with reasons because
that means that fans are supposed to believe that Rhino may be headlining in a world title match in a couple of weeks. How is that believable in any way? Because he beat Jericho 3 straight times?
Yeah. Anyway, so I guess the Benoit Jericho push was to satisfy the Canadian fans while up here for TV in Alberta. No, it was just it just happened to be in Canada. It was just time because they had to push new guys. I guess us Jericho fans will never see him as champion because he's too short to Vince. Funny how Angle was a good champion, but he got pushed down after losing the title. I guess the next 12 months will be Austin, Rock, and Triple H as champs. Rehashing seems to be what they enjoy doing. I have to say, once my WWF pay-per-view package on Bell Express is gone. I don't know. Let's see. Now this is someone who's suggesting Stephanie to be the stalker. Okay, that's a good one. They'll have a hell of a match, too. Let's see. I don't know, but I loved Raw last night. All the humor is back. I don't know whether it's Paul Heyman's influence or not. My favorite part, with the exception of the awesome main event, was Angle insulting Undertaker's wife. That actually was kind of funny. The way he did that. But what wasn't funny was the Undertaker just, like, killing him, exactly. Like, killing him. Did he ever kill Triple H like that, ever, once? Or The Rock?
Undertaker? Oh, hell no.
No. I mean...
And the best thing is, Angle's the guy that's supposed to be in the main event and supposed to be drawing the rating for this show. He's just killed.
Yeah. Yeah. Steve Regal complaining about his useless knob. Actually, I thought that was pretty clever. And Steve Austin hugging Vince. I don't know if that was funny. That was
creepy.
It was different. It was weird. Well, he said it was classic stuff. Anyway, let's go to Bob Mould. Bob, how are you doing today?
He's not in yet. I got to set him up. Hang
on.
Oh,
he's not in?
You're getting a little anxious. He's putting his head
Let's go to Al.
Al, what's going on?
Nothing. I'm waiting. No, wait, Bob. Point me. Hold
okay.
Up.
Okay, well, let me go through these.
Oh, my God.
Hey, hello. Been fired? No. What do you think about them saying that, doing that knee injury thing that everyone... I wouldn't have even mentioned it. I didn't see what...
At least, to me, it's sort of they have faith that he's going to do it and be back.
They did give you a storyline reason. They did talk about him. I don't know. I mean, and Ross sort of covered his base. They showed a bump where he could have gotten a knee injury, although he didn't. And then Ross did say that and other problems. You know what I mean? He didn't say, so he sort of covered himself. It was an interesting way of doing things.
He said he had issues. Hey, Dave, it's Bob.
Bob, you're there?
Hello.
Hey, Bob, what's going on?
Good, Dave. Brian, thanks for having me on. This is a great pleasure for me to be on your show. I'm a listener.
It's a great pleasure for us to have you on the show.
I'm a listener. I'm a longtime reader. We were looking at ObserverLiveChat.com just a minute ago. People are going crazy. It's out of control here.
It's out of control.
It's hot.
It always is.
It's so hot here. All right.
Bob, why don't you tell everyone, first of all, your background as far as... you mentioned a little bit about the music, but as a wrestling fan, I mean, you've been a wrestling fan for a long time, and how you actually got hooked up with WCW.
Yeah, just to let people know, I live here in New York. I'm 40 years old, and have been a long time wrestling fan. Got into it when I was, like 9, 10 years old, as most kids do. Grew up in upstate New York, so I watched a lot of the Vachons and Rougeau's promotions, was able to get some Vancouver stuff on TV, and, of course, the New York stuff. Moved to Minneapolis in 1978 to go to school at Macalester College, and got hooked up with...
That's Wade Keller's college.
Yeah, is it?
Wade Keller went to Macalester College, yeah.
Crazy. Well, I went there for a while and got hooked up with some people who were involved with the AWA, a fellow named Jim Melby, who used to write for Norm Keitzer's Wrestling Review, and he did a lot of the in-house publications for Vern at the time. And got to be good friends with him. He sort of smartened me up, started meeting other people like Les Thatcher and other folks, and did some stuff for Wally Carbo up there, and... Then, I guess it would have been sometime in the late 80s, met some of the people who were working working for the NWA, which then became WCW at the time. People like Gary Juster and Jim Barnett, and Jim Ross was a good friend. And just sort of, whenever I had somebody's ear, I'd just, yak like a fan and say, I like this, I don't like this, and they go, oh, you got some pretty good observations, and time went on, and somehow I fell into the gig in September of '99. I got called on to be to be a creative consultant at WCW.
Now, at that point, Eric that called you?
Pardon me?
Was that Eric that called you?
No, it was actually I got the call from Bill Bush. It was I think it was the day after Eric took leave.
Yeah.
As I remember, it was like that was Brian. If you remember when I wrote that article, the one that we always refer back to.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, this was all roughly the same week. Eric was gone, and it was time for a new beginning. And Bob Mould was brought in, and I was told that. And I didn't know Bob at all. And there were some people in the company who goes, you would like him because he has a logical mind to the business, and obviously they had gone about a year without anyone like that. and basically you were there for about just a couple of weeks, and they brought in Russo.
Yeah, what had happened, I got brought in, I think Eric left it was September 9th, if I'm correct, because I remember it was 9/9/99, and I don't know if there was any irony in that or not, but I think a couple days later was the Fall Brawl pay-per-view down in North Carolina and the subsequent Nitro. Bill Bush, who had basically stepped up to the plate and was getting ready to run the company, was again a friend of mine, and I had purveyed some ideas about what the company could do to him, so he brought me in. We watched the pay-per-view together. And I just sort of pointed out some things that I thought would be good, some things that weren't so good, and tried to just say, let me sit in on booking, let me try to get a feel for how things are going, and make some recommendations. God, it was an interesting month. I think that Dave, you'll remember. I think I sent you an email a couple of weeks ago. The thing that spurred on this appearance, I guess, is a lot of fans calling in with booking ideas and things and going, why can't they do this? Why don't they do that? How come these guys have all this power? You can't possibly imagine what it's like to be sitting in the war room or to be sitting in the booking sessions. And it was incredibly exciting and intimidating, and I just, for the first month, sort of sat back and watched. Tried to get a feel for, the personalities involved. At the time it was Nash and Sullivan, Mike Graham, Ross Foreman was sitting and taking notes, Craig Leathers, Annette Yother, Dusty was freelancing a little bit at the time, and it was pretty wild. You really can't imagine what it was like. It was there was a lot of things that were very apparent very quickly that could be fine-tuned, and I hit it off really well with Nash and Sullivan and Graham, so I guess I had their ear a little bit, and we set out to try to make some fundamental changes. I remember, I think it was in early October, I'd gotten a call from Bill Bush on my cell phone. I was out to dinner, and he said, I've got an opportunity to bring Vince and Ed in from New York. What do you think? And, obviously I was, watching my own ass. I was like, I don't know if that's such a good idea. That runs really contrary to the clean finish, chestnut game theory, St. Louis type booking that would probably get this place back on track. And, or the All Japan style booking, whatever you want to call it, basically, beat the champ in a tag and, on you go, like you were talking about earlier in the show. And he said they might come in. I was like, well, I don't know if I'm going to have a place here. He said, I want you to stay, try to work with them. And for a while it was good. But as the show goes on, I'm sure we'll pick apart why I was diametrically opposed to the direction the company was going.
Well, from when you came in, first of all, when you first came in, this is before Russo was in and Eric had just been departed. Mm-hmm. And you're talking about you thought that maybe they should go to that All Japan St. Louis style thing where basically to make wins and losses actually important again.
Yes.
As far as like the different people on the committee, were they in agreement? Because you had different people, but at the same time it had been so many years and there had been so much garbage finishes for some under Bischoff and things that I think were partially responsible for the decline. I mean, getting to where it was in September of '99, the decline from, let's say, from '98 when it was really hot.
Mm-hmm.
Watching as a fan, what did you think they were doing wrong, and what did you think they needed to do to basically stop the bleeding and turn the thing around at that point?
Well, there was just so many bullshit finishes, over and over and over. Every week, people were, people just left the show screwed. I as a fan walked away going, okay, that meant nothing. That's 3 hours of my life I'm never going to get back.
Brian used to tell me that.
Right?
Exactly what I used to write.
I got to see Megadeth and Chad Brock, but there's another channel that shows music stuff. I thought it was pro wrestling. There was a lot of guys in the middle of the pack that, Chris and Eddie and Dean and guys like that weren't getting their chance to shine. It was a mess. It was a complete mess. And I think, I think there might have been an environment created there with the guaranteed contracts and, so much horse trading going on. The guy, nobody wanted to do business. It was going to be really, really hard to get the top guys to start helping to elevate the middle pack guys. There was always the size issue. The big guys have trouble with smaller guys, and that's the nature of it, So you try to think of creative ways to work around it. One thing I thought would be interesting is you've got a guy like Bret Hart, you've got a guy like Billy Kidman. There could be a resemblance there. Why wouldn't you have a situation where Bret could mentor Billy Kidman? Billy's getting beat down by a couple of heels. Bret comes down for the save. They watch each other's back. You can do tags. And, it leads to a number of possibilities. Bret and Billy could stay together. They could split. There's all kinds of stuff. The idea of taking some of the more legendary guys and putting them in tag situations where, they're not clogging up the top of the deck all the time. I think within the committee, between Mike Graham and Kevin Sullivan, that's, they're old.
They're small guys.
They're small guys, and they're also old school as far as booking. They know the logic, of wins and losses and making things important. So I don't think there would have been a problem getting that on board. Kevin Nash, you guys are awful hard on him. Everybody's real hard on him. Maybe he's done some stuff that people don't agree with, but he's got a pretty contemporary mind as far as pop culture, and I don't think he ever really got to exploit that. I don't think there was an environment there for him to do the things he wanted to do with character development. There was battle, there was struggles going on between the production side and the talent creative side. So those were things that we had to address as well.
How did your peers in music react when the news got out that you were writing for WCW?
Well, I think some people were a bit taken aback, maybe because, the WWF is always, I guess, the lightning rod for the business. And, at that time, what their product was like. People were like, oh, he's going to write that, he's going to write that sex and violence stuff. And so I just went on my way. There's been other people. Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins did some stuff with ECW. And, there's always been a crossover. And, the businesses are not that dissimilar. They have things in common. They're not the same, that's for sure. But I don't know. People, I don't care what people thought.
Did they ever talk to you about maybe doing some music for WCW?
Well, Jimmy Hart was doing a lot of the music at the time, and I sort of made it clear that I didn't think that would be the contribution that I'd want to make to the company. The kind of music I do, I don't think really sits well with the intro music that the wrestling audience is used to. Jimmy did a lot of that stuff, and Jimmy was the lead singer for the Gentrys way back. So way back. Great guy Jimmy was. But so I think they were pretty well covered with.
He was the lead singer.
He was the lead singer of the Gentrys. Keep on dancing.
I didn't even know that.
Keep on dancing, baby.
Oh yeah. I knew he was in the band. I didn't know he was the lead singer.
He was the lead singer. He's like 18 or 19 years old. I have that record.
If you add it up, he was 18 or 19 about 100 years ago, which makes him 100 and... No, I'm not really.
He's kept really well, though.
He looks great for his age.
And Jimmy's such a sweet guy.
He doesn't look a day over 90.
Oh my
like
God.
a Dick Clark.
Sort of. Almost. But the interview that you've got up on your site, Dave, that was Jimmy's take, I think, on things is very, very accurate. I read that and was just like, God bless Jimmy. He's right on again.
Yeah.
So.
Now, so now you're in there, and Russo is in. And this is the first run of Russo, which would be that September, October, November, December, or actually October, November, December of 1999, which started off, I mean, he did a tremendous job of self-promotion. He came in with a lot of hype, and there was a lot of interest. The first show did a good number, did a lot of things. The first couple weeks, we were impressed because, he does work, Russo worked really, really hard.
Absolutely.
But ultimately, where I think he fell apart was, nothing had any meaning. He was, if anything, trying to overdo stuff. What was it like in the rooms with him, and was anyone, and how did Russo react? Because we always got the impression from the outside that, Russo was always, when things weren't working, he was always trying to throw blame everywhere. And at the beginning people believed it, but then after a while, it was almost like, quit, it's like, your stuff that you're actually doing is the weakness. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, Vince Russo's a really, really creative guy. He's got a lot of great ideas, and it's just, trying to make it all tie together and make sense and make a coherent show. I wasn't sure where it was going from week to week. We'd sit in booking, and everybody got to pitch, everybody threw stuff. That tried to talk about big ideas, talk about small details. Vince was very much a week to week guy. I think he was in a situation where he felt like he had to get the numbers up, hell or high water, and that's going to be week to week booking. You can't look 4 or 5 months out if that's the mentality, and if that's, presumably how your deal is set up. So, I don't know. It was, sometimes I walk out and I go, where are we going to be in a month?
I think that was one of the biggest mistakes that WCW made was, I guess, structuring that contract where if the ratings went up, he would get a raise, whereas there wasn't really any incentive to make the pay-per-view numbers go up, which is where it should have been.
Yeah,
or the house shows.
Yeah, exactly.
The house shows went to hell during that period.
The house shows,
because there was no long term, and he was turning people every week, so there was no, nobody knew where anybody would be.
Absolutely, there was no program that was positioned to be a draw on the road, and you guys know, everybody knows how hard it was to get anybody out to work, anyways. Again, that's, you go back to those guaranteed deals that the previous regime was handing out. And, guys are just like, why are we going on the road? Business is soft. Look, we're only doing 3,000 paid. It's these nitros are the thing. And, that creates an environment where nobody wants to go to work on the weekends. And,
but isn't part of the job description of being a professional wrestler that you actually, do wrestling matches?
Yes, but
that's where I used to talk to some of those guys, and I heard the stuff, and this would bother me when I would talk to the guys, because what happened was the top guys were starting to get away with not going on the road. So then you had the guys who were right underneath the top guys who thought they were the top guys, but they weren't quite. And then they started complaining, well, this guy and this guy didn't go on the road. And then Buff was always like the one who was not quite a top guy, who seemed to never go on the road. And so it was always like, well, I'm better than Buff, and he's not going on the road, and he's no-showing. And so why did they pick on me and make me go on the road? And I was always like, well, that is your job. You were hired. And they were making a lot of money. And it was like almost like, God damn, you're making a lot of money. Go on the road and build the company. But nobody wanted to, because I think that there was no locker room leadership from people who really cared about the company, which is one thing that the WWF always had over WCW.
Absolutely, and everyone knows how their deals are structured up there. That you're still working on, you work on the gate as well as your lowball, your lower guarantee, and that's an incentive to show up and do your job. That's how it works in my business. You get a decent guarantee, you get an appearance guarantee versus a percentage of the door. You sell the tickets, you make more money. It's real simple. And it was very confusing, but you got to pick the battles one at a time. When you come in and you're an outsider to the business, people, certain people in the booking committee are looking at you like a mark, and you're just trying to sit and listen and learn and see the opening, and again, it's just picking battles, and the fact that nobody wanted to go to work, let alone go to Saturday TV, it wasn't a battle. That was like, I can't call these guys up and say, damn it, you got to go to work. I don't care. I don't care if, I don't care if there's a beauty pageant, that you got to go to this weekend or something. You got, or whatever it was, you got
an autograph signing somewhere. Conflicts with your actual job.
One of the things that was really, really hard during that period in September before Russo came in was the Ready to Rumble situation. If people go back and remember, there was a movie being made. I walked in and we started trying to lay out some programs in booking. And somebody from JJ's office would come in with the talent sheet with unavailable due to movie, unavailable due to movie. There was no way in September and most of October that there could be any coherent booking because of the way people were scheduled on that movie. A lot of people never thought about that when they were saying, oh, this stuff doesn't make any sense. They're just throwing matches out there. I'll tell you what, it was pretty damn hard when half the guys had to be in California Sunday, Monday, Tuesday to film the movie. And that was stuff that was in place before I came in. I just looked at it and go, well, let's at least put some good workers together and do some 15-minute matches to keep people in the building interested. And I don't care if it goes across 2 segments. I don't know if that's good or bad TV business, but let's at least give the people in the arena some wrestling matches to try to keep them in the game for those 3 hours. I mean, there was a lot of stuff. It was crazy.
And hope the movie makes it big.
Exactly. And hope that maybe someday somebody from the movie can be champ or something. I don't know.
Well, somebody was.
Whatever.
Even Arquette.
God bless him.
How were the meetings as far as productivity versus just straight out arguing?
Well, I come from a creative environment where you work with people, and if you have mutual respect, you can agree to disagree. And I think that can be really productive if you feel very strongly about something. You can stay with it and stay on it. And, ultimately, you've got to defer to the boss. That the boss is going to make the final decision. All you can do is plead the case. Productivity-wise, it takes a while to get going. Some days you're just sitting there and you're throwing stuff around, and people are joking and laughing, and people are dissing other people in the business and whatnot. You're just trying to grab at straws. It's a creative situation. To me, before Russo and during Russo and after Russo, the one thing I tried to be careful of was not stomping on somebody's idea. If they threw something out and just going, oh, that's crap, you've got to be. You've got to. We do. Well,
that's our job.
Yeah, but you guys probably make more money than I did there. So, no, seriously, you try to be sensitive to what people are saying. You take everything. I would take everything that was being said somewhat seriously. I sort of got the nickname, the voice of reason, for a while because where other people would just jump down everybody's throat, I would try to sit and listen and see it from all sides. But
So basically, everything pretty much stopped at Russo.
Well, once Vince came in, with Vince, he was open to, when Vince came in, it would be Vince, Ed, Bill Banks, Nash, Sullivan, Graham, myself, and, floaters. People would float in and out occasionally just to try to, shake it up a little bit. But ultimately, Russo had the final say. As to how the show was going to get laid out. We would basically walk away from a booking meeting with maybe 4 or 5 more segments than would actually air. So there was like an overflow of stuff because the talent pool was real big, and he was booking that tournament at the time. So there was a lot of stuff you could do.
Now in that tournament was where I first soured on Russo because at the very beginning when he first came in, we had him on the show and everything, and obviously he's very creative.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem what I saw in that tournament was that he was far too creative for his own good, and he was booking. It's like I always thought that you could sit and write all kinds of funny stuff, and you can sit and come up with all kinds of scenarios endlessly, especially at the beginning before your mind starts burning out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a lot better to do maybe like 1/3 of them and make those 1/3 mean something rather than. The Vince Russo TV where when it was over, your brain's going zzz.
Yeah,
you're in a fog because there's been a million angles out there and not one of them registered.
Yeah, it's like having a handful of ADD kids. It's just like 100,000 ideas flying at you, and you can't filter out the good and the bad ones. There's just too much stuff. I agree completely. Had some of those great ideas been paced out across a year, and with some long-term planning. And just some simple how to draw money philosophy, everything would have been beautiful. But
comparing his time in WWF and WCW, it's pretty clear that he had a lot of ideas in WWF that Vince McMahon shot down because Vince McMahon was the final say in that company, but in WCW, Vince Russo was the final say. And were there ever ideas that Russo came up with that, like everybody else in the meeting just went, there is no way in hell we can do that, and they shot it down?
Not really. I mean, Vince Russo was the head. He was the head guy. I mean, you try to put up a reasonable opposition, but ultimately, I think he and Ed were gonna put the thing together the way they wanted it. I mean,
They had their mind set on something that was done.
Yeah.
Because that tournament was like we're going back to the tournament thing. When that tournament was over, I was looking back and I was like, we had 31 matches with 32 people, or not quite 32 people, because I think Medusa got to go in twice.
Yeah, she got beat. She got beat to go on
and stuff. and yeah, you wrestled Chris Benoit, right? And like every single match ended in outside interference. So when it was over, it was like, except for the Chris Benoit matches, I think every single match in that tournament stunk because of outside interference or not enough time or the wrong, or people matched up that couldn't have a good match or whatever it was.
Actually, one match that I thought was pretty interesting was Lash LaRue, who was sort of, when I first walked in, Kevin Nash said, "Who's a young kid that you think could use a hand up?" I said, I think Lash could be okay. And we were in Louisiana one night and we sent him out to do that promo with Okerlund. He got over great. So when tournament time came, that was, I guess people were looking at it, well, that's your project. And he worked like a 12-minute deal with Scott Hall, and Scott made him look okay. And that was to me, I was like, oh, that was nice. That was interesting. That was, it was okay. But I agree with you. The Medusa thing just blew the credibility out of the water. At that point it was like, well, it really doesn't matter who's got the belt because, we all like Medusa, but she got beat and goes to the next round. just beyond the fact that it was the men's title, the sort of the cornerstone of the promotion, basically the keys to the bank and whatever.
Now, that was one thing where I think Russo never did understand, is what you just said, that the world's title is the keys to the bank, and he was just booking it almost like it was fun and I have some ideas. And then you had the other thing, which was the Cruiserweight title, which was the one calling card that WCW had over WWF because they never pushed small guys. And you had, wasn't Medusa and Ed Ferrara feuding over it at the end?
Yeah, and I had a number of problems with that. Ed's a dear friend, but there was just, there were so many problems, with that character and with that scenario that, whatever. I think most fans at that point were just like, this is not really that funny. It's not that hilarious to be making fun of Jim Ross. And
especially because it came off so mean-spirited.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, like I said, Jim's a friend as well, and it just wasn't. I don't know. Everything gets explained away in wrestling. It's just TV. It's all work. Whatever. I don't know. I was new to it. I just sort of bit my tongue and sat there and just said, yeah, that'll be segment 5 every night. Goes on. It ends at 8:55, and then people turn on to Raw, and there's Jim Ross. Whatever.
And then they could go in there. That segment 5 was always the one where they could say it got the highest ratings of the show because everybody knew that everyone was going to switch right. That fourth quarter was always the highest rated quarter. So whenever somebody had their little project, we used to always joke about that. They put in that fourth quarter and then brag, and it was like, that didn't mean anything. The fourth quarter was always the highest rated.
Absolutely.
Bischoff, when he did that stupid Tonight Show stuff, even didn't kill the ratings in that quarter hour.
Yeah. Did anybody notice that the 6 weeks before Russo was in, that we always put Bill Goldberg out there and tried to get him to work a 9 or 10 minute match with somebody who could actually get him along. And we were trying. I mean, that was something when I came in, nobody realized that you had to be at 8:58 and a half, that you had to have something really good going on, not only to keep people from going to Raw, but that's the time when every TV show ends and people are surfing. And if you've got something that's spectacular right at that moment, you might catch them. And and people were like, oh, you're right.
When you were there, I mean, and looking at the end result of what happened, was there a period? I remember like during our emotions going through this whole thing, like in September of '99, I thought like this thing could easily be turned around. This is what you need to do. I mean, it was like you had first of all the talent was there.
Mm-hmm.
I think a real big blow to me, and a lot of people didn't see it at the time, was when Malenko and Saturn and Guerrero and Benoit left because you took
kind of like the heart of the order, and you took the one advantage WCW always had over WWF, and that was the superior wrestling, and you handed it to the other side, and also kind of handed away the future because you had just lost Chris Jericho as well, and the Giant, who didn't turn out to be as big a star in WWF as we expected, but was a big star in WCW when he left, and you were kind of left with this roster of aging guys without any new acts ready to take their place, and then they kind of tried to force feed the O'Hares and Palombos long before they were ready.
Yeah. Going back to January of 2000, the situation with with Chris and Eddie and Dean and Perry and the other people who were involved in that situation, just to sort of illuminate what had been happening that led up to that. There was a situation in December, and I think a few websites talked about a large meeting that had happened that Bill Bush had called. Our boss got us all together and wanted us to all air our grievances at the table, so to speak. And there was a meeting where everybody, Sullivan, Graham, Nash, myself, Vince, Ed, Bill Banks, JJ was in, Bill was in, and everybody just went around and spoke frankly. And it was a weird meeting because I remember one of the things that I said was, I don't know if it's a good idea to have guys going out there 5 times a night. It's just having been a performer, and again, it's not the same because I never was a worker, so I don't know. But the more times you send a guy through the curtain, the more, beyond just the diminished pop, the likelihood of somebody stepping on a cable sideways or something happening, you're going to start seeing the injuries, mount up. Guys are just going to get worn out because they're going out there, they're pumped. They have to ease down, and then they get pumped up again. And if you do that 3 or 4 times a night, it's tough. And that was my contribution to the, discussion. And, went around the table for a couple hours, and then, we all got accused of stabbing, Vince in the back by Vince. And I was just like, my God, what's going on here? This isn't, he just, really took offense to anything that was coming out in that meeting. And I was like, I'm not long for this place. We stayed on through Starrcade and, thought that was actually, I know people didn't like that finish, but I thought it was pretty strong. It was flat, and you had to send them home unhappy to get to the next place the next night with the NWO thing, which I thought should have had a different name, like, Club New York or something. But, cause you can't do the sequel. The following week, that was when Brett got hurt, and then Bill got hurt in Salisbury when he put his, hand through the windshield. And then the next week, I think we were in the Astrodome, and it was the deal where they ran over Sid's car with the monster truck. And right at that moment, I just said, I'm out of here. I just don't want to be part of this. Something really bad's going to happen, and I just want to get out of here. Because I'm too much of a fan. I have way too much respect for the wrestlers and for the business that I guess I was stupid to think was what I maybe fantasized that it was. I was just sort of sick to my stomach at that point. I went home. I just said, I'm out of here. Bill Bush was like, come on, come back, at least do the Saturday show, do something. I went down to have a meeting, and that was, I guess the decision had been made that they wanted Russo to work committee. And I think Bill Bush took that to Vince, and Vince said, I'm just going to sit home. Possibly taking a cue from some of the other guys in the company. And we got left, having to rebook that whole pay-per-view where we did Chris and Sid for the belt. And I was pushing awfully hard for Chris to win that match. I mean, I was pretty adamant about that happening, and I also thought that the next night Dean and Perry should get something in a tag situation. I've heard people say that those guys, that Chris was promised the belt as a way to gloss over something that was happening that I wasn't aware of because I wasn't there for those 2 or 3 weeks. So I don't know what the truth is with that, but clearly there was a lot of friction. There was a lot of personal issues, I think, and it shouldn't be any secret to people that listen to your show, where a lot of those problems probably.
Ben One, Sullivan,
yeah,
like that,
I mean, yeah, there's clearly some, there's public knowledge that, there's a situation there, and, Kevin Sullivan was in charge at that point. He had been given the book, and the buck stopped with him, and we put the belt on Chris that night. And, Kevin was the first person to shake Chris's hand when he came back through, and I was the second person to shake his hand.
What do you think in hindsight? Because the big thing is, I saw this whole thing from the outside developing.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'll just tell you that the night before that pay-per-view, I mean, I was out at the movies, and my cell phone, which very few wrestlers had, was ringing all night long with these reports from various people who were all swearing that, they were going to that pay-per-view and they were going to quit if Kevin was named the booker. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking that, looking at it from the outside, my answer would be to name Terry Taylor the booker, because everybody seemed to have this issue with Kevin, largely over Chris Benoit and trying to everyone be Chris Benoit's friend, and it created this thing. And I just thought Terry Taylor would make Terry Taylor would make a good compromise candidate, and if they make that announcement, then everything will be fine, which, of course, they had already made their decision with Sullivan and those guys. I think that there was the feeling those guys really wouldn't leave. And there were 16 to 18 guys on Sunday night that were going to leave, and it ended up being 4. Mm-hmm. And I was almost surprised that there were 4. I kind of did expect 3, because I really knew that Benoit was going to go, and I figured that Eddie and Dean were with Benoit for so long that they would go with him, and Perry, ended up going with him, and Shane Douglas said he was going to, and everyone knows what happened there.
Yeah.
But right at that period, I mean, what are your thoughts as far as would that have been a better compromise, or was it just one of those things where they had made the decision with Kevin, you can't have guys. Once you get mid-card guys, so to speak, or guys dictate who your booker is, then whoever the booker is dead meat, because 4 guys will get together and go, I'm going to go to New York if you don't replace the booker.
I think you hit it right on the head right there, and I don't think it was the first time that some of the people involved in that in leaving were involved in something like that. I think a similar situation I had been told had come up a couple of years prior. And that Eric Bischoff.
What was that? Because I don't.
There was somebody had told me it was not the first time those guys had gone to the boss and said, "Get rid of the booker or we're leaving." And
those particular guys.
I think some of those people. Again, I wasn't there and I didn't get the whole thing, but it was not an uncommon scenario. It had happened at least once before, and I think Bill Bush at that point just said, "Enough is enough." Now, just, again, that was I thought I was going to have a nervous breakdown after we did that pay-per-view, 2 TVs. I didn't sleep for 5 days. I was sick to my stomach about the whole thing. Because if there was anybody who was, waving the Chris Benoit flag at that company, it was me. There was other people as well, but, clearly it was Chris's time. Given this, what the roster was, people were down with injuries. And, frankly, he deserved it, I was a big Chris Benoit fan and still am, despite all the things that went on. I'm not sure why he agreed to take the title and then leave the next day, but that's his prerogative, I guess. But, I don't think it was promised to him to try to do anything other than I think the prevailing sentiment was he was the most qualified person at the time. To go one step further with it, when you bring Sid into the picture, I think a lot of people, really got on WCW for, having Sid take the belt later that week.
Well, he was in a no-win situation.
Well, if you think
the company was in a no-win situation. Once Benoit left with the belt, you were left to pick up the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
After that whole situation, it made the belt useless.
It was,
and then you had half your roster was out with injuries, and then a couple of guys figured that it was a good time to get injured, and
exactly.
You were working with a skeleton crew, and I think Hogan wasn't even back yet.
No, Hogan came back. Hogan came back a little after that, but yeah, that was exactly the situation, and when I was asked what my thoughts were on the situation with those guys leaving, my recommendation was give them time off, send them to New Japan. We can make something out of this. Just at least cool it off. If they're that hell-bent on getting out, don't let them out of the deal. Send them over to Japan. Have them work a couple tours. At 6 or 7 weeks, they can come back. There might be a story there. But that was my recommendation. Ultimately, Bill Bush had to make a decision, and he was the boss, and he did what he had to do.
It's really amazing looking back that they even put that belt on Benoit at all, because it wasn't like a big secret that he was ready to go. And, I mean, in fact, Sid was doing an interview on another radio show, and he's talking about how Kevin Sullivan specifically told him to make sure his foot was under the rope. And, I mean, his impression was that Sullivan knew going into this match that Benoit was going to leave. And, I mean, if everybody knew and Sullivan
everybody
may have
knew there was
known, you know, why do
everybody
it?
Everybody knew there was a possibility. I mean, that all those issues were there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
but
I mean,
the
I think
possibility that strong, I just can't see putting the belt on somebody.
Oh no, I couldn't either unless it was all settled. I mean, there were so many things. There were so many things so weird when all that went down. I mean, how much do you think like the loss of Bret Hart and Jarrett on that show, but Bret Hart and Goldberg crippled them in the early part of the year? Or do you think that because Russo, at this point Russo had. Well, I guess though they went down and then Russo left, it was actually all happening at the same time because. I think that the thing that got Russo was when he wanted to put the belt on Abbott, and that's when Bush said, okay, I think maybe it's time for a committee.
Yeah, but perhaps. I mean, I got called in on the Friday prior to that pay-per-view. Like I said, I went home and was giving my notice to legal, and Bill was saying, please come back. We'll find something to do. For you, we'll find something for you Saturday or whatever. And I was just like, I don't know, Saturday's not going to work because Vince is going to want that to be, a highlight show. Before they got rid of it and then gave away 30% of the cumulative rating to sell ad rates, which I'll never figure out why they gave the Saturday show up. But that's probably another show.
Thing that you just brought up that just reminded me. Now, when the decision was made to cut from 3 to 2 hours, and I think it was the right decision.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, between that and the, giving up on the Saturday show, you just mentioned like so much of the company's money was ad rates, and I mean the thing was they had to get that rating from like a 3 to like in the mid 4s to make up for what they were losing by giving up the Saturday show and also by cutting from 3 to 2, and I don't think that anyone thought that through.
I agree completely. I have no idea why Saturday was given up. It served such a great purpose. I mean, it was a place where you could, a lot of the younger talent, a lot of the power plant people, Jimmy Hart and Mike Graham had some good ideas down there, and they were doing what they were. That was the right thing to do, was grooming guys and getting them ready. And beyond the fact that that 1.7 to a 2.2 rating that they were getting on TBS, it was one of the highest rated shows on the network. And it added to the cumulative rating that was used to sell ads. I have no idea why you would do that. I have no idea why anybody would do that. That just boggles my mind.
Now, how would you describe that period of early 2000, before the first half of 2000 or so, before Russo and Bischoff came back? I mean, I kind of look at it like you're there, you're very limited. You've been crippled by some guys leaving. You got top guys that are injured. And at the same time, I think it was pretty clear, while Russo was gone and Bischoff was gone, I mean, the rumors were out there that they were ready to cut their deal, waiting for the ratings to go. So you're in a situation where, I mean, the way it was described to me, that period was you had guys in there that were looking to build for Starrcade. And at the same time, to build for Starrcade meant that you weren't going to be doing any hot shotting. And yet at the same time, those week by week ratings were still going down.
Yes.
And you were, you know what I mean? It was like one of those things where, oh my God, we got to get you were serving so many different masters, and these guys were sitting there waiting for it to go down to jump back in.
Didn't the slides sort of slow down during that period though?
Well, enter Brad Siegel at that point. Yeah, those I think when Russo went home, I think one of the first calls was probably to Eric, and I would guess the second call was probably to Brad. Just to say, well, this is what, this is the way we got to go with it. Meantime, yeah, we went, we slid a half a point. It wasn't pretty. It was tough. We were trying not to hotshot the place. Because, I mean, people had just been so numbed out at that point that it was just like, okay, let's keep the belt in one place. Let's get Sid for better or worse, and everybody can argue, about that. But at least we parked the belt. And, we're just trying to get it ready for when Bill came back. He was supposed to be back in April. I don't know. He came back like towards June, right? I mean, yeah. I was gone in late March. That's when I
think it was late. I think he came back in late May.
Yeah. I mean, we were just trying to make,
early June. It was, cause I just remember looking at it. It was just about a year ago.
Yeah. I mean, we were trying to keep the belt constant, trying to get something strong, trying to get some new guys up and running. I mean, Vampiro, I think we had him up and going pretty strong until he got into the top mix, and things started happening. I think when he got positioned alongside Sting, Hogan was a big Vampiro fan, but I don't know how the relationship with Sting was going. So that was a project that was tough. Crowbar.
Because that actually brings something to mind. There were a lot of feuds that went on during that period, and the Hogan Kidman one actually was after this period. Sting and Vampiro was during it, or actually at this point I think they were. No, those feuds actually they would have been right when Bischoff and Russo where the idea was you had a somewhat of a guy being built by feuding with a star, and the star basically killed him. But this was actually after Bischoff and Russo were back, and we remember Brian and I would be sitting there watching this program going like, these programs are like so counterproductive for what you're trying to build.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the whole theory was that just working with these guys would give them a rub, which absolutely made no sense if you ever watch old squash matches, because when jobbers got squashed in the 80s, they weren't getting a rub; they were getting killed.
Absolutely. The Vampiro situation, that was, I got to be friends with Ian and felt pretty strongly that he could be a strong face with the company. He could work strong and stiff when he had to. So it was like, okay, his stuff, when it's strong, it's believable. He and I had talked about doing, sort of some vignettes that would be real life vignettes where he would talk about Vampiro, the character that went to Mexico and got mixed up in a lot of ugly situations, and some of the, he had a rough life, and then he was also a big star, and then he was in WCW, and I think there was a real good story there that, Ian the person, Vampiro the wrestler, to try to make it a little more real. Anyways, the Vampiro Sting thing, the Sting was supposed to help save Vampiro. That was the idea. It was, he was coming in to save him, and then that's when we got the boot, and Russo and Bischoff came back, and I think they kept that storyline going in a completely different way than any of us were envisioning it. Basically, Sting was there to help the Vamp, and at some point something would have happened, but certainly not that quickly.
One thing I wanted to ask you about before we start going to the phone calls, pretty much tell us, I guess, your departure, which would be, I guess, when Russo and Bischoff came back.
Oh, yeah, it was the middle of March. What had happened, I forget which pay-per-view it was. It might have been the Hogan-Flair strap match, and Sid and Jeff, I think, was the double main event. And we put together the TVs for the next few weeks, and it was when we did the Sid turn to get ready to go to Sid and Hogan. I don't know where it would have led, brother, but, that's where we had to go because they both went over strong in the main event. We were, I think, the following week we were down in the Keys working on TV. We had just done a Florida run and had sort of been tipped off that something was going to happen. So, we're just sitting there trying to get the TV written, trying to come up with ideas. And I think Sullivan knew that the writing was on the wall. And, I hadn't been in the business long enough to really know, but sort of could definitely pick up a vibe that there was a change about to happen. And we were, we had Monday laid out, and we're halfway through Thunder, and got a call, just said, they're going to bring Russo and Bischoff back. And I just got on my phone and called Diana Myers and said, Diana, I'd like to exercise my 7-day leave. I want out of the company. Tell me where to send the computer. And that was that. So.
What were your thoughts as far as when they brought those guys back, and as for what ended up happening? What surprised you? What didn't surprise you? Over what happened over, say, the next couple of months with Russo and I think everyone kind of knew that Russo and Bischoff were not going to last a long time together, and then one would go and double cross the other, which is exactly what happened. Yeah. But the one thing, the end result, which was the death of the company, I don't know that anyone was, really seeing that one coming until, let's say, early the next year.
Well, it came pretty much 1 year to the week of those guys getting the company back. Right. Russo and Bischoff. So I think there may have been something, well thought out ahead of time. Brad Siegel, I don't think really ever gave full support to anybody who was put in the position of running the company. I don't think he ever gave Bill Bush power. Ultimately, I think a lot of people got in Brad's ear. I think there was people within the company that went around their boss's back and went to Brad, which in the corporate environment is pretty much not the way you do things. particularly at an AOL or a Time Warner property. And that cost, I think that cost Bill his standing. And then when you had Russo and Bischoff, and I'm sure there were people going around behind, doing an end run behind them as well. It's a pretty ugly business, but that's the entertainment business, folks. It's not meant to be. It's only pretty on TV.
Yeah. I had one quick question about Russo. Did you ever get the impression that maybe he had sort of a callousness about the wrestlers actually being people? Because he had some guys doing some really crazy, dangerous things that probably they shouldn't have done.
And paid the price in many cases.
Yeah, well, when Jeff went down, when the thing with Snuka, I was watching that at home and just went, oh, that's great. There goes your main event, and then, little did I know we'd get called in to pick up the pieces. I can't say for sure. I really can't say for sure. I think Vince Russo had a really strong vision of how he wanted to be perceived in the wrestling community. And I think that may have superseded slightly, other fundamental things that go into making the business work.
I got a question that's coming from this. How much, and good or bad, do you think, because, the feedback, the immediate feedback on the internet, which is something, the very new phenomenon in wrestling, affects, because it's one of those things where too many guys, I think that everyone is guilty of playing to that audience, and, quite frankly, that's not the money audience.
Yes.
I think everyone knows that. Mm-hmm. But you can't help but be sucked into it anyway.
Well, it's that immediate gratification, I think the WCW live show, when Vince would just run to the show and just, how'd I do? It's like, I don't know. I guess that's
not the people. He's asking the wrong people. The people that tell you how you do is the people who buy tickets to the house shows that weekend, and they never got it.
Absolutely. It's I think anybody that's in the entertainment business in a high profile situation, you can fall into that trap of surrounding yourself with sycophants and people who will tell you exactly what you want to hear, and everybody's got a different bullshit filter, and everybody sets it differently or has it set differently for them. I don't know. I think it's important to take a look at what people think on the internet, but I think it's more important to maybe sit down with somebody like Matt Williams when he shows you the minute by minutes, and they do focus group studies and say this crap ain't getting over. I think that's also.
That reminds me of something.
Actually,
they did a survey.
I know,
and they asked what people wanted, and it was exactly the opposite of what you guys were doing, but you still did it.
Who's that? Which study?
That was the Matt Williams thing.
Yeah,
I remember there was the guy who came up with a survey.
Yeah, absolutely.
And said basically the people wanted more wrestling and less bullshit.
Well, that's what we were trying to give them when we had the deal, and. We knew, I guess I knew, Dave, as a fan, the WWF audience that was a come and go audience. They loved that product for a moment. That real, shock TV sort of Jerry Springer, whatever kind of thing. And the WCW audience was more of a traditional wrestling audience. My perspective, the reason I got brought in was because I thought you had to go to a stronger style of wrestling. And it's just to be a copy of the WWF or to be Vince Russo's vision. I just don't know if that was initially the right move to make, and ultimately, the company's gone now. So I think it was gone.
Particularly a bad copy.
Yeah, that's a matter of opinion. I just find that. I find in the corporate situation with Time Warner and AOL, you have to keep that product in check. You can't, you couldn't stretch it as far as he wanted to. All the stuff with standards and practices every week. It's just these were battles that were taking up too much time.
But ultimately, they had nothing to do with any of the money drawing angles anyway. They were just like battles over, can you call Ron to sing fat or not? Whether they could or couldn't, it made absolutely no difference to the fans sitting at home that didn't know about these battles.
Yeah,
and if they could, so what?
Or Hoovy hitting Liger with a tequila bottle. It's come on.
Well, going with that one with Hoovy, that whole thing was, and I don't know what the politics of all that was, where everyone said, but I know from having to deal with the Japanese that night. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to explain, you know, that their IWGP Junior Heavyweight title changed hands because a guy hit another guy with a tequila bottle. And the reporters there are going like, how can we lie about what happened so we don't embarrass, you know, our company and Liger and all this? And I'm thinking, well, if they have to, like, if they can't report on what happened, then there's probably no reason it should have ever happened.
And there's really no reason it can have a continuing working relationship with New Japan either.
Well, that fell apart too.
Yeah, you gotta realize how I felt when that happened too. I was just, you know, rolling my eyes like, oh my God, you know, this is like somebody who lives for, you know, J-Cup stuff, and I'm like, oh, this is nice. This is real nice. That's hell of a finish that was. I don't know.
And then the next week they come up with Psychosis holding that belt because Hoovy broke his elbow.
Yeah.
You know, just like, you know, it was just like, oh, God.
Yeah, it was one thing after another, absolutely. And I know when we tried to have the junior tournament that, you know, and Sullivan wanted to put the belt on Prince, you know, whatever. You can argue whether the choice was good or bad, but the intention was good. And I think, you know, people again looked at it like, oh, they're going to screw this up. I mean, you know, I sat with Tanea and we tried to figure out, can we get this over, like, legit? Can you help? You know, can we do something with this? You know, the intentions were good, but there was an awful lot of forces, you know, a lot of opposing forces at the time. You know, there was a lot, you know, there was people inside the dressing room stirring stuff up. You know, I mean, there was very few bright spots from February, March, April, believe me. And it you know, I look back on it and I'm like, wow, man, I may have been in over my head, but at least, you know, I went down with a fight at least. I don't know.
We want to start taking some phone calls. We have some people that have been really patient. So let's start with Patrick in New Orleans. Patrick, what's going on?
Hey, Dave.
Hey.
Dave, I have this great idea for pay-per-view. All right, let's take 3 good workers, but this is a good thing. Even though we need to build up the pay-per-view, let's make the other 2 job to everyone else, and then let's go into the pay-per-view with 1 strong heel, and then no one will think anyone will win. And not only that, let's take the second big title and put it in the Kane, and let's put it against Albert.
Yes. I know.
Those are some wonderful ideas.
Why is this happening?
Hopefully we'll find something out in the next 24 hours to answer that question because I'm at a loss.
Where would you?
I heard, you know, from, you know, there were guys that were really at a loss last night as to, you know, why they did this, you know, and their whole, you know, the whole thing was, I guess it's to give Rhino a push, but it's like, you know, Rhino will have his time if he's ready, but
Rhino doesn't need the push. I mean,
well, it's not his time. These 3 weeks are Benoit and Jericho's time, and it's certainly not. That's not their time to make other people right now.
I know Austin doesn't need the title though. They should give it to Jericho. Austin does not need that to get over as a heel. He just needs to do heelish things. I mean,
well, the one thing about that title though is the money matches for that title are still Austin against Rock and Austin against Triple H. And
yeah,
I mean, I'm not saying
not there right now. So while you're doing,
well, you can do the quick switch, but then you don't.
You don't want to devalue the title though by doing all those quick switches.
You can do, but
I mean, if they put it on Jericho, he's going to lose it soon.
You can do one.
Rock's going to be back.
Yeah.
Where do you guys think where do you think they should go on this pay-per-view?
Well, I think that they should. Now, in hindsight, I think they should go with Benoit as a single challenger, or maybe do the Benoit Jericho thing where they do the single match, switch someone you just on the show, and have the winner go on to challenge. The only thing is that they have to keep giving Benoit and Jericho wins, and by not doing that, I think that now when I look at what they're doing,
now that it's already been done.
Yeah, now that it's been done, I feel like I did at the end of WCW, where I'm sitting there going like, okay, now if you're put in there, what would you do? And I throw up my hands because everything I would have done has already been undone.
Yeah. Last night was like Nitro, I felt.
I did too.
I mean,
until the main event.
Until the main event, yeah. But undercard, the bad skits.
Well, I mean, even the main event. I mean, it was a good match, and I was watching it. And as soon as when Benoit kicked that cage open, I'm like, all right. Well, actually, when he did the headbutt, I'm like, just have him pin him.
Benoit just had to climb out after that headbutt. I mean, Angle can win a big match like at the King of the Ring or something. It's Benoit's time.
No, I know. He should have pinned Angle, have Austin run in, beat up Benoit for like a few seconds. Was Jericho there?
Jericho was injured earlier.
Have Jericho come back out, beat up Austin, throw him out of the ring, instead of like doing like a submission hold, just throw him out, and then you can get this fear into. I mean, you can just build up everything instead of having Austin stalking around on stage like he's an idiot. I mean,
I love.
I got a question for like for Bob and all this. I mean, sometimes, and again, this almost relates to something we talked about earlier. Sometimes I think that the guys that are booking are thinking so much, and they're thinking 3 steps ahead, and they forget the basics. And it's like, okay, since the thing that makes sense is for Benoit to win, what we'll do is we'll keep teasing Benoit win, but we'll swerve him and we'll have Angle win. And it's like, great, you just had Angle win, you just beat your guy that's in the main event. You know what I mean?
I think
you just swerved yourself out of a buy rate.
I think they got a way out of it, but I don't know if they're going to go. You know, I mean, with the 3-way, I think the logical thing is that, you know, Jericho costs Benoit, turns heel, goes with Austin.
Don't you think it's too soon?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's too soon, because then the flip flop is coming out of the match with Chris.
But Benoit can't turn heel.
No, Benoit stays face, and you turn Angle face to go with him, because those guys have a mutual respect coming out of the most brutal match that in the the history of the company, if they push it right.
Yeah.
And then there's heat. You can bring Stephanie back with Angle, and that sets a while Hunter's gone. There's a lot of stuff they could do.
But
that requires
Albert versus Kane.
Albert versus they're just out of big guys, and they threw him in.
Give him a title shot. Do you know how over
against Kane?
It'd be a decent match, and he would get over.
He might actually. It'd be a weird match. You know, the one thing
big man versus small man. Malenko wins. People think, okay, he can beat a big guy. So
that's not happening because Malenko's retiring, so they're not going to have him beat Kane. So.
Oh, when is he retiring?
I mean, he's been talking about it. I mean, I don't think there's a definite date, but it's kind of like one of those things where I think he's going to retire and be a road agent at some time, relatively soon.
And just go back to his school?
No, work on the road.
Work in the WWF.
Yeah.
Oh, but sort of backstage?
Now, what Bob just said regarding that match from last night, I mean, that requires on tonight's SmackDown, I mean, a concerted effort to get that thing over as the most brutal match, because if they don't do it from tonight, by next Monday, everyone's forgot about it.
They've got to hit that thing 4 times tonight.
Which match?
The match from last night. I mean, they got to hit last night's match like it's something special, because if they don't, again, it's like those things.
They need to show. They need to show that those big bumps from every possible angle. They need to talk to everybody about it. They need to get it over so big. I mean, I was hiding under the table when Kurt was up on the cage. I said, he's going to do it, and he's going to miss. And what the hell are they giving this one away for? And why is he even up there?
Off of that moonsault, do you know how bad? I mean, how screwed up everything was.
Anyone or Benoit too. I mean, I didn't mind, like, when he did that missed moonsault, I was going, okay, Benoit's going to crawl out the cage and win, and that's a great finish. Then the match kept going.
And then it wasn't the finish.
And they did the Sportatorium thing.
Yeah.
Same with the diving headbutt. That wasn't the finish either.
That should have been the thing. I mean, I'm not a physics expert, and I don't go get hitting in the head, but I don't think getting hit in the head with the cage like that when you're hitting the shingles is going to knock you out compared to, let's say, jumping off the balcony and hitting nothing but a mat. I mean,
no, but that's okay.
Or even that jerk.
It was okay as a finish. I just hope that, like, those big spots, if those big spots got to be played up real big.
Did you guys, Dave and Brian? Did you guys get the sense that fans are so desensitized at this point?
Absolutely.
That those were the only things that got a pop, and it's like, okay, where do you go now?
Yeah,
where do you go
now? It took him 6 German suplexes before the crowd got up, and I was so sad. And, like, when it was over, I'm going, like, those guys had one hell of a match, but I wasn't happy when it was over. Because I'm going, like, like, they did that German suplex off the top rope, and the people popped momentarily and then forgot about it. I think part of it was Austin being out there. Austin's star power just so overshadows everybody out there because, Austin, Triple H, and Rock have been portrayed, and Undertaker as the big 4, and the number 5 guy's way behind. And I think that when Austin's sitting out there, everyone's kind of like paying attention. What's Austin going to do? What's Austin going to do? And these 2 guys in the ring busting their ass.
Well, that's another thing when Austin's out there is I think fans kind of knew that this thing is not going to be over till Austin gets involved. So why should we care about any of these near falls?
Exactly.
Okay, I want to get another caller in, but I just want to ask one more thing. During your time in WCW, was Malenko going to go on to anything big? I mean, he had the U.S. title. Really, he should have gotten a world title shot automatically because the U.S. title equals world title shot historically. I know Hogan had the title.
But, well, I mean,
the Apocalypse angle, anything. I mean,
well, I mean, when I came in, that was the Chris and Perry and Dean, Eddie and Shane were pretty much, I spent time with them. They had a 6-week program laid out they wanted to do with all those convoluted teasing turns and turning sides and all that stuff.
I'm sorry, I'm going to hang up now so you can get someone else. If you can keep talking about it.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Those guys were laying out their own programs at the beginning when I got there. They would come to me, I still got the sheets at home. I would sit with Shane and sit with Dean and we'd, look at the stuff and try to make it happen. People get hurt and, all kinds of stuff happens when you're booking. But, as far as Dean, Dean is a great talent, but again, God, I don't know. There was definitely a role for somebody like Dean, a prominent role. And, Dave, you're saying he might possibly become an agent. That's great. He's obviously got a great mind and is such a great talent.
I want to get through as many callers as we can, so we're going to start with Matt in Vancouver. Matt, what's up?
How you doing, guys?
Hey.
Hey, yeah, Dave, I heard you talking earlier that you said you had an idea of who the Fed was going to have as the stalker, but you never said who it was going to be. I was just wondering who it was.
It's one of those subjects that we'll talk about when I can't talk about it, okay?
All right.
All right.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Let's go to Wes.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey. It's going good. Wes, how was the show over the weekend?
It was a good, overall, it was a pretty good show. The crowd heat, I thought, really helped. It was one of those shows that, if the crowd heat wasn't good, it'd probably be rather dull, but the crowd was really into everything, just about with the exception of the Haku K-Quick match. But overall,
come on.
No, even Molly, Holly, and Jacqueline, which is actually a pretty decent match, but people were into everything. But a question for Bob. In regards to Bill Bush, everybody seemed to think he was a nice man, but was he really cut out to be, the leader? He didn't really have a lot of wrestling knowledge in terms of, people maybe working him in the back.
Yeah, that's a good. I think that's a real valid question. Bill is a great human being, and I think he was qualified for the job. But I think you make a good point about getting the boys working him a little bit. I think Bill was very trusting of people and realized, it was sort of that, fool me once, shame on me kind of thing, fool me once, shame on you, whatever. I think he knew when he was getting worked, and I think he sort of was getting a pretty good grip on, who was working who, and he just never had full support from the the people above him in the corporate structure. I think he was alongside Eric for a lot of that run, being the main financial guy. I think he knew how the business worked, and no doubt. And with JJ and some of the people there, I think he had enough people that could help him through that. He just didn't have enough time. Nobody had enough time. Even Russo, I guess, could be argued. Didn't have enough time. I don't know.
Now, he had enough time to kill the company, but
that's true. I guess he had more than enough time.
So the one thing. Looking back on the history of the company over the 13 years that it was in existence, except for that one run under Eric, it never really was. There were some periods where it was okay. There were some periods where it had, really, really good wrestling, but financially wasn't necessarily that successful. This model, this Turner model, when it first came in '88, I was going this is the greatest thing that ever happened to wrestling because, you've got this thing, they got CNN and they got all this, and it's that stuff. Vince didn't have that advantage, theoretically, although Vince actually had more of an advantage because he didn't have to deal with all these people that were all getting in the way, I guess, in the long run. But, you're talking about, in the corporate model, can wrestling survive with the nature of who wrestlers are and how they operate and everyone swerving everyone? Was it doomed to failure, or was it just that guys didn't have enough time and the upper management just didn't handle it right?
I think at the end of the day, those guaranteed deals, while great for the talent and, God bless them for getting that kind of money out of the company, that ultimately was the downfall because at that point they had the power over the company. At that point I think you have to look at the day-to-day leader and say, is this, did this person facilitate this shift in power? I get whether Eric did that knowingly or unknowingly, who knows? I think that was really the downfall. I think the model of a corporate owned wrestling company makes perfect sense, and it should, given if you can keep the talent cost, if you can keep all the overhead reasonable, keep it commensurate with the result, Yeah, it should work. There's no reason it shouldn't. I mean, AOL and Time Warner are in the entertainment business.
Now I think a corporate-owned company might work better maybe a decade or so down the road, just because I think a lot of the guys coming up now are a lot less likely to be the carnies that the guys are today and were, 5 or 6 years ago and have been since, I guess, the beginning. Yeah. It's going to take a complete cultural shift in the business to, for that to truly work. Those deals were so tough. I mean, anytime. No. It's a question because I've seen in many eras where guys have gotten guaranteed money. Now, it wasn't big guaranteed money, but it was guaranteed money, and it worked. And even in Japan, they're basically everyone, they're salary guys, and they work their ass off, and they have pride in their product, as Bob, you well know. I think, is it a nature of Americans versus Japanese mentality, or is it a nature of, when they put other things in the contract that didn't reward, basically they didn't reward hard work, and then everybody was just sitting back, trying to figure out the easiest way to collect their money, whereas in other wrestling companies, everybody worked their ass off to collect their, because I've seen, like, even ECW, everyone, ECW, those guys were under salary. I mean, they didn't get more if the pay-per-view did well. They didn't get more if the house did well. And whether their product, it was good or bad, nobody can fault or suggest that that anyone in that company basically didn't work hard. I think the problem was that there came a day when everyone kind of figured out that hard work isn't rewarded, so let's get by as easily as we can, and then they were doomed. Yeah. I think that's the whole thing, because basically all around the world, there really is a sort of competition, whether you have a salary or not. Whereas in WCW, it got to the point where there was no competition because those guys at the top weren't going anywhere, and therefore, they didn't have to do anything. Because they weren't going anywhere no matter if they were on the road or not. They weren't going to lose their spot. Well, I think, I can't speak, I got to know a lot of the wrestlers, and a lot of them do take a lot of pride in the craft and, take pride in the history of the business. In Mexico and Japan and places, outside the U.S., I think it is a different mentality. Mexico, it's a very, almost a spiritual thing. Japan, again, it is a cultural difference. I think within WCW, it's a tough business. A lot of the wrestlers work hurt, and some of the wrestlers know how to work being hurt. And I think sometimes when that loophole makes itself apparent, people just take the easy route, and that's a hard line to draw, because people, God, I'd sit back there, I was at go position. Every night I was the last stop at the curtain, giving time cues to the refs and, the whole bit, with Russo beside me yelling, tell them to play the other music or whatever, the chaos that was. And I'd see those guys come back, hurting real bad, and I don't know, who's to say who's working an injury or not. Sometimes they were very convenient, but, hey, that was the system that was set up for those guys to work in. Anything else, Wes?
Yeah, I just want to ask Bob a specific question. What was up with that NWO return and that New Year's show? I know Russo was planning on that being kind of the thing that, at that point his job was being rumored in jeopardy. What was the thought behind bringing the NWO back? It was kind of a retread angle.
Well, I knew I knew he was going towards that. It sort of became clear the last couple of weeks. I mean, Vince didn't say a whole lot flat out in the booking meetings about this is my 3-year long-term angle that's going to come to fruition on the Monday after Starrcade. It just sort of was like, quick, let's order some NWO stuff. And I thought to myself, I looked at Nash, I go, isn't there another name for this? Like, couldn't we call this Club New York, or couldn't we, do something else with this? Because, people aren't going to buy this NWO retread. And, again, I was sitting over in the corner going, well, nobody heard that. Let's see what happens. So. Okay, let's head to Andy. Andy, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? Bob, first of all, I'm an enormous fan.
Thank you.
I'm very, very influenced by it. I do actually have a wrestling question.
Great.
Pretty much just based on your experiences working with WCW, do you think that you would want to write for wrestling again?
I don't.
Maybe not for Vince. I know Hogan will be hiring soon, but
or Savage.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Matt Rats.
Matt Rats,
yeah.
Well, I think Matt Rats is sort of an interesting prospect. I think my days may have come and gone with the wrestling business. I mean, of course, once you've gotten a taste of it, there's a part of you that always wants to be in it because you're on the inside, and I don't know. I don't think I'll ever have another job in the business. I still have a lot of friends in the business, and I just try to stay in touch with them and just move on with my own career. I just got done finishing recording a new album this past weekend, and
thank God.
Hopefully have something up in the fall, and I'm looking forward to getting back to the job that I know and love a little bit better than wrestling.
Great, I'll be looking forward to that.
Thanks.
Just real quick, I know you guys got a lot of calls and not much time left. Are you sitting home watching like Raw and SmackDown and everything and saying, I could really do this better?
No. I mean, I just try to suspend disbelief and be a fan again. There's, I look at the scenarios that build up to the money matches and go, I just hope everybody's protected and the belt gets protected and everything makes sense going forth from that.
Great.
But beyond that, no, I mean, like I said, when I saw that release German, all I could think was, wow, that was like the stiffest All Japan, Masao Kawada, dropping on the head kind of thing I'd seen in America in years, and just hope that everybody's okay and that they make the big deal out of it, on Thursday that it should be.
Bob,
Bob, as a fan of Japanese wrestling, what are your thoughts of New Japan this year as far as like the mixed stuff with Pride and Inoki's ideas? It's very, in many ways, if you're an old fan, you kind of can see where it's going. Yet at the same time, when you watch the matches, you're seeing like, I almost feel like that they almost like denigrate their old style of pro wrestling to cater to this work shoot thing, which has a lot of believability, but also has limited television appeal. Do you know where I'm coming from?
Yeah. I've only been seeing the Japanese stuff sporadically since I started at WCW, just because that you can only imagine how well because you're in the business, but how all consuming the day-to-day business becomes where you can't see the forest for the trees. So I'm not really that up on the Japanese stuff. But yeah, the work shoot thing, over there again, I think there's more of a tradition with the other promotions, and it'll be curious to see where it ends up. I guess it all stops and ends at Inoki's deal, right?
It always is. Let's go to Dave in St. Louis. Dave, you're bringing me our final caller.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much.
Do you think some of the music themes that the WCW wrestlers had anything to do with their downfall?
No, but I think one of the things that greatly benefited the WWF, and it was one thing that I brought up in booking, and they started to do it once I left, was I said, look at Austin. I said, that song is not over. The Breaking Glass is over. It's Pavlovian. You give people a 2 or 3 second indicator as to who's coming out. Everybody jumps up out of their chairs, they get the pop, and then you start the music.
As a musician, did you ever have any input on any of the themes?
Nah, I remember when Mike Modest
came. Did you ever get depressed listening to any of the songs?
Jimmy did what Jimmy had to do.
That was Jimmy Hart.
Jimmy did a lot of the stuff, and some of it was canned music. The only time I ever got involved with music was the last couple of weeks I was there, and I sort of sensed we might be gone, and we got Mike Modest in. I went out to the truck and just listened through the stuff that was laying around to try to find something that was close to Chosen One, which was what he was using in APW, I think. And I'm glad Mike's on tomorrow. Tell him I said hey.
Yeah,
he's a great guy. God, somebody with a theater background, and they couldn't do anything with him.
Yeah, the funny thing with his luck was just like in the last couple of years was incredibly bad. But the other thing with Mike is that he's a good talker, and I almost felt that nobody tried and go, okay, let's see you do an interview. Oh man, you can do an interview. It was like one of those things where, you're an indie guy, maybe you can work in the ring, but we're never going to give you. It's not because I kind of felt like, he. Having seen him do interviews, he was never even given that chance.
Well, my thing was just getting him in so that JJ and Arn Anderson and people like that who could appreciate it would see him and go, we got to do something with him. Once we got him in, then he had to be a character. Again, the same thing with Chris Daniels. I had a nice scenario laid out for Chris. I thought, like a Jim Rome type behind the scenes interviewing guys and saying, why couldn't you get out of that finish? I could have done that for 6 or 8 weeks, and then he goes in and beats the guy and goes on a winning streak. There are a lot of things that would have been nice to do, but Mike's case, somebody that was overqualified for the position, and he just got, pushed to the back because, he came in under the Sullivan regime.
Yeah. Bob, we're out of time. Bob, I really want to do this again because we only really scratched the surface, and I know a lot of callers wanted to call in.
We did only scratch the surface.
If there's any time in your schedule to come back, we'd love to have you back.
I live in town. It's just 8 stops on the subway.
Awesome. Awesome.
Thanks, you guys.
And,
It's again being a fan of the newsletter and of this show. It was truly an honor to be on, and yeah, let's do it when the time's right.
Okay, good, awesome. And I want to remind everyone we are going to have Mike Modest on tomorrow, so we'll see everybody tomorrow at 5.